In order to complete the system task, I decided to participate in the storyline of the Marvel Universe. I initially thought it would just be a simple mission to steal the serum, but I never expected the process to be so complicated. Not only do I have to face the powerful Winter Soldier, Bucky, but I also have to deal with various unexpected situations, and even cooperate with the mysterious Shadow Ninja. I am in a high-rise hotel room in downtown New York City, lighting a cigar, and my gaze falls on the pack of blue super soldier serum on the coffee table. Originally, Howard Stark and his wife were killed by the Winter Soldier with his bare hands. But Bucky had actually rigged the car with high explosives, which prevented me from saving Howard. I remained silent for a long time, and after brushing aside my distractions, I softly called in my mind, "System." In an instant, a virtual screen of the Marvel Sacrifice system appeared before me. It displayed that I am the host, Qin Ge, with a lifespan of 3 years, and my skill is summoning 5 Nigga Shadow Ninjas, a free gift. With the sacrificial item being the imperfect Super Soldier Serum, and the system task of stealing a pack of Super Soldier Serum that Barnes took from Howard Stark has been completed. This is the Earth of the Marvel Universe, filled with superheroes and dangers. At this moment, Captain Steve is still frozen in ice, Iron Man is in his rebellious 20s, Banner is a naive student, Natasha is still in her childhood, Thor is training in Asgard, and the Wakandan kingdom is hidden in Africa, unknown to Earthlings, who are unaware of the numerous alien races in the universe. I have been in this world for a year now. The original owner of this body was an orphan adopted by a bounty hunter from the beautiful country. A year ago, I had an accident and attached myself to this body with the system, thereafter continuing the family business as a bounty hunter. With the 5 Nigga Shadow Ninjas initially given by the system, I became one of the top fearless bounty hunters in America, known as Hound among peers and fugitives. Only I know why I am unafraid of death. The system shows I only have 3 years left to live, and according to the original trajectory, I would die in a gunfight. This morning, after a year of no tasks from the system, I received my first task: intercept a pack of Super Soldier Serum that Barnes took from Howard Stark, which led to my attempt to steal the serum from the Winter Soldier last night. Afterward, I commanded in my mind, "System, sacrifice the item." As the cold, synthesized female voice echoed confirmed, the serum on the table disappeared, and the screen data changed. My lifespan increased from 3 years to 6 years, and I instantly understood that completing tasks and sacrificing could extend my lifespan. At that moment, the system prompted me to draw a lottery. A reward will appear on the right side of the panel, featuring 11 reward options such as Gravity Control Level 1 and Jade Hairpin. Though the prizes seemed rather trivial, luckily there was also a Dragon Talisman. I focused on the Dragon Talisman and had the system start the lottery, but the pointer ultimately landed on increase 5 Nigga Shadow Ninjas. Though a bit disappointed, I consoled myself that it was better than nothing. The system panel then changed my skill to summon a Nigga Shadow Troop, quantity 10, and 10 shadows float out from under the bed, transforming into Shadow Ninjas. They come from the Nigga Mask of Jackie Chan Adventures. While their individual combat power isn't the strongest, they are well suited for me as a bounty hunter, and with a wave of my hand, they vanished into shadows. I lit another cigar and walked to the floor-to-ceiling glass, seeing the Stark Industries logo on the rooftop. With the system task in place, I knew I could no longer stay outside the superhero world, but I still wasn't clear about the rules governing task issuance, nor did I know when the next task would be released or who it would involve. I am in the 7th District of Philadelphia, driving an old Chevrolet pickup under the dim streetlights, puffing out black smoke as I cruise down the empty streets. With a cigar clenched in my mouth, I coldly watch the gang members appearing and disappearing at the street corner. My left hand gripping the steering wheel while my right rests lightly on my waist, where a modified Colt 2000 handgun is tucked away. The 7th District is one of the most chaotic and crime-ridden places in Philadelphia and the entire beautiful country, filled with drug dealers, gangs, and murderers. And at this hour, even the patrol officers rarely come around. After about 10 minutes, the pickup slowly glides to a more secluded street corner. In the distance, there's a 3-story villa, with light shining from several windows and shadows moving inside, indicating that there are quite a few people inside. I then get out of the car and walk towards the small building along the wall. Suddenly, 2 black men in hooded baseball jackets come around the street corner, striding towards me with a defiant gait. As we get closer, both men reach for their waistbands. I brush past them, and their harsh voices ring out behind me, "Put your hands up and empty your pockets, or we'll blow your brains out." I feign ignorance and continue walking forward, simultaneously snapping my fingers with my right hand. After 2 crisp snaps, silence returns behind me. I spit on the ground lightly while glancing at the distant villa, muttering to myself, 2 points of energy, standard thugs, ugh, I hate racial discrimination, and I hate black people even more. Arriving outside the villa, a barely audible sound is followed by the clinking of chains and a deep, continuous growl from a large dog in the corner of the yard. Then, with a thud, a black-backed dog over a meter tall collapses to the ground, lifeless. I sigh lightly. Ah, what a good dog, such a shame, it just needed a copper hot pot. I move to the window, where the room on the first floor is filled with raucous noise. Through the glass and the gaps in the curtains, I can see 10 burly gang members covered in tattoos enjoying dinner. And one white man with long golden hair is raising a beer, laughing and chatting with the others beside him. I pull out a photo from my jacket pocket and, after comparing it, confirm it is indeed the man holding the beer in the room. I tug at my collar and walk up to the front door, kicking it open with a swift kick. The 10 Bloods gang members react quickly. As the wooden door flies open, they all draw their guns. I shout, "Don't be nervous, I'm one of you," as I walk into the room with my arms raised. 10 powerful revolvers are simultaneously pointed at me. One gang member loudly demands to know who I am, but I ignore him and look at the white man, asking, "Anthony?" The white man points his gun at me and, after a moment of thought, shouts, "Oh, thirsty. You're Hound, bounty hunter Qin, I've seen your photo, haven't I?" I smile calmly, looks like I'm not mistaken, you are indeed Anthony. Let's go, I'll safely escort you back to New York to face the judge. A glint of mockery and cruelty flashes in Anthony's eyes as he commands, "Humph, you dare to come to the Bloods' territory to catch me, Qin? I have to admire your guts, but your bounty hunter career ends today. Kill him." I snap my fingers, and at once, 10 dazzling blades flash through the room. It happens so quickly that it's as if nothing occurred. With a clang, Anthony realizes something is wrong just as his right hand, still holding the gun, drops to the ground. Immediately, 10 people scream in unison, they have no idea what just happened. All they hear is the snap of my fingers, and then 10 hands slice cleanly off their arms, smooth and even, with blood gushing out, turning the floor into a pool of blood. Anthony's face turns pale as he stumbles back, shouting, "Devil! You're a devil!" I walk up to him and grab an ashtray from the table, smashing it over Anthony's head, knocking him out cold. I turn to the remaining 9 gang members and say to the empty space, "Take care of them." This bizarre scene causes the gang members to stop their screams, their eyes wide in shock as they stare at me. Suddenly, shadows behind me coalesce into 10 human-shaped figures, transforming into shadow ninjas, stunning everyone in the room. One gang member retreats repeatedly, frantically pulling out a cross and pointing it at me, shouting, "God bless, let these demons roll back to hell." I scoff, "No, God won't bless scum like you," and then drive a short knife into his mouth. After the massacre, the room is filled with the stench of blood. I drive away in the pickup, the back of the truck belching black smoke as I head out of Philadelphia. In the back seat, Anthony is unconscious with a large bump on his head, and I feel quite pleased. After all, his bail is set at $500,000. And according to bounty hunter rules, I can take 10%, which is $50,000, enough for me to live a prosperous life. A smile spreads across my face as I think, delicious food, beautiful women, wait for me. Suddenly, the cold voice of the system echoes in my mind, "Host, please note, the system task has been issued, please check." I am driving that pickup truck, belching black smoke, along Route 66, the first highway that spans east to west in North America, which the people of the beautiful country call the Mother Road, and I'm heading towards Oakland on the west coast. In the meantime, I idly chat with the system, "System, what is the basis for issuing tasks?" The system's cold voice responds, "Host, tasks are issued randomly, with no basis." Looking at the panel showing the task, "Please chop off arms dealer Ulysses Claw's right arm and perform a sacrifice," I'm at a loss for words. Not only do I need to chop off an arm, but it's specified to be the right one. I ask the system if the sacrificial items are also random, and it replies that any object, task, or plot that appears in Marvel can be randomly designated for sacrifice. I remember Ulysses Claw. He once colluded with King Jobu, the brother of Black Panther's father, to steal 250 kilograms of vibranium from Wakanda, leading to a rift between Black Panther's father and brother, resulting in his brother's death and sowing the seeds of royal animosity for T'Challa. Moreover, this Claw later had his left arm severed by Ultron, and now the system wants his right arm. I seriously suspect the system has a peculiar obsession with chopping off arms. What troubles me is that I have no idea how to find Claw. However, I need to reach Oakland to obtain information about him from Prince Jobu. Thinking about the vibranium that the arms dealer Claw stole 2 years ago, even if he sold some, he must still have a substantial stockpile. After all, Ultron got vibranium from him to create Vision, and vibranium fetches a high price on the black market, at $10,000 per gram. This fills me with enthusiasm for completing the task, imagining the wonderful life of financial freedom. Just as I'm lost in thought, a series of frantic car honks blares from behind my pickup. Through the rearview mirror, I see a bright red Corvette convertible speeding up behind me, honking its horn. I slightly move over to let it pass, and the sports car quickly pulls up alongside me. I roll down the window and see a blonde, blue-eyed, stunningly curvy white woman behind the wheel. She has a beaming smile, her eyes sparkling, and she blows me 2 fiery kisses. Just as I'm about to flirt back, she accelerates and speeds away, leaving me in a daze. Half an hour later, I see that red sports car pulled over on the roadside, the driver frantically waving a scarf at me. I stop and ask if she needs help. She replies sweetly that her car broke down and asks if I can take her to the gas station ahead, promising to pay me. I laugh and say that discussing money is tacky, inviting her into the car. Once she's inside, she introduces herself as Tina, a student from Kaufman University, who broke down on her road trip. I introduce myself as Qin Ge, a bounty hunter. She seems very interested in my profession, looking at me with admiration. Late at night, in a gas station that also serves as a motel, the room is filled with passion and chaos. Afterward, I light a cigar and glance at the sleeping Tina beside me, then get up and step outside. As I close the door, Tina opens her eyes and quickly starts rummaging through my travel bag. Unaware that I'm quietly observing everything from a dark corner of the room. 2 days later, in the black neighborhood of Oakland on Milton Street, Tina and I are walking. Curious, Tina asks if I'm here to catch a fugitive, and I explain that I need to gather intelligence first to locate my target. She then asks who I'm looking for, and I answer that it's Prince Njobu from Wakanda. She is surprised and asks what Wakanda is, but I ignore her odd reaction, still looking ahead. At that moment, a young black man dressed in loose hip-hop style clothing, with a large silver chain hanging from his neck, catches my attention. His name is James, a double agent beside Prince Njobu, and he's also Wakandan, the very one responsible for Njobu's death. Seeing him, I confirm that the apartment building across the street is indeed where Prince Njobu was hiding. That night, I stood at the entrance of an apartment on the top floor, the sound of a television coming from inside. I had spent $20 to find this place, and with a wave of my hand, 3 shadows slipped through the crack of the door. I knocked on the door, bang, bang, bang. Half a minute later, the door opened, and James stood there, looking at me warily, his right hand hidden behind his back. Inside the room, Njobu mirrored the same cautious stance, staring intently at me. James asked who I was looking for, and I slowly opened my arms to signal that I meant no harm, explaining that I was there to make a deal with Prince Njobu. As soon as I finished speaking, Njobu's expression changed drastically, and his gun swung toward me, pulling me into the room. After James searched me and found nothing unusual, the two of them trained their guns on me. Njobu calmly asked who I was and how I knew his identity. It was then that I noticed Njobu's son, Eric Stevens, sitting in the corner of the room, the future Black Panther who would compete for the throne, a life full of tragedy. I didn't rush to respond to Njobu. Instead, I looked at the young Black Panther with pity and suggested that Eric step out. After a moment of thought, Njobu signaled for James to take Eric to the bedroom. I told Njobu I meant no harm and wanted to exchange information. He asked what I wanted to trade, and I explained that I was the only one who knew his identity and that I was looking for someone, reminding him to be cautious of James. At that moment, James came out of the bedroom, still holding his gun. Njobu defended James, and to show my sincerity, I revealed that James's real name was Zuri, the son of the Wakandan Zuri, who was ordered by King Chaka to infiltrate Njobu's side. James shouted angrily, and Njobu couldn't believe it. I urged Njobu to look at James's lips, where there was the identification code of a Wakandan. Seconds later, James pointed his gun at Njobu. In disbelief, Njobu demanded that James tell the truth. James admitted it, guilt-ridden, urging Njobu to return to Wakanda while slowly moving toward the door. Njobu angrily accused him, and just as the two were about to clash, 2 shadow ninjas appeared and knocked James out cold. I expressed my sincerity to Njobu and asked for the whereabouts or contact information of Ulysses Claw. 10 minutes later, Njobu left with his son, and I had changed the fate of him being killed by the king of Wakanda. Afterward, I took Tina in my pickup truck from a high-end hotel in Oakland. Tina asked where we were going, and I apologized for disturbing her rest. In truth, I was feeling the thrill of playing the role of Mr. and Mrs. Smith, not revealing to her that I had been aware of her surveillance and that I had thrown away the listening device. San Francisco and Oakland are separated by a strait, and 3 hours later, a small two-story house in San Francisco appeared before us. I instructed Tina to keep an eye on the house and inform me of any developments, then lay back to rest. Tina hesitated for a moment, reached into her pocket, and sent a text message through her phone. Meanwhile, outside the car, 8 shadows charged toward the second floor of the small house. I stood in the small two-story apartment, watching Ulysses Claw sprawled on the bed, wearing only a pair of shorts and snoring loudly. I was contemplating whether to take action myself or let the shadow ninjas handle it. 10 minutes earlier, the ninjas had scouted the apartment, and I was in luck. Claw happened to be at this hideout, surrounded by only 3 subordinates. Without hesitation, I pulled Tina along and barged in. Tina seemed a bit uncomfortable with the idea of breaking into someone else's residence, and she quietly asked if this was the suspect we were supposed to capture. I suggested she could wait in the car until I was done, but Tina shook her head, wanting to stay. After all, it was a rare opportunity to witness me catch a fugitive. I smiled and told her to stay quiet, no matter what she saw, and she solemnly agreed. I didn't say much more. With a wave of my hand, for shadows piled up beside Claw's bed, transforming into shadow ninjas with glowing eyes under Tina's astonished gaze. Tina quickly covered her mouth, looking at me in fear. Ignoring her reaction, I turned on the light and stepped forward, delivering a hard slap to Claw's face. He woke up just as he was about to get up, only to have 2 gleaming daggers pointed at his head, causing him to quiet down immediately. His face twitched in fear and confusion as he looked at us, wondering if we were from the police, FBI, or CIA. Claw, bold yet naive, regained his composure after a few seconds and arrogantly spread his arms back, striking a pose. Seeing him still acting cocky, I walked up and slapped him 10 times, finally making him beg for mercy. I even smiled and cared for him, suggesting he change his ways so he might keep his arm when he meets Ultron. Tina looked utterly confused, not understanding what we were talking about. I ordered Claw to stand up, and his hairy body resembled a white gorilla as he stood before me, with the 4 shadow ninjas holding their katanas at various angles around him. I approached Claw, expressionless, and asked him where the vibranium from Wakanda was, extending my hand to take the katana offered by a ninja, gently stroking its blade. Claw asked if I was Wakandan, but I didn't answer. Instead, I swung the blade and severed his right arm. He screamed as blood splattered across the walls, and when he tried to struggle, the shadow ninjas held him down. I warned him to count to 3 and think about whether he wanted to keep the other arm. Claw quickly begged for mercy. Following this, I went with Claw to the basement, which was filled with various light and heavy weapons. Claw pressed a button in front of a cabinet, and it slid into the wall, revealing a translucent glass cover rising from the floor, showcasing dozens of glowing blue vibranium rods. Claw took one and handed it to me, saying that this was all that was left, as he had sold some. I accepted the thick glass tube, admiring the vibranium inside that shimmered with a ghostly glow. I was elated, knowing how valuable it was. I praised Claw for his cleverness and instructed the shadow ninjas to pack 15 rods of vibranium into a box. Claw's face twitched, and I couldn't tell if it was from pain or sorrow over the vibranium. At that moment, Tina couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked if this was Wakandan vibranium. I didn't hide it and told her that this vibranium came from the Wakandan kingdom in Central Africa, thanking Claw for allowing me to obtain it. Tina then inquired about the uses of vibranium, and I demonstrated, saying it was the hardest metal on Earth, worth hundreds of times more than gold, having fallen to the African continent from outer space 2.5 million years ago. Claw and Tina looked puzzled, feeling that my knowledge of Wakanda and vibranium was quite mysterious. Tina asked how I planned to deal with the vibranium, and looking at her, I gently kissed her forehead, saying with deep affection that I would sell it for money and support her from then on, so she wouldn't have to struggle as an agent anymore. Tina was stunned into silence. Suddenly, Tina's long leg came crashing toward my precious area in 2 seconds. I was prepared, lightly laughing as I pressed my arm down to block her knee strike, teasing, "Tina, how ruthless. Even if you don't use it, you can't just ruin it. Besides, it brought you so many wonderful memories." Seeing that she couldn't get the upper hand, Tina leaned back and pushed off with her right hand, retreating toward the basement exit, only 5 steps away. Feeling that I was too mysterious and surrounded by strange ninjas, she realized she stood no chance and prepared to make a desperate escape. I snapped my fingers, and a shadow ninja instantly appeared, punching Tina hard enough to almost knock the breath out of her. As Tina struggled to get up, her face serious, she asked me when I had discovered her true identity. I put away my smile and calmly pointed out her flaws as an operative, asking her which organization she belonged to. After a few seconds of silence, Tina admitted that she was an operative from the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics, sent to gather information on me and meant no harm. When I heard it was S.H.I.E.L.D, I couldn't help but chuckle. At that moment, a dull thud echoed. It turned out Claw had tried to grab a gun while we were at odds, only to be knocked out by a shadow ninja. I continued pressing her for who sent her, and Tina asked if I would let her go after she answered. I pointed to the box on the ground, saying she should quit being an operative, and I would take care of her. Tina refused, insisting she couldn't betray her organization. My eyes narrowed as I pressed her again, and Tina finally revealed that her superior was a man named S.H.I.E.L.D. I confirmed it was the bespectacled bald guy, and she was surprised that I knew S.H.I.E.L.D, asking about my identity and who the shadow ninjas were. I fixed my gaze on her and asked when she had joined Hydra. Her pupils dilated and then returned to normal, a change that I caught. I stopped her from speaking, speculating that they must have learned about me from the Winter Soldier, giving her one last chance to sever her ties with Hydra, or I would hand her over to S.H.I.E.L.D and expose her identity. Despairing and with a bitter smile, Tina finally regained her composure and said, "Hail Hydra." Just as I processed her words, she bit down on a poison capsule hidden in her teeth, blood frothing from the corners of her mouth as she collapsed softly into my arms, her eyes losing their light. I heavily laid her down, the joy of obtaining vibranium fading away as I hadn't expected her to be so resolute. I mournfully arranged her hair, sighing at how effective Hydra's manipulation of people's hearts was. 2 hours later, it was early morning, and I stood on a desolate beach in San Francisco, gazing at a nearby graveyard as I lit a cigar. I regretted not concealing my identity when I stole the super soldier serum. Now, S.H.I.E.L.D had practically become a Hydra base, and with them monitoring me, troubles were bound to arise. My own strength was mediocre, and I worried about encountering danger. I silently thought system, and the system screen appeared. The Marvel Sacrifice system displayed that I was the host, Qin Ge, with a lifespan of 6 years, and my skill was summoning 10 Niga Shadow Ninjas, with the sacrificial item being Ulysses Claw's right arm. The system task had been completed. The system inquired if I wanted to make the sacrifice, and I replied, yes. Claw's right arm vanished, and a lottery wheel appeared, the task completed in blank, while my lifespan increased to 8 years. I asked the system why the increased lifespan value was different, and it explained that it was assessed based on task difficulty and plot relevance. Not wanting to dwell on it, I looked at the lottery wheel, which had prizes like Blake's Wig Anaerobic Survival Dad's Collection Earth Burrowing Super Defense Soil Excavation Bull Talisman from the 12 Talismans Increase 5 Blade Ninjas True's Belt. Seeing the Bull Talisman and the Blade Ninjas from Jackie Chan Adventures excited me greatly. The Bull Talisman grants the user at least a 300-fold increase in strength, which grows with the user's own power. A grown man wearing it could boost his strength to nearly 20 tons, truly superhero level. The Blade Ninjas ranked in the top 3 for combat power within the Shadow Troop and had almost wiped out the Dragon team. I calmed my excitement slightly and slowly commanded, "Draw." The pointer on the wheel began to spin rapidly. "Host, the prize has been issued. Please check." Hearing the system prompt, I excitedly swung my fist down and shouted, "Nice," with joy radiating from my face. This time, my lottery draw was truly a wish come true. After over a decade of buying lottery tickets in my previous life without winning a prize, today I hit the jackpot. The black pointer landed on the best prize on the wheel, the Bull Talisman. As the system's voice faded, the circular Bull Talisman appeared before my forehead, hovering for 2 seconds before transforming into a streak of light that shot toward my chest. I quickly pulled open my shirt, and a coin-sized circular Bull Talisman imprint appeared on my chest, before vanishing from sight. Immediately, a warm current poured down from the top of my head, spreading throughout my body. I could hear the sound of my joints popping, crack, 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 and with a loud bang, the button on my jeans flew off, while the muscles on my arms visibly bulked up. Not only that, but my height also changed. After getting out of the car, I realized I had shot up from about 1.75 meters to nearly 1.9 meters. My muscles stretched my clothes tight, making my sleeves and pant legs right up, leaving large patches of skin exposed. I looked like a giant muscle-bound figure. But none of that mattered. I excitedly swung my fists in front of me, producing a deep whooshing sound. The 300-fold increase in strength made me feel an overwhelming surge of power, like a tidal wave crashing through me. I pressed both palms against the side of the SUV and, with a low shout of go, the 2-ton vehicle was pushed over 2 meters like a toy, leaving clear furrows in the sand. I clenched my fists in excitement, thinking that in terms of strength, I should be able to match the Winter Soldier, Bucky. If I could one day obtain the physical attributes of one of the 8 demons, like Bogan, I might even surpass Thanos in pure strength. The next day, I was speeding down a straight highway in a brand new Ford SUV that I had taken from the arms dealer Claw. Dressed in a black pilot's jacket and fitted jeans, with short black hair and large sunglasses, I radiated a strong masculine aura. Ever since absorbing the Bull Talisman and becoming a muscle-bound powerhouse, I had grown fond of this outfit, feeling like a future warrior played by Schwarzenegger in my past life. As I drove, I hummed Ride My Little Motorcycle, Take You to See the Never-Setting Sun, a divine song that didn't exist in this world. In the passenger seat, a black travel suitcase contained the 12 tubes of Wakandan vibranium I had acquired from Claw. I planned to cash in some of the vibranium and, like Iron Man, buy a standalone villa in a place with coconut groves and white sands facing the ocean. After completing my tasks, I could throw a bikini party. Just thinking about it felt perfect. With that thought, my muscles trembled with excitement, and the SUV roared forward. To me, the 8-cylinder engine felt a bit weak. Late at night, I came across a lonely gas station beside the road. As I parked to refuel, a tall beauty in a gas station uniform approached and greeted me. "Hi, you must have been driving for a long time. Would you like to take a break? We have rooms here, and hot water is available 24/7. At first, I didn't pay much attention, but one glance at her beautiful, youthful face made me remember someone, S.H.I.E.L.D. agent Maria Hill. She was one of Director Fury's most capable assistants later on and a beauty in S.H.I.E.L.D. Unlike the fiery Black Widow Natasha or the seductive Scarlet Witch, Maria, who had been the deputy director of S.H.I.E.L.D., exuded a sharp and competent demeanor. After Captain Steve Rogers dismantled S.H.I.E.L.D., she had gone to work for Stark Industries to evade the Department of Defense's investigations, but I suspected that was just a cover. She was likely still working for the hidden S.H.I.E.L.D. and the egg-headed director. "Hi, sir, are you okay?" Hill's voice pulled me from my thoughts, and I instantly smiled. "Oh, beautiful lady, I apologize, you're so stunning that I almost got blinded. Spending time with someone as lovely as you would surely invigorate me." Upon hearing this, Hill's face broke into a soft smile, her slightly shy demeanor portrayed convincingly. The moment I saw Hill, I knew that S.H.I.E.L.D., or more accurately, Hydra, had come looking for me. Originally, I planned to head to Washington to contact Nick Fury and sell the vibranium to S.H.I.E.L.D., but it was clear now that Hydra wouldn't let me have my way. I was certain that only a few people in S.H.I.E.L.D. knew about this operation, and they would do everything to keep my secrets from leaking, otherwise, Bucky's identity would be exposed. This agent, Hill, might also be a victim of Hydra. She probably had just joined S.H.I.E.L.D. and was being manipulated by them. Now, Director Pierce could easily commandeer a rookie agent. As I followed Hill's swaying hips toward the guest room section behind the gas station, I quickly thought through the situation and instantly understood their objective: murder and theft of the serum. However, they still didn't know that I had over 100 kilograms of Wakandan vibranium on hand. After closing the door, I quickly turned on the lights and drew the curtains, pulling out my travel bag and putting on a heavy bulletproof vest, securely fastening the black suitcase containing the Wakandan vibranium to my back. Then I switched on the TV and cranked up the volume to maximum before heading into the bathroom. I reached out, and a shadow ninja handed me a sharp katana. With a swift motion, I sliced a door-sized opening in the bathroom wall. Taking a deep breath, I stepped through the hole into the adjacent guest room, pressing against the wall as I peered through the curtain slits, using the faint moonlight to observe outside. Time ticked by 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 30 minutes, until finally, 15 fully armed figures appeared in the distance, silently surrounding the room with their assault rifles in an attack formation. I recognized them as the Rapid Response Special Forces of S.H.I.E.L.D., and among them was a familiar face, Crossbones, Brock Rumlow, a seasoned S.H.I.E.L.D. agent and a key operative of Hydra's leader, Pierce, though he often came up short against Captain Steve. Through the slits, I watched as Crossbones directed his men. Suddenly, 3 flashbangs were thrown through the broken glass into the guest room, and Crossbones kicked the wooden door in. With a series of urgent commands, he led 8 Special Forces operatives into the room, clearly intent on capturing me alive. From the next room, I heard Crossbones' low exclamation of surprise. I held my breath and clenched my fists, knowing that a Special Forces operative was on guard behind the door. Without hesitation, I raised my fist and smashed it against the door, using the noise to my advantage. I pressed my hand against the opponent's bulletproof helmet, shoving him through the door and into the room. Outside, someone exclaimed that I was in the adjacent room, and I stomped my foot down on the chest of the operative I had pulled in, sending him flying out like a cannonball. I didn't pause. I bent my back and slammed into the wall of the former guest room, breaking through and creating a human-sized hole. Unfortunately for one Special Forces operative, he happened to be right in my path, and I collided with him like a heavy truck, smashing through the wall and into another guest room. In that room, 7 Special Forces operatives were crowded together. As I charged in, one operative raised his gun, and I grasped the barrel, causing the chamber to explode, shrapnel embedding into his face. Crossbones shouted, "Spread out!" But I wouldn't give him that chance. I drove my shoulder into the chest of one operative and charged at 3 others. 2 operatives reacted quickly, but one was a fraction too slow and took a knee to the chest, shattering his sternum and spraying blood. With the body atop me, I crashed into the remaining 2 operatives. As Crossbones witnessed this scene, he barked orders, raising his gun to aim at me. I discarded the body and barrel through another wall, escaping toward another room. In a blink, 2 operatives were dead, and one was injured. Seeing my destructive capabilities, Crossbones dared not linger. He and his team retreated to an open area outside, ordering, "Open fire." Dozens of assault rifles erupted with flames, unleashing a torrent of bullets toward the guest room I occupied. Hill, over the earpiece, inquired if support was needed, but Crossbones refused and yanked out the earpiece. He then sent 4 operatives to surround the guest room, and by now, the wooden structure had been riddled with holes like a beehive. Peering through the slits, I watched as the approaching operatives grazed my arm with stray bullets, leaving a trail of blood. After all, I didn't possess Hulk-level defenses. At that moment, Crossbones called out from outside, trying to persuade me to surrender, promising safety if I handed over what I had and joined them. I thought to myself that Hydra must have mistaken the Shadow Ninjas for my subordinates, and this guy was trying to confirm my status and location. Though my combat experience and fighting skills were not on par with Crossbones, having spent years as a bounty hunter, I certainly wouldn't fall for his tricks. With a wave of my right hand, 4 shurikens shot out from the shadows, striking 4 Special Forces operatives outside, killing 2 and injuring 2. Gunfire erupted again as the room was swept with bullets. When 2 operatives attempted to rescue their fallen comrades, I launched 2 more shurikens. This time, they were ready and managed to dodge. As the standoff continued, an SUV barreled toward us, positioning itself between the guest room and the injured operatives. I heard a sharp voice shout, "Get in the car!" It turned out Agent Hill had driven up to block the path of the shurikens, seeing that the S.H.I.E.L.D. Special Forces were pinned down by them. Seeing this situation, I held back the shadow assassins from attacking. After a moment of thought, I waved my hand, and 10 shurikens shot out, gleaming as they flew toward Crossbones and his team. The Special Forces operatives quickly shifted positions in response to the noise, and while they were caught off guard, I crashed through the broken door and sprinted toward the SUV, my legs propelling me forward like an arrow. I crouched down, shoulders lowered, and slammed into the SUV. With a thunderous crash, the vehicle lifted off the ground, flipping twice before crashing heavily back down. This violent scene left Crossbones and his crew stunned. They had never encountered someone with strength greater than the Winter Soldier, Bucky. As they were momentarily dazed, I punched through the bulletproof glass and grabbed Hill by the neck, yanking her out of the driver's seat. The remaining 8 Special Forces operatives immediately raised their assault rifles, forming a semicircle around me, while I held Hill hostage, my left arm wrapped around her neck and my right hand pressing a Colt pistol against her temple, firmly pressed against her back. Hill's devilish figure elicited a reaction from me, but she quickly regained her composure, her eyes blazing with anger, though she couldn't move with the gun aimed at her head. I leaned my face close to her neck, whispering softly in her ear, "Agent Hill, don't worry. You're in for a good show. You'll discover that S.H.I.E.L.D. is far more interesting than you think." He. These words made Hill's eyes widen, and just as she was about to turn her head, I added, No, Hill, just be a normal hostage. The answers will reveal themselves soon." For a moment, Hill was thrown into confusion, my words clouding her thoughts and causing her to forget the danger she was in. Across the room, about 10 meters away, Crossbones, Rumlow, glared at Hill, frowning as he calmly commanded me to hand over what I had and join them, or else this would be my grave. I scoffed, wondering if S.H.I.E.L.D.'s security chief, Mitchell, or Director Pierce had sent them. Rumlow's expression changed as he suspiciously glanced at Hill, asking if she had told me anything. Just as Hill was about to speak, I tightened my grip around her neck. I mockingly taunted Rumlow, pointing out that he was a Hydra member, teasing him about Pierce winning the Nobel Peace Prize being quite amusing. As soon as I said that, I could feel Hill stiffen beside me while Rumlow's eyes narrowed, shouting, "Kill them!" But, as expected, the gunfire didn't follow. Instead, the sound of blades slicing through the air filled the room. Hill watched in horror as 7 Special Forces operatives were suddenly ambushed by oddly dressed ninjas, their throats slit before they could react, collapsing to the ground, blood gushing. True to his reputation as a Special Forces captain, Crossbones reacted swiftly, using his assault rifle to block a ninja's deadly strike and engaging in hand-to-hand combat with the ninja. He wrapped the rifle sling around the katana, then drew a tactical dagger, slicing at the ninja's abdomen. The ninja dodged the dagger but could not escape his precise shot, exploding into a cloud of black mist. While I was impressed by Rumlow's combat skills, I suddenly realized he had turned his gun toward me and Hill, aiming to fire. I quickly spun around, shielding Hill with my body and turning my back to Rumlow. At that critical moment, 5 shadow ninjas appeared behind me, taking the bullets and exploding into black mist. I shouted, "You're pretty impressive," as I turned to see Rumlow fleeing toward the gas station. I ordered, "Capture him," and 10 shadow ninjas appeared again, leaping through the shadows like dark elves in pursuit. Rumlow fired his gun as he ran, but this time the shadow ninjas didn't give him a chance. 10 bright flashes passed, and Rumlow was hit by 5 shurikens in each leg, causing him to collapse to the ground. Before he could struggle back to his feet, 2 katana blades were pressed against his neck, and the ninjas dragged him before me. I quickly added, "But you should focus on surviving right now, not asking questions about my abilities. Trust me, when the time comes, you'll learn everything you need to know." Hill frowned, clearly frustrated but also intrigued by the mystery surrounding me. She was a trained agent, and her curiosity was getting the better of her. As I drove through the night, I could see her processing everything: the revelation about Hydra infiltrating S.H.I.E.L.D, the death of Rumlow, and the danger that loomed over her. "Qin," she said finally, her voice steadying, "if what you say is true, we need to act fast. Hydra won't stop hunting us." I nodded, appreciating her resolve. "Agreed. We need to regroup and figure out our next move. But first, we need to get as far away from here as possible." The SUV sped down the empty highway, the headlights illuminating the dark road ahead. Hill glanced at me, her expression a mix of fear and determination. "You're not just a bounty hunter, are you? There's something more to you." I smirked, keeping my focus on the road. "Let's just say I have my own agenda, and it doesn't align with Hydra or S.H.I.E.L.D. But for now, we're on the same side." We drove in silence for a while, the tension in the vehicle palpable. I could feel Hill's eyes on me, assessing, trying to piece together the puzzle that was me. Finally, she broke the silence again. "What do you want from all of this? What's your end goal?" I turned my head slightly, catching her gaze. "Survival, power, and maybe a little revenge. But like I said, that's my business." Hill leaned back in her seat, clearly contemplating her next move. "I can help you, you know. If you give me the chance." I raised an eyebrow. "And why would I do that? You're still S.H.I.E.L.D. You could turn on me at any moment." "Because I want to know the truth," she replied earnestly. "If Hydra is as deep in S.H.I.E.L.D. as you say, then I need to know who I can trust." I considered her words carefully. "All right, but trust is earned, not given. You'll have to prove yourself, starting now." As we continued our drive into the night, I felt a strange sense of camaraderie forming between us. We were both fighting against a common enemy, albeit for different reasons. In this dangerous game of shadows, I realized that having a partner, even a complicated one like Hill, could be beneficial. After all, the more allies I had, the better my chances of surviving the chaos that was about to unfold. In a high-rise hotel in the Big Apple, I lounged in a recliner, enjoying a full-body massage from the Shadow Ninjas. They were taking care of everything, kneading my legs, rubbing my waist, serving tea, and lighting cigarettes. The service was impeccable, and best of all, it was free. If only they were lovely ladies, it would have been perfect if I could summon female ninjas instead. I couldn't help but complain about Terra. I summoned the system and asked whether using the powers of the 8 great demons would result in being corrupted by dark magic. The system assured me that it had erased the influence of such magic on my thoughts, which relieved me. After all, I didn't want to become a major villain. Superheroes have the protagonist's halo, and I might not be able to handle them. I continued chatting with the system about what kind of person I wanted to become. I mentioned that I didn't want to be a superhero like Steve Rogers. I preferred Tony Stark, who enjoyed life around the world while saving the planet on the side. The system confirmed that as long as I completed my tasks, it wouldn't interfere with my actions, which put my mind at ease as I resumed my spa treatment. Just then, there was a loud knock at the door. Hill walked in and immediately asked about the Winter Soldier, Bucky. She was wearing tight jeans and a fitted t-shirt, and her enticing walk went unnoticed by me until she realized I was only in a bathrobe. Her face turned awkward as she quickly looked out the window. I sighed, knowing she was asking for the 3rd time. I told her seriously that Hydra's influence was vast and had infiltrated many systems in the US, yesterday's incident at the gas station was proof of that. I warned her that if she appeared, she would be in danger and advised her not to contact her colleagues. I gave her two choices, either stay with me to gather information on Hydra or leave, with no debts between us. Hill seemed torn, and the room fell silent. That night, I found myself on a secluded beach at the skateboard park in the Big Apple, gazing at the brightly lit JFK airport while smoking a cigar. Suddenly, a low voice from the nearby bushes interrupted my thoughts. I turned to see a black man in a gray long coat, looking serious and more like a gangster than anything else. It was Nick Fury, the future director of S.H.I.E.L.D., with both eyes intact and curly short hair, missing his trademark eye patch and the egghead, making him seem less imposing. Fury asked how I knew his phone number. I had already learned of his arrival through the Shadow Ninjas. I calmly replied that I got it from someone in S.H.I.E.L.D. but wouldn't disclose who it was, suggesting that I wanted to make a deal. After everything that had happened, I no longer felt excitement at meeting these Marvel celebrities. I saw them merely as potential collaborators. Fury insisted on knowing who had provided the number, and I shrugged, saying I wasn't going to discuss it, lifting my bag and preparing to leave. After a few steps, Fury called out to me, saying he wanted to see the goods first. A smile crept onto my face. Nick Fury was indeed a master negotiator, but this time, I wouldn't let him control the tempo. Right in front of him, I unzipped the bag and pulled out a tube of vibranium glowing with a blue light, stepping closer to him and asking, "Do you recognize this?" The vibranium emitting a faint blue glow caught Fury's attention. He widened his eyes and asked uncertainly, "Is this vibranium?" I nodded in response, "That's right." "So, what do you think, Fury? Is S.H.I.E.L.D. interested in this stuff?" It didn't surprise me that Fury recognized vibranium. After all, he was the director of the US division of S.H.I.E.L.D. and had access to information about it. Fury immediately expressed that S.H.I.E.L.D. wanted it all and inquired about the source of the vibranium. I had initially planned to sell it on the black market, but I found that too troublesome and feared being tracked. Selling it to S.H.I.E.L.D. would allow me to offload the trouble onto them. I didn't want to end up like Claw, who was wanted. After some thought, selling to S.H.I.E.L.D., backed by the US, seemed the most suitable option, as I wouldn't have to worry about being hunted by Wakanda or other organizations. I handed Fury my bank card, stating that each gram of vibranium was worth $8,000, and he had 10 kilograms, so he could just calculate the payment. Fury frowned, stating that mobilizing that much money at the moment would be difficult, suggesting that he could settle it within a month at the latest. I chuckled nonchalantly, saying that for Captain Steve's sake, I would allow him to pay in installments. Fury looked puzzled and asked what Captain Steve had to do with this. It suddenly hit me that it would be nearly 20 years before Steve was discovered, and I had no idea where he was frozen. I couldn't exactly resurrect him. I had to self-deprecate and call it a slip of the tongue, warning Fury not to spread the word, or he could forget about getting any vibranium from me again. Fury coldly asked if I wasn't afraid of S.H.I.E.L.D. causing trouble for me. I didn't respond. Instead, I picked up a pebble and crushed it in front of him. I seriously told him not to threaten me. My abilities exceeded his imagination, and I had goodwill toward him, so he shouldn't wear down my favor. Suddenly, I threw a powerful punch at the empty space to my right, the sound of my fist cutting through the air creating a dull whoosh. Just as my fist was halfway through its swing, the air in front of me shimmered, revealing a 2 square meter space with honeycomb patterns glowing, and a figure in a leopard-patterned bodysuit and helmet appeared, also throwing a punch at me. Our fists collided, releasing a powerful shockwave that flattened the surrounding grass, causing both of us to stagger back a few steps. Fury quickly retreated, drawing his gun and aiming it at the masked figure. I quietly shouted, "Chaka." Fury asked who he was, and I glared at Chaka, saying, "The King of Wakanda, right? Am I correct? King Chaka?" Chaka confirmed his identity, adding that sending Killmonger was a mistake. He waved his hand, and 5 blue beams shot down from the sky, revealing 5 Dora Milaje warriors behind him, each armed with dark gold spears pointed at me in fury. I looked up and noticed 4 faint blue halos 30 meters above Wakandan aircraft hovering above us. Fury aimed his pistol at Chaka, accusing him of violating international rules and committing an act of aggression. Chaka asked who Fury was, and Fury introduced himself, demanding that Chaka lower his weapons and come with him. Chaka replied that he was looking for me and that it was none of Fury's business. With a wave of his hand, 2 Dora Milaje launched their spears, glowing blue. Fury fired at Chaka, but the bullet merely sparked off him, while one of the energy blasts struck Fury, causing him to fall to the ground, 2 Dora Milaje swiftly closing in with their spears aimed at his throat. I didn't intervene. I didn't believe Chaka would dare kill a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, as it would lead Wakanda into war with the US. Sure enough, Chaka only incapacitated Fury temporarily. Then, he turned his attention to me, asking in an unfriendly tone, "Tell me your name, and what your relationship is with Killmonger and that filthy thief, Claw." On the beach, Chaka caught up to me, and I openly admitted to buying vibranium from Claw. I was curious how he had found me, especially since this was the first time I was showcasing the vibranium in front of Fury after snatching it from Claw. Had Claw and Killmonger somehow been captured? Chaka claimed that every Wakandan king could communicate telepathically with vibranium, suggesting that the vibranium in my bag had guided him to me. I interrupted him skeptically, pointing out that Claw had used shielding equipment to conceal the vibranium. If he could sense it, he should have caught Claw long ago. Chaka insisted he wasn't lying, so I quickly opened my bag to check. I discovered that the glass tube containing the vibranium had tiny cracks and dents, realizing that it must have been hit during the gunfire at the gas station battle, which caused the shielding to fail and drew him in. I informed Chaka that I had bought the vibranium for $10,000 per gram. He replied that it was stolen by Claw from Wakanda, but he was willing to compensate me and extend goodwill, otherwise, I would become an enemy of Wakanda. As king, he was demonstrating rare patience, especially since I had not only seen through his hidden methods but also outmatched him in strength. But I wasn't buying that. I was a bounty hunter and wouldn't be threatened by him. I shot back that he could either buy the vibranium or come to take it, warning him that if they didn't all take the heart-shaped herb, I would definitely seek justice. My words enraged Chaka, and in an instant, he appeared beside me, his fingertips extending into vibranium claws. The speed was so fast I could barely catch the movement. Fortunately, I was prepared and quickly summoned 5 shadow ninjas. 3 of them attacked him while 2 positioned themselves between us. However, Chaka's vibranium claws pierced through the 2 shadow ninjas, causing them to dissolve into black mist, leaving both him and Fury stunned by the bizarre scene. The remaining 3 shadow ninjas slashed at Chaka, but their swords couldn't penetrate his defenses. Seizing the moment of his distraction, I quickly put some distance between us. Realizing what was happening, Chaka ordered his royal guards, the Dora Milaje, to capture me. 5 of them pointed their spears at me, the tips glowing blue. Just then, 5 more shadow ninjas appeared from the void, cutting off the arms of the Dora Milaje in a gruesome display. Chaka completely lost his composure and lunged at me, his claws aiming for my throat. In a critical moment, 3 shadow ninjas appeared between us again, raising their blades to strike Chaka. But with a swift motion, Chaka's vibranium claws sliced through the shadow ninjas' bodies. I knew I had to act quickly. This confrontation was escalating, and I couldn't afford to underestimate Chaka, especially not in a fight where the stakes were life and death. I seized the opportunity and sent one shadow ninja leaping like a giant grasshopper to strike Chaka from behind, aiming the katana directly at his helmet. With a loud clang, sparks flew, and Chaka let out a furious roar. As the king of Wakanda, being subjected to such humiliation infuriated him. Although the damage was minimal, the insult was severe. I watched as his claws shot upward, piercing the ribcage of the shadow ninja. At that moment, I sprang into action. I had been waiting for this chance, leveraging the shadow ninja's immortality and the ability to summon them infinitely to create an opening for T'Challa. With Chaka focused on the ninja above, his chest was completely exposed and unguarded. I had been anticipating this moment, and with a powerful punch, I struck his chest with a swift, whistling blow. With a loud thud, Chaka flew backward like a cannonball, rolling across the grass and leaving a 20-meter-long impression. As the scene quieted down, Chaka struggled to get up but fell to the ground twice in a row. I gestured for 3 shadow ninjas to rush toward him. I intended to hold him captive. Wakanda was incredibly wealthy, and I was curious to see how much they would be willing to pay to reclaim their king. However, my plan was thwarted when a skyship shot down 5 beams of blue light, each as thick as a person, directly pulling Chaka and the 5 armless Dora Milaje into the ship. The vessel roared as it transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the sky. I looked up and let out a long sigh that had been dangerously intense, and I had underestimated these superhuman beings. In the films, they didn't seem that formidable, but facing them in combat revealed that ordinary people were no match for them. Even someone like Chaka, who wasn't considered top tier among superhumans, would be a challenge. If it were Hulk or Thor, I could only expect to be utterly beaten. Thinking of this made me look forward to my system tasks, but there hadn't been any updates or new tasks released in the past half-month. Just then, Fury's voice came from behind me, saying he thought my abilities could be utilized in more ways and wanted to discuss it with me. I shot him a glance. I was all too familiar with that look of his. This drama king was just missing an Oscar, having charmed countless superheroes into joining the Avengers, and now he was clearly trying to recruit me. I wouldn't fall for his ploy. I directly told him to wire the down payment to my account by tomorrow, and we could talk further once the money was in. With that, I picked up my bag and walked into the darkness, leaving him standing on the beach in disarray. The next morning in the high-rise hotel in the Big Apple, Fury came looking for me. I pointed at the clock on the wall, complaining about his timing. He brushed it off, stating he was more concerned with combating crime and maintaining world peace, and pushed a briefcase toward me. He began to introduce my background, lamenting that I was wasting my talents as a bounty hunter. I didn't respond. Instead, I opened the briefcase to find a check for $100 million from Citibank. Holding the check, I joked that as an outsider, I just wanted to experience financial freedom and had no interest in S.H.I.E.L.D. affairs. However, I would offer assistance for a fee, given the money involved. Fury launched into a long-winded explanation, but I cut him off. I told him that many superhumans would emerge in the future, individuals as powerful as Chaka, along with those who possessed immense strength, magic, aliens, and various other types. All these beings would eventually gather around him, but I would not be one of them. Fury didn't understand how I knew this and stared at me intently. I said this was confidential and asked him not to disturb me, as I just wanted to be a wealthy recluse. Yet, Fury insisted that being a recluse was a waste of my abilities. I helplessly replied that he had a point, but if he had something good, I would remember him. With that, I made an excuse about needing to take a nap to send him on his way. Fury's lips twitched, likely thinking my excuse was pathetic. Fury ultimately had no choice but to leave in frustration. Last night's sudden attack by Chaka had sparked a sense of caution within Qin Ge. If he intervened too much in the Marvel world's plot and the fates of its characters, the future Marvel universe might become unrecognizable to him. Qin Ge had previously been able to complete system tasks easily, largely due to his familiarity with the Marvel plots and characters. Without that advantage, the system tasks might become significantly more challenging and could lead to unexpected complications. The conflict between the system tasks and the original storyline created a difficult contradiction, and the ability to complete system tasks was crucial to Qin Ge's longevity. With these concerns in mind, Qin Ge decided to inform Fury that the opposing force was no weaker than Chaka. He also resolved that from now on, unless it was a matter of life and death, he would refrain from revealing any critical information that could alter the plot and would not recklessly change the fates of Marvel characters. Unless his lifespan was sufficiently long and his strength adequately powerful. The next morning, in a branch of Citibank in the Big Apple, Qin Ge, accompanied by the bank manager, transferred $100 million into his account. Standing at the bank entrance, Qin Ge took a deep breath, looking at the bustling crowd and vehicles on the street. In that moment, he felt the world was incredibly vibrant and beautiful. Life truly was worth living. However, his expression soon changed as he remembered that he only had a mere 8 years left to live. At that moment, Qin Ge desperately craved a system task. He didn't want the tragedy of money still there, but no life left to happen to him. System. Host. Why haven't you released a task yet? You know I'm going crazy waiting to complete one. If possible, please give me more tasks. Qin Ge couldn't help but feign ignorance in front of the system. Host, please be patient, the release of tasks is based on a comprehensive evaluation. This time, the system resumed its cold demeanor. Qin Ge didn't pursue the matter further, simply nodding quietly. An hour later, in a villa area along the Hudson River in the Big Apple, a real estate agent in his 40s, with blonde hair and blue eyes, was energetically promoting a villa to Qin Ge. This villa has 3 floors, not including the basement, and features a 30-meter-long swimming pool at the back. More importantly, it's very private, with the nearest villa over 500 meters away. If you want to throw a party, it will definitely not disturb anyone. Would you like to take another look, sir? The agent was very eloquent, turning the most secluded villa into its biggest selling point. However, that was precisely what Qin Ge wanted. If I wanted to buy the surrounding 300 meters of land, how much would that cost? Qin Ge suddenly interrupted the agent's spiel. Sir, are you planning to build a house yourself? The agent was taken aback by the question. Just tell me the price, I prefer a larger space. The real estate agent immediately made a phone call to inquire. Sir, it would cost around $30 million in total. I'll buy it. By noon that day, Qin Ge had moved into the villa. Under the bright sunlight, he smoked a cigar and sipped red wine, quietly watching a team of workers setting up a 5-meter-high barbed wire fence 300 meters away. Including the villa, Qin Ge purchased all the land within a 300-meter radius and contacted a construction team to surround it with the barbed wire fence. In the Big Apple, one could truly feel the tremendous power of money. They say that Americans respect workers' rights and never force them to work overtime. But after dropping 5 times the usual price, Qin Ge found that the workers' efficiency was no worse than that of another country known for its infrastructure. By evening, the 5-meter-high circular barbed wire fence was completed. A dining table was then set up in front of the spacious entrance. 5 shadow ninjas began chopping vegetables, adding water, plating, and pouring wine, quickly preparing a hot pot meal. "Hill, isn't the hot pot delicious?" Qin Ge asked as he enjoyed the feast, looking at Hill beside him. "Qin, it's fantastic," Hill said, slurping a slice of lamb. Under Qin Ge's persuasion, Hill eventually agreed to stay by his side as an assistant. Fortunately, she was also an orphan, so there was no family to worry about. "Qin, isn't it a bit wasteful to have them do these chores?" After the meal, Hill sat in a recliner, watching the shadow ninjas clean up the dishes and tidy up. "Hill, if I only let them kill, that would be the real waste. This adds some variety to life." Qin Ge replied nonchalantly. "Qin, what can I do?" Hill asked, looking at him. After thinking for a moment, Qin Ge said, "Hill, what do you think is the most profitable? Probably starting a company, investing, or stocks. Like how Dr. Hank Pym from S.H.I.E.L.D. started Pym Technologies after resigning, he's become quite wealthy now," Hill reflected. "Hey!" Qin Ge suddenly slapped his thigh. At that moment, he remembered he could invest in stocks, just like Stark Industries and Pym Technologies were doing now. "Host, the system task has been released, please check." Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in Qin Ge's mind. Marvel Growth System ***. Host ***, Qin Ge. Lifespan ***, 8 years. Skills ***, Summon Niga Shadow Ninjas, Quantity 10, Bull Talisman. Sacrificial items ***, none. System task ***, gain the trust of the original Ant-Man, Hank Pym, and have him give you the mini T-34 tank. Hearing the system's voice, Qin Ge's spirits lifted, instantly casting aside all other emotions. A mini T-34 tank? After pondering for a moment, he realized this was the very tank that Hank Pym and his daughter Hope had used to escape when trapped at Pym Technologies. It wasn't some miniature toy, it was a World War II tank shrunk down by Pym particles. However, his brow soon furrowed. System. Host. Does Hank Pym have to willingly give it to me for the task to be considered complete? Yes, host. Any other means obtained through threats or violence will be deemed invalid. Qin Ge fell silent, constantly pondering how to approach Hank Pym. At that time, Hank Pym had fallen out with S.H.I.E.L.D. 3 years ago due to the Pym particles and had started Pym Technologies. In terms of business acumen, he was no less capable than Tony Stark, a true success story. Currently, the only thing that might be bothering Hank Pym was that his wife was still trapped in the quantum realm, and his relationship with his daughter Hope had soured due to her mother's disappearance. Although Hank Pym appeared refined, he had a strong character, otherwise, he wouldn't have broken Security Chief Mitchell's nose at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. For Qin Ge, the only challenge was how to earn Hank Pym's trust and then get him to hand over that shrunken mini-tank. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this task was genuinely difficult. Fortunately, the system hadn't set a time limit, giving him ample time to plan. Goodbye, my dear, be sure to be careful on the road. At the front of a small 2-story building in the suburbs of the Big Apple, Mr. Hank Pym's full-time driver, Loud, was preparing to say goodbye to his wife before heading to work. Don't worry, I'm a seasoned driver with 20 years of experience, Loud said with a hearty smile, and after saying this, he turned to walk towards the Mercedes in the garage. Just then, as Loud was about to step down the stairs, he suddenly felt as if his feet were firmly pressed to the ground by someone. Oh no! Be careful! With a loud thud, Loud rolled straight down 4 steps under his wife's startled exclamation and landed heavily on the concrete ground. 15 minutes later, Loud was taken to the hospital by ambulance. The unfortunate Loud had fractured his forearm. After learning of this news, Mr. Hank Pym simply made a phone call to express a few words of concern and then continued to busy himself with company affairs. The next day. Hank, the temporary driver you arranged yesterday, Jamie, was knocked unconscious this morning by a falling branch from a tree. Hank Pym, who was waiting at home for his driver, frowned slightly upon hearing his secretary's call. Okay, I understand. Let's have someone else from security come over. Who doesn't have a bad day now and then? Hank Pym didn't take this matter to heart. The third day. Hank, today, I'm afraid you're going to be late again. The new driver sent by the company yesterday was injured by a toilet and is currently in the hospital for stitches. The fourth day. Hank, the driver twisted his back last night while being too vigorous with his girlfriend and is now receiving treatment at the hospital. The fifth day. Hank. Stop, are you going to tell me that my driver has had another issue? Hank Pym interrupted his secretary with a dark expression. Well, yes, the driver was stung in that area by 2 scorpions that scurried back into his home. He's so swollen that he can't even walk. The secretary could fully sense Hank's feelings at that moment. Hank Pym suppressed his anger and said, then send someone else. Does Pym Technologies really have no other drivers available? Hank, we have drivers, but no one in the company is willing to drive for you anymore, came the hesitant voice from the other end of the phone. Today, Hank personally took a taxi and darkly appeared at Pym Technologies. The male employees of Pym Technologies tried to avoid Hank. Because everyone had spread the word that Hank was cursed, and anyone who got close to him would not end well. His wife was missing. His daughter was estranged from him. His most trusted driver, Loud, had a fractured arm. Hank Pym sensed the strange atmosphere in the company, but after investigation, his subordinates found that everything seemed to be merely pure accidents. In desperation, a recruitment advertisement for drivers at Pym Technologies appeared in the newspaper. However, the news about Pym Technologies somehow leaked out, and not a single person dared to apply. Who says that Americans don't believe in superstitions? That's ridiculous, Qin Ge muttered disdainfully as he looked at the Pym Technologies recruitment ad in his hand. The next day. Dressed in a black jacket and fitted jeans, with a determined face and sharp eyes, Qin Ge appeared in Hank Pym's office. Across from him, Hank Pym still had his golden hair and looked even younger than his image in Ant-Man. Putting down the documents in his hand, Hank Pym's gaze fell on Qin Ge. You used to be a bounty hunter, why did you choose to be a driver? Hank, wearing glasses, calmly asked Qin Ge. Hank, being a bounty hunter is too tough, and I've grown tired of a nomadic life. Although the pay for a driver is less, at least I don't have to deal with criminals anymore. Hank Pym nodded in understanding, that's true. You're a very visionary young man and have long-term plans for your life, not bad. Thank you. You are my role model, Mr. Pym. Not many people in this beautiful country can compare to you, having founded Pym Technologies all by yourself. With this compliment, Hank's face broke into a smile. In order to get close to Hank Pym and gain his trust as soon as possible, Qin Ge had to keep this original Ant-Man happy. Instantly, in Hank's eyes, Qin Ge's favorability skyrocketed. Logically, a driver wouldn't need Hank Pym to interview him personally. But due to the bizarre incidents that had happened to the Pym company drivers, Hank Pym decided to personally meet this brave one out of curiosity. Young man, Pym Technologies welcomes you. You will be driving the Mercedes downstairs from now on, and the details will be arranged by my secretary. I hope you like it here and stick with it. At that moment, the phone in Hank Pym's office rang. However, Hank did not answer the phone. Instead, he stood up and extended his right hand towards Qin Ge. Now he could no longer be picky. Looking at Qin Ge's tall and strong appearance, and knowing his experience as a bounty hunter, he decided to sign him on the spot. 20 minutes later. After signing the contract and receiving his ID badge, Qin Ge officially joined Pym Technologies as Hank's full-time driver. After completing the onboarding procedures, Qin Ge began to wander around Pym Technologies. Today, Pym Technologies was already quite large, with people coming and going, creating a busy scene. Hey, dude, I heard you're Mr. Hank's new driver? Suddenly, a four-eyed white guy approached Qin Ge and whispered. Yes, what's up? Is there a problem? Qin Ge replied casually, looking at the employee beside him. Oh, dude, you don't know about Mr. Hank's curse? Let me tell you, Mr. Hank's wife is missing, and his drivers have been having one accident after another, and... Stop, I already know all that, but I think my luck is pretty good. Do you know what I did before? Qin Ge interrupted the gossip spreader. I don't know. I'm a bounty hunter. To be honest, there are not less than 100 people who have died at my hands, and there are about 99 of them. Do you think I would be afraid of a curse? Upon hearing Qin Ge's words, the four-eyed white guy instinctively took 2 steps back, looking at the bulging muscles on Qin Ge's chest, and couldn't help but swallow hard. Alright, dude, good luck. After saying that, the four-eyed white guy quickly walked away. In the entire company. In less than a day, almost all the employees knew that a tough guy was coming to be Mr. Hank's driver. Many close colleagues quietly placed bets. They were all betting on whether this newcomer could last until the next day without an incident, and whether the Pym family's curse would continue. The next morning, Hank Pym stood at the front of his house, a hint of worry in his eyes as he frequently glanced at the intersection and checked his watch. At this moment, there were only 5 minutes until 7:30, the time he had set for his full-time driver to pick him up each day. As the last minute ticked away, a trace of disappointment appeared on Hank's face, and even he, a doctor, began to doubt whether he was truly cursed. Suddenly, a black Mercedes slowly pulled up to Hank's doorstep. Qin Ge's tall figure came into view, smiling as he said, "Mr. Hank, please get in the car." Hank was momentarily taken aback, then a smile spread across his face. "Qin, you're right on time. Today, has anything strange happened?" Hank asked uncertainly after getting into the car. "Mr. Hank, what do you mean by strange?" Qin Ge responded while driving. "Like tripping, getting knocked unconscious by a branch, or getting stung by scorpions, those kinds of unfortunate events?" Hank was eager to know the answer. Mr. Hank, are you referring to the previous driver's incidents?" "Don't worry, my luck has always been pretty good," Qin Ge replied, teasing Hank's concerns. Feeling slightly embarrassed at having his worries exposed, Hank pretended to look at the newspaper in his hands. "Well, that's good to hear. Oh, by the way, tomorrow is a day off. Could you help me pick up my daughter Hope from North County High School in the afternoon?" "Sure, Mr. Hank." Qin Ge readily agreed. Though he was not thrilled about such work, he maintained a pleasant demeanor to fulfill the system's task. After all, in his eyes, the employees who were most favored by the boss were those who complied and completed tasks without complaints. Indeed, Hank had been keeping an eye on Qin Ge out of the corner of his eye. Seeing him agree without hesitation brought a smile of relief to Hank's face, and he immediately marked Qin Ge as dependable in his mind. The Mercedes stopped at the entrance of Pym Technologies, and instantly, numerous heads popped out of windows, wide-eyed with curiosity. "Oh, it's that Qin, he's fine, ha ha ha, I won," the four-eyed white guy from the day before exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Qin Ge's tall figure next to the car put an end to the betting game. At this moment, everyone was convinced that the Pym family curse was ineffective against this new muscular man with yellow skin. In the afternoon, Qin Ge stood at the entrance of North County High School in Big Apple City. As one of the most prestigious boarding schools in the beautiful country, this expansive school was certainly not something an ordinary person could afford. The entrance was already filled with all kinds of luxury cars anxiously waiting for school to let out. As the gates opened, a group of children of varying heights chattered excitedly as they poured out. Qin Ge held a photo in his hand, continuously searching for the figure of Hank's daughter, Hope. At this time, Hope was only 12 years old, far from the bold second-generation wasp she would become an Ant-Man. A girl, at least 1.5 meters tall, dressed in loose-fitting sportswear and walking with confidence, caught Qin Ge's attention. This was Hope Van Dyne. Qin Ge approached. "Miss Hope, hello." Hope suddenly stopped, looking up at Qin Ge, her youthful face already hinting at the features she would have as an adult. "Who are you?" Hope asked with a hint of caution. "Miss Hope, I'm the driver your father sent to pick you up. Here's my ID badge," Qin Ge smiled, handing over his badge and phone. "Miss Hope, you can call to verify." Upon hearing this, Hope tossed the ID badge back to Qin Ge. "No need. Hank is very busy. If I get kidnapped by a bad guy, it'll just save him some trouble." With that, she headed straight for the car. Qin Ge shook his head with a smile. Since Hank Pym's wife had disappeared into the quantum realm, Hope's relationship with her father had soured significantly. Later on, she even teamed up with Hank's disciple, Marvel villain Darren Cross, to force Hank to relinquish his position as chairman of Pym Technologies. This was also the reason Darren was able to take control of Pym Technologies in Ant-Man. The return journey from North County High School to Big Apple City took nearly 4 hours. Along the way, Hope only stared at the comic book in her hands, without engaging in any conversation with Qin Ge. Qin Ge didn't bother to strike up a conversation either. As a single man, he wasn't inclined to direct his attention toward a minor. Just when Qin Ge thought the trip would be spent in silence, Hope's voice suddenly rang out from the back seat. "What's your name? Why didn't Mr. Loud come to pick me up?" Qin Ge sighed inwardly, thinking, this kid really has a lot on her mind, only now remembering to ask this question. "My name is Qin. Mr. Loud is in the hospital with a fractured forearm." "I'm the new driver hired by Mr. Hank," Qin Ge explained, not intending to indulge this little girl with too much chatter. What did you do before? Why are you so strong? Were you a soldier? However, perhaps feeling bored, Hope became interested in Qin Ge and even leaned forward to pinch his muscular arm. Cough, cough. Qin Ge couldn't help but cough a couple of times, surprised that a little girl had caught him off guard. But he didn't dare say anything inappropriate, as he couldn't be sure whether Hank Pym had installed listening devices in the car. He needed to maintain the image of a straightforward, hard-working, and quiet employee in front of Hank. Miss Hope, I used to be a bounty hunter. Wow! You were a bounty hunter? That's so cool. Can you tell me some interesting stories? It's quite boring on the road anyway. Hope's eyes widened with excitement. Alright, but Miss Hope, please sit tight and fasten your seatbelt. No problem, just call me Hope. I remember last year, a criminal suspect escaped to Alaska, planning to smuggle himself to Russia. I got a tip-off that this guy was on the run with his lover. All the way, Qin Ge embellished his real experiences as he told Hope stories, making her in the back seat gasp in surprise. Hi, my dear daughter, did you miss Daddy? Standing at the door, Hank smiled, opening his arms to embrace his daughter Hope. Hank, put away that fake expression of yours, your smile is too forced. Hope, just out of the car, ignored Hank's warm welcome, disdainfully ducking under his arm and walking straight into the house. Hope, isn't it hard to just call me Dad? Hank said with a hint of helplessness, addressing Hope's retreating figure. Yes, let's talk about that after you bring my mother back. Hope, you know your mother had an accident, I'm very sad too, but I still need to take care of you. Bang! However, the only response Hank received was the heavy sound of the door slamming shut. Hank glanced awkwardly at Qin Ge beside him. Qin, you know, Hope is going through a rebellious phase, she doesn't really believe what I say. Qin Ge nodded sincerely. Mr. Hank, Miss Hope will understand you. Well, I should get going. After bidding farewell to Hank, Qin Ge hurriedly got into the car and left. Hank truly had it tough. Hope's rebellious phase felt like an endless struggle. Qin, you need to wait for me for 5 minutes, okay? Sure thing, Mr. Hank, hurry up. Came Hank's loud reply from upstairs. Qin Ge's gaze was firmly fixed on the small green T-34 tank model on the table, model number 153, which had a keychain attached to it. However, Qin Ge knew very well that this was not an ordinary toy, it was the real deal. Over the past half-month, he had seen this mission item at least 5 times. He suppressed the urge to reach out and pocket it, pretending to admire it seriously instead. Suddenly, Hank's footsteps could be heard coming down the stairs, but Qin Ge made no move to turn around. Qin, are you interested in tank models? Hank finally mentioned the tank. Qin Ge pointed at the miniature tank and said, Mr. Hank, this tank is so realistic. The surface is full of that vintage feel. It looks just like a scaled-down version of a T-34. I've never seen such great detail in a model before. Hank paused for a moment, then said, Qin, you're really observant. This tank model is indeed exquisite, but we need to hurry, we're going to be late. Qin Ge reluctantly withdrew his gaze, filled with longing and admiration. In Hank Pym's eyes, Qin Ge was just a reliable, hard-working, and down-to-earth driver and employee. Their relationship hadn't progressed to the point where Hank would casually give away his prized collection, especially not a real tank. Late at night. Sierra? Upon returning home, Qin Ge found that Sierra was not there and called out. Just as he was about to summon the ghost ninja, a rapid beeping sound came from an electronic device on his waist that resembled a pager. On the small screen, a red dot was flashing rhythmically on a map and continuously moving. This was a simple location distress signal device that Qin Ge had taken from Fury to give to Sierra. Although the screen was nowhere near as detailed as some maps 20 years later, he could still discern the red dot's position. Can't you make things easier for me? Qin Ge couldn't help but curse. He had repeatedly instructed Sierra not to leave the villa, yet now he had no idea why she had gone out. The activation of this distress signal could only mean one thing: Sierra was in trouble and had sent him a message while fleeing. 1 minute later, a black SUV burst out of the villa, speeding toward the distant downtown Big Apple City. It was already around midnight, and there were far fewer cars on the highway, allowing Qin Ge to unleash the full power of the engine. Qin Ge's eyes occasionally darted to the locator in his hand, where the red dot representing Sierra was still moving along the west bank of the Hudson River. Suddenly, a piercing siren sounded from behind. Through the rearview mirror, he could clearly see a police car flashing its lights, trying to catch up with Qin Ge's SUV. Pull over and submit to a check. As the police car pulled alongside the SUV, the police officer's voice came through the loudspeaker. Pull over my ass. Qin Ge couldn't help but retort, a thought crossing his mind. For bright silver lights shot out from the SUV to the side. With two dull thuds, the nearby police car screeched to a halt as its tire was punctured by 4 shuriken thrown from the ghost ninjas, forcing the police car to stop. Qin Ge glanced at the locator in his hand and frowned. The red dot had stopped. S.H.I.E.L.D must have been trapped in one place. The situation had become even more urgent. Only Hydra would target S.H.I.E.L.D. As a rookie just joining S.H.I.E.L.D, she stood no chance against those Hydra assassins. With the screeching sound of tires, the SUV spun in a cloud of smoke and made a sharp turn onto the George Washington Bridge connecting to the Hudson River. But just 200 meters later, damn it! Qin Ge cursed again as he saw a line of police cars blocking the road ahead. At a critical moment, the police had come to join the fray. Watching the approaching police cars and officers aiming rifles from behind, Qin Ge's gaze hardened as he slammed his hands on the steering wheel. Under the watchful eyes of over 100 police officers, Qin Ge's SUV charged forward like a roaring, out-of-control beast, crashing into the guardrail on the side of the George Washington Bridge. With a loud crash, the thick guardrail shattered, sending car parts flying. The black SUV soared over the guardrail and plunged into the Hudson River. This scene stunned the police officers preparing to intercept. They never expected the occupants of the vehicle would choose such a drastic way to escape. In the air, the SUV flew over 20 meters, tracing an arc before crashing heavily into the center of the Hudson River. With a thud, a water column shot into the sky. As the SUV was about to hit the water, Qin Ge had already opened the door and jumped out toward the surface. 3 seconds later, the entire SUV disappeared into the roaring waves of the Hudson River. The river surface returned to its former calm, with only the broken guardrails to prove that something had just happened. At this point, Qin Ge had surfaced, straining to swim toward the west bank of the Hudson River. With nearly 20 tons of strength in his arms, his speed was not much faster than the fish in the water. A white line traced across the river, and 2 minutes later, he crossed the entire Hudson River. Panting, Qin Ge released his legs and ran while glancing at the locator in his hand. The red dot was still in place, and he was now less than 5 minutes away from where S.H.I.E.L.D was cornered. His legs moved rapidly, and Qin Ge sprinted with a speed that rivaled that of a car. Dog Park. On the west bank of the Hudson, a small park specifically for walking dogs. Across from the park's entrance, gunfire was continuously ringing out from an old 3-story building. However, since it was far from residential areas, the loud gunfire in the night sky went unnoticed by anyone. At this moment, S.H.I.E.L.D was drenched in cold sweat, with a 5-centimeter-long wound on her neck oozing blood. Wearing a black operational uniform, she was awkwardly hiding in the shadows on the second floor, directly facing the staircase, temporarily fending off the attacks from the mysterious assassins. Bang, bang, bang. Another 3-round burst pushed back 2 assassins who had poked their heads out. At the same time, S.H.I.E.L.D had emptied her handgun, reloading the last magazine. Taking out the final bullet from her pocket, she looked at it and loaded it back in. S.H.I.E.L.D didn't know who these 6 assassins were, but there was no doubt that only Hydra could pull off something like this. That night, S.H.I.E.L.D secretly planned to meet with a S.H.I.E.L.D colleague. However, before she could meet the person, she found herself nearly surrounded by 6 heavily armed assassins. Fortunately, S.H.I.E.L.D was sharp enough to escape the encirclement after a strenuous effort. After forcing S.H.I.E.L.D into this building, the attackers seemed in no hurry to take her down. Instead, they stood their ground, quietly confronting her. S.H.I.E.L.D, put down your weapon. We won't harm you, a low voice called out from around the corner of the hallway. Join Hydra like you? If that's what you want, then don't waste your breath. S.H.I.E.L.D agents never compromise with the enemy. S.H.I.E.L.D shouted defiantly, knowing deep down that she had little hope of survival. She had pressed the distress button on her communicator, but half an hour had passed, and there was still no response outside. S.H.I.E.L.D, join us. You can still be a S.H.I.E.L.D agent, it's just a matter of changing your allegiance, the voice continued, seemingly in no rush to attack, as if they were certain of her eventual submission. Just as S.H.I.E.L.D felt a moment of relief at the pause in their assault, a loud crash erupted from the side of the second floor. A shadow suddenly burst through the window. Bang, 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 without hesitation, S.H.I.E.L.D raised her gun and fired at the unsteady shadow. However, her eyes widened in shock as the shadow's reaction speed far exceeded her shooting speed. It moved like a nimble leopard, effortlessly dodging the dozens of bullets she fired. Damn it! In despair, seeing the shadow closing in, S.H.I.E.L.D drew her tactical knife from her leg and charged forward. Bang! The instant her wrist was caught, she realized the shadow's identity. The dim moonlight streaming in from outside illuminated the face of a woman wearing a mask that obscured half her face, with slightly curled long hair tied back, revealing cold and merciless eyes. "Shiera!" the woman softly uttered, revealing herself to be another female. Shiera quickly reacted, stepping back and crouching slightly, bringing the glinting knife down towards the woman's abdomen. However, the mysterious woman was even quicker. She leaped forward, evading Shiera's knife strike and vaulting over her, landing behind her. In an instant, she grabbed Shiera by the shoulders, and before Shiera could turn to take the next move, an immense force surged from the woman's hands, sending Shiera flying like a shot put, crashing into the wall. Boom! Shiera collided with the wall unprepared, coughing violently as she struggled to rise, feeling as if her bones might splinter. Tap, 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 the mysterious woman slowly approached Shiera, lifting her up with one hand, gradually increasing the pressure. Shiera desperately struggled, but it was futile. After a few breaths, her face turned red, her vision faded to black, and just before she lost consciousness, she vaguely heard a man's furious roar, "Bastard, let go of my girl," and then, Shiera fell into darkness. Seeing Shiera go limp in the black-clad woman's grasp, Qin Ge, who had just arrived on the second floor, was instantly filled with rage. He shouted, pushing off the ground with force, the soles of his shoes scraping against the concrete with a piercing sound as he charged toward them like a sharp arrow. Bang! The mysterious woman tossed Shiera to the ground and extended her right arm to block Qin Ge's punch aimed at her chest. It was then that Qin Ge realized this incredibly strong figure was not Bucky. In the dim light, he had thought it was Bucky attacking Shiera again. A flicker of surprise crossed Qin Ge's eyes as he noted that this was a woman, wearing a mask similar to Bucky's. Just as he was momentarily dumbfounded, the black-clad woman kneed him hard in the chest. Qin Ge pushed off with his right leg, rushing towards her chest, and she, too, threw a punch at his foot. Bang! Both sides collided in a fierce confrontation. Qin Ge took a step back, while the woman was sent flying 10 steps back by his powerful kick. "Her strength is not greater than mine." In that instant, Qin Ge made a judgment, and his confidence surged. He leaped forward, delivering a fierce hook punch toward her. Swish! The mysterious woman surprisingly crouched down, darting into Qin Ge's arms, using her hands to push off the ground and executing a scissor kick that ensnared Qin Ge's neck. The immense inertia sent him flying, crashing against the wall just like Shiera had. Fortunately, Qin Ge was strong enough to brace himself with his hands against the wall, avoiding a complete fall. However, he recognized that the woman's combat skills were far superior to his own. He had nearly been taken down with just one move. "Stop! Who are you?" Qin Ge raised his hands as he looked at the advancing black-clad woman. But she showed no interest in his question, swinging her arms, and 2 short swords appeared in her hands with a whoosh. Not far behind, 6 fully armed men with assault rifles rushed up the stairs. "Number 2, that's the bounty hunter who stole the serum and killed Rumlow. Kill him." One of the leading black-clad men barked at the mysterious woman. Indeed, Hydra's people are relentless, Qin Ge muttered under his breath as he assessed the 7 adversaries in front of him. With a flick of his right hand, he snapped his fingers, and a bright flash of steel glinted in the dim light of the second floor. Puff, 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 puff. 6 sounds of blades piercing flesh echoed as 5 of the 6 men, except for the leader, collapsed to the ground, clutching their bleeding throats. The leader lay on the ground, his arms severed, wailing in agony. At the same time, with a clang, sparks flew as the second mysterious woman reacted swiftly, blocking the lethal strike aimed at her head with her sword. However, Qin Ge wasn't about to give her another chance to shine. In an instant, 10 ghost ninjas appeared around the mysterious woman. Swish! 10 rope-like claws shot out, firmly binding her limbs. In an instant, the mysterious woman was pulled into an X shape by the 10 ghost ninjas. Recognizing the opportunity, Qin Ge's fists were charged with power, and with a deep, resonant shout, he stepped forward, executing a simple military boxing move as he brought both fists crashing down toward the mysterious woman's chest. Bang! The mysterious woman's chest suddenly caved in as if struck by a heavy hammer. Her entire body flew backward like an arrow released from its bow, and in the dim environment, blood mist could be seen spraying from her mouth, dispersing in the air. With a thud, she fell to the ground 10 meters away. The woman known as Number 2 lay quietly on the ground, unmoving, only her chest slightly rising and falling, indicating that she still clung to a thread of life. Since his last fierce battle with Chaka, Qin Ge had understood the considerable gap between his close combat skills and those of top experts. Therefore, he had been constantly training and coordinating with the ghost ninjas. Now, facing an opponent with superb fighting skills and agile footwork, he had the ghost ninjas distract her, allowing him to deliver the fatal blow. This tactic proved to be executed flawlessly against number 2, with astonishing results. That's impressive, being able to transform all that bulk into muscle. Qin Ge couldn't help but marvel at her formidable vitality. For an ordinary person, enduring Qin Ge's earlier strike would likely leave their bones and internal organs in ruins. Yet, number 2 appeared to be merely gravely injured. Qin Ge waved his hand, and 2 ghost ninjas quickly stepped forward, securely binding the mysterious woman like a rice dumpling. Take her back to the basement of the villa, and ensure no one notices. With Qin Ge's orders, the 2 ghost ninjas hoisted the mysterious woman and swiftly vanished down the stairwell. Phew, that's a relief. Qin Ge sighed as he checked Shiera's neck, feeling reassured that these Hydra agents seemed intent on capturing her alive rather than killing her. Now, tell me, what was that number 2 all about? Who exactly is she? Qin Ge approached the team leader of the Hydra agents, who was lying on the ground with both arms severed, and slowly began to question him. Help me, and I'll tell you everything I know. The pain and blood loss had rendered the white man's face pale. First, tell me about number 2, Qin Ge ignored the man's pleas. Last time, Barnes obtained 4 bags of super soldier serum from Howard Stark. Number 2 was created using that serum. The white man's words sent a jolt through Qin Ge. He remembered clearly that, according to the original Marvel storyline, the 5 super soldiers who received the serum were not perfect and could easily lose control. In desperation, Hydra had to freeze those 5 super soldiers. He hadn't expected that his appearance would inadvertently alter the fate of these 4 Hydra super soldiers. No wonder Qin Ge had never remembered such a mysterious female expert in the Hydra organization. The development of events was entirely unexpected for him. He could only silently pray that the system wouldn't issue him any more tasks related to Hydra. Currently, besides the number 2 he had just captured, there were already 4 super soldiers, including Bucky. With Qin Ge's current strength, he had no confidence in being able to face 4 super soldiers simultaneously. Are you saying you've created 4 more super soldiers? Qin Ge asked urgently. Yes, and these 4 super soldiers are even more powerful. Number 2 is the weakest among them, which is why she was sent to kidnap Agent S.H.I.E.L.D. Qin Ge fell silent for a moment before continuing to ask, how much do you know about me? How did you find out where S.H.I.E.L.D. was hiding? We only know you were a bounty hunter and that you have ninjas who can conceal themselves. As for your personal strength, we have no accurate assessment. S.H.I.E.L.D. contacted a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent named Tracy today. They graduated in the same class, and Tracy is one of ours, so we were able to track her location through the phone. The white agent knew that if he didn't get treated soon, he would bleed to death, so he spoke quickly, revealing everything he knew without hesitation. Do you know if anyone else in S.H.I.E.L.D. is aware of your activities? I now suspect that S.H.I.E.L.D. knows about Hydra, otherwise, she wouldn't be hiding. Please, help me bandage this up. The white agent's face grew increasingly pale as he begged. You're really different from the other Hydra members, aren't you supposed to be unafraid of death? Qin Ge teased as he looked at him. Please, I've told you everything I know. For God's sake, save me. The white agent began to cry softly. Qin Ge scoffed, aren't you a follower of Hydra? How can you bring God into this? Tina is already dead, what makes you think you can still live? At that moment, Qin Ge delivered a knife hand strike to the agent's throat. With a crisp sound, the man's eyes widened, and he slowly fell to the ground. Due to Tina's death, Qin Ge harbored deep resentment towards Hydra. If it weren't for the existence of the system's tasks, he would have long since stormed into S.H.I.E.L.D. and dealt with that old schemer, Pierce. Afterward, Qin Ge had the ghost ninjas handle the body, taking S.H.I.E.L.D. and disappearing into the night. At Qin Ge's villa by the Hudson River. S.H.I.E.L.D., I only know how to perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. It seems like fate, I'll just have to make a sacrifice here, Qin Ge reasoned with himself as he looked at S.H.I.E.L.D., who lay unconscious on the bed. He then leaned in closer. Whoosh! At first, the mouth-to-mouth was standard, but after just 5 breaths, the action became distorted. Zzz! Qin Ge's mouth seemed to greedily savor the moment, while his hands gently caressed her like an art piece, slow and intoxicated. Suddenly, Qin Ge paused, noticing S.H.I.E.L.D.'s large eyes slowly opening, filled with confusion as they looked at him. Hi, S.H.I.E.L.D., you're finally awake. You were unconscious for a while, and I was performing mouth-to-mouth on you. I know I'm a bit rusty at it, don't take it personally, but it seems to have worked pretty well, Qin Ge said, slowly rising and blushing slightly. Qin, did you save me? S.H.I.E.L.D. finally regained consciousness, looking around the room before asking Qin Ge. Of course, Qin Ge nodded. But why did you stick your tongue out during mouth-to-mouth? Shiera's expression was somewhat displeased. Cough, cough. Qin Ge quickly coughed twice. Well, I told you, I don't know the proper technique. Anyway, that's not important, are you alright? He hurriedly changed the subject. Fortunately, Shiera did not pursue the matter further. She simply looked deeply at Qin Ge before struggling to get out of bed. I'm fine, Qin. One of the assassins was really powerful. How did you save me? Shiera rubbed her shoulder, her eyes filled with a hint of doubt. She could still feel pain throughout her body. Qin Ge lit a cigar and slowly replied, It was nothing, it was just like when I fought against the king of Wakanda. But you were pretty foolish. I already told you that there are many Hydra agents lurking within S.H.I.E.L.D. How could you contact that Tracy? Luckily, you ran into me, otherwise, I guarantee Hydra would have 100 ways to make your life worse than death. What? Are you saying that Tracy betrayed me? Impossible. Shiera exclaimed in shock, her expression blank. Tracy and Shiera graduated from S.H.I.E.L.D. together. They were like sisters, Shiera thought to herself. She firmly believed that Tracy could never be one of Hydra's people. That night, she quietly called Tracy, intending to meet up and secretly inform her about Hydra. On one hand, she wanted her friend to protect herself, and on the other hand, she hoped to gather some insider information about S.H.I.E.L.D. What she didn't expect was to be nearly surrounded by enemies before she could even meet Tracy. Even now, she found it hard to believe that Tracy could be with Hydra. Shiera, I told you before you can't contact any of your S.H.I.E.L.D. colleagues. Did you think I was joking? Have you ever seen the power of Hydra? You nearly got yourself killed and put me in danger too. I can't believe S.H.I.E.L.D. would be so blind as to recruit you. Qin Ge exploded in anger after hearing Shiera's explanation. Shiera needed a reality check, otherwise, she wouldn't understand the malice that lurked in people's hearts. Looking at Qin Ge's furious face, tears welled up in Shiera's eyes as she stared at him blankly. Then she tightly hugged Qin Ge. I'm sorry, Qin. Who else can I trust? The strong Shiera said, unable to hold back her sobs. Qin Ge was momentarily stunned by her actions, then he embraced her back. In that moment, their feelings felt pure and unblemished. Shiera, don't be afraid. I promise I will earn your trust, now and in the future, Qin Ge whispered softly. Thank you, Qin. Upon hearing those words, Shiera's emotional dam broke, and she leaned in closer. Qin Ge was taken aback again, thinking, it seems that strong people prefer a more assertive approach. Having just gone through a life-and-death trial, Shiera urgently sought comfort, and there was no doubt that Qin Ge was the most suitable person for that. The next day. With a satisfied expression, Qin Ge leaned against the wall as he exited Shiera's bedroom. What a fiery little demon! In the bathroom, he looked at the bite marks on his neck and reflected as he accepted the towel handed to him by a ghost ninja. After getting ready, Qin Ge drove Hank's car away from the villa, continuing to play the role of his driver. Mr. Hank. Qin Ge stood by the table, pretending to admire the small tank. Qin, it seems you really love that little tank. You're an exceptionally competent driver, so I've decided to give you a gift, Hank said with a smile as he prepared to leave. Hearing this, Qin Ge's heart skipped a beat. Here it comes. He turned his gaze toward the little tank. A mini tiger tank appeared in Hank's palm. Qin, this is for you. I contacted a mini tank collector and spent $200 to buy this tiger. I think it suits you well, strong and reliable, just like you. Tears immediately filled Qin Ge's eyes. Seeing Qin Ge's excited expression, Hank patted his shoulder, saying, Qin, I hope you continue to work hard. Yesterday, the experienced driver Loud had inadvertently broken another leg while being discharged from the hospital. After hearing this news, Hank had decided to keep Qin Ge on. Only Qin Ge could combat this strange curse. Mr. Hank, I actually want to say. Just then, Hank's phone rang, interrupting Qin Ge's words. The call lasted a full half hour, leaving Qin Ge with no opportunity to speak as Hank walked into his office. Looking at the mini tiger tank in his hands, Qin Ge sighed inwardly. System. Host. System, this tiger tank is bigger, faster, and stronger. You'll definitely like it. How about we use this for the task? Host, please do not arbitrarily change the task item. By the time Qin Ge wanted to communicate with the system again, it had already stopped responding. Today was Saturday, the time to pick up Hope from school. At the entrance of North County High School, Qin Ge chewed gum, leaning against the car door, waiting idly. As the gates opened, a group of students chattered excitedly as they walked out. Bitch, you joined the cheerleading team just to attract that jerk. A sudden scream rang out. A circle of students quickly formed. Hope? Qin Ge recognized the voice belonged to little Hope. Oh, beat her up. Fight. Hope, be brave. Dozens of students began to cheer, seemingly because Hope had gotten into a dispute with a classmate. Hope, you're just jealous, you loser. Another sharp, childish voice rang out. Instantly, the noise within the circle grew louder, and it appeared that the two were now physically fighting over a boy. With a sigh, Qin Ge spat out his gum and walked toward the group of students. As both driver and bodyguard, he couldn't let Hope get hurt. Otherwise, the goodwill he had painstakingly built in Hank's eyes would vanish. With a swift gesture, Qin Ge's long arms parted the crowd of little boys. Some who were about to curse suddenly fell silent upon seeing Qin Ge, who exuded an overwhelming presence like a futuristic warrior. Hey, Hope, if you keep this up, you're going to pull all her hair out, Qin Ge said, reaching out to grasp Hope's hand, pulling her behind him. The girl Hope was fighting against was already crying from the pain of having her hair pulled. Alright, kiddo, are you okay? Qin Ge turned his gaze to the girl in front of him and comforted her. Oh, Ivanka, my sweet daughter, are you alright? Suddenly, a man's voice interrupted Qin Ge's inquiry. A portly man dressed in a white suit appeared, flanked by two tall, muscular bodyguards. Wow! Dad, Hope pulled out so much of my hair, you have to help me get revenge. The little girl cried as she ran into her father's arms, starting to complain. Thirsty. Upon seeing the blonde hair in his daughter's hand, the man's eyes flared with rage. His fierce gaze turned toward Hope, who, being just a child, was intimidated by the man's presence and clutched Qin Ge's shirt tightly. Qin Ge frowned and instinctively positioned himself to shield Hope. Hey, I'm saying they're both just kids, it's completely normal for them to have a conflict. As an adult, don't you think this is rather undignified? Qin Ge calmly addressed the hefty man. Who are you to her? Driver. You yellow-skinned monkey, you have no right to talk to me. Get out of the way, hold them down, and let their parents come. The fat man became even more arrogant upon hearing Qin Ge was just a driver. At the entrance of North County High School, dozens of onlooking students saw that the two adults seemed ready to clash, and they quickly dispersed, creating a distance of about 10 meters while their eyes gleamed with excitement, eagerly watching the confrontation unfold. Such a lively scene was truly hard to resist. Qin, let's hurry and call Hank or report this. Hope said anxiously, glancing at the two intimidating bodyguards approaching. Qin Ge smiled slightly and replied, Hope, I can't let them hurt you, otherwise, Mr. Hank would definitely fire me. Can you take on those two people? Hope asked, her face filled with concern. Don't worry, I'm just afraid they won't be sturdy enough, he said just as two large hands shot toward his shoulders like lightning. Bang! Bang! Qin Ge quickly extended his palms, catching both bodyguards' wrists with a swift motion. He turned to Hope and smiled, saying, Hope, watch out for the human bowling balls. With that, he began to spin rapidly in place. With nearly 20 tons of power behind him, the two bodyguards were unable to resist and were flung away like rag dolls. Oh! Look, Hope's bodyguard is so cool. Oh my god! The surrounding students and parents gasped in amazement at the sight. 3 spins. 5 spins. 10 spins. After 15 spins, the two bodyguards were thoroughly disoriented. Swish! Qin Ge aimed at a row of trash cans about 10 meters away and hurled the two bodyguards toward them. Boom! The two bodyguards crashed into the trash cans and fell unconscious. Hope, all clear. What do you think? Hope jumped up in excitement. That was awesome, Qin. You're amazing. Next, Qin Ge approached the dazed heavyset white man and patted him on the shoulder. I think it's time to end this little spat between the kids, don't you agree? I completely agree, it's normal for kids to have a bit of conflict, the man said seriously. Qin Ge nodded with a smile. You're absolutely right. Then, he left North County High School with a beaming hope. However, Qin Ge soon regretted his earlier showmanship. Once they got into the car, Hope wouldn't stop talking. Qin, you're so cool. Why are you so strong? Qin, teach me. Qin, do you have a girlfriend? If not, maybe you should consider me. Hearing Hope's words while driving, Qin Ge nearly swerved into the oncoming lane. Hope, I already have a girlfriend. If he lost Hope, wouldn't Ant-Man and Wasp end up going their separate ways? That thought was too painful for Qin Ge to accept. Oh, Qin, what a pity. Well, I guess I'll wait a bit longer, maybe you'll end up single again. Children say the darndest things, Qin Ge silently reassured himself. He had just found a girlfriend, and now he was being cursed into singlehood by Hope. At such a young age, her thoughts were quite sharp. Qin Ge couldn't even bring himself to respond to her anymore. By the way, Qin, you protected me today, and I have to let Hank reward you. What do you want? A promotion or a raise? Or something else? Suddenly, Qin Ge froze for a moment, then a smile crept onto his face. Perhaps there was a chance to obtain the mini-tank from Hope. Forgive me, I just want to live a bit longer. I didn't mean to deceive you. He silently apologized to Hope in his heart. Hope, I actually just want a little something. I wonder if you could help me. After a moment of silence, Qin Ge said slowly, trying to keep his voice sounding natural and steady. Go ahead, Qin. A hero deserves a reward. Hope instantly put herself into the role. Ahem, Hope, you know I'm a model enthusiast. Hank has that mini-tank, and this. Qin Ge stopped mid-sentence, thinking that with Hope's intelligence, she would understand his meaning. Qin, I disdain you. You just want a little tank? That doesn't suit your strong appearance at all. But I'll definitely fulfill that request. Miss Hope, you're just like an angel. Qin, you say such nice things. Are you trying to court me? Qin Ge found himself caught off guard by Hope's teasing, while her words nearly made him self-conscious. The bold personality of Hope was beginning to show itself. Hi, Hank. As she got out of the car, Hope surprisingly took the initiative to greet Hank, who smiled upon seeing her, even though she hadn't yet called him Dad. Good girl, you seem to be in a good mood today. Is there something happy you want to share with me? Hank cheerfully opened the car door for Hope. Just as Qin Ge was about to leave, Hope stopped him, saying, Qin, wait. Hank, something amazing happened today, and I want Qin to stay for dinner. Is that okay? She pleaded with Hank while holding on to Qin Ge. Hank would be thrilled if his daughter asked for something, quickly replied, of course, my good girl can decide. I'm fine with it. Qin Ge quickly chimed in, fully aware that tonight might be the time to complete the task. An hour later, a sumptuous dinner was laid out on the table. Hank, I have to tell you something really awesome today. Hope, unable to contain her excitement, shouted at Hank as soon as they sat down. Sure, tell me all about it, Hank said with a smile. Qin Ge sat quietly, focusing on his meal. After school today, then Qin grabbed one bodyguard with each hand and, whoosh, he threw those two into the trash can. Then Qin walked up to that fat guy and said, do you have a problem? And the fat guy quickly said, no problem. Hank, it was obvious that the fat guy was scared by Qin. Hope recounted the events at the school entrance with great enthusiasm, taking 10 minutes to finish her story. Oh, is that so? Hank turned to Qin Ge with interest. Mr. Hank, I couldn't let Miss Hope get harmed, not even if the President of the United States showed up, Qin Ge said with righteous seriousness. Good job, Qin. Hope is my only treasure now, no one can hurt her. You did great, Hank nodded appreciatively. At that moment, Hope suddenly stood up and grabbed the keychain by the door. Qin Ge's heart raced. The critical moment had arrived. Hank, Qin really likes tank models, and I've decided to give him this. You don't mind, do you? Hope asked, playing with the little tank as she turned to Hank. At the dining table, Hank glanced meaningfully at Qin Ge after hearing his daughter Hope's words. On the surface, Qin Ge appeared calm, but inside he felt like a deer caught in headlights. Fortunately, Hope, being very clever, did not directly point out that it was Qin Ge who wanted the small tank. Instead, she took the reason for giving the tank upon herself. All right. After a few seconds of silence, Hank gently shook his head, took the small tank off the keychain, and slowly pushed it in front of Qin Ge, saying, Qin, since you like it, I will give you this model. However, I hope you will take good care of it, this model is far more precious than you think. As he handed over the tank, Hank also reminded Qin Ge. However, Hank did not expect that his meaningful words would sound completely transparent to Qin Ge. Mr. Hank, are you really giving it to me? Qin Ge confirmed. Yes. Are you willingly giving it to me? At this moment, Qin Ge seemed a bit verbose. Hank and Hope looked at Qin Ge in surprise. Yes. Hank reaffirmed. Qin, are you okay? Hope asked, puzzled. In an instant, Qin Ge stretched out his right hand, tightly grasping the small tank, and then said sincerely, Thank you, Mr. Hank, and of course, Miss Hope, you have really helped me a lot. You should know, it is not just a model, it carries life, my life. Qin Ge's excited expression and words made Hank feel a bit embarrassed. He truly did not expect that this tank would be more important to Qin Ge than life itself. Goodbye, Mr. Hank, Miss Hope. An hour later, Qin Ge, brimming with uncontainable joy, bid farewell to Hank and his daughter. After driving the Mercedes to the PIM company, he took a taxi back to the villa. Qin, did you encounter something happy today? As soon as he stepped through the door, Qin Ge's face still radiated an undeniable joy, which made Hill ask in surprise. Without saying a word, Qin Ge picked up Hill and gave her a kiss. Nothing much, are you getting used to living here? Qin Ge shifted the topic. Although he had been honest with Hill, he did not plan to disclose anything about the system to anyone. Qin, why are you so nice to me? Hill, nestled in his arms, asked, looking at Qin Ge. Because you're beautiful. And very honest. And very kind. It must be said that young men and women in love can ignite each other's feelings with even the slightest emotional fluctuations. A couple of simple sweet words made the two fall deeper into their feelings. Qin Ge, comfortably on the sofa, lit a cigar. Hill lay beside him, doing the circular motion on her chest that most women would do. The television nearby was broadcasting the news. Suddenly, a brief audio news caught Qin Ge's attention. Stark Industries is officially taken over by Howard Stark's son, Tony Stark. Hill, do you know Tony Stark? Very few people in America don't know him. He's a playboy, a super genius, and he has too many halos around him. However, now that Stark Industries' stock has fallen significantly due to Howard's passing, it seems people are not optimistic about this young man, Hill said casually. That's good news. Qin Ge chuckled lewdly. What do you mean? It's time to buy Stark's stock, we'll go tomorrow. Hill couldn't help but sit up, saying worriedly, Qin, aren't you afraid Stark will go bankrupt in the hands of this playboy? Qin Ge wore a mystic expression. Don't worry, Stark Industries will become one of the most profitable companies in America. Just as Hill was about to ask another question, Qin Ge had already covered her mouth. Come on, let me show you something good. With that, Qin Ge stood up with Hill and slowly walked towards the basement. Under the diligent work of the Shadow Ninjas, the original basement area had expanded to more than 3 times its size. The decorations in the basement were not complicated. The ceiling was filled with light tubes, illuminating the nearly 1,000-square-meter basement brightly. In the center of the basement, on a cross, a woman wearing a mask identical to Bucky's was tightly locked with steel handcuffs as thick as a thumb. 2 shadow ninjas stood motionless beside her as guards. Ah, Qin, she's the assassin who tried to kill me that day? As soon as Hill entered the basement, she couldn't help but exclaim softly. Hill, as far as I know, there are 4 more warriors like her in Hydra. Look at how lucky you are. Do you know Howard Stark? He was killed by an assassin like this, Qin Ge said slowly, gazing at the woman on the cross. After a long silence, Hill finally spoke. Qin, how do you plan to deal with her? Should we hand her over to S.H.I.E.L.D? No, handing her over to S.H.I.E.L.D would be like returning this second to Hydra. Unfortunately, I don't know how to control her, it's quite a headache, Qin Ge said regretfully. However, everything at the moment was not what Qin Ge was most worried about. He was carefully sorting through thoughts in his mind, and he couldn't help but feel a headache again. Crossbones and Rumlow had already been dealt with by Qin Ge, and their fate had completely changed. Thankfully, there was still time, and Hydra could easily cultivate another successor. Prince Njobu of Wakanda and the young Black Panther had also begun their escape journey, and the future was unpredictable. Claw was fine, he had only lost an arm, but where future Ultron would obtain vibranium was a problem. Whether Vision could reappear would depend on Ultron's abilities. Hill could be said to have completely severed the possibility of returning to S.H.I.E.L.D, but fortunately, she was not a key figure. Pulling one thread could affect the whole fabric. The entire Marvel plot had undergone some unexpected changes due to his appearance. And the current second super soldier in front of him, the original ending should have been a dead tool, but now she was alive right in front of him. What troubled Qin Ge the most was that he now had only 8 years of life left. Even with 80 years, he would not worry about the butterfly effects produced by these events. Sigh, let's take it one step at a time. I hope the system can be generous and powerful, Qin Ge thought helplessly to himself. In the late night. Looking at Hill sleeping beside him, Qin Ge slowly got up and went to the balcony. System. Marvel Sacrifice System. Host, Qin Ge. Lifespan, 8 years. Skills, Summon Shadow Ninjas, Quantity, 10, Cow Symbol Spell. Items for Sacrifice, Original Ant-Man Hank Pym's Mini T-34 Tank. System task: gain the trust of original Ant-Man Hank Pym and have the Mini T-34 tank given to you. Completed. Looking at the mini tank in his hand, Qin Ge secretly sighed. Sacrifice. In an instant, the mini tank in his palm vanished without a trace. Wow! Seeing the lifespan section show, 14 years, Qin Ge couldn't help but exclaim. This time, the mission involving Hank Pym's small tank had unexpectedly added 6 years to his lifespan. Would the host like to draw a lottery? Draw. Immediately, the lottery will begin to spin rapidly again. With more and more tasks completed, Qin Ge was no longer as visibly excited as he had been the first time. Not bad. The black pointer stopped at release electric current with both hands, a magical skill from the 8 great demons of lightning and thunder. He began to collect the system prize. A tingling sensation suddenly spread throughout his body. That feeling, akin to being electrocuted, seemed to elevate him to the clouds in an instant, but in the blink of an eye, the sensation vanished without a trace. It felt as if nothing had changed. Qin Ge slowly extended both hands, holding them up in front of him, and slightly focused his mind. ZZZZT. Suddenly, about 10 deep blue electric currents, slightly thicker than a strand of hair, appeared in his open palms, followed by a faint crackling sound as electricity surged into the air. The winding electric snakes danced up and down, left and right across his palms. With a thought, the currents quietly disappeared from his hands. Then, under Qin Ge's control, 1, 2, 3, dozens of electric snakes emerged from his skin again. Qin Ge found it hard to describe the feeling of casting spells. It felt as if all of this was an innate instinct. There was no need for incantations or preparation. As long as he wished for it, the electric currents could appear in his hands at any moment. Just like encountering his most cherished treasure, Qin Ge continuously manipulated and became familiar with this skill on the balcony, his face always lit up with an excited smile. From this moment on, Qin Ge finally took the crucial first step from being a warrior to becoming a mage. This time, the system was not only generous with his lifespan but also quite lavish with the prizes. All the lottery prizes were magical skills from the 8 great demons. After several draws, Qin Ge roughly understood some of the system's reward rules. It seemed that the amount of lifespan and prizes was closely related to the difficulty of the tasks. As for other factors, Qin Ge was unaware. The next morning, at Pym Technologies. Really? What a poor soul. In the end, he fell. Many employees in the company had gathered in groups, constantly expressing their astonishment and exclamations. They had heard from Hank's secretary about an unfortunate piece of news. The driver named Qin had broken a finger bone that morning due to a slippery floor and had taken leave to recuperate at home. Everyone lamented that the strong man had ultimately fallen. The Pym family's curse is too powerful. People were increasingly convinced that no one could break this bizarre curse. Hank Pym's personal arrival only solidified this news. At this moment, the unlucky Qin Ge was driving with Hill towards New York City. Qin, with all this fuss, no one will dare to drive for Hank anymore. Hill, sitting in the passenger seat, chuckled. There's no choice, I can't really be Hank's driver for life, although it feels a bit bad for him, Qin Ge shrugged helplessly. Regarding Hank's tasks, Qin Ge felt like a heartless scoundrel who had taken everything and fled. However, it was truly an unavoidable situation. As for those unfortunate drivers, it was Qin Ge who instructed the Shadow Ninjas to deal with them, and to make amends, Qin Ge secretly compensated each driver with $200,000. At the New York Stock Exchange, Qin Ge and Hill, wearing wigs, directly purchased $50 million worth of anonymous Stark Industries stock at a low price. Most people did not have high hopes for the playboy Tony Stark to manage Stark Industries, allowing Qin Ge to buy the stocks at a low price. Unfortunately, many forgot that Howard Stark's performance back in the day was not much better than that of Tony Stark now. Just a few minutes later, Tony Stark and Obadiah learned of this news. However, no one was able to uncover any information about Qin Ge. Washington, D.C. S.H.I.E.L.D. Headquarters, Triskelion Building. In the director's office on the top floor, Alexander Pierce was sitting solemnly in his office chair, looking at a document in his hands with a serious expression. As a former official of the beautiful country's State Department, Pierce's political career was just as thrilling as that of any agent. Compared to veterans like Howard and Fury at S.H.I.E.L.D., Pierce was parachuted into the agency after Howard's incident. To outsiders, leading S.H.I.E.L.D. seemed like a huge sacrifice for Pierce. Being the head of a special department was not easy, it was far less smooth than his experiences in government. I will definitely catch the murderer who killed Mr. Howard, no matter who he is. S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel remembered the oath Pierce made on his first day in office. However, only Hydra and Qin Ge knew what kind of person Pierce truly was behind the scenes. Ding! Come in. Pierce put down the document in his hand and looked towards his secretary. Director, just now, Hank Pym inquired about Qin Ge's information through an acquaintance at S.H.I.E.L.D. Understood. You can go now, Pierce said expressionlessly. As soon as the secretary left, Pierce's gaze returned to the document in his hand. On the first page was a photo of Qin Ge. On the following pages, aside from Qin Ge's age, gender, and experience as a bounty hunter, everything else was marked as unknown. Looking at the document, Pierce's brows furrowed deeply. Who exactly are you? Why can't I find any of your experiences? Why is Hank Pym investigating you? Muttering to himself, Pierce walked to the floor-to-ceiling glass window. The stolen serum. The missing Crossbones and Rumlow along with a team of S.H.I.E.L.D. Rapid Response Special Forces. The escaped Hill. The life and death uncertain second female super soldier. A recent series of incidents had made Pierce feel a sense of unease. It seemed that all clues pointed to this Asian man named Qin Ge, however, Hydra was currently at a loss against him. Pierce could confirm that he was not an official person, otherwise, someone would have come to investigate S.H.I.E.L.D. long ago. What puzzled him was how Qin Ge knew Bucky and how he had evaded Hydra's 2 assassination attempts. What is the other party's purpose? The thought of Qin Ge made Pierce slightly anxious. A hidden enemy is the most terrifying. Although Pierce was the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he did not dare to launch a large-scale investigation into Qin Ge. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. was not yet the world of Hydra. He had just taken office as the director, and many important departments had not yet been fully infiltrated by Hydra. For now, all he could do was have the Hydra agents within S.H.I.E.L.D. quietly look for Qin Ge's whereabouts. Then wait for the opportunity to build up Hydra's strength to deliver a fatal blow to the other party. That night, in the largest guest room of the Hilton Hotel in New York City. Qin, why do I feel this tingling sensation? Hill felt like she was about to faint. This is the gift of talent, Hill. You must know that, this skill, aside from me, only Thor, the god of thunder from Asgard, possesses it. Even Her Majesty the Queen of Britain has not enjoyed this privilege, Qin Ge said while busy with something. Asgard? Where is that state? Ah. It's very far away. I will definitely take you there in the future. Qin Ge left Hill with no words to say. An hour later. Qin Ge lazily embraced Hill, lying on a lounge chair made of pure wool, quietly gazing at the brightly lit Times Square not far away. During the day, the two had strolled to Times Square. Hill pointed at the hotel, saying she had been there once while on a mission but unfortunately, had no opportunity to experience the service. Upon hearing Hill's small wish, how could Qin Ge let the lady feel wronged? Without saying a word, he pulled Hill inside. After all, he possessed assets worth hundreds of millions and would never skimp on himself or those around him. Qin Ge exhaled a puff of smoke, pointing at a large block of streets nearby, and said emphatically, Hill, just wait, in the future, many superpowered individuals will emerge here, they will possess immense strength, fiery eyes, and electric rears. By then, this place will transform into an incredibly lively battlefield, and you will also see many alien races. Hill looked up at Qin Ge. Qin, I believe you, but do these beings, especially the alien races, really exist? Of course. In fact, humanity is merely a tiny existence in the universe. In the future, more alien races will come to Earth. Kree, Skrulls, Titans, Beanians, Nevadans, Shandarans, Chitauri, and the 9 kingdoms on Yggdrasil. There are too many, some I can hardly remember, Qin Ge replied casually. Qin, I really want to believe this, but this sounds like something out of a novel or a movie, and how do you know all this? Are you like the protagonist Marty in Back to the Future? Qin, is that so? Hill first expressed her doubts, then changed to a teasing expression. Because I am a prophet. Ha ha. Hill laughed, aren't you the famous bounty hunter dog? How did you turn into a prophet? Well, should I call you Prophet Dog or Dog Prophet from now on? Upon hearing this, Qin Ge's eyes shifted slightly, *Dog Prophet*. That nickname is quite nice. The next morning. With a radiant face, Hill linked arms with a slightly weary Qin Ge as they slowly walked out of the hotel. Qin? Suddenly, a voice caused Qin Ge to stop in his tracks. Behind him, Hank, dressed in a black suit, looked at Qin Ge in his arm in confusion. Qin Ge forced a smile. Hi, Mr. Hank, it's such a coincidence to run into you here. Qin Ge steeled himself and approached Hank to greet him. I'm here for a meeting at the hotel. I didn't expect to see you here. How's your finger recovering? Hope has mentioned it to me several times, urging me to hurry you back. Hank said anxiously. Qin Ge shook his hand and tried to bend it as much as possible. Sorry Mr. Hank, the injury to my finger was too severe. The doctor said I might never be able to drive again. Put. Hill couldn't help but laugh at the side. Oh, I forgot to introduce her. This is my girlfriend, Hill. Qin Ge wrapped his arm around Hill's waist as he introduced her. Hello, Mr. Hank. Hello. Hank perfunctorily shook hands with Hill, then turned his attention back to Qin Ge. He then shook his head, sighed, and patted Qin Ge on the shoulder. Well, I can only wish you a speedy recovery. May God bless you, Qin. You're a good kid, don't lose your confidence in life because of this setback. At that moment, Qin Ge, having gone through a night of exertion, appeared haggard, fitting the image of a physically and mentally exhausted young man. Qin Ge struggled to put on a grateful expression. Thank you, Mr. Hank, you're a good person. Suddenly, Hank pulled out a checkbook from his pocket, wrote down a string of numbers, and handed it to the somewhat dazed Qin Ge. Qin, this is my personal compensation for you. If you can't find a good job in the future, just come to PIM Technologies. Even if you can't drive, there are many positions suitable for you. Qin Ge glanced at the check, $20,000. Then he blinked, looking at Hank. The scene was indeed a bit awkward. Hank looked at his watch. Qin, I have a meeting I need to attend right away. You know my number, if you have any difficulties, just give me a call. After saying that, he turned and hurried away. Ha ha. As soon as Hank's figure disappeared into the elevator, Hill couldn't help but laugh. Qin, Mr. Hank is definitely a good boss. I think you should go back and continue driving for him, huh? Qin Ge smiled wryly and shook his head. Hill, Hank is truly a good person. If it weren't for other reasons, I would be willing to drive for him, but it's a shame. At that moment, Hill wrapped her arms around Qin Ge's. Come on, since you feel guilty and can't explain the situation to Hank, why not just donate this money? TSK. Qin Ge's eyes brightened, then he hugged Hill and kissed her. Not bad, Hill, you're really an understanding little fairy. After that, the two walked out of the hotel and donated the $20,000 in Hank's name. Until night fell, Qin Ge accompanied the enthusiastic Hill back to the villa. Looking at the various clothes, jewelry, and cosmetics, Qin Ge couldn't help but exclaim, women truly have more than one side. Could you tell from the movie in that timeline that Hill was a shopaholic? Lighting the stove. Dinner. A hot pot was prepared quickly by the shadow ninjas. Nice. Watching the nimble shadow ninjas skillfully prepare the sesame sauce, Qin Ge couldn't help but praise them. After several training sessions, these shadow ninjas could easily open a hot pot restaurant. Qin, do you think I look pretty today? Oh, that's when Qin Ge noticed that Hill had come out wearing a bikini. I mean, even if we're eating hot pot, you don't have to dress like that. Qin Ge dared not continue the conversation. At this moment, his legs were still trembling, and he felt he needed to plan slowly to tame this foreign vixen. Qin, I think. Suddenly, Qin Ge's expression changed, and he reached out to stop Hill's words while his gaze turned towards a dense forest in the distance. After staring intently for about 10 breaths, Qin Ge coldly smiled and said, Hill, it seems we have guests arriving. At this moment, in the dense forest beyond the sturdy iron fence of Qin Ge's villa, two fully armed agents were closely observing Qin Ge and Hill, who were leisurely enjoying hot pot in front of the villa through their night vision goggles. Look, isn't that woman Hill from S.H.I.E.L.D? Absolutely, it's definitely Hill. Hurry and contact headquarters. Not only have we found Qin Ge's hiding place, but the missing Hill is also here. Got it. Wait a minute, why is Qin Ge staring in our direction? Does he sense us? Impossible. Just as one agent finished speaking and was about to pull out his phone, suddenly, a hand like an iron claw firmly grasped his wrist. The agent's hair stood on end, and as he jerked his head up, he saw a pair of dark red, elongated eyes staring intensely at him. Before he could issue a warning, a steel fist slammed down on his head. With a thud, the sound of the agent hitting the ground caused the other agent in front to whip around in shock. What met his eyes was also a pair of eyes glowing red, looking like a demon crawling out of hell standing before him. Before he could react, a heavy blow struck his side. With a bang, a knee crashed into his bent head, and he collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud. Soon, the two agents were dragged into the villa like dead dogs. At this time, Hill had already sensed the unwelcome guest's intrusion. She had changed into a comfortable outfit. Seeing the agents being dragged in by the shadow ninjas, Hill was about to speak when Qin Ge raised a hand to stop her. "Hill, don't rush. We'll go to the basement later." With a wave of his hand, the shadow ninjas instantly melted into the shadows on the ground and swiftly dispersed around. The shadow ninjas were masters of darkness, and ordinary people could not evade their perception. As a precaution, Qin Ge always arranged for 4 shadow ninjas to patrol the villa 24 hours a day, and he hadn't expected to actually catch 2 mice today. After the 10 shadow ninjas thoroughly searched the area twice, they found no other unusual circumstances. After quietly waiting for 15 minutes, Qin Ge turned to Hill and nodded slightly. The two quickly headed to the basement. In the spacious basement, 1 tall and 1 short agent were bound to special chairs. Slap, slap, slap. At Qin Ge's signal, the nearby shadow ninjas ruthlessly slapped the 2 agents 4 times, waking them up. As the 2 agents just regained consciousness, they were grabbed by the chin by a shadow ninja. "Now, tell me, who are you?" Qin Ge held a pair of needle-nose pliers, moving them up and down, his expression calm as he slowly approached the 2, bending down to glare at them. The 2 exchanged glances, tightly biting their lips and remaining silent. "All right, I understand your reluctance, but you need to understand me as well. I've heard that many agents hide poison in their teeth. If you don't talk, I'll have to pull out all your teeth." With a scream, a bloody tooth was yanked out, and Qin Ge showed no sign of stopping. 1, 2, 3. As many as 10 teeth were placed on the table beside them. "Looks like none of these 10 teeth contain poison. Our luck isn't great, huh?" Qin Ge said, as the needle-nose pliers slowly reached for one of the agents again. Hill had been kicked out when Qin Ge pulled out the first tooth. An hour later, Qin Ge washed his hands and quickly walked to the living room where Hill was anxiously waiting. "How did it go? Did they confess?" "Hill, I need to go out for a moment. The meeting we had with Hank earlier today was discovered by Hydra. One of the agents admitted that they have 2 teams, and one is currently targeting Hank. The specifics of their actions are unclear to these 2 agents, but I need to verify it. However, it shouldn't be a big issue. After all, Hank has worked at S.H.I.E.L.D. for so many years. If Hydra were to act, they wouldn't wait until now. You stay here and wait for my return." Qin Ge leaned in and kissed Hill, then turned towards the garage. Seconds later, a black armored Mercedes SUV shot out of the villa like an arrow. Hank felt like his back was about to break. Without a driver, he had to personally drive to pick Hope up. The 8-hour round trip left Hank feeling like his kidneys had been removed, and at that moment, he deeply missed the days when Qin Ge was by his side. "Hank, can't Qin really drive anymore?" At the dinner table, little Hope asked glumly. Hank helplessly made a face. "Yes, his finger has suffered permanent damage. Hope, I'll have to pick you up from now on. I hate the Pym family. They say it's a curse specifically targeting drivers." Clearly, Hope had also heard about this strange matter. "Hope, it's just a coincidence. There's no such thing as a curse. You need to believe in science." Hank didn't want his daughter to believe in such an abstract concept. However, his words lacked persuasive power. This matter couldn't be explained away with science. Suddenly, whoop, whoop, whoop. Several police sirens blared suddenly on the street outside Hank's house. Hank got up and looked out the window towards the street. 4 police cars had cordoned off the roads on either side of Hank's house like a wall, and 8 officers jumped out of the vehicles. Bang, bang, bang. The door to Hank's house was heavily knocked on. "Mr. Hank, there's been a murder next door. We need to ask you a few questions." The police's voices came from outside. Hank gave his daughter a reassuring look and then opened the door. At the doorway stood 2 police officers, staring intently at Hank. "Mr. Hank, is there anyone else in your house?" one officer asked in a low voice. Hank narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "Show me your identification." Then he pulled out his phone. As a former senior figure in S.H.I.E.L.D., Hank knew many people in the New York Police Department, and the questions from these 2 officers made him sense something was off. "We are," one officer stepped forward to say. However, before he could finish, he suddenly kicked out sharply. Hank had been prepared, but the officer's movements were too fast and struck hard against his chest. Instantly, Hank flew backward into the house like a kite with its string cut. "Hope, run!" Hank shouted loudly to Hope, who was nearby, as he fell to the ground. At this moment, Hope showcased her agility as the wasp. She quickly grabbed a plate from the table and hurled it at the 2 officers who had entered the house. Then she turned and dashed towards the back door. Just as she exited, a black bag was suddenly thrust over her head. The bag's opening was tightened with precise and swift movements. Hank struggled to get up, intending to run to the basement. At this point, he clearly realized that these were definitely not legitimate police officers. He needed to find the hidden Ant-Man suit. Swoosh! A blue-tinted taser hit Hank's back, and he convulsed as his body shook uncontrollably before collapsing onto the floor. In the black Mercedes SUV parked some distance away from the street, Qin Ge quietly watched the 4 police cars and the 4 officers who had stormed into Hank's house. At this moment, everything happening inside the house was captured by the shadow ninjas, while Qin Ge remained in the dark. The surrounding crowd had no idea something was amiss. The appearance of the police cars led the onlookers to believe this was just a routine police operation. Half an hour later, 2 officers escorted Hank out, while the other 2 carried 2 cardboard boxes, quickly climbing into the police cars. The 4 vehicles, lights flashing, sped away. Vroom! The black SUV slowly followed behind. Qin Ge was certain they wouldn't be heading to the police station. As expected, the 4 police cars raced out of the city towards Newark. On the straight highway, the convoy had exited the city ring road, and the traffic diminished significantly. Qin Ge hesitated no longer. Having just dealt with 2 Hydra agents in the basement, he was worried that delaying too long would raise their alert. He had to save Hank and Little Hope on the way. With a slight mental command, the shadow ninjas immediately received their orders. 5 minutes later, a long truck, over 10 meters in length, roared down the opposite lane, its horn echoing in the night sky. Just as the lead police car was about 100 meters away from the truck, the massive vehicle, like a beast out of control, thundered across the median, barreling straight toward the first police car. This sudden change caught everyone off guard. The lead police car instinctively swerved, but with a loud crash, it was struck head-on by the oncoming truck. Screech! A shower of sparks flew from the asphalt as the police car, weighing dozens of tons, was instantly mangled, along with the 2 agents disguised as officers inside, twisting into a heap of metal. The truck's wheels belched black smoke, leaving dark skid marks on the road, and came to a halt, blocking the entire lane. The remaining 3 police cars spun and managed to stop in front of the truck. 4 agents in police uniforms quickly drew their firearms and surrounded the front of the truck. Seeing this from a distance, Qin Ge slammed down on the accelerator of the armored Mercedes. With a roar, the SUV surged forward like an arrow. Numerous vehicles were forced to stop on the road due to the sudden accident, and people leaned out to see what was happening, drawn in by the beast-like roar of the engine. "Watch out! He must be crazy! Get out of the way!" The crowd's startled cries filled the air. Just as the 4 officers getting out of the police cars reacted, the black SUV barreled toward the last police car. Boom! The nearly 6 to 7 ton armored Mercedes, carrying immense kinetic energy, slammed into the police car, pushing it toward the truck. With a rumble, the police car crumpled, folding in on itself. The 4 disguised agents could no longer care about the truck driver as they turned their guns toward the Mercedes, letting off a hail of bullets. The surrounding spectators ducked for cover. What began as a car accident unexpectedly ignited into a gunfight. Fortunately, the citizens of America had long become accustomed to such scenes of gunfire. Although chaos ensued, their evasive actions appeared remarkably professional. Qin Ge ducked low and jumped out from the other side of the Mercedes, taking cover behind the vehicle. On the other side, the 4 agents continued to shoot at his hiding spot. With a mental command, shadows flickered around the SUV. The 4 agents mistakenly believed Qin Ge planned to charge them, and gunfire rained down like a storm. After each of them emptied 3 magazines, the gunfire finally ceased. Their clips had been cleverly depleted by the shadow ninjas. He. Qin Ge revealed a cunning smile. Calmly stepping out from behind the vehicle, he stretched out his arms, indicating he was unarmed. "I think we can have a bare-knuckle brawl. That would be more fitting for a man's temperament," Qin Ge said, slowly advancing. The 4 agents exchanged glances, showing sinister smiles. In unison, they drew out long, dagger-like electric knives, about a foot long. Seeing this, Qin Ge's smile widened. He had been waiting for this moment. The 4 closed in without a word, 2 of them thrusting their electric knives toward him from either side. The knives crackled with electricity, arcs of light flickering. Qin Ge tried to defend himself, but it seemed his speed couldn't keep up with theirs. Bang! The 2 electric knives pressed against his ribs. Qin Ge lifted his head, making strange noises as his body trembled violently, reminiscent of a frantic dance. The 4 agents looked pleased, never expecting the mysterious man who had troubled many Hydra operatives to be subdued so easily. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds, however, the situation became increasingly bizarre. The current from the two electric knives was enough to bring down two elephants, yet Qin Ge still held his head high, his expression not one of typical agony but rather one of enjoyment. Qin Ge was indeed enjoying it. The current surging from the electric knives felt like a warm flow, a tingling sensation mixed with a hint of exhilaration. At that moment, a lyric floated through his mind: "This is the feeling of soaring." Unfortunately, the two agents quickly realized this and raised their fists to strike at Qin Ge's abdomen. Qin Ge shook his head regretfully as he swiftly extended his hands, grabbing their wrists. "Now, it's my turn to perform." As the words left his mouth, deep blue arcs of electricity suddenly erupted from his palms, just like those from the electric knives. The two agents jumped as if electrocuted, bubbles foaming from their mouths. In less than 2 seconds, they collapsed to the ground, their bodies twitching uncontrollably. The remaining two agents dared not advance any further. They looked at Qin Ge with grave expressions, realizing that the man before them was clearly toying with them. At that moment, two agents from the last police car dragged Hank out, aiming guns at his head. "You are, One agent barely began to speak when two silver flashes sliced through the air behind them. Thud! Both armed arms fell to the ground in unison, and they screamed in agony. Qin Ge stepped forward, bending low to punch. Thud, thud. Two punches struck their throats. The remaining two agents emitted low, gurgling sounds as a bright samurai sword pierced through their chests. In an instant, the whole world seemed to fall silent. Afterward, Qin Ge laid the unconscious Hank and Little Hope on a blanket and moved them to the roadside. A case of fake police officers and a kidnapped PIM Technologies executive and his daughter was enough to send shockwaves through the police in New York City. If they traced this back to Hydra through some clues, it would be enough to give Pierce a headache. However, Qin Ge had long grown tired of this life. He decided it was time to have a serious talk with that person. Otherwise, this kind of life was truly unbearable. When there were system tasks, that was one thing, but when there were no tasks, he had to constantly guard against Hydra's schemes. Who could live like this? With a roar, the Mercedes SUV turned around and disappeared into the darkness, leaving behind a chaotic scene and the wailing sirens of approaching police cars. In a two-story villa on the outskirts of New York City, Pierce sat leisurely on the sofa, his eyes glued to the news on the television, occasionally glancing at his watch. His wife was already deep in slumber upstairs, and the only sound in the living room was the faint murmur from the TV. Buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the phone on the coffee table began to vibrate violently. With an expressionless face, Pierce picked up the phone, glanced at the caller ID, and then answered. However, after listening for less than 5 seconds, anger ignited in his eyes, impossible to suppress. "Are you saying that the people we sent out today are all dead? Or are they missing? Quickly contact the police department and have them stall this case. Tell the remaining super soldiers to get ready immediately. I want to ensure they can appear in any corner of New York City within 20 minutes. Send a car, I need to get back to S.H.I.E.L.D. On the other end of the line, Pierce spoke in a low, hoarse voice. Just then, an inexplicable breeze drifted into the room, causing him to instinctively turn to look. It seemed that a window had been left open. As Pierce prepared to grab the keys from the table and leave, a voice that sounded ghostly echoed, "Pierce, don't be in such a hurry to leave, let's sit down and have a good talk." He froze in place, and after about 2 seconds of silence, he slowly turned around, his gaze landing on the figure beside the window. "Qin Ge." Pierce slowly uttered those two words, his voice laced with a barely perceptible tremor. Tap, tap, tap. Qin Ge walked leisurely toward the nearby sofa and sat down comfortably. With a flick of his hand, he produced a cigar and lit it. After taking a deep breath, he slowly lifted his eyelids and directly met Pierce's gaze. "Pierce, don't even think about reaching for your gun. Your wife is still upstairs, and if you don't want your daughter to become an orphan, you'd better listen to what I have to say." Pierce's eyes darted around quickly, and he silently withdrew his hand from reaching toward his waist, then slowly sat down across from Qin Ge. The two silently stared at each other. The Hydra bigwig was indeed not simple. After just a few breaths, he managed to regain his composure. A determined expression appeared on his gaunt face, making anyone who saw him think he was an upright person. "Qin Ge, you rescued Hank just now, didn't you?" "Impressive." Pierce broke the silence first. "Not much, Pierce. To be honest, I don't want anyone to know how powerful I really am. I'm not interested in those empty accolades. Hank was kidnapped by your people, right? So tell me, why did you do this? If it was for the PIM particles, you wouldn't have waited until now to act. Qin Ge exhaled a puff of smoke, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Hank is a very stubborn person, kidnapping him won't yield any practical results. The truth is, we're just worried you might reveal our affairs to Pim. You must understand, Pim is an old friend of S.H.I.E.L.D. Qin Ge, I don't know how you obtained Hydra's intelligence, but it definitely didn't come from S.H.I.E.L.D. You haven't leaked any Hydra information to anyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. or the beautiful country's government. I just want to know, what do you really want? Pierce's gaze sharpened, asking the question that had been hidden in his heart for a long time. Qin Ge smiled slightly. He had crossed over from another world, and Pierce could not deduce his motivations from his experiences. Even he himself was taking it one step at a time, let alone others. Pierce, it's simple. I want to live a quiet life, a life free from disturbances. A quiet life? Pierce seemed to struggle to comprehend Qin Ge's words. Let me tell you some news, S.H.I.E.L.D. is at my house, and she has decided to leave S.H.I.E.L.D. This news only deepened Pierce's confusion. What about Rumlow? Dead. Pierce's expression didn't change, he had already guessed this outcome. Qin Ge was someone who could make even Bucky cautious, clearly not an ordinary individual. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy for a moment. How much do you know about Hydra? After a long pause, Pierce suddenly asked. A lot. From your first leader, Red Skull Schmidt, I know many inside details about Hydra, the Winter Soldier program, the Super Soldier Serum, and you, Rumlow, Zola, Mitchell, and many others. I won't list them all, but you know, including Zola, who's been hiding. When Qin Ge mentioned Zola, Pierce's pupils constricted sharply. The number of people aware of Zola's existence was no more than 3, and Pierce was one of them. Who are you? Pierce blurted out involuntarily. Asterisk the dog prophet, asterisk how does that nickname sound? Quite down to earth, isn't it? Qin Ge said, revealing a hint of pride. The reason he shared this information about Hydra with Pierce was to create an illusion, making him think that Qin Ge knew everything about Hydra. Only in this way could he instill a sense of caution in Pierce, ensuring that Hydra would no longer focus on him. Since you want a peaceful life, why are you still trying to seize Bucky's super serum? Pierce posed a critical question. Sigh, Pierce, I'm also quite helpless. Let me put it this way, sometimes I have to do things I don't want to do, like that bag of serum. However, you must understand that if I wanted to, I could easily take all the serums. The reason I haven't done so is that I don't want to get involved in your affairs, and the same goes for S.H.I.E.L.D. This is also why you're still comfortably seated here. Do you understand? Qin Ge explained patiently, a hint of helplessness in his gaze. Alright, we won't interfere with each other moving forward, let's call it even. After a moment of silence, Pierce said slowly. The Qin Ge before him was too terrifying, the once mysteriously secretive Hydra had no secrets in front of him. Pierce decided to reconcile with him. The reason for his decision was not merely because of their recent conversation but because Qin Ge had indeed managed not to leak any Hydra information to anyone or any institution. If Qin Ge wanted to deal with him, he certainly didn't need to come to his house to talk. Very well, Pierce. From now on, we'll each mind our own business without interfering with each other. As long as you don't blow up the planet, I won't care what you're up to. Likewise, if I find out you're still targeting me in S.H.I.E.L.D., then detailed Hydra information will end up on every government desk the next day. No problem. We don't want to make enemies with someone like you. Pierce nodded. At this moment, Qin Ge stood up and slowly walked in front of Pierce. One last thing, aside from Bucky, give me those 3 super soldiers and the methods to control them. Impossible. Pierce immediately stood up, rejecting without hesitation. Qin Ge seemed to have anticipated Pierce's response. Suddenly, he slowly extended his right hand, and a shadow ninja appeared as if summoned from the shadows behind him. Even someone as accustomed to danger as Pierce stepped back in shock upon seeing the unexpectedly appearing shadow ninja. Inside the room, Qin Ge tightly gripped a glimmering katana. If you think I wouldn't dare to kill you, then you overestimate yourself. I'm just finding it bothersome. You have 3 seconds to reconsider. When will you hand over those 3 super soldiers? 3, 2, 1. Just as Pierce was about to speak, the katana in Qin Ge's hand came down with a swooshing sound. In that critical moment, Pierce hurriedly raised his hand to block. Ah! A piercing scream suddenly erupted as 4 fingers dropped to the ground. Pierce was drenched in cold sweat, tightly clutching his right hand. Pierce, I actually want to put you to death. This time, I'll count to 3 again, and let's see how many more fingers you have for me to chop off. Unmoved, Qin Ge raised the katana slightly once more. Stop, stop. I agree to your terms. Pierce looked into Qin Ge's calm eyes, genuine fear welled up inside him. From Qin Ge's gaze, he sensed a disregard for life and a cruel demeanor, and he had no doubt that Qin Ge would indeed bring down the katana. Very well. Make sure to deliver the 3 super soldiers along with 4 cryo containers here by tomorrow. And remember our agreement, I won't interfere with you, and you don't come bothering me. If you can handle the consequences of betrayal, I'll let you experience the terrifying power of a prophet. Qin Ge casually tossed the katana aside, and a nearby shadow ninja swiftly extended a hand to catch it. Then, under Pierce's watchful gaze, the shadow ninja transformed into a pool of shadow, vanishing into Qin Ge's own shadow. If faced with a superpowered individual like Bucky, Pierce might not have shown any emotional fluctuations. But the abilities Qin Ge displayed before him clearly surpassed what any normal human could achieve, and he began to doubt whether Qin Ge was even from Earth. Alright, Pierce, if you make a call now, you still have a chance to use those 4 fingers. Good luck. Qin Ge glanced at the fingers on the ground before turning to Pierce. Then he walked toward the door. Before long, the sound of a car engine roared outside, gradually fading away. Pierce, enduring the searing pain, plopped down onto the sofa, reached for his phone, and tremblingly dialed a number. Send a doctor over, quickly, don't ask questions, just hurry. The room fell into silence, only the sound of Pierce's heavy breathing echoed in the air. Back at the villa by the Hudson River, Qin Ge returned home after a long night, collapsing onto the sofa like a pile of mush. How did it go? Did you resolve everything? Hill asked with concern from nearby. Of course. When the dog prophet is on the case, nothing is impossible. I have good news for you, Qin Ge said softly as he wrapped an arm around Hill. What good news? Tomorrow we can walk on the streets openly. I've taken care of the Hydra issue, and they won't trouble us anymore. Hill's eyes widened in surprise. After staring at Qin Ge for 3 seconds in astonishment, she asked, how did you manage that? I found Pierce and talked to him for half an hour. In the end, he was swayed and agreed not to bother us anymore. Clearly, such an explanation was hard for Hill to accept. Qin, tell me, what did you say to make him so move? Well, actually, I cut off 4 of his fingers, and then he surrendered. Qin Ge admitted the truth with a shrug. At that moment, Hill playfully nudged Qin Ge, looking up and blinking at him. Then why didn't you just expose Hydra's information? I'm no longer with S.H.I.E.L.D, so there shouldn't be any concerns, right? Hill's question put Qin Ge in a difficult position. He couldn't reveal the secrets of the system and had to come up with a reasonable explanation that would convince Hill. Suddenly, Qin Ge straightened up, looking intently at Hill as he said, Hill, I do know some things about the future. And Pierce will definitely die by someone else's gun. Killing him would be easy, but you need to understand that if I do it, many things would change. Some might get better, while others might get worse. Hydra will ultimately be defeated. Do you think I should risk altering its fate now and face that completely unknown future? Qin Ge posed this question to Hill. At this moment, a rare seriousness crossed Hill's face as she contemplated quietly. Can you make the best choice? Hill suddenly asked. Qin Ge shook his head. Hill, if I could do that, I'd be more powerful than God. Of course, there is someone who can do that, someone who can pick the best result from thousands, tens of thousands, or even millions of possibilities. However, unfortunately, that person is currently lost, and he's just a naive rookie. Hill nodded, somewhat understanding. Qin, what you mean is that Pierce and Hydra will be defeated, but you're worried that killing him now will trigger greater troubles and enemies. Am I right? If so, perhaps not killing him is indeed the best choice. Qin Ge nodded enthusiastically. Exactly. What I want to say is this, Hill. I need to avoid altering the future I'm familiar with as much as possible. This isn't just because of the enemies, more importantly, I want to live a bit longer. Why do you say that? It involves some extremely subtle matters that I can't explain in detail right now. Just know that all of this is to ensure I can be with you for a long time. Qin, I believe in you. At that moment, Hill was deeply moved by Qin Ge's words, and her attention was successfully redirected. In the morning, Qin Ge rubbed his sore back and glanced at Hill, who was still asleep beside him, chuckling wryly. Even with the enhancement of the cow symbol spell, if he encountered a good piece of land, that cow would probably be exhausted. Buzz, buzz. The phone on the table rang, and Qin Ge got up to answer it. Qin Ge. Pierce's voice came from the other end of the line. Yes, it's quite early. Have you reattached your fingers? I'll tell you, drink some bone broth, it's good for recovery. Qin Ge said with concern, seemingly forgetting that he was the one who had cut off those 4 fingers. Thank you for your concern. The items have been placed at the designated location. I hope you adhere to your promise. Pierce's tone was heavy, indicating that he was not in a good mood. Don't worry, my promises are more solid than dollars. You can continue being the villain, just remember, don't come to bother me, or you know the consequences. There was a pause on the other end for a few seconds before Pierce slowly replied, understood. Hanging up the phone, Qin Ge leisurely walked out of the villa. In the basement of the villa, 4 cryogenic containers resembling space capsules were neatly arranged in a corner. Through the glass of the containers, a faint mist of cold air could be seen swirling inside. Among them, 3 men and 1 woman, all Hydra super soldiers, lay quietly within, covered by a thin layer of frost. Qin, are these all super soldiers like Steve? Hill asked curiously from the side. Exactly. These individuals shouldn't exist in this world, but since I caught them, it would be a waste to just kill them, Qin Ge replied. Then why not just let them go? Let them go? Hill, you need to understand that they are all killing machines trained by Hydra. Can you guarantee they won't turn back into cold-blooded killers? Hill suddenly realized the gravity of the situation and stopped trying to persuade him. What do you plan to do then? Hill asked again. For now, let's keep them here. Maybe in the future, they can help guard the place. It's a way to make use of their remaining potential. They can't be awakened yet. I still don't fully trust Pierce. That guy is too cunning. What if he implanted an assassination order in them? That would be a problem for us, Qin Ge thought to himself, feeling a slight sense of relief. He had finally found an opportunity to put these 4 super soldiers back into a deep sleep. Although it wasn't in Hydra's base, it still served as a form of security. After all, regarding Bucky's storyline, Qin Ge had done his best to steer the plot back onto its original track, and he felt powerless about the parts that had already changed. In the morning, inside a silver Cadillac. I want to break free from my restraints, be free and easy. The car was filled with Qin Ge's dramatic singing. At that moment, the car stereo was playing the classic song Ain't No Mountain High Enough from Guardians of the Galaxy. Qin Ge loved the beat and swayed his body to the rhythm, while Hill, driving, also swayed along. Without the constraints and worries of Hydra, Qin Ge and Hill could finally roam around every corner of New York City without hesitation. Space Pizza, rumored to be the best pizza place in the northern part of the city. Following Hill's suggestion, the two arrived at the restaurant around noon, ready to try the pizza. What do you think, Qin? Hill asked, turning to Qin Ge as she tasted the pizza. To be honest, Hill, you think it's delicious because you haven't had anything better, Qin Ge said, forcing a piece of pizza into his mouth. But I think this pizza, Fury? Just as Hill was speaking, she suddenly gasped, her eyes widening as she looked behind Qin Ge. Just sit down if you're here. I say, Fury, are you done with your business over there? Qin Ge didn't turn around but continued to focus on his food. Fury sat down across from Qin Ge with a gust of wind. Hill, have you been with Qin this whole time? Fury asked sharply, eyeing Hill closely. Aha. Hill felt Fury's intensity and nodded somewhat nervously. Clang. Qin Ge threw his fork onto the plate, the sound ringing out clearly. Fury, Hill has resigned, now she's my girlfriend, part-time secretary, and personal housekeeper, Qin Ge said, looking displeased at Fury. Is that so? Hill? Yes, Hill replied, looking up at Fury. Qin, Hill is one of the best agents from her class. Making her a secretary and housekeeper seems like a waste. Fury shifted his gaze to Qin Ge. No, that's what you think. I think it's great. Hill is happy, and that's what matters to me. As for saving the world, you and S.H.I.E.L.D. can handle that. Qin Ge leaned back on his chair, speaking lazily. After a moment of silence, Fury asked, Qin, why don't you join S.H.I.E.L.D.? With your abilities, you would definitely become one of the best agents. Forget it. I don't like your way of doing things. Once I join S.H.I.E.L.D., I'd have to follow your orders. Follow Pierce's orders? You know I used to be a bounty hunter, I'm not used to being managed. However, if you ever have any difficulties, I can help. As long as the dollars are right, anything can be discussed. Qin Ge firmly rejected Fury's proposal. If possible, Qin Ge didn't mind saving the world. He admired people like Iron Man and Steve, but admiration didn't mean he had to be like them. All right, we can discuss this later. Qin, do you have any vibranium left? S.H.I.E.L.D. really needs it. Seeing Qin Ge's firm stance, Fury switched topics and quietly inquired about the vibranium. Of course. The piece of vibranium Roosevelt gifted to America was buried with Captain Steve in the iceberg. Since you're Hill's colleague, let's stick to the previous price, Qin Ge said with a smile. Fury pulled out a check from his pocket and slid it across the table to Qin Ge. The amount was for $100 million, a Citibank check. Qin Ge quickly shoved the check into Hill's hands. Help me keep this safe. Hill was taken aback, the long numbers on the check making her somewhat dazed. This was the first time she had seen so much money. Come pick it up tomorrow. Sure. Watching Fury disappear through the door, Qin Ge suddenly felt the pizza on his plate taste even better than before. Additionally, Fury no longer brought up the subject of Hill, indicating he had moved on from that topic. An hour later, outside the New York Stock Exchange. Qin, I hope you're right. Why only invest in Stark's stocks? Hill asked, somewhat puzzled. After finishing their pizza, they drove to the exchange and spent $80 million purchasing stock in Stark Industries. In total, Qin Ge had invested $130 million in stocks. Hill, arms dealing is the most profitable business in the world. Just watch, Stark is about to soar. Unfortunately, I still don't have enough money, otherwise, I would really want to buy Stark outright and have Tony work for me. Qin Ge lamented at the entrance. However, the current Tony was still a clueless playboy, and it would be a long time before he truly came into his own. Tony Stark? Qin, if you knew he spends his days worrying about supermodels and parties, you wouldn't think that. You underestimate Tony Stark too much. Just wait, in the future, this man will surely impress you. With that, the two hopped back into the car. Just as Qin Ge was about to start the engine, a cold voice echoed in his mind, Host, system task issued, please pay attention to check. You finally showed up. An inexplicable phrase slipped out of Qin Ge's mouth, leaving Hill beside him astonished. System task, find Master Ancient One and experience an out-of-body experience. The car slowly made its way toward the villa. Qin, what's wrong? Hill asked with a concerned expression. It's nothing, I'm just thinking about some things, Qin Ge replied, momentarily too preoccupied to engage in conversation with Hill. His mind was filled with thoughts on how to complete the system task. An out-of-body experience? If he followed the storyline from the Doctor Strange movie, Benedict Cumberbatch's Strange was forced out of his body by the Ancient One during their first meeting after questioning the existence of souls and magic. Through astral projection, Strange experienced the wonders of the universe. There were likely two ways to achieve an out-of-body experience. One was to be forcefully expelled from his body by the Ancient One, and the other was to learn the skill of astral projection after becoming her disciple. Qin Ge slowly recalled the plot of Doctor Strange. He remembered that Mordo had not yet become a disciple, and the zealot Caecilius had not yet appeared. At this point in time, apart from the Ancient One, most other key characters had not yet shown up. Therefore, he wouldn't have to worry about subsequent tasks altering the storyline. In Doctor Strange, Strange was expelled from his body due to his skepticism about the Ancient One's abilities, so perhaps Qin Ge could capitalize on that. The next day, Qin Ge bid farewell to Hill and boarded a plane bound for Nepal. Kamartaj. If it weren't for the Marvel Universe and Doctor Strange, Qin Ge might never have heard of this place. In stark contrast to the modern vibe of towering buildings in New York City, Kamartaj in Kathmandu resembled a small county town from the 1980s in his past life. Qin Ge wasn't sure of Kamartaj's exact location, but he recalled that the sorcerers would appear in Kathmandu, just as Strange was noticed by Mordo while inquiring about Kamartaj. Ordinary people wouldn't know of Kamartaj's existence at all, so Qin Ge decided to emulate Doctor Strange and attract the attention of Kamartaj's disciples by asking for directions. 100 rupees, thank you, the taxi driver said with a smile. Aha, here you go. Qin Ge didn't say much. 100 rupees was clearly overpriced, and the driver was treating him as an easy target. He pulled out his wallet and handed the driver a bill. The thick wad of cash in his wallet made the driver's eyes momentarily glint with greed, but it quickly vanished. After getting out of the car, Qin Ge turned to look around and slowly walked forward with the crowd. Do you know Kamartaj? No. Do you know Kamartaj? Never heard of it. As he moved along, Qin Ge casually stopped passers-by to ask questions. As time passed, he found himself wandering into a narrow alley. The buildings on either side were largely older, clearly from the last century. The alley, shaded from sunlight, felt somewhat dim. Kid, do you know Kamartaj? Qin Ge asked as he pulled a small boy aside.
I know. Huh? You know?
Just as Qin Ge was about to leave, he suddenly realized and grabbed the boy.
Take me there, and this 100 rupees is yours. Qin Ge waved a bill in front of the boy. Follow me. The boy flashed an innocent smile and nodded. Under the boy's guidance, they navigated through the alley, weaving left and right. Kid, how do you know about Kamartaj?
As Qin Ge noticed fewer and fewer people around, he felt something was off and stopped.
Just then, the boy suddenly sped up and disappeared around the corner.
At the same time, 6 unfriendly-looking men appeared at the front and back of the alley. Seeing this scene, Qin Ge slapped his forehead. He had forgotten that Dr. Strange had also been robbed by locals.
Hand over your wallet and watch, or you're dead,
the leader, a short Nepalese man about 1.7 meters tall, said menacingly.
Hearing their words, Qin Ge's mind raced.
At this point, Mordo likely hadn't yet become a disciple of the Ancient One. He decided to take a gamble and see if any of the Ancient One's disciples would come to his rescue. However, Qin Ge didn't dare release the Shadow Ninjas. The Ancient One was the Sorcerer Supreme, and if there was any misunderstanding, it would be hard to explain. Qin Ge slowly pulled out his wallet and handed it over.
This money should be enough for you to live for a while.
This watch was a gift from my girlfriend. Please don't take it.
Qin Ge began his performance.
Just then, a fist came flying from behind, and he forced himself not to dodge.
Thud!
The punch struck his back, causing him to lurch forward.
Ugh! He cried out in pain as another fist struck his abdomen.
Then, he slowly lay down on the ground, curling up while secretly glancing at the perimeter of the crowd.
Don't take my watch, and don't hit my face.
His words only provoked more furious punches and kicks from the 6 men.
A knife pressed against his neck.
Let go, the man in front said impatiently. Please, this watch is a gift from my girlfriend.
It symbolizes our love.
Qin Ge pleaded desperately, which startled the men in front of him. Then, putting on a reluctant expression, he released his right hand. The watch was snatched away, and the man's face broke into a smirk as he waved, and all 6 men quickly disappeared around the corner.
Qin
Ge stared blankly at this scene.
Was this all for nothing? Did I just take a beating for nothing?
The surroundings fell silent. No sorcerers from Kamartaj descended from the heavens to punish these wrongdoers. Everything was as usual. Qin Ge had truly been robbed.
Damn it, what a loss.
Qin Ge stood there, covered in dirt, with his sunglasses smashed, looking exceptionally disheveled.
The next day. On the streets of Kathmandu, do you know Kamartaj? No.
Qin Ge continued his inquiries, refusing to believe that after 10 days of persistence, no one would know of its existence.
The 3rd day. Still in the alleys of Kathmandu, do you know Kamartaj? No. The 4th day. The 5th day.
On the 10th day, Qin Ge sat dejectedly on the steps by the road, chewing on a piece of flatbread. 10 whole days had passed, and still, no sorcerers from Kamartaj had appeared before him.
System. Host. Is Master Ancient One in Kamartaj?
Qin Ge could only turn to the system for help. Host, this requires you to explore and find the answers yourself. Upon hearing this, Qin Ge took a big bite of the flatbread. This was an unfortunate start. He hadn't expected that even meeting the Ancient One would be so difficult. However, even though he was dissatisfied, he had to persevere. Only by continuously completing tasks could he prolong his life. There was simply no other choice. After finishing the flatbread, just as Qin Ge was about to get up and continue his inquiries, he spotted a boy's silhouette in front of him.
Stop! Qin Ge quickly approached and grabbed the boy by the collar. Let go of me, jerk!
Ignoring the boy's struggles, Qin Ge dragged him into a secluded alley.
Little brat, do you remember me? Qin Ge looked down at the boy from above. The boy clearly recognized Qin Ge, fear flashing in his eyes as he took a step back. Don't kill me! The boy begged, looking up at the imposing Qin Ge. Tell me, do you know Kamartaj or not?
This time, if you dare lie, I'll send you to the police.
Qin Ge smiled devilishly at the boy. Let go of Adiao.
Suddenly, a deep voice came from behind him.
Let go of that child named Adiao. Qin Ge was taken aback for a moment, then asked in confusion, Adiao? Is that the girl who lives on the mountaintop, looking like a vulture?
After saying that, he slowly turned around and saw a man wearing a hooded cloak looking intently at him. In an instant, a glimmer of understanding flashed in Qin Ge's eyes, and he was certain that this guy must be a mage from Kamartaj. His attire was exactly like that of Mordo when he made his entrance. though he looked somewhat unfamiliar. Without saying another word, Qin Ge grabbed the little boy and pulled him in front of him, angrily questioning, "Do you know what this little rascal has done?" The man across from him spoke slowly, "I know. Adia's mother is paralyzed and lies in bed. Sometimes he has to do some bad things to make a living." Qin Ge fell silent for a moment, then gently pushed Adio away, and the little boy immediately took off running. Seeing this, the man nodded slightly at Qin Ge and then turned to leave. "Wait!" Qin Ge, seeing this, became anxious and quickly shouted to stop him. The man halted, looking puzzled, and asked, "What is it?" Qin Ge eagerly pointed to himself and said, "Do you know Kamartaj? I want to see Master Gui. I have something very important to discuss." The man was taken aback, then removed his hood, looking at Qin Ge with confusion, and said, "All right, I can take you there, but I can't guarantee that Master Gui will see you." Hearing what the man said, Qin Ge nodded vigorously, "No problem, let's go." Then, Qin Ge followed closely behind the man as they walked on. They walked for half an hour before entering a seemingly prosperous alley. This alley was narrow, lined with vendors selling various goods, and the strong smell of street food wafted over. The man led Qin Ge to a wooden door that was as ordinary as it could be and stopped, seriously advising Qin Ge, "Let me give you a piece of advice, forget everything you think you know." Qin Ge nodded to show he understood, secretly thinking that this was probably a standard warning given to every stranger before meeting Gui. He pushed the door open, and the space inside was much larger than Qin Ge had imagined, with a corridor over 5 meters wide, lined with various uniquely shaped wooden carvings. Every 3 meters, there was an exquisitely crafted incense burner, emitting wisps of faint smoke, filling the entire room with a subtle fragrance that made one's mind involuntarily calm. The two of them climbed the stairs, and finally, Qin Ge broke the silence between them and asked, "Does Master Gui often stay here?" Without turning his head, the man replied, "Yes, this is the sanctuary of Master Gui. Remember, this is the last question I will answer for you." Upon reaching the second-floor loft, they were surrounded by grid windows. The man stopped and said, "Go in. If she wants to see you, she will naturally appear. If she does not wish to see you, you can leave here." Qin Ge clasped his hands together in a gesture commonly used by locals, then turned and slowly walked into the room. Sitting at the far end of the room was a middle-aged Asian man dressed entirely in Taoist robes, his calm gaze peering through his glasses, quietly observing Qin Ge. Qin Ge immediately recognized this person. He was Master Hammer from Doctor Strange, the Asian man who had lost his left hand but could still demonstrate spells to Strange. At that moment, Master Hammer was sitting behind a long table, watching Qin Ge approach, and gave a slight nod. However, Qin Ge's expression was somewhat serious because he did not see Master Gui in the room. Qin Ge patiently asked Hammer, "Excuse me, where is Master Gui?" Hammer stood up, smiling at Qin Ge, and said, "I heard that a yellow-skinned person like me has come around here, and for the past 10 days, every person he encounters asks, 'Do you know Kamartaj?' It seems that person must be you." Qin Ge replied with disappointment, "There's no other way, I just want to meet Master Gui, but I couldn't find this place, so I had to do this." A hint of curiosity flashed in Hammer's eyes, then he said, "Young bounty hunter, what has brought you here? It's strange, I can't see your future. What has happened to you?" Suddenly, before Qin Ge could respond, a familiar voice came from behind. Qin Ge turned abruptly, and the iconic bald head appeared before his eyes, with a pair of spirited and wise eyes fixed on him. It was Master Gui. This supreme mage, who quietly protected the earth with his magical powers, keeping Dormammu at bay, was standing right behind him. "Master Gui, I thought I wouldn't see you today," Qin Ge said joyfully, feeling uncontrollable excitement at meeting this low-key super expert from the Marvel Universe. Master Gui replied calmly, "Because I haven't been here these past few days." After saying that, he walked to the long table filled with tea sets, leisurely began to brew tea, and then handed a cup to Qin Ge, saying, "I find it strange that you don't seem surprised to be here. Bounty hunter, it seems you are not unfamiliar with this place." Qin Ge couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Master Gui was indeed impressive, having noticed his unusual demeanor in such a short meeting. He quickly said, "Impressive. My mind often feels like it's playing a movie, with countless images flashing by. I have seen this place and you. I don't know why, but I want to get some answers from here." Of course, Qin Ge could not reveal the existence of the system and his time travel. He could only find an excuse to deflect. Upon hearing Qin Ge's words, Gui was taken aback, then asked, "Qin Ge, have you ever experienced the illusion of living in another world? Or sometimes, you can't tell the difference between reality and dreams, not knowing which one is the real you?" Qin Ge shook his head and said, "Well, seems not." Gui did not pursue the matter further but lowered his head to continue washing the teacups. However, Qin Ge's heart was racing uncontrollably, and he forced himself to suppress the turmoil within. This feeling was like having one's greatest secret exposed. He thought to himself, Gui is even more formidable than in the movies. System. Host. Will you be discovered by Master Gui, along with my time travel secret? Don't worry, the system has concealed any prying eyes, no one will know. After hearing the system's words, Qin Ge finally breathed a sigh of relief. Beside him, Master Gui quietly stirred the teacup, seemingly pondering something. Master Gui? After 5 full minutes, Qin Ge could not help but call out softly. His voice broke the silence in the room, bringing Master Gui's thoughts back. He looked at Qin Ge with an odd expression and said, Qin Ge, your fate is very strange, it seems a force is obscuring my observation. I am curious, what power has rescued you from misfortune? This power has transcended the natural laws of the universe. When Qin Ge heard Master Gui's words, he gradually understood that the transcendence of natural laws she mentioned was actually the system extending his lifespan and altering his fate through tasks. Master Gui, I can't see the direction of my own fate, but from what you said, it seems my destiny is not smooth sailing, he said, half-truthfully, which immediately made a serious expression appear on Master Gui's face. Fate is not absolutely unchangeable. Since your fate has already changed, make sure to seize it well, Qin Ge. I cannot give you a definite answer. Perhaps, all this requires you to explore and resolve on your own, Master Gui said slowly. Hearing Master Gui's words, Qin Ge felt a bit anxious. Master Gui, I firmly believe that I can control my own fate, but without your help, I will definitely fall into trouble. What exactly do you want me to help you with? Master Gui asked, puzzled. Please give me a slap, Qin Ge said bluntly. A slap? Both Master Gui and Hammer were stunned by Qin Ge's request. Yes, a slap that can knock my soul out of my body, Qin Ge had to explain further. After a moment of astonishment, Master Gui couldn't help but laugh. Qin, it seems this is your real intention. The mission of Camartage is to protect the order of nature, and there is too much uncertainty within you. I'm truly sorry. As soon as Master Gui finished speaking, she lightly waved her right hand, and suddenly, a circle surrounded by flickering orange-red light like sparks appeared a meter in front of Qin Ge. On the other side of the circle was a patch of green grass that looked quite familiar. This was a portal. Qin Ge sensed something was amiss. He realized Master Gui was about to send him away. Wait, Master Gui, I don't understand what you mean by uncertainty, but... With a whoosh, before Qin Ge could finish his sentence, the portal appeared before him, and he had no time to evade. He instantly disappeared from the small second floor. As he watched the light point ahead rapidly vanish, Qin Ge stumbled but managed to steady himself. He looked around and realized he was on the lawn of his own villa, finally understanding why it seemed familiar just now. Qin? Not far away, Hill saw Qin Ge on the grass and hurried over. Qin, weren't you supposed to be in Nepal? When did you come back? Hill asked, her face full of confusion. Qin Ge smiled wryly and shook his head, saying, I really had the worst luck, someone sent me back. Did you not complete your task? Hill asked with concern. No, forget it. I've been eating flatbread for the past 10 days, let's have a hearty meal first, Qin Ge said, pulling Hill back to the villa with him. After a hearty meal, Qin Ge did some things with Hill and then fell into a deep sleep. The next day, in Kathmandu, Qin Ge stepped off the plane and set foot on this land once again. Alright, if strange can impress you after squatting all night, I refuse to believe I can impress you by sticking it out. At worst, I'll take you as my master and learn the method of soul projection myself, he muttered to himself, squared his shoulders, and walked deeper into the city. In a secluded alley, seeing the 6 people in front of him, Qin Ge couldn't help but smile. What a coincidence, he never expected to run into the 6 thugs who had previously robbed him. Haha, kid, you really are unlucky, I didn't expect to see you again, the short, stocky man in the lead said with a gleeful smile. Yeah, what a strange fate. Hey, hand over that watch on your wrist, I've been wearing it for over 10 days now, and I won't charge you interest or anything, considering Master Gui, Qin Ge said, grinning as he stepped forward, pointing at the watch on the man's wrist. That watch was a gift from Hill, and he originally planned to have the Shadow Ninja retrieve it after completing his task, but he never expected things to unfold like this. I hate that face of yours the most, teach this brat a lesson, the leading man shouted. Immediately, the 6 people around him rushed forward. With a bang, Qin Ge reached out and grabbed the shoulders of two of the men. With a flick of his mind, dozens of currents, as thick as chopsticks, surged from his wrist. The two men trembled violently on the spot, their eyes rolling back, foam forming at their mouths. The other two rushing at him hadn't even reacted before Qin Ge delivered a slap to each of their faces, sending them flying with dozens of teeth falling from their mouths.
The entire process took only 2 seconds.
The leading man was stunned, beads of cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Qin Ge walked over, gently removed the watch from the man's wrist, and wiped it with the man's clothing, saying, "Not bad, it's well protected." After finishing, he ignored the remaining men and turned to disappear around the corner. Bang bang bang, with a creak, an old and small wooden door opened, revealing Master Hammer.
"Qin Ge, you didn't fly back here again, did you?" Hammer asked with a strange expression.
"Yes, Master Hammer. I also took a shower and changed my clothes."
"I want to see Master Gui, could you please let her know?"
Qin Ge said. Hammer smiled helplessly and stepped aside. "Come on, Master Gui happens to be free." On the second floor, Master Gui, dressed in a mage's robe, was standing on the balcony, gazing at the scenery of Kathmandu.
Qin Ge walked over and looked outside along with Gui.
At that moment, he realized that the entire Kamartaj was indeed a different world. Behind the small second floor was a courtyard covering nearly 100 acres, with pavilions and waterside pavilions beautifully arranged. In a nearby small square, dozens of mages dressed as warriors were diligently practicing spells, while a few slightly older mages were engaging in close combat. A small boy in the square caught Qin Ge's attention, and upon closer inspection, he found that it was the little boy named Adiao.
"Qin, do you see those people?
They are all mages from Kamartaj.
This world is not as peaceful as people see it.
In the universe, there are countless evil forces coveting the earth, and my duty, along with theirs, is to protect the earth and uphold the laws of nature," Gui said, turning to look at Qin Ge.
"Master Gui, I mean no harm, I just wanted you to give me a slap."
"What you said is too profound, I really can't understand it," Qin Ge said awkwardly. "Then there's nothing more for us to discuss." Suddenly, Master Gui swiftly waved her right hand, and Qin Ge finally reacted.
"Master Gui, wait, I haven't."
With a whoosh, a portal passed through Qin Ge's body once again.
2 seconds later, Qin Ge found himself standing on the lawn of his villa, unable to help but grimace and mutter, "Gui, was it really necessary to be this stingy?
A slap wouldn't kill me." As soon as he finished speaking, a portal suddenly appeared in front of him, and on the other side, it was the small second floor.
Gui calmly looked at Qin Ge through the portal and said, "Qin Ge, remember what I said before, the duty of a mage is to maintain the order of nature.
Also, I'm a woman, so I tend to be a bit stingy." After Gui finished speaking, the portal disappeared without a trace.
Bang bang bang. Master Hammer, Master Gui.
Qin Ge stood in front of the small door, knocking continuously. It was already dusk on the second day, and he had returned to Kamartaj once again. However, this time, the wooden door remained closed. Creak! A flash of lightning streaked across the sky, followed by a rumble of thunder that echoed in the distance. Pitter-patter. Raindrops the size of soybeans suddenly poured down, and before long, the entire sky seemed to turn into a giant showerhead. Qin Ge squeezed tightly at the door, helplessly watching as the rainwater collected into streams on the street, slowly flowing away.
Is it that difficult without strange protagonist Halo? Qin Ge couldn't help but mutter to himself.
Fortunately, thanks to the transformation from the bull charm, Qin Ge's physical fitness had reached inhuman levels. Despite the bone-chilling weather of late autumn, he felt nothing at all. Creak! Just as Qin Ge was pondering what to do next, the wooden door behind him suddenly made a slight sound.
"Qin, Master Gui wants to see you."
Adiao's innocent face peeked through the gap in the door, fear evident in his eyes as he nervously looked at Qin Ge. Huff! Qin Ge slowly exhaled the last puff of smoke from his mouth, casually tossing the cigar aside, and nodded slightly at Adiao, "Thank you." Then the two of them walked towards the small second floor together.
"Qin, I admire your perseverance.
Throughout this long time, you are the most special person I have ever seen.
You seem to belong here yet also not belong here," Master Gui said quietly, gazing at Qin Ge.
"Master Gui, I certainly belong here. My girlfriend is still in the beautiful country, and I hold you in great respect, not malice."
"Master Gui, could you please grant me that small request?" Qin Ge had to ask Master Gui once again.
Master Gui gently shook her head. "You still don't truly understand. Your existence seems to have transcended the constraints of natural rules. But unlike those others, you can stay here, but ultimately, your destiny still relies on your own grasp. After saying this, Master Gui extended her hand, summoning a portal, and then slowly walked inside. Huff! Watching the portal disappear, Qin Ge let out a quiet sigh.
Master Gui could sense the anomaly within him, but she couldn't determine what had changed his fate.
Master Gui was wary of him, to be precise, she was wary of the system within him. This was a tricky issue. Qin Ge didn't want to reveal the existence of the system to Master Gui, and she, not knowing the details, was unwilling to act rashly. It seems I can only stay here and cultivate slowly, soul projection. I hope it won't be too difficult, Qin Ge thought, remembering that in Doctor Strange, soul projection was one of the first spells learned by Strange. Even if he didn't have Strange's magical talent, mastering it shouldn't be too difficult. Qin Ge was a decisive person. Once he made up his mind, he wouldn't hesitate.
Qin, if you're willing to learn the magic of camouflage, I can be your introductory mentor. Suddenly, a voice from behind interrupted Qin Ge's thoughts. Master Hammer had appeared in the small second floor without him noticing.
Thank you, Master Hammer, Qin Ge quickly expressed his gratitude. Come on, I'll arrange a place for you to stay. Tomorrow, we can officially start learning, Master Hammer said excitedly, as if being Qin Ge's mentor made him particularly thrilled. Then Hammer led Qin Ge towards the backyard.
Master Hammer, isn't Master Gui supposed to teach me personally? Qin Ge couldn't help but ask along the way.
Qin Ge, Master Gui typically doesn't personally teach her disciples, she just occasionally gives casual guidance, Hammer replied. Qin Ge didn't press further as there was nothing more to ask, he didn't have the protagonist privileges like Strange.
The next day. Good morning, Master Hammer.
Do you usually eat this? In the dining hall, Qin Ge raised a flatbread, looking puzzled. Yes, true mages focus on the honing of mental will, and they aren't particularly concerned with material pursuits, Hammer said, taking a bite of the flatbread. Thus, Qin Ge officially began his life as a mage in camouflage.
I heard you are new.
Master Hammer, although the key to a mage's training lies in mental will, good food always lifts our spirits. The knowledge in camouflage is shared, but maintaining the sanctum comes with a hefty cost. Mages are accustomed to meditation but aren't very good at making money. Suddenly, a young, chubby man jumped in from the side, picking up on Qin Ge's words and complaining to Hammer.
Wang?
Seeing the familiar Asian face, Qin Ge blurted out. Yeah, I just arrived at camouflage, but I still don't quite get used to eating this flatbread every day. Look, I'm almost turning into a flatbread myself.
What's your name?
The mage Wang looked at Qin Ge while extending his right hand. Qin Ge shook hands with him and said, Qin Ge.
Do you have any money on you?
Mage Wang asked, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. I do, Qin Ge replied, somewhat confused. Great. If you can treat me to a barbecue every week and play a video game with me once, I'll help you get started quickly.
What do you think?
The corners of Qin Ge's eyes twitched involuntarily.
Is that even possible?
Qin Ge, although not many know of our existence, we mages are not hermits hidden in the mountains, we keep up with the times, Master Hammer explained from the side.
Got it, Master Hammer. If I sponsor some food, would camouflage accept it? Smack! Mage Wang slapped Qin Ge on the shoulder excitedly.
Thank the supreme mages of the past, finally, a rich guy has come.
I promise everyone here will like you.
I'm covering the food here, fruits, meat, vegetables, bread, these are daily necessities. After all, a strong body is essential for better practicing magic.
The body is the foundation of revolution, do you think that works?
If not, I can buy other things, Qin Ge said. After he finished speaking, Hammer and Mage Wang exchanged glances and simultaneously said, that's completely fine.
In an ancient, elegant room. Master Hammer stood opposite Qin Ge, officially starting the lesson.
Qin, to learn magic, you must first understand where the power of magic comes from. Once Hammer finished speaking, he lightly waved his hands, and a portal appeared before them, then quickly vanished. You should have seen this magic. It opens a spatial passage between two different locations, allowing mages to traverse the earth swiftly. First of all, to cast magic, you must learn magical incantations.
At this moment, Qin Ge interrupted Hammer's explanation. Can't magic be cast without incantations? Hammer nodded and said, yes, magical incantations are as ancient as human civilization.
They were established through countless practices by the mages who created magic.
In the room. Do you understand the principle of how a telephone transmits information? Hammer asked, puzzled. I do.
Actually, from our current perspective, incantations are akin to a predetermined electronic code. Only by activating them can we communicate with the multiverse. As soon as he finished speaking, Master Hammer gently waved his hands in the air, and a vertical, orange-red magical line appeared in the void. Then, with another sweep of his arms, the vertical orange-red line began to rotate, gradually forming two circles, one larger and one smaller. Only by activating the incantation can we draw power from the multiverse, Hammer explained, intertwining his hands, causing a square magical line to appear outside the magical circle. The square lines intertwined, and complex patterns emerged at the center, slowly rotating. The role of the incantation is to communicate and establish the foundation of these multiversal powers. Combined with the mage's spells, we can cast magical skills similar to shields and weapons in reality. With that, as Master Hammer continued to make small movements with his hands, 7 smaller magical circles appeared around the center. Then, he gently pushed his hands, and the complex pattern composed of magical lines slowly floated towards Qin Ge. With a whoosh, Qin Ge felt his hair being blown back by the incoming magical pattern. The entire pattern remained in the air for nearly 2 seconds before dissipating into orange-red light points in the air. Qin Ge, this is the origin of magic. With practice, you too can achieve these feats, Hammer said. All alone, Qin Ge had been staring in awe at Hammer's demonstration and explanation. Although he had seen similar scenes in movies in his previous life, the magical and complex spectacle unfolding before his eyes captivated him completely. Impressive. Qin Ge couldn't help but whisper those 2 words. He thought to himself that once he learned these magical skills, he could easily earn a fortune just by performing as a magician, far surpassing David Copperfield. Hearing Qin Ge's words, Hammer shook his head and said, "We only need to use magical skills when facing mages or external threats. The rest, Qin Ge, will require you to learn and comprehend at your own pace. What should I do now?" "Read books." Half an hour later, Qin Ge sat in the Kamartaj library, looking utterly helpless and frustrated. In front of him lay 2 books, Fundamentals of Magic and Chronicles of Magic, both of which were written in Sanskrit, and he couldn't recognize a single word. Thus began his unfortunate days. Every day, Qin Ge clutched a dictionary, as if he were back in elementary school, learning to read word by word. However, for the mages of Kamartaj, happy days had arrived. Qin Ge had arranged for a supermarket in Kathmandu to deliver fresh vegetables, fruits, and meats to the Kamartaj cafeteria daily. In the 1990s, the purchasing power of the US dollar was astonishing. A full truckload of food cost around $500. "Qin, thank you. Thank you." Almost everyone in Kamartaj thanked Qin Ge whenever they saw him. Of course, the most pleased was Mage Wang, whose face, already somewhat flatbread-like, visibly expanded over just a week. The mages were all happy, while Qin Ge felt quite depressed. Unlike Strange, who had an exceptional memory, he could only slowly flip through the books word by word, making painfully slow progress. System. Host. Why is it that I can summon the Shadow Ninja and release currents without needing to recite incantations? The Shadow Ninja and demonic magical powers are already attached to you. The way to communicate with the multiverse in this world is different. Have you ever seen someone needing to recite incantations just to stretch their arms? After a month of diligent study, Qin Ge finally managed to stammer through some sentences in the books. In the training ground at the back of Kamartaj, Qin Ge stood in the middle of a line, concentrating, visualizing a place in his mind, extending his left hand slightly, while his right hand traced circles slowly. Focus your mind and feel with your heart. When you can communicate with the spatial forces, your fingers will feel as if they are gliding through thick mud. Congratulations, at that point, you will be very close to mastering this magic, Hammer said softly from the front of the line. Suddenly, in the air in front of Adiao at the front of the line, orange-red light points began to flicker. The points multiplied and formed an arc. The magical line persisted for 3 breaths before vanishing. Good, keep practicing, and you will master it soon, Hammer praised Adiao, nodding in approval. As soon as he spoke, the group of about 10 people seemed to have coordinated in advance, with orange-red light points and arcs appearing simultaneously. Clearly, everyone except Qin Ge had successfully communicated with the spatial forces. Xi beta gamma, U, Phi sigma xi. Watching the apprentices in front of him, Qin Ge's eyes revealed a look of envy. He then composed himself, silently reciting the incantation, and earnestly began to draw circles again. As night fell. Qin Ge, although a month has passed, you still can't release even the slightest magical fluctuation. You must persist, Mage Wang said, stuffing a piece of roasted chicken into his mouth while reassuring Qin Ge. A month had quickly gone by, and the entire Camartage knew that Qin Ge was a magic idiot. The apprentices learning alongside him had already learned to cast portals, while Qin Ge was still stuck drawing circles. Don't worry, I won't leave Camartage until I learn magic. I'm not the kind of man who gives up easily, Qin Ge said helplessly, unsure of what was going wrong. After all, he was someone who almost got into a prestigious university. His intelligence shouldn't be this mediocre.
Qin, don't rush.
The more eager you are to succeed, the harder it will be to master spells. In fact, your movements and incantations are already quite standard. Perhaps you just lack a bit of luck, Hammer said, noticing Qin Ge's low spirits and trying to comfort him. Another month passed. In the training ground at Camartage, with less than 2 days until the new year, many magic apprentices had returned home to reunite with their families, leaving only a few people in the square. Qin, I didn't expect your power to be so impressive that you can even withstand the magical force of the Life Court staff. In the square, a thrilled Mage Wang held a staff over a meter long, the Life Court staff, and stared intently at Qin Ge.
Ha!
Suddenly, Mage Wang's expression grew serious as orange light flashed from the staff in his hand, and the hard staff whipped toward Qin Ge like a whip. Qin Ge also held a staff, horizontally blocking it, and with a clang, the two magical implements collided, creating a sound like iron striking iron.
Then, Mage Wang turned and moved closer to Qin Ge's right side.
The staff returned to its stick form, but Qin Ge reacted faster. Before Mage Wang could swing the staff, his long leg shot out with a whoosh. Mage Wang's expression changed drastically, and he raised the staff in front of him, trying to block Qin Ge's incoming kick. With a bang, unfortunately for him, Mage Wang underestimated Qin Ge's strength.
Qin Ge's kick sent him and the staff flying over 5 meters away.
Okay, you two stop, a voice called out from beside the square. In the square, Master Gui, who had not appeared for a long time, finally made her presence known. Qin Ge, thank you for everything you've done for Camartage, Gui said slowly, expressing her gratitude to Qin Ge.
Master Gui, you are too polite.
Those donations can count as my tuition, but unfortunately, I am still too foolish and have not learned a single magical skill yet, Qin Ge said with a helpless expression. I understand the situation, but I'm not quite sure of the specific reasons.
Qin Ge, do you want to continue staying at Camartage, or do you plan to go back? Gui gently inquired.
I want to stay, Qin Ge answered decisively, thinking to himself that staying here at least offered some opportunities. If he went back, he would truly be stuck in a mundane existence waiting for death.
Then feel free to stay. Everyone is very welcome for you to remain.
If you really go back, it might disappoint many people, Master Gui said, her gaze inadvertently drifting to Mage Wang, who had an oily face, while Mage Wang looked at them with confusion. Late at night, the entire Camartage was silent, with most mages already fast asleep.
System. Host. Am I really too stupid? Or do I simply lack the talent for learning magic in this world?
Qin Ge, feeling helpless, could only hope to get some assistance from the system.
Rule conflict. The system coldly stated. What does that mean?
Host, the magical attributes of Camartage conflict with your own magical attributes. Your magic comes from the dark powers of the 8 demons, and it cannot merge with the magic of Camartage.
The system's words stunned Qin Ge for a second.
Immediately, he stood up, looking anxious.
Damn, why didn't you say this earlier?
The host never inquired about related issues. The conflict between the source powers of magic can cause chaos in the powers already mastered. To protect the host, the system shielded your magical perception. Now, Qin Ge finally understood the reason. It wasn't that he lacked magical talent, rather, the system had set up a shielding barrier to protect him.
So you're saying I can't learn Camartage magic at all?
Yes, host. This is to ensure your safety. The differences in the source of magic will severely harm your body and spirit.
For goodness sake, if you don't let me learn, how am I supposed to complete my tasks? I need to experience soul projection. Can't you teach me? Qin Ge felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, even becoming a bit withdrawn. Host, this is something you need to figure out on your own. How the task is completed depends on you, the system said with an indifferent attitude.
Qin Ge knew well the system's temperament and no longer argued with it, shaking his head helplessly. After all this time, it seemed he could only return to the starting point and rely on Master Gui to help him complete his task. With that thought, he let out a long sigh. Having stayed in Camartage for 2 whole months, his only gain was becoming familiar with Sanskrit.
I'm struggling.
Standing in front of the window, Qin Ge rubbed his face involuntarily, filled with emotions, realizing that one could hardly have both fish and bear's paw. At first, Qin Ge had fantasized about casting the 8 demons' lightning cannons with his left hand and using Kamartaj's Lagder with his right, combining the abilities of Bagong and the 12 Talismans. He believed that if he could reach that point, he would become an unmatched violent mage capable of both ranged and close combat, with physical fitness rivaling the Hulk and the elegance of casting ranged spells like Ebony Maw. Even if Thanos came, he would have to kneel and sing conquer. Unfortunately, reality quickly hit him hard. If the task got stuck at this point in Kamartaj, he only had 14 years left to live. By the time Thanos arrived, his grave grass would probably have grown a foot tall. In silence, he felt filled with disappointment, and the weight of despair rested heavily on him.
Bang bang bang.
As the sun began to rise, Qin Ge knocked on Master Guyi's bedroom door. However, 5 minutes passed, and there was still no response from inside. Left with no choice, he decided to look for Master Hammer.
Hammer, where's Master Guyi? Qin Ge asked eagerly upon meeting him.
Master Guyi went somewhere else last night. She had some urgent matters to attend to.
What's up, Qin Ge?
Hammer, seeing Qin Ge's anxiousness, asked with curiosity while adjusting his glasses.
When will she be back?
Qin Ge, it's hard to say. It could be a day or even a month, Hammer replied helplessly. Upon hearing Hammer's words, disappointment washed over Qin Ge's face as he slowly turned to leave. After that, Qin Ge stopped going to the training ground to practice. The system had made it clear that this was not an issue of his inherent talent but rather a conflict of magical sources, which couldn't be solved at a technical level. After a whole night of contemplation, Qin Ge decided to have a deep conversation with Guyi to try and persuade her to help him. However, to his surprise, Guyi had left Kamartaj, and no one knew where she had gone. With no other options, Qin Ge slowly walked into the Kamartaj library, hoping to find some inspiration to solve his problem among the thick books. In the spacious library, Qin Ge was the only one quietly reading a book on the history of earth magic. After stumbling through half an hour of reading, he closed the book and stood up to return it to the shelf. Suddenly, he noticed a book on the last row of shelves, locked with an iron chain. The center of the book's cover glimmered with a faint orange light, instantly capturing his attention. The Book of Cagliostro. Qin Ge recalled that in the plot of Doctor Strange, the later fanatic Caecilius had torn out a page that documented the ritual for summoning the Dark Lord Dormammu from this book. A strong sense of curiosity surged within him, and he unconsciously walked up to the book, extended his hands to unlock the chain, and took down the beautifully bound book. Flipping it open, he began to read carefully. The spells recorded in the book were all very complex, with the incantations taking up half a page. A red pattern composed of 3 semicircles caught Qin Ge's eye. He instantly recognized that this page detailed how to summon the ruler of the dark dimension, Dormammu. Once the summoning ritual succeeded, this mark would appear on the summoner's forehead. Master of life who drifts beyond time, please pause and show mercy. I will trade the price of blood for your trust, to become the guardian of your endless time and space. Please grant me power, let every empty soul feel. Looking at the incantation on the page, Qin Ge couldn't help but slowly begin to recite it. Unconsciously, his gaze became somewhat vacant, as if a black hole had appeared in the void above, threatening to absorb his soul and consciousness. Smack! Suddenly, the Book of Cagliostro in his hands was closed by another pair of hands, and that eerie feeling vanished without a trace.
Qin, this book is not something you can understand right now.
Only a supreme mage can truly unleash its powers. You should go back to reading that book on the fundamentals of magic, said the librarian, who had come to close the book and return it to the shelf, locking it up with the iron chain. In the dead of night, a stream of silvery moonlight poured into Qin Ge's room, as if draping the entire space in a hazy silver veil. At this moment, lying in bed, Qin Ge found his mind involuntarily drifting back to the mysterious ritual that summoned Dormammu, and he began to clearly recite the lengthy and complex incantation. Normally troubled by memorizing spells, this time it felt as though every word was deeply etched into his mind. Instantly, that familiar eerie sensation surged within him like a tidal wave.
System.
Host. A hint of unease welled up in Qin Ge's heart, prompting him to call out to the system. A being from the dark dimension is attempting to communicate with your consciousness, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Upon hearing this, a supervillain's image, Dormammu, flashed before Qin Ge's mind. It seemed that no other existence could achieve this.
Is this dangerous? Qin Ge asked with concern. No need to worry, host. The system will fully protect your consciousness and integrity. No being can control your thoughts. The system's response provided Qin Ge with some relief. You're really impressive, system, he said, excitement creeping onto his face. As one of the most powerful villains in the Marvel Universe, Dormammu had once been trapped in a time loop by Doctor Strange and was ultimately forced to retreat. To be precise, he had been driven away by Strange's persistence. Knowing there was no immediate danger, Qin Ge felt a strong curiosity rising within him. He really wanted to meet the legendary Dormammu. With that thought, he decided to let his mind wander freely in this mysterious space. After several breaths, Qin Ge's thoughts began to dull, as if his entire consciousness was being pulled into a black hole in the void above him. This sensation felt at times like an instant and at other times as if eons had passed. Finally, Qin Ge slowly opened his eyes to a chaotic world where up and down, left and right were indistinguishable. Various objects, all in shades of black, flowed slowly around him. Just then, a colorful speck of light drifted past him, and instinctively, Qin Ge extended his finger and gently tapped it. In an instant, the light exploded like fireworks, transforming into a colorful mist that rushed toward him at high speed. This mist seemed full of life, as if it had its own consciousness and wanted to enter his body. However, just as the mist was about to touch him, a buzzing sound echoed, and a milky white light flashed around him, as if an invisible force had repelled the colorful mist, scattering it in all directions. Who is summoning me? A deep and thunderous voice suddenly resonated throughout the space, seemingly coming from the distant horizon. Before Qin Ge, a massive black head appeared, the size of a planet. From its forehead to its chin, dozens of vertical folds swayed gently like ripples in water, and two dark red eyes slowly opened, fixating on Qin Ge. It was Dormammu, the ruler of the dark dimension. Qin Ge struggled to suppress the surge of fear rising within him and quietly met Dormammu's enormous gaze. The strange light emanating from Dormammu's eyes pierced through him as his massive head leaned closer, looking down at Qin Ge as if trying to see through him. Youth, why is there the aura of dark magic within your body? Dormammu spoke slowly, his heavy voice echoing throughout the space. Qin Ge blinked and slightly raised the corner of his mouth. Guess. You desire to pursue eternal life. Dormammu seemed to see right through his thoughts and said slowly. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Ge had to admit Dormammu was correct. He indeed wished to live longer, albeit for different reasons than Dormammu's notion of eternity. Who wouldn't want to live forever? Qin Ge retorted. You're not wrong, young man. However, time will ultimately cruelly mock your lives, bestowing upon you death, especially human lives on your earth, small and fleeting, like dust, Dormammu lamented. Your evolutionary path is utterly misguided. Life should be eternal like the universe. Youth, sacrifice your void of a soul to me, and I will grant you immortal power. From then on, you will be free from the shackles of aging and death. Dormammu continued to entice Qin Ge, his voice dripping with seduction, as if it could strike at the very core of one's soul. If he weren't acutely aware of Dormammu's true nature and protected by the system, Qin Ge might have found himself irresistibly drawn in. In that moment, Dormammu seemed like a wise figure, trying to persuade Qin Ge with a gentle demeanor. Dormammu, what is the meaning of living without a soul? Qin Ge interrupted, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. Dormammu's eyes displayed a hint of surprise. Young man, the meaning of life lies in eternity, in. Stop. Qin Ge cut him off again. Don't talk to me about these abstract concepts, say something practical. If you keep rambling, I might just leave. All right, young man. I can grant you immense power, allowing you to become the ruler of Earth. Dormammu seemed to relent, starting to offer tangible benefits. Can you sweeten the deal first? Qin Ge said excitedly, rubbing his hands together, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. As a powerful entity in the universe, Dormammu's offerings surely wouldn't be lacking. With a hum, dozens of pages made of colorful mist appeared in the void before Qin Ge, each detailing various magical spells. Young man, you can choose one from these to cultivate. If you are willing to serve me as your master, you will gain even greater power, Dormammu said. Don't talk, I'm selecting. Qin Ge waved his hand to cut off Dormammu's words, fully focused on examining each magical skill. A hint of barely noticeable brutality flashed in Dormammu's eyes but quickly vanished. Suddenly, one image caught Qin Ge's attention. It depicted an unusual weapon resembling a warblade at both ends with a handle in the middle. It looked so familiar. This was space magic. Qin Ge's heart raced,
he suddenly recalled that while watching Doctor Strange, he had been impressed by the translucent weapon used by Kaecilius and had even discussed with friends why Kamartaj's mages didn't use such a magical skill. It turned out this cool skill was actually bestowed by Dormammu to Kaecilius and his followers. Without hesitation, Qin Ge pointed at the space blade and said, "Dormammu, this one, is that okay?" A smile appeared on Dormammu's face. "As you wish, young man." As soon as the words left his mouth, the pages of black mist before Qin Ge instantly transformed into a wisp of ghostly light, drilling into his forehead. A cold, dark sensation enveloped his entire body, causing Qin Ge to shiver involuntarily. His eyes turned pitch black, and his consciousness filled with the aura of brutality, coldness, and slaughter. "Ha ha ha, my disciple, quickly return and complete the full summoning ritual. Then, my true form can descend upon earth," Dormammu declared with glee. However, at that moment, a surge of warmth suddenly surged within Qin Ge, originating from his heart as if a powerful water pump had been activated, instantly dispelling the cold dark aura enveloping him. He blinked, quickly regaining his composure, and an ironic smile crept onto his face. "Dormammu, thanks, but it's probably best if your true form doesn't come to earth. You're far too ugly, you'd be better off staying in the dark dimension," Qin Ge said while looking up and smiling at Dormammu. Dormammu was momentarily taken aback, and then the entire dark space seemed to boil. Black planets exploded one after another, emitting deafening roars. "Impossible! You haven't been eroded by my dark magic? What exactly are you?" In Dormammu's dark dimension, as the space violently convulsed, Qin Ge's spirit stood firm like a towering peak, unaffected by the explosive dark matter surrounding him. The powerful system acted as a solid barrier, shielding him completely from any influence of the dark space. Dozens of black tendrils, stretching for kilometers like ferocious beasts, surged towards Qin Ge's spirit at breakneck speed, their momentum terrifying. "Dormammu, the Hound Prophet, remember this." Qin Ge's lips curled into a slight smile, a glint of mockery flashing in his eyes as he provocatively extended his middle finger toward Dormammu. "I will rip you to shreds and let your lonely soul drift forever in the empty cosmos." Dormammu finally reacted, realizing that the dark dimension seed carried within the spaceblade could indeed erode a person's soul. However, seeing Qin Ge still lively and spirited, Dormammu understood that the other party had become immune to his dark magic's allure, causing his plans for recruitment to fall through. Anger surged within Dormammu as he resolved to annihilate Qin Ge's soul completely. Just as the black tendrils were about to descend upon Qin Ge, a soft pop sounded, and his entire spirit instantly transformed into a flickering light point, disappearing into the dark space. "I will tear you apart," Dormammu roared in fury, his voice echoing throughout the dark dimension. With a whoosh, Qin Ge slowly opened his eyes, successfully returning his spirit to his physical body. However, he could still hear Dormammu's enraged roar ringing in his ears. "System! Host! Show me the space blade!" Having just returned to his dormitory in Kamartaj, Qin Ge's curiosity about the cool magical skill of the spaceblade was bubbling over. He couldn't wait to study it. As he focused his mind, a page appeared in his consciousness, detailing the steps to cast the spaceblade. Qin Ge quickly crossed his hands and began practicing eagerly according to the instructions in the book. "D. Ludo, it with acute payupsalan kapalandasai?" "Why?" He silently murmured the incantation. However, after 15 failures, he crossed his palms again and continued chanting the incantation. Suddenly, he felt his palms grow unusually heavy, as if he were trying to draw in thick mud. Qin Ge's eyes instantly sparkled with joy. This sensation indicated that he had successfully established a connection with the energy of the multiverse. In the deep of night, the control center of NASA in the United States erupted with urgent alarms. The duty personnel rushed into the control room upon hearing the sound. They were horrified to see a strange curve rapidly spiking on the computer screens, and their faces turned ghostly pale. Anomalous spatial fluctuations, anomalous spatial fluctuations. As the duty personnel hurriedly made phone calls, dozens of black energy tendrils composed of thick black mist, stretching for kilometers like octopus tentacles, surged toward the London sanctum at high speed. With a thunderous boom, a barely visible golden light flashed in the high sky, and a massive magical energy barrier instantly materialized, firmly blocking the enormous tendrils. Boom boom boom. The gigantic tentacles relentlessly pounded against the invisible magical barrier. However, no matter how hard they pushed, the barrier remained unyielding like an indestructible rock. "Dormammu, stop! Quickly go back to your dark dimension. Suddenly, a portal slowly appeared outside the magical energy shield in the sky, and Gui flew out from it, shouting at the dark tendrils. At the moment Gui appeared, the dozens of enormous tentacles seemed to be frozen by some magic.
Suddenly, the entire dark tendril exploded, transforming into a massive eye that covered more than 10 kilometers, radiating an expression of fury. "Gui, hand over the Hound Prophet, and I will retreat," came Dormammu's angry voice from within the giant eye, furious that Qin Ge had toyed with him, leading him to invade Earth.
"The Hound Prophet?"
Gui paused slightly, then shook her head gently. "Dormammu, I do not know any Hound Prophet."
As soon as Gui finished speaking, her hands crossed in front of her, and suddenly, several large Lagder rings, each the size of a table, slowly floated into existence in the space a few meters away from her.
"Go back." Gui then charged rapidly toward the giant eye formed by Dormammu's dark magic. The Lagder rings, now visibly expanding, transformed into orange circles thousands of meters in size as they rushed toward Dormammu's eye, spinning like serrated saw blades, aimed directly at him. "Dormammu, one day Earth will become part of my body," Dormammu roared at Gui.
"Try breaking through the Sanctum's magical defenses first," Gui, despite her small stature, spoke with a powerful and resolute tone as several tendrils silently appeared in the void, heading toward the now massive Lagder rings. With a loud crash, the dark tendrils and the Lagder rings exploded simultaneously, turning into a sky filled with black mist and orange light points, with a huge energy tide rapidly spreading outward. Amidst the black energy tide, 5 massive, rough-spiked energy spears suddenly shot out like lightning, aiming toward Gui in mid-air. However, the Supreme Mage Gui's gaze remained calm. She drew a semicircle with her right hand, and the space several dozen meters ahead shattered like glass, instantly forming a mirror-like spatial barrier. The rough spears, hundreds of meters long and composed of black energy, collided with the mirror barrier, instantly transforming into black mist.
"Dormammu, with just this eye, you are wasting your time," Gui said, her left hand resting behind her, tilting her head up toward the giant eye. "Oomph, Gui, I can sense the dark magic within your body. The legacy of the Sanctum will ultimately end in your hands.
At that time, I will make you my most loyal follower, compelling you to destroy the 3 great sanctums that have guarded for hundreds of years." Dormammu's giant eye shot out a contemptuous expression, coldly looking down at Gui.
"Dormammu, is it endless time that has made you feel bored?"
Gui replied, her expression calm as she gazed at Dormammu.
"Gui, even you seek eternal life."
"The followers of Agamotto are all deceivers, only the Dark Realm can give life true meaning."
"Even a dark brute who destroys life talks about the meaning of life. Dormammu, how can your intellect comprehend the true splendor of life?" Gui mocked mercilessly. "Ignorance."
Dormammu's voice echoed in the sky for a long time. With a wave of her right hand, the surrounding space emitted a sound like shattering glass.
"Gui, I will return." Suddenly, Dormammu's enormous black eye exploded, and the vast dark energy abruptly shrank, finally transforming into a black dot that vanished into the vast universe.
The entire sky instantly returned to calm, and the crescent moon that had been obscured by dark energy once again became clear in the night sky. With a bang, dozens of fighter jets surged from the distance toward Gui's direction. Subsequently, a portal appeared, and Gui stepped into it, disappearing as well. A thrilling magical battle had come swiftly and left just as quickly.
"Master Gui, how did it go?"
In the London Sanctum, a guardian mage rushed forward with concern upon seeing Gui appear.
"It's fine, Dormammu has left."
"By the way, have you heard of the Hound Prophet?"
Gui asked the 2 nearby guardian mages. "The Hound Prophet?"
The mages shook their heads.
"Is there a mage on Earth other than Camartage? Or a wandering mage from Camartage?" Gui pondered aloud, filled with curiosity.
That night, the fierce battle between Gui and Dormammu raged on unnoticed by anyone, except for the mages of Camartage who were aware of everything that transpired. In the early morning, Qin Ge, who had been sound asleep, was suddenly jolted awake by a frantic knocking at the door.
"Wang, do you have some special enthusiasm for disturbing others' sleep?"
Qin Ge, who had just practiced the space blade all night, said irritably to Mage Wang.
"Qin, Gui wants us to go to the library." Mage Wang said urgently at the door. "Oh? Master Gui is back?"
"Yes, she is." When they arrived at the library, they saw Gui holding the Book of Cagliostro, gazing intently at it with a slight frown. "Master Gui, everyone is here," said Master Hammer as he stepped forward. Tomorrow was New Year's Day, and most of the mages in Camartage had returned home, leaving only Qin Ge, Hammer, Mage Wang, and 5 other mages, with only Qin Ge among the apprentices. With a snap, Gui closed the book of Cagliostro and spoke slowly, "Follow me." They entered a secret room where a display stand over a meter high held a small bronze pedestal featuring a pendant that resembled an eye, the Eye of Agamotto, the Time Stone. Qin Ge's eyes widened. After nearly 2 years in the Marvel Universe, he finally saw this legendary treasure with his own eyes. Above the stand was a circular dome that opened into the depths of space, where countless stars twinkled faintly. Qin Ge was captivated by the starry sky above the dome, gazing at it with great interest. Gui approached the stand, gently rotating her hands over it. Suddenly, a 3D image of Earth began to slowly rotate in the air, capturing everyone's attention. Even Qin Ge, who had seen this scene in Doctor Strange, was awestruck to witness it in person. Mages are not only here to deal with threats on Earth, more often, we face dangers from the multiverse. As Gui held the Eye of Agamotto, a flash of light illuminated the gemstone at its center, emitting a green glow. This is the supreme artifact of our sanctum, the Eye of Agamotto. Furthermore, Agamotto is the ancestor of Earth's mages. He created the eye using this time stone. Agamotto built 3 major sanctums on Earth. Gui continued, looking up at the 3D Earth projection. As she spoke, 3 golden circular patterns traced across the surface of the sphere, connecting together to encircle the Earth. The Hong Kong Sanctum, the London Sanctum, and the New York Sanctum form a powerful magical energy shield that protects the Earth from the onslaught of cosmic magical energy. Our duty is to safeguard these 3 sanctums from the destructive forces of the multiverse. Qin Ge, the Hong Kong Sanctum is behind you. Gui pointed behind Qin Ge, and everyone turned to see an intricately carved wooden door with a prominent golden circular symbol in the center. Wang, the London Sanctum is behind you. The same pattern adorned another door, but with a silver circular symbol. The last one is the New York Sanctum. After Gui finished speaking, she continued to gaze at the 3D Earth projection. At this moment, Qin Ge discreetly glanced around at the other mages. Except for Hammer, everyone else wore expressions of shock, clearly hearing about the origins of the sanctums for the first time. "Qin, why do you look so calm? Isn't this secret exciting?" Mage Wang noticed Qin Ge's serene expression and asked with admiration. Well, I think I might have had a similar dream before." Qin Ge quickly concocted an excuse. "Oh, did you dream about me?" Mage Wang said excitedly. "No, I usually only dream about girls." Their conversation caught Gui's attention, but Qin Ge keenly sensed that her gaze upon him felt different from usual, though he couldn't quite articulate what that feeling was. "The greatest enemies of the sanctum come from the universe, such as Dormammu from the Dark Dimension," Gui said, looking at Qin Ge slowly. Panic surged within Qin Ge, but he worked to maintain his composure, cooperating with Gui's explanation, and offered a puzzled expression at the appropriate moments. "Dormammu resides in the Dark Dimension. He is a destroyer and devourer of planets. His goal is to continuously consume one planet after another to expand the dark space. He has surpassed the limits of time, what you would understand as eternity. He possesses powerful dark magical powers and great ambition." At that moment, a corner of the Earth projection above began to dissolve, revealing a dark starry sky. The entire sphere transformed into a scene of dark, desolate emptiness, and a massive, ruthless eye gazed forward. His goal is to plunge all of the universe into darkness, and Earth is one of his targets. However, over 1,000 years ago, Agamotto sensed Dormammu's threat and built the 3 sanctums to protect Earth. As Gui spoke, she twisted her hands over the display stand, causing the Earth projection to slowly vanish. Then, she placed the Eye of Agamotto back onto its pedestal and turned to face the others. "The mages protect the sanctums, and the sanctums guard the Earth. I hope you all understand the responsibilities and duties you carry," Gui said slowly. However, Gui continued, her tone shifting. "Last night, Dormammu crossed endless space and attacked the London Sanctum." Hiss, the mages below widened their eyes, gasping in terror. "As long as we protect the sanctums, Dormammu cannot break through the shield formed by the 3 sanctums," Gui stated. With a wave of her right hand, a massive magical screen appeared before them, displaying Dormammu's enormous eye floating in the air, with gigantic tendrils dozens of kilometers long thrashing down towards the London Sanctum. The sight was so immersive that everyone instinctively took 2 steps back. Although they couldn't hear any sound, they could still feel the intense pressure emanating from Dormammu's giant eye. At that moment, a portal suddenly appeared, and Gui stepped through it. With a flourish of her hands, the massive Lagda rings expanded instantaneously, followed by a fierce exchange of magic, showcasing the entire battle between Gui and Dormammu from the previous night, culminating in Dormammu's disappearance.
The threat of Dormammu will not vanish.
This time, he has only sent a projection of himself, but I find it strange. Gui paused, her calm and bright gaze turned toward the distance.
Hound Prophet?
In the hidden chamber, the gathered individuals exchanged puzzled glances, clearly having never heard of this peculiar nickname before. A sudden thump echoed in Qin Ge's chest as his gaze met Gui's. From the calm yet profound look in her eyes, he could tell that Master Gui had likely sensed his secret dealings with Dormammu. Master Gui, this actually, if what Dormammu said is true, he must be looking for me. I happen to have a nickname called Hound Prophet, Qin Ge admitted, stepping forward with reluctance.
Qin, how do you know Dormammu? No, how could Dormammu know you?
Mage Wang exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Ah, it's a long story, purely a coincidence, Qin Ge shrugged and replied helplessly. At that moment, Gui walked up to Qin Ge and waved her hand, instantly conjuring a portal. Come with me, she said, stepping through the portal. Qin Ge shook his head in resignation and followed her inside. As the portal behind them vanished, Qin Ge looked around in surprise to find himself in front of S.H.I.E.L.D's Triskelion building.
Qin, I'm curious, how did you come into contact with Dormammu?
The dark dimension he inhabits repels all normal life forms. Gui turned to him, her gaze piercing.
Master Gui, I apologize for not revealing this sooner.
I can foresee the future, and my previous profession was as a bounty hunter, so I adopted the nickname Hound Prophet, he explained. Actually, I'm not quite sure how I ended up in Dormammu's dark space, he added.
Do you know about the Book of Cagliostro? Qin Ge asked in return.
Of course, that book contains many powerful and dangerous spells.
Could it be did you summon him through that book?
No way, you can't even cast a regular portal, let alone learn the spells recorded within, Gui replied, her brow furrowing. Hearing this, Qin Ge felt a pang of disappointment. Gui clearly doubted his abilities. Since their encounter 3 months ago, she had not sought him out again. Compared to Doctor Strange, the treatment he received was worlds apart.
Yes, I saw a spell for summoning Dormammu in the Book of Cagliostro.
I inadvertently recited the incantation and ended up in the dark dimension, Qin Ge explained.
Gui frowned and asked, and then?
Then, I had a rather pleasant conversation with Dormammu, and he generously taught me a spell, the Spaceblade, Qin Ge blinked and said.
Pleasant? Qin, I think you might have a misunderstanding of the word pleasant. Why do I feel like Dormammu came to Earth seeking revenge on you? Gui questioned incredulously. Master Gui, it's absolutely true.
Of course, Dormammu had ulterior motives. While teaching me the spell, he tried to control me and insisted on making me his follower, intending to have me return to Earth to initiate the summoning ritual for his true form, Qin Ge continued, and Gui's expression changed slightly.
I would never agree to that.
After I refused him, I inexplicably returned. That's the whole story. Master Gui, you have to believe me, Dormammu is ruthless.
How could I possibly become his follower? Gui's expression softened.
If someone truly became a follower of Dormammu, they could not curse him. Such was the effect of wolf followers held only admiration and reverence for Dormammu in their hearts.
Master Gui, how did you know I am the Hound Prophet? Qin Ge couldn't help but ask. He was eager to find out how Gui had learned of his identity. After all, with the system's shielding, Gui couldn't see Qin Ge's fate line.
To her, Qin Ge was an unknown, which was one reason she had been reluctant to grant his requests. There, in the S.H.I.E.L.D. archives, your information is recorded, Hound Prophet. Gui pointed toward the distant Triskelion building.
Qin Ge suddenly understood, nodding repeatedly. For a powerhouse like Gui, checking a S.H.I.E.L.D. file would be as easy as pie. Even if you obtained the spell for the Spaceblade, you still wouldn't be able to learn it because Dormammu's magic requires communication with the powers of the Dark Dimension to be cast. Moreover, you have no magical talent.
I won't pry into the secrets you possess, but you need to be careful of Dormammu going forward.
Do not let him.
Just then, Gui's expression shifted, and she abruptly stopped speaking. In front of Qin Ge, he clasped his hands together, then pulled them apart, revealing a semi-transparent weapon resembling a tang knife, surrounded by a faint mist.
This, Master Gui, I have already learned this technique, Qin Ge said, raising the Spaceblade and winking at Gui.
Impossible. Gui felt as if her mind and centuries of accumulated magical knowledge were insufficient. Unless one was a follower of Dormammu, no one could communicate with the powers of the Dark Dimension.
Gui extended her finger, and an orange-red chain, slender like a whip, shot out, gently striking the Spaceblade in Qin Ge's hand.
With a sizzling sound, sparks erupted as the chain made contact with the Spaceblade.
Gui's brow furrowed as she fell into silence. Master Gui, is there a problem?
Qin Ge asked softly, aware of her concerns but reluctant to reveal the existence of the system.
Qin, what do you think about eternal life? Very appealing?
No, wait, Master Gui, I believe that eternal life under normal circumstances is fine, but it's impossible, it goes against the laws of nature. Moreover, the meaning of life lies in experiencing beautiful things, not becoming a pawn or puppet, a slave of thought like Dormammu's followers. As a lyric says, life should be as splendid as summer flowers, not an eternal existence in solitude. Such eternity holds no meaning. Qin Ge quickly expressed his views.
Well said, Qin Ge.
I don't know how you can communicate with the powers of the dark dimension without being affected. However, I must remind you to never become a slave to power. Protection is the true purpose of learning spells, Gui said earnestly to Qin Ge.
Don't worry, Master Gui.
If you're still concerned, you can let my soul out for you to check, Qin Ge suggested subtly.
Qin, I understand your intention.
I can grant you this request, but you must promise me one condition, Gui replied slowly.
A flicker of joy crossed Qin Ge's face. Could it be that he was finally going to complete his task? Master Gui, just say it. I'd be willing to donate all my wealth. Leave Camartage. Hearing Gui's words, Qin Ge was taken aback. Master Gui, why do you want to drive me away? Gui gently shook her head and replied slowly, actually, the safest way would be to imprison you with magic.
However, the mages of Camartage cannot act in such a manner. Qin, I cannot foresee the distant future, but I can only advise you to protect yourself and others, and never lose your own soul. Qin Ge instinctively wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. If Gui didn't possess such a broad mind, he might not have been a match for her at all.
Thank you, Master Gui.
I will leave Camartage, and if one day Camartage encounters difficulties, I will certainly lend my assistance.
Qin Ge sincerely expressed his gratitude to Gui.
Gui nodded slightly, rest assured, if I find out you truly become a follower of Dormammu, I will personally bring you back to Camartage to ensure you live here forever. Upon hearing this, the corners of Qin Ge's eyes twitched slightly. Gui's words had turned the atmosphere awkward, leaving him unsure of how to respond.
Qin, come here, Gui suddenly commanded. Without hesitation, Gui seized Qin Ge's left hand and struck his chest with her palm.
The mage's hand was icy, and Qin Ge understood that this might be due to her simultaneous practice of dark magic. He resisted the impulse to pull his hand away, watching as Gui's slender palm made contact with his chest. With a boom, Qin Ge felt as if he had been struck by a massive iron hammer a square meter in size, sending him flying backward, his body suspended in midair. However, he could clearly see his spirit still tightly held by Gui. This is soul projection. It's a pity you lack the talent to practice Camartage's magic, otherwise, you should be able to personally experience this wonderful spell, Gui said calmly, looking at Qin Ge, who was floating in midair. Qin Ge looked down at his phantom hands, which could still move flexibly. A gentle breeze blew by, making his soul feel as if it might be blown away. Just as he was savoring the unique sensation of soul projection, a powerful force suddenly pulled him back into his body. With a crash, it felt as if he had awakened from the brink of death, his consciousness suddenly gaining a sense of weight. Qin, you don't need to return to Camartage anymore. I will have someone send your belongings back, Gui said, waving her right hand, causing a portal to quietly appear. Master Gui, I wanted to organize a farewell feast with everyone, Qin Ge hurriedly called out to her retreating figure. Qin, they have already eaten well enough, Gui replied, and with that, she, along with the portal, vanished from sight.
Wow, what a twist of fate.
Just when I thought all hope was lost, I find a way out, Qin Ge exclaimed, filled with mixed emotions. He never expected that this task would end in such a way. His heart was full of gratitude for his persistence, for Dormammu, and for Gui.
System task completed.
Host, please proceed with the sacrifice as soon as possible, the long-awaited system voice echoed in Qin Ge's ears, bringing an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Marvel Sacrifice System *. Host, Qin Ge. Lifespan, 29 years. Skills, Summon Shadow Ninja, Quantity 10, Bull Charm, Dual Hand Electric Release, Spaceblade. Sacrificeable items, items have been sacrificed. System task, find Master Gui and experience soul projection, completed. Awesome. As the system panel appeared before him, Qin Ge's gaze instantly focused on the lifespan entry. 29 years, though the task entrusted to him by Gui was convoluted, the rewards were immensely generous, adding a full 15 years to his life. Nothing was more pleasing than the prospect of enjoying life for a longer time. Next, his gaze shifted to the prize wheel.
Brute strength of Demon Bagon. Lightning flight. Afuse arm guards. Fire breath. Water balloon. Gravity control. Super strong bite. Storm wings.
Super lung capacity. The prize wheel displayed 9 items. After examining them carefully, Qin Ge couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. His greatest anticipation was for the brute strength of Demon Bagon, known as the powerhouse among the 8 demons, with strength ranking at the top of the demon hierarchy. If he possessed Bogang's strength, combined with the 300-fold power boost from the bull charm, Qin Ge was confident that even if Thanos came, he would be able to pin him down and rub his face in the dirt. The other prizes were all various magical skills from the 8 demons.
However, based on the system's past behavior, Qin Ge didn't believe he would draw Bogang's brute strength. Host, would you like to proceed with the lottery?
Lottery.
10 seconds later, system, what the hell? Qin Ge exclaimed as he watched the black pointer finally land on super strong bite. Host, there's nothing wrong.
After months of hard work, to end up with a strong set of teeth left Qin Ge feeling utterly frustrated, almost wanting to curse.
System, what does having super strong bite even mean? It means you will have good teeth and a healthy appetite.
If you eat well, you can complete tasks better.
Qin Ge was almost choked with anger.
He never expected the system would tease him. It was definitely a rather unserious system. However, fortunately, besides this seemingly useless ability, he had learned the Space Blade, which provided him with a bit of psychological balance.
Are you role-playing?
Suddenly, a young boy's voice interrupted Qin Ge's thoughts. He turned around to see a small boy from the United States staring at him with wide eyes, curious and examining him from head to toe. Qin Ge looked down and realized he was still wearing the martial arts practice outfit from Kamartaj, which explained why the boy thought he was playing dress-up.
No, I'm a real mage, Qin Ge smiled and said. Impossible. My mom says the magic on TV is fake, the boy replied angrily. Pfft, what does your mom know? Qin Ge scoffed back.
My mom is a university professor, she studies astrophysics, the boy said seriously. Oh, a child from a scholarly family. Qin Ge's eyes sparkled as he thought it necessary to broaden this little boy's horizons and increase his knowledge.
Is this your dog?
Qin Ge crouched down, pointing at the teddy bear the boy was holding.
Yes, the boy nodded.
Little buddy, this world is full of countless unknown spaces and life forms. Humanity is incredibly small in the universe, and we should view the world with a sense of awe. Even if your mother is a professor, she may not know all the secrets of this world. Watch closely, Qin Ge said, slowly extending his right hand and placing it on the teddy bear's head. Having stayed in Kamartaj for so long, he had unconsciously adopted a mage's tone.
With a crackle, several blue arcs of electricity erupted from his palm.
Ugh! The teddy bear emitted a pained whimper, and suddenly, with a bang, its 4 legs went stiff, and it collapsed, fainted from the electrical shock.
See?
Your mom can't explain this with science.
Wow! You killed Andy! Mommy! Mommy!
The little boy suddenly burst into tears.
Seeing this, Qin Ge's heart tightened, and he quickly got up and bolted away. In the villa.
After several months of not seeing each other, He welcomed Qin Ge back with her warmest embrace. It was as if she wanted to catch up on all the missed moments at once, her enthusiasm radiating like she wanted to encompass the whole world in her heart.
On a bed large enough for 5 people, He nestled in Qin Ge's arms and said happily, Qin, do you know?
The stock prices of Stark Industries have started to rise slowly over the past few months.
You really are powerful, Hound Prophet.
Hearing this, a hint of confusion flashed in Qin Ge's eyes as he asked, has Fury contacted you again?
He nodded and said, yes, a few days ago, Fury called me, saying it was a big regret for me to leave S.H.I.E.L.D, and he asked if I had any intentions of returning. Qin Ge looked at Hill with a puzzled expression and asked, what did you say?
Hill smiled slightly and replied, I think being a businessman is pretty good, the risks here aren't any less than being an agent. I've started to enjoy this feeling of investing in different places. Qin Ge clicked his tongue, feeling a mix of emotions.
The once decisive female agent was now stepping confidently into the role of a businesswoman.
This was quite a transformation. However, he hoped Hill could be as adept in the business world as Pepper Potts beside Tony Stark, so he wouldn't have to worry about finances anymore. On this day of the new year, the Big Apple was filled with festive atmosphere, with balloons floating and Christmas trees adorned, the entire city immersed in joy. Dressed in a black jacket and looking like a futuristic warrior, Qin Ge walked alongside Hill, who was wrapped in a warm coat, as they entered Stark Industries' annual expo. They had originally planned to go skiing in the Alps but changed their minds after seeing the promotional posters for the Stark Industries Expo on the news. At this point, Tony Stark was still a novice in the business world, just having taken over Stark Industries. His daily life revolved around the thrill of chasing women. At that moment, he was like a caterpillar emerging from a cocoon, chatting with two blonde beauties in the venue, a proud smile plastered across his face. The venue was bustling with people, and various exhibition booths displayed an array of weaponry and equipment, from the latest individual weapons to missiles and armored vehicles. Everything was available. At the far end of the venue stood a high-tech stage, and with the guidance of staff, Hill and Qin Ge slowly walked to the front of the stage. The VIP seats here cost $500 each, and Qin Ge was eager to get a closer look at the young Tony Stark. "Everyone, please quiet down." Just as Qin Ge and Hill were whispering to each other, a tall white man with neatly combed, slightly curly hair walked onto the stage. This man was Obadiah Stane, the supervillain from Iron Man, who, in a bid to monopolize Stark Industries, had once contacted the Ten Rings to kidnap Tony as he was starting to rise. In a desperate situation, Tony Stark's ingenuity led him to build the first generation of the Iron Man suit and ultimately eliminate Obadiah. To put it simply, Obadiah had dug a pit for himself, only to bury himself in it. Ladies and gentlemen, the success of Stark Industries cannot be separated from one family, that is the Stark family. "Now, please give a warm welcome to Tony Stark as he takes the stage," Obadiah said with a smile, his deep, magnetic voice filling the room as he gestured toward the audience. Everyone turned to follow his gesture and saw Tony Stark standing not far away, dressed in a white suit and sunglasses, holding a glass of wine while chatting jovially with the two blonde beauties beside him. Upon hearing Obadiah's introduction, Tony paused, his smile faltering for a moment. He then rolled his eyes in exasperation, revealing a look of helplessness, before leaning toward his female companion to have her help him adjust his tie. "Oh, it seems Tony has quite the way with the ladies. I hope he won't complain that I interrupted his sweet moment," Obadiah thought to himself, trying to come up with something to warm up the atmosphere as he watched Tony's dawdling demeanor.
Ha ha ha. Many in the audience laughed at his comments. "Qin, did you see those two ladies beside Tony?
They're the cover girls from the latest issue of Playboy." Hill leaned over to Qin Ge's ear, pointing at the two tall blonde girls next to Tony. Qin Ge glanced at Hill, grinning as he said, "Tony has good taste, but it is a bit vulgar. A true swan should be hidden among the reeds, just like you, Miss Hill." Hill smiled brightly at this. "Qin, when did you get so sweet-tongued?" Qin Ge replied earnestly, "Hill, that's just the truth." At that moment, Tony Stark swaggered onto the stage, moving with a casual bravado, and exchanged a quick embrace with Obadiah before taking the microphone from him.
Ahem.
Tony rummaged through his suit pocket for a while, finally retrieving a crumpled piece of paper.
He lazily remarked, "Thank you all.
Stark Industries is irreplaceable, and its technology is always at the pinnacle of the industry. Oh, the rest is too long, so I'll just say thank you to all of you who support Stark Industries." With that, he tossed the microphone back to Obadiah and swaggered back to his seat. Ha ha. Seeing this scene, Qin Ge couldn't help but chuckle. This Tony is quite amusing. "There's no denying that Tony is a genius, but he's also quite the playboy," Hill said with a smirk. Obadiah, being the seasoned veteran he was, showed no signs of embarrassment or discomfort. He stood on stage and spoke confidently, "Ladies and gentlemen, this year's theme for Stark Industries is War and Peace. The great General Bismarck once said, 'Truth is within the range of cannon fire.'" His speech lasted for over 10 minutes before transitioning to a performance by a popular singer that Stark had invited. Throughout the entire process, Tony remained engaged with the two cover girls, while Obadiah maintained an amiable elder persona, looking at Tony with paternal warmth. As the event concluded, the crowd gradually dispersed. "Qin, that Obadiah is a good friend of Howard Stark. They co-founded Stark Industries together. After Howard's death, Obadiah has been helping that playboy manage the company. If it weren't for him, Stark Industries might have collapsed long ago," Hill said, walking with Qin Ge while critiquing Tony.
Hey, don't underestimate Tony.
For him, managing the company is just a lack of interest, not a lack of understanding, Qin Ge replied lightly.
"Oh, I knew there would be someone who understands me.
Look, this man before me is almost catching up to my wisdom," a casual voice suddenly interrupted their conversation. Just from that voice, Qin Ge already knew who was speaking. Sure enough, Tony was hugging a glamorous girl with one arm, his sunglasses dangling at the tip of his nose, as he lowered his head and rolled his eyes up to look at Qin Ge. Beside him stood Obadiah.
Hi, nice to meet you, I'm Tony Stark, heir of Stark Industries.
I won't introduce these two beauties to you, this is Obadiah, Tony said politely, but he showed no intention of extending his hand for a handshake. Qin Ge, an ordinary businessman, this is my girlfriend, S.H.I.E.L.D, hello Obadiah. Qin Ge smiled and greeted Tony and Obadiah. Qin, your girlfriend is really beautiful, it seems our tastes are quite similar, Tony said, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes when he saw S.H.I.E.L.D. Miss S.H.I.E.L.D, if you're interested, I know the editor of Playboy very well, you could be on the cover of the next issue. S.H.I.E.L.D was about to speak, but Qin Ge interrupted her.
Mr. Tony, you wouldn't be stopping us just to compliment my girlfriend, would you?
You're making me a bit jealous, Qin Ge complained to Tony.
No, Qin, you misunderstood.
I was just drawn in by what you said. You know, everyone thinks Stark will decline in my hands, Tony pointed at Qin Ge and continued, you're the only one besides Obadiah who understands and believes in me. I think just for that statement, I should buy you a drink. Qin Ge shook his head, Tony, Stark will definitely undergo tremendous changes in your hands, it's just that now is not the right time.
Qin Ge, Tony is indeed an extraordinary genius, Obadiah chimed in.
Qin Ge turned his gaze to Obadiah, Tony is like a hen that keeps laying golden eggs. Qin, even though I know you're complimenting me, I don't like that metaphor, Tony mumbled, though a hint of pride showed on his face.
Qin, I have to say, your praise sounds quite nice.
You're a businessman, Obadiah, let's see what we can collaborate on with this guy, Tony said, seeing that Qin Ge had declined the offer for a drink. He didn't linger and directly spoke to Obadiah, then swaggered off with his two female companions. Qin, here's my business card, you can call me if you need anything, Obadiah handed over a business card after Tony left. The influential businessmen in New York were all in Obadiah's contact list, but he didn't take Qin Ge, the yellow-skinned man, seriously at all. Qin Ge stared at Obadiah for a while with a peculiar look, leaving the latter puzzled. Obadiah, Tony Stark is no less than Howard, so you better pay attention. Qin Ge didn't take the business card but left Obadiah with a perplexing remark and walked out of the expo with S.H.I.E.L.D. At Times Square in the Big Apple, a New Year's Eve party is held every year, inviting the hottest stars in America at the time. In a high-end hotel, Qin Ge and S.H.I.E.L.D sat side by side in front of a floor-to-ceiling window, quietly gazing at the sardine-like crowd in Times Square. The singer on stage was singing with all his might, and the colorful lights pushed the atmosphere of the event to its peak.
10, 9, 1. Countless people in the square shouted out the countdown in unison along with the huge bell.
As the final chime rang out, a tsunami of cheers erupted in the square, and people screamed with all their might to welcome the arrival of the new year. At the same time, countless fireworks ignited around the square. Happy New Year! Accompanied by the fireworks and the shouting outside, Qin Ge raised his glass and gently clinked it with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Happy New Year! Finally, Qin Ge leaned in, ready to greet the new year with S.H.I.E.L.D in the most primal battle. Just as the two were about to engage in their battle, the doorbell suddenly rang, ding-dong. Qin Ge frowned slightly and reluctantly let go of S.H.I.E.L.D. Sir, this is the champagne the hotel is giving to every guest tonight. A well-proportioned hotel server stood at the door, with deep blue eyes that sparkled like a fresh young man. Seeing Qin Ge open the door, he smiled and spoke softly. Qin Ge, initially unhappy about being interrupted, showed a smile upon seeing the handsome server. To Qin Ge's surprise, the man pretending to be a server delivering wine was Hawkeye. Alright, I'm quite satisfied with the hotel service. Please record this feedback and put the wine down. Qin Ge raised an eyebrow and said no more, turning back into the room. The Hawkeye followed in with a large bottle of champagne.
Qin, what's up? S.H.I.E.L.D asked from inside.
It's the hotel service, they sent a bottle of champagne. At this moment, S.H.I.E.L.D came out, glanced at Hawkeye, and didn't ask further. Sir, I wish you a wonderful evening. A minute later, Hawkeye turned to leave. After the door to the room closed, S.H.I.E.L.D was about to speak, but Qin Ge covered her mouth with his hand.
Ah.
The room was instantly silent except for the battle sounds that could conjure up countless images in one's mind. I'm thirsty. In another room at the hotel, Barton cursed, angrily slamming his headphones on the table. Qin, I feel like that server last night was really off, S.H.I.E.L.D said, snuggling up to Qin Ge at the hotel entrance. Qin Ge, holding a cigar and with S.H.I.E.L.D beside him, slowly said as they got into a taxi, do you sense a familiar smell? S.H.I.E.L.D nodded in confusion. Then you're right, that server yesterday was a S.H.I.E.L.D agent, just unsure of who exactly sent him, Qin Ge said leisurely.
At noon, a hot pot was set up in the villa.
Under Qin Ge's guidance, Hill was gradually falling in love with the lively experience of eating hot pot in winter. The long table was filled with all kinds of dishes.
5 ninja shadows were skillfully preparing the ingredients.
Meanwhile, in the dense forest far from the villa, Hawkeye took down his longbow from his back, nocked an arrow, held his breath for a moment, and with a whoosh, the arrow flew toward the roof of the villa. With a light thud, the arrowhead lodged into the roof of Qin Ge's villa. At this moment, a protruding circular ring near the arrowhead began to flash red. Hawkeye put on a headset, and instantly, the sound of Qin Ge and Hill's conversation inside the villa came through the earpiece. As Qin Ge was about to drop a plate of beef into the pot, his outstretched right hand suddenly stopped.
"What's wrong?"
Hill noticed something strange beside him as she slurped the beef. Qin Ge helplessly put down the plate. "This guy is really persistent. I need to have a good talk with him."
Hill's confusion deepened. "Qin, who are you talking about?" "Hawkeye."
Qin Ge lightly uttered the 2 words. In the dense forest, Hawkeye quietly stood behind a large tree, fully focused on the sounds coming through his earpiece.
5 heads. 6 smooth. 7 horses. Full house red.
However, the excited shouts from Hill in the earpiece left Hawkeye in a daze and confusion.
He couldn't help but ponder, what kind of strange incantation is this?
Soon, an inexplicable feeling of irritation began to rise within Hawkeye. Since he had been eavesdropping on Qin Ge while disguised as a server since last night, he had yet to hear a single normal conversation, which left him feeling perplexed and helpless. Suddenly, every hair on Hawkeye's body stood on end. An intense feeling of being targeted by a beast surged through him. He didn't have time to think, instantly reacting with a crouch and a roll, propelling himself 3 meters away in an instant. Following that, he turned, drew his bow, and notched an arrow, the entire motion flowing seamlessly like water. Just 3 meters away, Qin Ge was casually dressed in home leisure wear and slippers, quietly watching him with a hint of indifference in his gaze.
"I say, Barton, who sent you here?"
Qin Ge slowly exhaled a puff of smoke and asked softly.
Hawkeye's pupils constricted, and he asked in surprise, "How do you know my name?"
Qin Ge replied unhurriedly, "I know many people in S.H.I.E.L.D, and you just happen to be one of them."
With a suspicious look, Hawkeye immediately countered, "Impossible, I just joined S.H.I.E.L.D.
You must have investigated me beforehand." Qin Ge scoffed and teased, "Barton, even if you're handsome, you don't need to be this narcissistic."
"Investigate you? Are you the lover of the Queen of the Islands? Or the son-in-law of that Pierce? It's S.H.I.E.L.D. Barton, don't treat me like a fool. Who sent you here? Call him and have him come to pick you up. You can't just invade private property. You wouldn't want me to call the police, would you?"
There was a hint of displeasure in Qin Ge's tone. Hawkeye fell silent, stood up, and pointed his bow at Qin Ge, slowly backing away.
"No need, I'll leave."
Qin Ge discarded the cigarette but, suddenly exerting force in his legs, causing a large pile of soft dirt to spray out behind him. He shot toward Hawkeye like a cheetah, so fast it was hard to keep up with. With a whoosh, Hawkeye's arrow shot directly toward Qin Ge's thigh without hesitation. However, a shadow flashed by, intercepting the arrow, which then transformed into a cloud of black mist and vanished. In the instant Hawkeye was stunned, Qin Ge had already closed the distance, leaping over 2 meters high. In midair, he crossed his hands, and a shimmering spatial blade appeared in his grasp. This translucent blade emitted a mysterious aura. Without hesitation, Qin Ge raised it high and executed a straightforward and brutal Mount Thai press, bringing it down on Hawkeye with force. In the blink of an eye, Hawkeye had no way to evade, and his ally bow was hurriedly raised to block. The bow collided with the spatial blade, producing a crisp clang sound, accompanied by a dazzling spark. A powerful shockwave instantly sent Hawkeye flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. His alloy bow was severely deformed, and he himself lay on the ground, weakened and limp from the impact. Qin Ge's large hand pressed down on Hawkeye's head, a glint of mockery flashing in his eyes. "This is what you get for interrupting my hot pot." With that, his hand shot out dozens of electric snakes that coiled around Hawkeye like venomous serpents. Hawkeye trembled on the ground, and after 3 to 5 seconds of being wrapped in the electric snakes, he passed out. At this moment, Qin Ge slowly stood up and instructed the shadow ninja that appeared nearby, "Take him back." He then took out his phone and dialed a number.
"Hello, do you still want to do business with Vibranium? No explanations, come here in 20 minutes.
Half an hour later, Hawkeye slowly opened his eyes, reaching out and realizing he was lying on a sofa. Not far away, Qin Ge, Hill, and Fury were seated around a round table, enjoying steaming hot pot. Now that you're awake, come over and eat something, Qin Ge said without looking up as he slurped some beef. Hawkeye glanced at Fury, who was also focused on the hot pot, and after a moment of silence, he sat down beside Fury. He handed him a pair of chopsticks and a knife and fork.
How is it?
Fury, is the hot pot good? Qin Ge asked, looking at Fury.
Not bad, how come I didn't discover this delicious food earlier? Fury wiped his mouth, indicating that he was full. What do you want? Sending a rookie agent to eavesdrop on me and Hill?
At this point, Qin Ge also put down his chopsticks and calmly looked at Fury.
Fury countered, Barton was just a bit careless, besides, are you an ordinary person?
Qin Ge leaned back in his chair, appearing extremely lazy as he said, Fury, in business, you have to be honest. Luckily, I'm a soft-hearted person, and with Hill's plea, otherwise, Barton would have had to leave something behind.
Fury's eyes twitched a few times, and he said helplessly, Qin, I mean no harm. I just saw your information while checking the files in S.H.I.E.L.D, Mr. Hound Prophet.
Qin Ge sat up straight and continued to look Fury in the eye. I'm not satisfied with your explanation. This is the first and last time. Put away your curiosity and don't send anyone to spy on me and Hill again. A serious expression appeared on Fury's face as he nodded slowly. Qin, as you wish, my men will not come here again. I choose to trust you this time. Qin Ge's expression immediately lightened.
Alright, do you want to eat some more?
In an instant, Qin Ge seemed to change into a different person, warmly treating Fury and Hawkeye. Qin, I hope this incident won't affect our cooperation, Fury said as he stood up. Of course not, as long as the money is right, our friendship will last forever, Qin Ge smiled and extended his right hand.
Then I won't disturb you any longer.
What was that trick you just did?
Hawkeye suddenly asked Qin Ge as he was about to leave.
Trick?
Qin Ge was taken aback. Just that weapon you conjured up.
Qin Ge replied seriously, that's the spatial blade, from the distant dark dimension Lord Dormammu. A few days ago, I met him, and he gifted me this little trinket. If you like it, when Dormammu comes back to Earth, I'll take you to meet him. Hawkeye stared at Qin Ge, his eyes filled with skepticism. My grandma's stories are 100 times more believable than yours.
Qin, I'm really curious, was that just now real magic?
At the entrance of the villa, after Fury left with Hawkeye, Hill asked with a full face of curiosity. Indeed, Hill, I mentioned before that this world is far more complex than what you see on the surface. There's a group of mysterious mages in Kamartaj. The mage Agamotto built 3 great sanctuaries, whose purpose is to resist the invasion of dark magical forces like Dormammu. For centuries, these mages have been hiding behind the scenes, silently maintaining the sanctuary's normal operations. Qin Ge elaborated on his experiences in Kamartaj, and it took Hill half an hour to recover from the shock.
They are truly heroes, Hill exclaimed.
Exactly. Qin Ge nodded solemnly, agreeing with Hill's sentiment.
2 months passed in the blink of an eye.
This was the most comfortable and pleasant time since Qin Ge arrived in the Marvel world. The stock price of Stark Industries kept climbing, and Qin Ge was secretly buying more shares. Now, he owned just slightly fewer shares than Tony and Obadiah, making him the 3rd largest shareholder of Stark Industries. Encouraged by Qin Ge, Hill established a company called Hound Profit Investment, and she naturally became the president of the company. However, the company currently had only 3 people, Qin Ge, Hill, and an elderly black janitor. The initial purpose of forming the company was merely to give Hill a job, or more accurately, to help her break free from a life of idleness. In the basement of the villa, Qin, have you thought about how to deal with these 4 super soldiers? Hill asked softly, looking at Qin Ge, who was lost in thought. At that moment, Qin Ge was fixated on the 4 cryogenic chambers in the basement, deep in thought. The first chamber housed a tall white man with a prominent scar across his face, the second chamber contained the only female super soldier Qin Ge had captured first, the third chamber held a medium-built Asian man, and the fourth chamber contained a black man. It was clear that Hydra had fully considered the impact of gender and race on the soldiers' serum when selecting super soldiers. Hearing Hill's question, Qin Ge shook his head helplessly, I don't have any leads for now. As far as I know, the only organizations in the world that possess this mind control technology are Hydra and the Red Room.
Red Room? What's that? Hill asked in astonishment, pressing for more information.
That's a spy organization of a super red empire, similar to S.H.I.E.L.D. and the CIA in Beautiful Country. I know that this organization selects orphans, trains them, and turns them into female spies for assassination and intelligence-gathering tasks. These spies are brainwashed and also undergo sterilization procedures, Qin Ge explained slowly.
Oh my god, that's so cruel.
He looked at Qin Ge in disbelief, her eyes filled with shock. Ha, beautiful country isn't much better. This game of sending spies back and forth is something everyone plays well. No one is more noble than the other, Qin Ge sighed helplessly. If it really comes to it, we'll have to wait.
Host, please pay attention, system task issued, please check.
Suddenly, the voice of the system rang in Qin Ge's mind, interrupting his train of thought.
Marvel Sacrifice System *. Host *, Qin Ge. Lifespan * 29 years. Skills *, Summon Ninja Shadow, Quantity 10, Ox Talisman, Double-Handed Electric Discharge, Spatial Blade. Sacrificeable items *, none. System task *, become neighbors with Alexei and Melina, and intercept a copy of the mind control technology Alexei stole from the Northern Research Institute. Hint *, try to gain Natasha and Yelena's favor. The higher the favorability, the better the reward items and skills upon task completion. The moment Qin Ge saw the system task, a joyful smile appeared on his face. System, when did you become so considerate?
It's the host's inner wish that triggered the system task. Just before, Qin Ge was thinking about the mind control technology that Natasha's spy mother, Melina, possessed, which was the same technology that Alexei stole from S.H.I.E.L.D. If he could obtain this technology, he could directly control these 4 super soldiers, who were even more powerful than Winter Soldier Bucky.
There were 2 key components, one was the technology stored on a disk, and the other was Melina. But what's that final hint about?
Qin Ge had never seen such a hint in a system task before, filling him with confusion. Host, the forms of system tasks are varied. After a full 2 minutes of silence, Qin Ge turned to S.H.I.E.L.D. and said seriously, "S.H.I.E.L.D, we need to go to Ohio.
This time, you'll need to play the role of a spy again." What? S.H.I.E.L.D. asked in confusion, not understanding.
This is a role-playing task, Qin Ge patiently explained.
In the outskirts of Cleveland, Ohio, sparse woods lined the road, and several wooden houses could be vaguely seen nestled among the trees.
Suddenly, the cheerful laughter of 2 little girls rang out from the woods as they joyfully dashed out, rolling around on the grass by the roadside.
"Natasha, you're cheating, it's my turn."
A little girl with golden hair, looking about 5 or 6 years old, pouted and exclaimed, slightly upset.
"No, Yelena, you lost the last round," replied a slightly older girl with brown hair, unwilling to back down. Mommy, Natasha is bullying me." Yelena suddenly shouted loudly. "Shoo, silly, don't you want to keep playing?"
Natasha quickly covered her sister's mouth, looking around cautiously.
"Then I must go first this time." "All right, but you can't go tell Mommy." Yelena's chubby face broke into a happy smile, revealing a gap in her front teeth.
Just as the 2 little girls turned to run away, a shadow suddenly blocked their path. The 2 girls looked up and saw a tall young man with yellow skin, dressed in a black jacket and sunglasses, standing before them.
He took off his sunglasses, revealing a gentle smile. "Let me guess, you're Yelena, and you're Natasha. Did I guess right?"
Suddenly, Natasha quickly pulled her sister behind her, her eyes flashing with suspicion as she questioned, "Who are you?"
Qin Ge's smile became even brighter.
No wonder she was the future Black Widow, her tough exterior belied a gentle heart, and even at such a young age, she already had the aura of a big sister.
"Hello, I'm Qin Ge.
I just moved here yesterday, and I heard you calling each other's names in the yard," Qin Ge said kindly. Though Qin Ge had tried to appear calm and approachable, to Natasha, his muscular build still overshadowed the peaceful demeanor on his face.
"Who are you?"
At that moment, a woman's voice came from behind Qin Ge. Turning around, Qin Ge saw a curvaceous, beautiful woman with blonde hair approaching, her eyes also filled with a hint of caution as she shielded Yelena and Natasha behind her.
"Hello, are these your 2 children? They're very cute. I'm Qin Ge, who just moved to Cleveland."
"I apologize for not visiting sooner." Qin Ge instantly recognized the woman before him. She was none other than Natasha's mother, Melina Vostokov, a former Soviet spy from the Red Room.
Late at night, in Cleveland.
Inside the house that Qin Ge had purchased, a dining table full of sumptuous dishes sparkled brightly, with Alexei, Melina, Qin Ge, and S.H.I.E.L.D. seated around it, slowly enjoying dinner.
Meanwhile, at the other end of the room, Natasha and Yelena were excitedly darting around. "Wow, Qin, is this Barbie doll yours?" Natasha and Yelena struggled to bring down a Barbie doll over a meter tall from upstairs.
A hint of a smile flashed in Qin Ge's eyes as he said, "Natasha, Yelena, if you're willing to call me Big Brother, then I'll give you this Barbie doll." As soon as the 2 little girls heard that, their eyes brightened, and they shouted in unison, "No problem, Big Brother."
"Great. It's yours then." There are many more toys hidden in the room, tucked away in secret spots. Let's start a treasure hunt.
If you can find them, all those toys will belong to you, Qin Ge continued, smiling. In fact, he had prepared plenty of toys before coming here, knowing how hard it is for children like Natasha and Yelena to resist the temptation of toys. He planned to win over the two little girls to lay the groundwork for his future plans.
Yay!
The two little girls shouted excitedly and immediately dashed upstairs to start the treasure hunt.
Natasha, Melina, how could you forget basic etiquette?
Melina called out in a hurry, but the two children had already disappeared into the room, playing joyfully. Qin, I'm sorry for interrupting your dinner, Melina said apologetically, glancing at the rambunctious Natasha and Yelena.
Qin, what do you do for a living?
At this moment, Alexei, stuffing a piece of steak into his mouth, mumbled a question.
I'm a bounty hunter.
I've been busy for the past 2 or 3 years.
You know, this job requires a balance of work and rest, so I brought Hill to Ohio to take a good break, Qin Ge answered with a smile.
At this point, Melina seemed particularly interested in the profession of bounty hunter, her eyes widening as she asked, Qin, you're actually a bounty hunter?
That's right, ma'am,
Qin Ge nodded with a smile.
Then you must have gone through a lot of life and death crises, right?
Melina said, her expression one of astonishment typical of an office worker.
It's not too bad.
As a bounty hunter, you sometimes have to face dangers that ordinary people don't encounter. For example, once in the Big Apple, Qin Ge began to regale the table with some of his thrilling experiences as a bounty hunter, his adventurous stories causing Melina to gasp in surprise. By the end of the meal, everyone had enjoyed themselves thoroughly, and the atmosphere was warm and friendly. Qin Ge pulled Alexei to the door to share a cigar, while Hill engaged Melina in deep conversation on the sofa in the guest room, appearing to hit it off well. Watching the two beautiful women, Qin Ge found it amusing. One was a former S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, and the other was a Red Room agent. They were indeed well-matched adversaries, one skillfully extracting information while the other diligently played her role.
Qin, this is top-notch cigar.
Looks like bounty hunters earn quite well, Alexei said contentedly as he blew out a smoke ring.
It's all right. I'm somewhat known in the bounty hunter circle, Hound is my nickname.
Here, take a look at my certificate. As he spoke, Qin Ge pulled out a small booklet from his jacket pocket and handed it to Alexei, inadvertently revealing his identity.
To be honest, I'm a bit envious of you.
I actually prefer a job like yours that lets you experience various thrills.
Once you're done, you can take a good break.
Unlike me, I can only stay cooped up in the office doing boring work, Alexei said, carefully examining the bounty hunter certificate before handing it back to Qin Ge. Qin Ge nodded in agreement. From the movie plot, he could see that Alexei's true value lay on the battlefield. He was indeed a hero out of time. Alexei's physical prowess was not inferior to Captain Steve Rogers. After all, the former Red Empire created him to compete with Steve. Unfortunately, Steve was accidentally frozen in the Arctic, and they lost their chance to battle each other. However, compared to Steve's fate, Alexei's was far more tragic. As a superhero, he appeared in the Marvel movies for less than 10 minutes and had the personality of a bumbling fool. It made one wonder if the creators of the Red Guardian had been drinking too much vodka when they randomly picked someone to be sent to the transformation machine. Everyone has their own opportunities, we shouldn't complain.
We just need to try to make life better, Alexei said, his eyes wide as he looked at Qin Ge, exclaiming, "Oh, Qin, I didn't expect you to be so young and yet a philosopher."
At that moment, Natasha and Yelena ran out, each carrying a set of Lego toys.
"Brother, can we keep this?" Natasha asked happily, holding up the Lego. Qin Ge gently ruffled Natasha and Yelena's hair and said, "Of course. This is prepared just for you." "Thank you."
The two little girls exclaimed joyfully.
"Qin, I don't know what to say." "You're going to spoil them," Alexei said with a grin. "It's all right, I really like these two kids."
You know, as a bounty hunter, I deal with criminals every day. Only kids can bring peace to my heart, Qin Ge said, and upon hearing his words, Alexei gave his shoulder a hearty slap, expressing his understanding.
"Goodbye. Goodbye, brother." At the door, the two families bid farewell, and Natasha and Yelena reluctantly followed Alexei and Melina back inside. Qin Ge and Hill stood at the doorway, watching Alexei's family leave. "Hill, did you catch any flaws in them?" Qin Ge asked with a smile. Hill shot him a glare and said, "Qin, even though I'm no longer with S.H.I.E.L.D., I'm not that easy to deceive. Melina was trying to coax information out of me, but I handled it well. There shouldn't be any loopholes." "Haha, I know.
You were an outstanding graduate of S.H.I.E.L.D, handling such small situations is definitely no problem for you, Qin Ge said, pulling Hill closer.
Late at night. Alexei, have you noticed anything strange about that Qin Ge? Melina asked, peering through the window at the darkened house next door, worry evident in her voice.
Not really, at least nothing so far. Don't worry, I'll find a way to check into Qin's background.
Melina, I think you might be a bit too sensitive.
Qin Ge and Hill seem like very ordinary people, Alexei replied sleepily from the table. Melina rolled her eyes in exasperation and said, the more ordinary they seem, the more cautious we have to be. We can't afford to let our guard down.
Do you want to stay in beautiful country forever? Alexei shook his head and said, of course not. Let's wait a bit longer.
We just got here, and I need some time to access the core confidential documents.
Well, you need to hurry up.
Dreykov only gave us 3 years, and you know his methods, Melina said with some apprehension.
I understand, Melina. Are you going to stay? Alexei asked, patting the edge of the bed. We're only in a partnership, Alexei.
With a bang, Melina shot him a glare before turning and leaving the room. In the room, Melina was completely unaware of the shadow stretching and shifting behind her, where a faint dark red hue flickered by. In the early morning, Qin Ge woke up early and rare for him, he decided to make breakfast. Because the time span required for the system task was relatively long, Qin Ge was not in a hurry, he calmly adjusted his mindset and steadily moved forward.
Knock, knock, knock. Hi, Natasha, Yelena, good morning.
Seeing the somewhat shy Natasha and the excited Yelena outside the door, Qin Ge greeted them warmly. Suddenly, he realized it was Sunday, and the 2 little girls had the day off.
Brother, is this breakfast from the East? It looks delicious.
At the dining table, Natasha, with a ring of white soy milk around her mouth, asked curiously.
Yes, indeed. How is it? The soy milk and fried dough sticks taste good, right? Qin Ge exchanged glances with Hill, both smiling. It's delicious. Yelena nodded vigorously, chiming in. Natasha, where are your mom and dad? Aren't they with you today?
Qin Ge casually asked as he placed a fried dough stick on Natasha's plate.
At that moment, Natasha's expression slightly dimmed. They're usually very busy. It's okay, Natasha. You and your sister can stay here, right, Qin?
Before Qin Ge could respond, Hill, overflowing with affection, began planning the day's activities.
Of course. Qin Ge replied with a smile. Yay! Yelena clapped her hands excitedly. Half an hour later. Brother, I won. You're done.
In the living room, Qin Ge and Natasha were sitting on the sofa, playing video games, both staring intensely at the television and shouting loudly, each holding a game controller. Not far away, Hill was helping Yelena carefully comb the hair of a Barbie doll over a meter tall. The room was filled with the cheerful laughter of the 2 children. Seeing the smiles on the 2 girls' faces, Qin Ge couldn't help but feel a myriad of emotions. After genuinely interacting with them, he instantly understood the difference between Alexei and Captain Steve Rogers.
Although the movie Black Widow tried hard to portray Alexei's guilt towards Natasha and Yelena, after Alexei fled to Cuba, he unhesitatingly handed the 2 children over to Dreykov, the controller of the Red Room. Didn't Alexei know what kind of person Dreykov was? The Red Room was the beginning of Natasha's tragic fate. If Natasha's miserable childhood was directly caused by Dreykov, then Alexei was an accomplice.
Perhaps Alexei felt helpless or was forced by circumstances, but his choices did not match his abilities. Just like during the Civil War of the Avengers, while facing overwhelming odds under the Sokovia Accords in over 100 countries, Captain Steve Rogers steadfastly upheld his beliefs, standing against the entire world. In contrast, Alexei's actions were much more despicable. He was the kind of standard agent who would sacrifice everything to complete a mission. In the end, when he saw Natasha and Yelena, he shamelessly boasted about Natasha joining the Avengers. One couldn't help but wonder whether Alexei was shameless or simply ignorant.
Knock, knock, knock. Natasha, Yelena, aren't you 2 going to come home for lunch? Around noon, Melina finally came to the door. Haha, Melina, let them stay here. Hill and I really enjoy having them. Look, I've prepared a whole table of food. Qin Ge said cheerfully, pointing at the table laden with dishes.
Natasha and Yelena had already dived onto the table, eagerly gobbling down the food. The Eastern delicacies had completely won over the 2 little girls. Melina shook her head with a wry smile. Qin, thank you. Alexei and I are usually so busy that we sometimes can't spend much time with them, so they tend to cling to people.
Melina, it's no problem.
Just let them come here to play when you have time. Melina, seeing that Qin Ge and He genuinely liked the two kids, reluctantly agreed to let them continue staying at Qin Ge's house.
The next day. Boom! A construction vehicle parked at Qin Ge's front door. Natasha and Yelena cheered as they rushed out of Qin Ge's house, bouncing around a dozen craftsmen.
The oversized inflatable castle, swings, and carousel instantly transformed Qin Ge's backyard into a true children's amusement park, a playground that belonged solely to Natasha and Yelena.
Natasha, keep an eye on your sister and make sure she's careful.
Near the inflatable castle, Qin Ge called out as he watched the two children bouncing around like little sprites, looking every bit the caring father.
Brother, come here. Yelena and I want to talk to you.
Natasha tugged at Yelena, waving Qin Ge over.
What is it? Qin Ge laughed as he walked over to them.
Suddenly, Natasha and Yelena each hugged Qin Ge's head from either side and planted a kiss on his cheeks.
Giggle, giggle, brother, we like you. The two girls laughed and ran toward the depths of the castle. Qin Ge smiled, touching his face.
This opening seemed quite promising. At least, Natasha and Yelena had begun to lower their guard around him under his attentive affection. Not far away, Melina, who had heard the commotion, watched the scene unfold, a hint of unexplainable worry flickering in her eyes.
Every morning at 8. Brother! Brother!
The sweet calls became Qin Ge's regular wake-up alarm. Over the past few days, Qin Ge's house had clearly become a daily check-in spot for Natasha and Yelena, to the point where Melina barely saw her daughters.
At night. Melina, where are Natasha and Yelena? Why aren't we waiting for them to have dinner?
At the table, Alexei, while reading the newspaper, looked at Melina with a puzzled expression. Ha, Alexei, they're practically becoming Qin's daughters now. They go to his house right after school every day, Melina said, shaking her head helplessly.
How's your investigation going?
Suddenly, Melina's expression turned serious as she asked.
Alexei lowered his voice. I checked through the S.H.I.E.L.D. network, and the information matches what Qin said perfectly.
He was indeed a bounty hunter and has a pretty well-known nickname, Hound Prophet. I even called a few bounty hunters anonymously, and they all know Hound Qin Ge.
Melina, I think there shouldn't be any problems. You're just being too sensitive. Our identities are only known to Dreykov. Melina fell silent for a moment and then nodded. I'm just worried that Natasha and Yelena might accidentally say something. That is indeed a concern.
In the evening, you should have a talk with Natasha.
At that moment, Dad, Mom, we're back.
Outside the door, Natasha and Yelena rushed into the room, greeted Alexei and Melina, and each ran back to their room hugging a teddy bear.
Is this still our daughters? Melina, 3 years go by quickly.
Months passed swiftly, like a fleeting moment. On a Sunday, Qin Ge had Yelena perched on his head while holding Natasha's hand, leisurely strolling through the mall. Yelena was eagerly offering him a spoonful of cream cake, her sweet expression making it hard not to smile. The three had just come out of the cinema and were looking for a place to enjoy a hearty meal.
Soon, they settled on a bench in the mall.
All right, you two discuss what we should have for lunch, Qin Ge said, extending his hands to gently pat the tops of their heads.
To onlookers, they appeared to be a close-knit father-daughter trio.
The two little girls excitedly whispered to each other, deep in discussion. Qin Ge stood up and walked a short distance away, taking out a cigar to light up and slowly exhaling a puff of smoke as he fell into thought. Initially, he had approached Natasha's family solely to complete his task, but after spending several months with them, he had gradually grown fond of the two well-behaved little girls, especially Natasha. At just 10 years old, she was aware of her identity and circumstances, understanding that she, Melina, and Alexei were only pretending to be a family. Despite this, she showed immense affection for Yelena, who was not related by blood. After months of interaction, Natasha had become particularly attached to Qin Ge, yet she never made excessive demands, her maturity tugging at his heartstrings. You're a very special young man. Suddenly, a voice broke the tranquility. Qin Ge turned to see an old man wearing glasses. His clothing was colorful and exaggeratedly mismatched. It was Stan Lee, the legendary figure who was highly suspected to be an observer in the Marvel Universe, notorious for the Tony Stank joke.
Stanley seemed unfazed by Qin Ge's surprised expression.
He pointed to the mechanical watch on his wrist and said, "The universe is like the mechanism of this watch, it needs to remain intact and beautiful like a piece of art.
You better not disrupt its operation, or time will become inaccurate." Qin Ge blinked, staring blankly at the old man and his watch.
What exactly are you trying to say?"
"You'll understand, kid. Shall we go eat?"
Stanley unexpectedly turned to chat with a curvaceous beauty beside him, laughing as they walked away, leaving Qin Ge no chance to ask further questions. "Brother!" Natasha waved from the bench, clearly indicating that they had decided where to eat. Qin Ge suppressed his curiosity, but he knew that Stan Lee would not say such cryptic things without reason. In the entire Marvel universe, although there was no clear evidence that Stan Lee was an observer of Earth, his recent dialogue had confirmed that he was not an ordinary person.
Even if he wasn't the observer, he could be an employee of one universe. Mechanism intact, don't disrupt?
Throughout the day, Qin Ge repeatedly pondered Stan Lee's words. He felt that the old man must have been warning him about something.
Did he not want him to change the storyline of Marvel?
Everything seemed so mysterious and elusive. With a mind full of questions, Qin Ge returned home. At night, the two families gathered at the dinner table in Alexei's house to enjoy a meal together.
To thank Qin Ge and Hill, Melina had invited them over.
"Qin, thank you for taking care of Natasha and Yelena during this time.
They told me they really like you."
"Honestly, both Melina and I are a bit jealous of you," Alexei said with a smile at the dinner table.
"Alexei, what are you jealous of?" Hill asked from the side. "Now Natasha and Yelena talk to you more than they do to us," Melina replied. "Haha, what can I say? You guys are so busy."
"Honestly, you should learn from those around you and spend more time with them," Qin Ge said, patting Natasha beside him with a hint of sentiment. "Dad said we'll only be in Cleveland for 3 years and we'll leave after completing our mission." Suddenly, Yelena, who had been focused on her meal, chimed in. As soon as the words left her mouth, Alexei and Melina's expressions changed drastically. They exchanged quick glances and then returned to normal.
Qin Ge observed this scene, secretly amused that Yelena had inadvertently exposed Alexei's plan.
"Oh,
Alexei, you're only staying in Cleveland for 3 years? That's too bad. Won't that mean we can't see these two little rascals again?" Qin Ge feigned confusion. "Yelena, eat your food. What do you know?"
"Dad said leaving here is just about changing work locations," Natasha said, scooping some vegetable salad onto Yelena's plate. Unexpectedly, at a critical moment, Natasha stepped in to explain for Qin Ge, showcasing her quick wit.
Right. You know, we came to Cleveland to try our luck. If there's no progress after 3 years, we might consider moving somewhere else," Alexei quickly replied, realizing the situation.
"Well, at least there's still over a year left. I guess I need to make more time to spend with Natasha and Yelena." Qin Ge nodded in understanding and then continued eating. With that statement, the strange atmosphere from a moment ago dissipated, and both families shifted the conversation to other topics. Late at night, in their room, Melina looked at the darkened house next door where Qin Ge lived, her expression serious as she said, "Alexei, something feels off."
"What's the problem?" Alexei asked somewhat nonchalantly.
Today, thankfully Natasha reacted quickly, and Qin's response was relatively normal, "But I feel something is off with Hill," Melina said.
"How did I not notice?" "Because I was close to Hill."
When Yelena mentioned leaving in 3 years at the dinner table, Hill's hand noticeably twitched, and she instinctively reached for her waist. Melina shook her head. "You should know what kind of person would instinctively reach for their waist in a sudden situation."
Alexei's gaze darkened at that point. "Are you suggesting Hill could be a spy?" "I can't be sure. Didn't you check Hill's background?"
"She hasn't worked since graduating from college. If she hasn't served in the military or been a police officer, then her recent action is quite suspicious."
"Alexei, what do you think we should do?" Melina looked at Alexei.
"But you know, Qin and Hill are really good to Natasha and Yelena. I can see that Qin genuinely likes them. If I take action, won't it be too?" Alexei said, looking troubled. "I think we can first confine them and clarify the situation.
If it's truly a misunderstanding, we can release them when we leave in a year."
"If it's not a misunderstanding, it would mean we're being watched, and we must leave here as soon as possible," Melina suggested after some thought.
Alexei was silent for a long time before nodding. "All right. To be honest, I like this kid Qin Ge. This damned mission makes me do so many unethical things. And Natasha and Yelena, if they find out what we did today, they'll probably hate us." Melina sighed deeply.
At 1 a.m, the entire neighborhood was enveloped in silence, only occasionally interrupted by distant barking dogs. Suddenly, 2 shadows leapt gracefully over the tall fence of Qin Ge's house, moving silently and efficiently. Then, with a soft click, the front door opened, unlocked. Alexei, standing outside, widened his eyes in surprise, a hint of confusion flashing across his face before he signaled to Melina. Dressed in black tactical gear, Alexei and Melina tightly gripped their stun guns as they stepped cautiously into the house. The wooden stairs creaked softly under their weight as they carefully made their way toward the master bedroom on the second floor. They were already quite familiar with the layout of Qin Ge's home, as if they were returning to their own.
What's going on?
Looking at the empty bed in the master bedroom, Alexei and Melina exchanged puzzled glances.
Split up and search, Alexei whispered. 2 minutes later, damn it, did they escape?
That's impossible.
Oh no, Melina, do you think they've gone to the police or revealed us? Alexei's expression grew increasingly grim. Melina's face mirrored his concern as she gritted her teeth. Let's go, Alexei. We have to leave. Damn it, we've been tricked. Without a moment's hesitation, they turned to head downstairs. Just then, with a click, the lights in the entire living room suddenly illuminated, exposing Alexei and Melina under the bright light. Alexei? Melina?
Tisk, tsk, Alexei, Melina, my good neighbors.
What brings you to my home at this hour? Planning to put on a little performance as the couple bandits? Qin Ge's lazy voice echoed through the living room.
Alexei and Melina immediately snapped to attention, turning to aim their stun guns at the sofa, where Qin Ge and Hill were sitting, both smiling at them.
Qin, who are you really? Alexei asked in a low voice.
The bizarre situation made it clear to him that Qin Ge was not just some famous bounty hunter as he had previously thought. Relax, we mean no harm, Qin Ge replied as he stood up, slowly turning in a circle and lifting his shirt to show he was unarmed.
However, this gesture did not ease the tension for the two agents. Confusion filled their minds, and at that moment, Qin Ge appeared exceptionally mysterious and foreign to them.
Are you agents? Melina asked, her eyes narrowing. Qin Ge shook his head. No, I'm exactly what you found in S.H.I.E.L.D's records, a pure bounty hunter, nicknamed Hound Prophet. However, sorry to say, Hill was indeed a former S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, but she's just my girlfriend now and hasn't been an agent for a long time. Qin Ge's words caused Alexei and Melina to frown and exchange glances. They suddenly realized that the other party knew about their investigation, making their emotions tense again.
Qin, what else do you know?
Alexei straightened up, stepping forward, his stun gun still trained on Qin Ge. Qin Ge exhaled a puff of smoke, reached for a cigar on the table, and offered it to Alexei. Here, have one.
Let's talk slowly.
All right. Alexei reached for the cigar, but suddenly felt Melina's piercing gaze, making him retract his hand. Qin Ge shrugged with a smile and said, Red Guardian Alexei, Black Widow Melina, your objective is that thing from the Northern Research Institute, right?
Natasha and Yelena are just a cover. To be honest, Alexei, with your looks, no matter how mutated, you couldn't possibly produce children as beautiful as Natasha and Yelena. Right, Hill?
He added, glancing at Hill for confirmation. I can't be sure, it involves genetics and heredity, Hill replied with a smile. Just then, as the two were distracted in conversation, Alexei and Melina felt a surge of embarrassment wash over them, as if they had been stripped bare.
Put.
In an instant, both stun guns fired, releasing projectiles with fine wires attached. Qin Ge quickly moved to shield Hill, and the projectile struck his chest, causing him to leap into an odd soul dance in front of the three. Just when they thought Qin Ge would fall, he suddenly stopped moving, stretched out his fingers to pinch the projectiles, and tossed them to the ground, smiling as he said, All right, let's liven things up. There's an Eastern saying, fate brings people together over 1,000 miles.
Honestly, I truly mean no harm. However, Alexei and Melina were far from amused, realizing that their stun guns had no effect on him. Alexei, grab him. Melina hissed.
As soon as she finished speaking, Alexei lunged forward, his right fist swinging down towards Qin Ge's chest.
Hill, I'll leave Melina to you. Qin Ge whispered as he stepped forward. Bang! Qin Ge extended his palm to meet Alexei's heavy punch, stopping it mid-air. Impossible. Alexei and Melina's eyes widened in shock, staring intensely at Qin Ge.
Alexei's mightiest combat source, his heavy punch, was effortlessly blocked by Qin Ge.
Are you a super soldier trained by beautiful country? Alexei blurted out.
No, my source of power is completely different from yours and Captain Steve Rogers. Qin Ge shook his head in response.
Bang! Alexei's punch was blocked once again by Qin Ge.
Thanks to the fighting training he received in Kamartaj over the past few months, Qin Ge could hold his own against a super agent like Alexei. Creaking sounds filled the room as the wooden floorboards began to splinter under their feet, turning into a pile of debris.
Alexei, there's no need to go all out. If you and Melina are willing to sit down,
We can find a peaceful way to resolve this, Qin Ge said while fighting. Ah! Alexei ignored Qin Ge's suggestion and picked up a desk, ready to smash it down on him.
Damn it, Alexei, that's my new furniture.
Qin Ge shouted in anger, and as he saw the desk hurtling towards him, he focused his energy, and a surge of electricity crackled around his fists. With a roar, Qin Ge charged forward, his fists crashing through the desk and landing squarely on Alexei's chest.
Bang! Alexei was sent flying back, crashing into the wall before collapsing to the ground.
Seeing this, Melina sprang into action, her long legs propelling her forward as her right foot swept toward Qin Ge's head.
Melina, your opponent is me. S.H.I.E.L.D interjected, stepping in to block Melina's kick with her crossed arms. In an instant, the scene in the room became incredibly awkward.
Two long legs were tangled together, one person had quietly transitioned into a staff member, while the other had followed Qin Ge after retiring from S.H.I.E.L.D, leading what appeared to be a rather aimless life. At this moment, it was as if old roots twisted together, like an old ox pushing a cart, or cowboys wrestling over a pretzel, as two remarkably beautiful and skilled women engaged in a fierce close-quarters combat.
S.H.I.E.L.D, you can't embarrass S.H.I.E.L.D.
Come on, counter, knee lift, yes, just like that. Qin Ge shamelessly observed the struggle with great interest, completely ignoring the chaotic scene. Cough, cough, at that moment, Alexei finally snapped out of his previous stupor. Clearly, he hadn't undergone the electric shock training like Steve. Under Qin Ge's electric punches, he had instantly lost his combat effectiveness. With a bang, Melina delivered a solid punch to S.H.I.E.L.'s chest, causing S.H.I.E.L.D to wince in pain and stagger back several steps.
Melina, you can't do this. Why make things difficult for a woman? Besides, that punch, are you trying to ruin my happiness?
Seeing this, Qin Ge quickly supported S.H.I.E.L.D, his expression filled with displeasure.
However, Melina offered no response and immediately kicked towards Qin Ge. Quick as a flash, Qin Ge pushed S.H.I.E.L.D aside and dodged Melina's attack. But he never expected that Melina would suddenly crouch down and leap into his arms like a cheetah. Before Qin Ge could savor the soft sensation, Melina's powerful legs clamped around his neck like a pair of scissors, while she supported herself with her hands on the ground, attempting to use her momentum to throw Qin Ge down. This was a signature move of Black Widow. Unfortunately, this jiu-jitsu-like technique was futile against Qin Ge's immense strength. Melina strained with all her might, only to be surprised to find that she wasn't wrapping around an ordinary person, but rather a rigid iron rod. That immovable iron rod remained steadfast under her twisting legs, making the situation immensely awkward. Thus, Melina found herself frozen, hanging upside down on Qin Ge. Fortunately, she reacted quickly, swiftly pulling out a dagger from her leg and stabbing it toward Qin Ge's waist. With a bang, Qin Ge realized that now was not the time to hold back. He delivered a powerful punch to Melina's side. Melina immediately gasped, her mouth opening wide as she slid off Qin Ge and onto the floor like a dead snake. That punch had nearly knocked the wind out of her, making her feel as if she had been struck by a battering ram. I'm thirsty. Just as Alexei was regaining his composure from seeing Melina get knocked out by Qin Ge, he was filled with rage. He summoned all his strength, leaping into the air with a knee raise to strike Qin Ge. With a snap of his fingers, 5 ropes shot out from the corner of the room, wrapping around Alexei midair like 5 resilient pythons, holding him tightly. As Alexei struggled to break free, Qin Ge appeared beside him like a wraith, delivering a solid punch to Alexei's soft abdomen. Alexei immediately curled up on the floor like a shrimp, coughing incessantly. Damn! Qin Ge jumped back a step, shocked that his punch had knocked Alexei's dinner out of him, a foul odor quickly filling the room. S.H.I.E.L.D, you handle this, I'll have a serious talk with them, Qin Ge instructed, grabbing one of them as he headed toward the basement. The basement, around 100 square meters in size, contained nothing superfluous, and Alexei and Melina were securely handcuffed to chairs. Qin Ge stood opposite them, slowly lighting a cigar, his eyes revealing a hint of authority amid the swirling smoke. Cough, Qin, give me a cigar. Alexei, regaining his composure, now realized he was no match for Qin Ge, and his demeanor had grown much calmer. With a puff, a cigar was placed in Alexei's mouth. Qin Ge coldly said, Now, tell me, who are you really? What's your purpose in getting close to us? His gaze shifted to Melina. Melina, can we talk now? Sure, but please don't harm Natasha and Yelena, Melina said in a serious tone. You can rest assured about that. Natasha and Yelena won't be harmed. Here's the deal, I won't reveal my purpose for being here for now, but you need to understand that I mean no harm. I won't interfere with your tasks, plans, or any data you've stolen from S.H.I.E.L.D. You can carry on with your business as usual. I'm still the same Qin Ge, And you're still employees of the Northern Research Institute. We each stick to our own business, how does that sound?
After he finished speaking, the basement fell silent.
After a long pause, Melina blinked her beautiful eyes and asked, "How can I trust you?"
Qin Ge slowly walked up to Melina, their noses almost touching, and after 3 seconds of intense eye contact, she finally turned her head away, unable to withstand his gaze. "Melina, if it weren't for some special reasons, I could go to the Great Bear Country right now and kill Dreykov." Qin Ge softly stated, "This special reason also confines me to being an observer in your plans."
"Melina, you can only trust me. Isn't there a worse outcome than me exposing you? You must understand that if I did that, you'd spend your life in a prison in beautiful country." He reached out and gently pinched Melina's chin, saying softly, "So, what do you think?"
Straightening up, Qin Ge smiled, feeling a sense of relief in his heart.
Had the two not cooperated, he would have been at a loss on how to complete his task.
With a snap of his fingers, the handcuffs binding Alexei and Melina behind their backs suddenly broke apart. Looking at their astonished expressions, Qin Ge shook his head with satisfaction. This wasn't a display of bravado using the ninja shadows, it was an attempt to create an air of mystery about himself. In the living room, the previously broken tables and chairs had been cleaned up by S.H.I.E.L.D. Qin Ge handed a couple of glasses to Alexei and Melina. "Here's to our cooperation, Red Guardian and Black Widow."
"I don't like the name Black Widow," Melina said, her face cold. "I understand, it's all that bastard Dreykov's fault." "Cheers." "Cheers, Qin. Why did that punch you hit me with feel like an electric shock?" Alexei asked after finishing his glass of red wine.
"There are 8 great demons in hell, and the 4th is the lightning demon Zhong-Su, who possesses the magical ability to control lightning. My ability is inherited from him, but I don't yet have the capability to wield all of it," Qin Ge explained slowly.
"Hell, 8 great demons?" Alexei looked confused, glancing at Melina. "Melina, where is there a record of the 8 great demons? Zhong-Su? I've never heard of that before."
"Jackie Chan Adventures," Qin Ge stated seriously.
"Alexei, let's go, you idiot. Can't you see he doesn't want to tell the truth?" Melina finally couldn't hold back and pulled Alexei out of the room hurriedly.
As the days went by, it seemed that the events of that night had not impacted their lives at all. Natasha and Yelena continued to visit Qin Ge's home every day, and Qin Ge took care of the 2 little girls with the same attentiveness as always, showering them with affection. "Mom, brother is taking us to Disney today, so you can have lunch by yourself." Melina watched as Natasha and Yelena hopped excitedly into Qin Ge's SUV, her heart filled with mixed emotions.
She sighed quietly, pondering, who exactly are you?
The dependency Natasha and Yelena had on Qin Ge deepened, to the point where they wished they could stay at his house every day. Their intimacy was closer than that of real siblings. At that moment, a hand gently rested on Melina's shoulder. She turned to see Alexei, who said softly, "Perhaps Qin really just wants us to cooperate." Melina nodded slightly, a hint of helplessness in her eyes as she replied, "I hope so."
Christmas Eve quietly descended.
On the road returning home from the city, a black Mercedes sped along, its engine emitting a low mechanical hum.
In the back seat, Natasha and Yelena were chattering excitedly. "Cough, cough, I say, is there anything I can't hear?" Qin Ge, driving the car, couldn't help but ask out of curiosity as he overheard their whispers.
"Giggle, giggle, we won't tell you, it's a girl's topic," Natasha said, covering Yelena's mouth and giggling at Qin Ge. "Looks like Natasha is growing up," Qin Ge remarked, but his expression suddenly changed.
"Buckle up, you two. I'm going to accelerate now,"
Qin Ge suddenly said in a tone he had never used before. The roar of the SUV's engine erupted as it surged forward. However, just 10 minutes later, Qin Ge slammed on the brakes, and the tires screeched against the pavement, sending up clouds of smoke.
"You two stay in the car. Don't come out no matter what happens. Natasha, take care of your sister, understand?"
Qin Ge turned his head and instructed in a serious tone. Despite being only 10, Natasha nodded in understanding, filled with uncertainty. With a bang, the car door closed as Qin Ge stepped out, slowly walking forward. Under the lights, a group of people stood quietly on the road ahead.
"Qin, be careful."
Suddenly, S.H.I.E.L.D's voice rang out from the front. Qin Ge saw that S.H.I.E.L.D, Alexei, and Melina were being held by 6 tall Wakandan royal guards wielding spears, while Chaka stood by quietly, his eyes fixed on Qin Ge as he approached.
"Chaka, is this also taught to you by the goddess Bast?"
Qin Ge stopped about 10 meters away from Chaka and said coldly.
"Shut your mouth. The goddess Bast is not someone you can blaspheme." Shaka's voice came through with a mechanical tone from behind his helmet. Humph, Shala is a good kid, don't corrupt him, Qin Ge said with a cold smile. With a swish, Shaka took a step forward, his fingers extending sharp vibranium claws, crossing them over his chest before swinging them powerfully in front of him. Qin Ge, come back to Wakanda with me for judgment. Qin Ge paused, then glared at Shaka. I say, did you eat some heart-shaped herb mixed with poisonous mushrooms? Have you lost your mind? Humph, Qin Ge, we've already sealed off this space. You can't escape, comply with the judgment, Shaka snorted coldly and waved his hand. Whoosh, 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 blue beams of light, each a meter in diameter, shot down from above, and suddenly, over 20 Wakandan royal guards appeared around Qin Ge, their spears all pointed at him. Hill, Alexei, and Melina watched in shock, feeling as if they were in a movie. The earlier spectacle of Shaka in his helmet had been incredible, but this scene was beyond their belief. Qin Ge glanced up at the sky, where a blue glow was hidden among the faint clouds. He understood that at least 3 Wakandan warships had been deployed. Hill, what just happened? Qin Ge ignored Shaka and turned to ask Hill. Qin, we were waiting for you to come back, and when we heard noise in the yard, we saw this person show up. He said he wanted to take us away, and Alexei got beaten up, Hill explained. Alexei quickly added, no, Hill, I drank too much today, which affected my performance. Otherwise, this guy wouldn't be my match. Shut up. Melina scolded him quietly. At that moment, Shaka raised a hand to silence them. Qin Ge, Wakanda does not harm innocents. After taking you away, they will naturally release the 3 of them. Do you choose to surrender or resist? Qin Ge looked at Hill, giving her a reassuring glance, then said, no, I choose to keep you here. As soon as the words left his mouth, 5 ninja shadows appeared from the shadows beside him. With a whoosh, 5 katanas sliced through the air toward the arms of the 5 royal guards holding Hill, Alexei, and Melina. In an instant, the guards seemed stunned by the sudden attack, unable to react in time, as if the previous outcome was about to repeat itself. However, Qin Ge suddenly sensed something was off. Shaka showed no sign of alarm or movement, appearing too calm, which was abnormal. He immediately realized that Shaka must have had a countermeasure. Sure enough, in an instant, the 5 katanas struck the royal guards with a buzzing sound, revealing a faint blue light that appeared like a beautiful piece of art, effortlessly deflecting the katana strikes. At the same time, with a whoosh, the spears in the hands of the 5 guards emitted brilliant blue light, and 5 energy columns, as thick as a wrist, struck the bodies of the 5 ninja shadows. In an instant, the 5 shadows exploded into clouds of black mist. Qin Ge's expression instantly grew serious. He realized that this time, the ninja shadows had been thoroughly suppressed. Humph, Qin Ge, your minions can't help you this time. I've told you before, Wakanda's strength exceeds your imagination, Shaka stated with an imposing aura. Although Qin Ge couldn't see his expression, he could sense a hint of pride in his words. Hill, what were those things? Oh my god, is that magic? Alexei asked Hill, feeling overwhelmed. He had always thought that besides Captain Steve Rogers, no one on Earth could match him. After that night with Qin Ge, he realized how ridiculous he had been. Now, after witnessing Qin Ge and Shaka's confrontation, he understood that Qin Ge had previously shown him mercy. Just the 10 elusive ninja shadows, like demons from hell, were not something he could handle. Qin has many tricks, Alexei, this world is far more complex than we see, Hill said softly, her eyes filled with concern. On that secluded road, fireworks flickered in the distance, seemingly celebrating the joy of Christmas in every household. Shaka, it seems you've gained quite an understanding of my strength, Qin Ge said, showing no sign of panic. As a technological giant in the Marvel Universe, it was not surprising to him that Wakanda could develop energy shields for individual soldiers. I'll ask you one last time, will you come with me willingly, or do I have to defeat you? Shaka had lost his patience, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. Cracking his knuckles, Qin Ge tightened his fists. A true man is not defined by Wakanda alone. His words expressed a firm resolve, refusing to back down. Fine. Shaka responded, his hand slicing through the air. The royal guards surrounding Qin Ge gradually expanded their formation as Shaka stepped forward, clearly wanting to confront Qin Ge directly, aiming to regain the lost honor of the goddess Bast by defeating him. With a whoosh, the Black Panther boots made a harsh grinding sound against the ground. Under the illumination of the headlights, Shaka moved like a wraith, swiftly appearing at Qin Ge's left side, his right hand striking like lightning toward Qin Ge's waist, the vibranium claws glimmering ominously, as if to tear him apart. Qin Ge's right leg shot up abruptly, whistling like a cannonball as it aimed for Chaka's head, the force behind it immense. Chaka was taken aback and quickly retreated 2 steps, narrowly dodging what seemed like a mutually destructive strike. After a year apart, he hadn't expected Qin Ge's combat skills to have improved so drastically. That kick wouldn't have been possible from the Qin Ge he remembered. Qin Ge didn't hesitate, stepping forward with a knee strike aimed at Chaka's chest. Just as Chaka swung his claws, 2 ninja shadows suddenly emerged from the shadows behind him, launching ropes that wrapped around Chaka's arms. Bastard! Do you have no warrior's honor, calling for help? Chaka cursed as he stepped back frantically, the vibranium claws slicing through the 2 ninja shadows, causing them to explode into black mist. However, in the midst of a fierce battle, the situation could shift in an instant. Even though Chaka had freed himself from the bindings, he was still struck hard by Qin Ge's knee, causing him to roll back several meters before quickly regaining his footing to face Qin Ge once more. Humph, those ninjas are merely my tools. Chaka, weren't you counting on Wakanda's technology to come after me? Why don't you take off that Black Panther suit and let's have a real brawl? Qin Ge scoffed, his mockery evident. Impossible, Chaka grunted, a hint of stubbornness flaring in his eyes. Then stop whining like a coward, Qin Ge continued to taunt. Qin Ge, do you think you can defeat me with these tricks? Chaka snapped, channeling his energy as he sprinted forward like a shadow in the night. From the darkness, dozens of bright points flickered as 10 shurikens sailed through the air towards Chaka. Relying on the extraordinary defensive capabilities of his Black Panther suit, Chaka charged ahead without dodging or evading, the shurikens clattering harmlessly to the ground. Qin Ge narrowly evaded Chaka's claws and sent out another volley of ropes, aiming to restrain Chaka's assault. But this time, Chaka showed no hesitation. The royal guards thrust their spears, releasing dozens of faint blue energy beams. The 5 ninja shadows were struck down, dissipating into thin air. Caught off guard, the battle between Chaka and Qin Ge erupted into chaos. Qin Ge focused his thoughts, and 10 ninja shadows transformed into mere shadows, darting into the ranks of the Wakandan royal guards. Clang, clang, clang. This time, it was clear that the guards were prepared. Each member was equipped with individual energy shields, rendering the ninja shadows shurikens and katanas ineffective against their defenses. One side possessed near-immortal attributes and moved unpredictably, the other was technologically advanced, with exceptionally sturdy energy shields. With an advantage in numbers, the once unstoppable ninja shadows found themselves suppressed for the first time in battle. In the midst of the fierce conflict, Alexei, Melina, and Hill exchanged glances. In the next second, the 3 of them launched their attack, akin to tigers breaking free from their cages, crashing into the nearby royal guards. Bang, bang, bang. Caught off guard, several guards were taken down by their coordinated assault. However, before Alexei and the others could make another move, a barrage of blue energy beams struck them, and they collapsed to the ground. Alexei's eyes were filled with helplessness. The once mighty Red Guardian had been reduced to a cabbage on the battlefield, pinned to the ground and repeatedly rubbed in defeat. Just as Hill, Alexei, and Melina fell, Qin Ge found himself momentarily distracted by the commotion, which allowed Chaka to seize the opportunity. His sharp claws slashed across Qin Ge's arm, causing Qin Ge to step back, glancing at the 4 bloody scratches on his arm with a hint of anger. Surrender now. If you're willing to ally with Wakanda, I can convince the elders to show mercy, Chaka declared, waving his claws ominously. Chaka, thinking too beautifully isn't a good thing, Qin Ge replied slowly. Then, under Chaka's watchful gaze, he slowly rubbed his hands together, and a peculiar, semi-transparent weapon resembling 2 sword hilts fused together appeared in his grasp. The blade shimmered with a hazy gray-white mist, as if containing endless mysterious power. Chaka's body stiffened momentarily, and he quickly assumed a defensive stance, an inexplicable sense of unease flooding over him. His instincts warned him that the weapon in Qin Ge's hands was dangerous. With a hum, Qin Ge swung his arms forcefully, the space blade letting out a low whistle. Chaka, let's see what you've got. With that, he took several rapid steps forward, swinging the space blade diagonally toward Chaka's shoulder. Clang! Chaka's claws met the space blade, sparks flying as they clashed. However, Qin Ge's strength far exceeded Chaka's. With a few powerful strikes, Chaka was forced back several steps. Qin Ge pressed his advantage, swinging the space blade again, sending sparks flying as Chaka was pushed back once more. Chaka, let's do this again. Qin Ge shouted, his muscles bulging as he gathered all his strength into the swing. The space blade whistled ominously, charged with nearly 20 tons of force.
Just as Chaka managed to stabilize himself, he raised his claws to block Qin Ge's explosive strike. The two clashed, generating the biggest burst of sparks since they began fighting. Chaka grunted, feeling as though he had been kicked by a giant beast, his feet dragging a 10-meter-long mark on the ground before he rolled away into the nearby bushes. King! The royal guards gasped in shock, pointing their spears at Qin Ge, the tips glimmering with bright light as dozens of thick energy beams shot toward him. As the thunderous shouts of the royal guards echoed, dozens of dazzling light beams shot toward Qin Ge like arrows released from a bow. In this critical moment, Qin Ge dashed toward the bushes where Chaka had fallen, his movements ghostly as he weaved through the grass and cleverly dodged most of the energy attacks. At the same time, he instinctively summoned two shadow ninjas to shield him from the incoming fire. Watching the ninja shadows dissipate into black mist, Qin Ge couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He had unwittingly used them as human shields. The truth was, they were not suited for this role. If he wanted real muscle, he should have summoned the trolls from the Shadow Army instead. Ahead, the two closest guards widened their eyes in shock, raising their spears to thrust at Qin Ge. "Get away from me!" Qin Ge's eyes flashed with anger as he swept the spaceblade like lightning, effortlessly deflecting their spears. He then leaped up, his legs kicking toward the heads of the two guards with the speed of a storm. With two dull thuds, the guards were sent flying backward, losing consciousness mid-air. It turned out that while Wakanda's energy shields could withstand ordinary knife and gun attacks, they were no match for Qin Ge's incredible strength. At that moment, Chaka was just managing to stand up from the bushes when he witnessed the two guards being knocked away by Qin Ge. Not far off, over 20 royal guards were rushing toward him to save their king. In that critical moment, a sharp line of blades flashed like lightning. Qin Ge leapt again, soaring high above Chaka, the space blade still whistling ominously in his grasp. "Ah!" Chaka roared, and arcs of electricity erupted from his vibranium suit, illuminating him like a war god in the dark. However, Qin Ge's gaze remained steady and cold, showing no signs of wavering. With a resounding crash, the space blade struck Chaka's raised arms, and the freshly risen king found his legs weakened, kneeling heavily in the soft earth, with dirt flying around him as his legs sank into the ground. Sparks erupted where the vibranium claws met the space blade, like two flames colliding fiercely. "I won't fail again." Chaka's left hand shot out suddenly, striking toward Qin Ge's abdomen like a venomous snake. Qin Ge was equally unyielding. He reached out with his left hand, grabbing Chaka's electrified arm. "No, with that dark complexion, you're bound to fail." Qin Ge sneered, and just as his words fell, the arcs of electricity enveloped him, even causing flickers of blue lightning to flash across his eyes. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 10 seconds later, Chaka was stunned, disbelief flashing in his eyes, his voice trembling. How is this possible? Still surrounded by arcs of electricity, Qin Ge coldly stared at Chaka, as if looking at a prey ready for slaughter. "Do you think just because you wear that suit you can intimidate me?" Qin Ge tightened his grip on Chaka's wrist, and in that moment, he kicked hard at Chaka's helmet. With a whoosh, Chaka was sent flying, crashing into a tree before landing hard on the ground. He groaned deeply, reaching up to remove his helmet, blood trickling from his mouth. Qin Ge's strike had left him seriously injured. Meanwhile, Qin Ge, like a leopard, darted to Chaka's side. Before Chaka could react, Qin Ge seized him and pressed the space blade against Chaka's throat. "Chaka, you really know how to pick your moments to come looking for trouble on Christmas Eve." Qin Ge observed the encroaching royal guards closing in, a hint of mockery in his eyes. "Release the king!" shouted a leading guard, her eyes blazing with anger, while the surrounding guards glared at Qin Ge, ready to pounce on him. Qin Ge shrugged, facing Chaka. "I said, is Bast blind? She gathered such foolish subjects that they utter such ridiculous words." "Do not insult the great goddess Bast," Chaka shouted angrily, struggling against Qin Ge's grip. "Gods? Chaka, you'll soon learn that so-called gods are just that, nothing more. Withdraw your energy shields and let them go," Qin Ge coldly stated, then dragging Chaka slowly toward Hill and the others. "Hill, is everything all right?" Hill, held by the guards, shook her head. "It's fine, just can't move for now. They'll recover in half an hour," Chaka added from where he stood. The situation turned into a standoff on the road, with both sides holding hostages. "Release the king, and we'll make an exchange," the leading guard demanded, her eyes filled with determination. All around, the guards remained fixated on Qin Ge, as if they could burn a hole through him with their stares. "I refuse," Qin Ge said with a cold laugh, casting an assuring glance at Hill, signaling her not to worry. "Don't you want to get back your girlfriend and neighbor?" The guard pressed, her voice revealing a hint of urgency. "Ha ha, Chaka, did I not tell you they're foolish? You haven't grasped one simple thing. Qin Ge whistled sharply, and the ninja shadows instantly vanished into thin air. He then glanced at his watch, a satisfied look crossing his face.
Well, let's hold off on everything for now.
In 5 hours, it'll be dawn, and then all of you will be exposed to countless eyes and cameras in beautiful country. And we will all be law-abiding citizens. Qin Ge looked at Chaka, a sly glint in his eyes.
Dear King, don't you want Wakanda, this hidden nation for over 1,000 years, to be exposed? And their king defeated by a bounty hunter like a dog? That kind of news would absolutely be a Christmas blockbuster. The surrounding guards fell silent, clearly shaken by Qin Ge's words.
The topic was beyond their comprehension, and their gazes involuntarily turned to Chaka. Chaka's chest heaved quickly. He could feel his anger and frustration boiling inside him, as if a fire was burning in his heart.
Qin Ge, state your terms.
Chaka finally managed to utter, his voice tinged with a hint of resignation.
First, release them, then we'll discuss terms, Qin Ge said, his expression unwavering with undeniable authority. After 10 breaths of silence, Chaka finally spat out 2 words: withdraw the shields, release them. With that, a flash of light appeared, and a translucent energy barrier lifted 100 meters away, opening up the previously sealed space by the Wakandan warships. Brother!
At that moment, Natasha and Yelena dashed out of the SUV, their eyes filled with concern. Natasha, take care of your sister and your mother, Qin Ge instructed, then pulled Chaka back toward the SUV.
Qin, what do you want? Chaka asked, noting Qin Ge's lack of intentions to release the others, a hint of fear creeping into his voice. What do I want?
Chaka, you came to beat up my neighbor and kidnapped my girlfriend.
You can't think that would just pass without consequence, can you? Qin Ge said as he pushed Chaka into the back seat of the SUV.
Hill, drive us back. Then, rolling down the window, Qin Ge shouted to the gathered royal guards outside, don't worry, I'll make sure your king enjoys a Christmas, and we can discuss conditions for releasing him.
Just leave a few people behind.
If you're not afraid of being discovered, feel free. The engine roared to life as they sped away toward Qin Ge's home.
Late at night, the atmosphere in the Alexei family's dining room was somewhat tense.
In the center of the dining table sat a giant roasted turkey, and everyone was eating silently, while Natasha and Elena occasionally glanced at Chaka, who looked rather displeased at the table. Qin Ge, as a guest from afar, pour a glass of wine for our king, Qin Ge said with a smile to Hill, who was sitting nearby.
A glass of white wine was promptly placed in front of Chaka. Qin, this Wakanda is in Africa, right?
But does it really have such advanced technology? Alexei, sitting opposite, quietly asked, while Melina and Hill perked up their ears, eager to hear Qin Ge's response. After all, Chaka's appearance and the unimaginable technology he exhibited left them feeling shocked and confused. Seeing the curious eyes around him, Qin Ge put down his knife and fork, pretended to wipe the corners of his mouth, and felt secretly pleased to finally have a chance to show off.
Even Chaka turned his curious gaze towards him, wanting to hear how much he really knew about Wakanda.
Qin Ge's goal was to create a psychological burden for Chaka, making him realize that outside of Wakanda, there was an Earthling who understood Wakanda better than many Wakandans did.
If we were to find the oldest country on Earth, then you could forget everything you learned in history books.
Because Wakanda is the country with the longest history on Earth, it was established when humanity was still in the tribal era.
Brother, then why do we not know about such a country on Earth? Natasha asked, seemingly struck by inspiration, giving Qin Ge an excellent opportunity. Good question.
Qin Ge shot Natasha an appreciative glance and continued, because this country is very special, and its establishment and development process are completely different from other countries on Earth. It can be said that this country is a blessed land bestowed by heaven. Millions of years ago, a meteorite fell in Africa, and this meteorite contained a very special metallic element that we call vibranium. This vibranium is the hardest metal on Earth, and the key is that it possesses many special properties. By the way, Captain Steve's shield contains vibranium, which is why it can withstand anything. When this meteorite rich in vibranium fell to the African continent, it changed the surrounding ecological environment. Later, humanity was born, and coincidentally, 5 tribes lived around the meteorite. At first, these 5 tribes often fought with one another. Later, a shaman from one tribe saw their god, Bast the Black Panther, in a vision. Under Bast's guidance, this shaman drank a potion made from heart-shaped herb, which granted ordinary people extraordinary speed, strength, and reflexes, and this shaman became the first king of Wakanda in history. At this point, Qin Ge intentionally looked at Alexei. Alexei, now you know why you can't defeat Chaka, right?
Alexei pondered for a moment and nodded. The heart-shaped herb is so powerful?
Of course, every generation of kings drinks the heart-shaped herb, becoming the strongest person in Wakanda, and Wakanda's technology is also very advanced. Later, due to constant wars on Earth, the Wakandans, in order to protect vibranium and their people, used technology to hide the entire country, which is why most Earthlings do not know about Wakanda's existence.
But, Qin, how do you know all this? Melina couldn't help but ask. Have you forgotten my nickname?
The Hound Prophet, Qin Ge pointed a finger at the sky. There are not just one god in the universe.
But, Qin, are there really gods in the universe?
Alexei asked in a daze, feeling as if the worldview he had built over decades was about to collapse. Of course there are, but it's just different from what's recorded in books. In fact, you can understand gods this way, they are just a more powerful group of aliens, Qin Ge explained slowly.
Qin, these are all things the traitor Njidaka told you, right?
Chaka said in a deep voice from the side.
You can interpret it however you like.
However, I have no burden because I don't need to swear an oath to that Mother Panther bast, Qin Ge said with a smile as he brought a piece of roasted turkey meat to his mouth.
Now, the story is finished, and I wish everyone a Merry Christmas. Qin Ge raised his glass and drank it all in one go. Merry Christmas!
Late at night, on a bench outside the porch, Qin Ge and Chaka silently smoked cigars, falling into silence.
Qin, you can now state your conditions. Chaka exhaled a puff of smoke and said slowly. First, Wakanda cannot cause me any more trouble. Agreed.
Second, compensation for damages.
How much do you want? How much do you think a Wakandan king is worth? Qin Ge countered. Qin Ge, don't try to provoke my emotions. I won't let you take advantage of me for that illusory reputation.
Then fine, I'll calculate your reputation in terms of money, Qin Ge said, raising a finger. Hill was threatened and scared by you, that's $100 million. My carefully arranged Christmas was ruined by you, another $100 million. 3 wounds on my arm, $300 million.
6 people's hush money, $600 million. You think that reputation isn't worth anything? $100 million.
And that sip of wine you drank, 30 years worth of ergotu, $100 million. So that totals $1.3 billion.
Do you want to settle in dollars or vibranium? Seeing Qin Ge's serious demeanor, Chaka stood up angrily. You're extorting me.
Qin Ge also slowly stood up, pushing a cigar into Chaka's face. You're slandering me. Add $200 million for reputational damage, making it a nice $15 billion. If I don't get this amount of money, tomorrow I will take you to the largest news media in the beautiful country and expose everything about Wakanda.
Chaka glared at Qin Ge but did not act recklessly. His Black Panther suit had already been taken away by Qin Ge, and he knew that acting now would only bring disgrace upon himself. How about it? Can you accept it?
I'm someone who likes to persuade others with virtue. You can refuse.
Qin Ge asked lightly. What other conditions do you have? Just say them all, Chaka said, staring at Qin Ge slowly. The last one is simple, give me 10 sets of suits like yours. Impossible. Chaka immediately rejected Qin Ge's request.
In Cleveland, before dawn, a Wakandan warship quietly concealed itself within thick fog, slowly appearing above Qin Ge's home. A blue beam of light shot down like lightning, and 3 figures immediately appeared on the ground of the backyard. With a creak, the wooden door opened just in time, and Qin Ge, leisurely accompanied by Chaka, walked towards the backyard.
At that moment, a tall black noblewoman stood in the courtyard.
TSK, who would have thought? Welcome, the great Queen Ramonda of Wakanda, Qin Ge said with a radiant smile, teasingly.
You must be the Qin Ge who defeated Chaka.
Young man, you are quite impressive. Queen Ramonda stepped forward, speaking slowly, her voice neither too loud nor too soft, naturally exuding the authority of a ruler.
Your Majesty, you didn't come just to praise me, did you? I'm young, and I can't take too much flattery. If I can't resist and want to show off, would it affect your married life if I gave Chaka another beating?
Qin Ge said somewhat exaggeratedly. Young man, it is not appropriate to say such things in front of a lady. Queen Ramonda remained unhurried, her expression unchanged, as if Qin Ge's words had no effect on her. Truly, as a queen, her control over her emotions had reached an extraordinary level. Yes, Your Majesty, I just don't like listening to nonsense, Qin Ge shrugged, nonchalantly replying.
Chaka, have you reached an agreement? Queen Ramonda's gaze turned to Chaka.
Ramonda, I'm sorry, I have let you and the Wakandans down. Chaka lowered his head with some shame. It's all right, perhaps we have been too comfortable for too long, losing the vigilance of the Black Panther. If this can awaken your instincts, it may not be a bad thing. Qin Ge couldn't help but give Ramonda a thumbs up, feeling deeply impressed by her demeanor. No wonder she could raise such an excellent child as the Black Panther. Her words were very comforting to hear. Alright, Queen Ramonda, if we're going to reflect, let's not do it here. There are 3 conditions. First, Wakanda must not trouble me again. Second, a compensation of $1.5 billion. Third, 10 sets of gender-neutral Black Panther vibranium battlesuits. His Majesty Chaka has already agreed, and I think you won't refuse, right? Qin Ge stated firmly. Queen Ramonda only slightly furrowed her brows, then immediately replied, agreed. A satisfied smile instantly appeared on Qin Ge's face, and he then patted Chaka's shoulder. Your Majesty Chaka, congratulations, you are free now. Chaka slowly walked to Queen Ramonda's side, silently observing Qin Ge's decisive actions, with a complex expression flashing in his eyes. Qin Ge looked at them, secretly pondering, Wakandans indeed keep their word, I hope they will adhere to their promises. Then, a blue beam of light shot down again, enveloping the 4 of them, and under Qin Ge's gaze, the 4 slowly ascended into the warship. Qin, did Chaka really agree to your conditions? At this moment, Hill walked over, her eyes filled with doubt. Chaka has no other choice. From start to finish, as long as he couldn't deal with me, his plan would be a failure. Qin Ge wrapped his arm around Hill, his eyes sparkling with confidence as he smiled. How much longer do we need to stay here? Qin Ge leaned beside Hill and whispered. Soon, if nothing unexpected happens, in no more than 6 months, Alexei and the others will leave. Hill tightly hugged Qin Ge, speaking with emotion. Just, Natasha and Elena, are you really not going to intervene? A hint of worry flashed in Hill's eyes. Qin Ge's gaze turned towards Alexei's house next door, his thoughts racing. This is truly a difficult choice. Saving Natasha and Elena is not hard, but some things, once changed, may not only affect their destinies during this period but could also trigger a series of unforeseen consequences. What are you worried about? Hill pressed. This world is too complicated. It's not yet the time for me to change everyone's fate at will. Let's not think about it for now. Perhaps there will be solutions when the time comes. Qin Ge sighed lightly, revealing a hint of helplessness in his eyes. 8 days later, a package was placed at the doorstep of Qin Ge's home, containing a check for $1.5 billion, along with 10 black vibranium battlesuits. TSK, Hill, it's really a waste for the Wakandans to wear these vibranium suits outside, Qin Ge said in the room, looking at Hill, who was dressed in a form-fitting, black ensemble that highlighted her curves, a glimmer of astonishment in his eyes. This outfit was not inferior to the grown-up Natasha, the only difference was that Hill exuded a sense of heroism. Come on, let me check and see if the Wakandans cut corners. If they dare to fool me, we need to find out, Qin Ge said as he stepped forward, playfully pinning Hill down and inspecting her until her face turned bright red. Only then did he stop. Not bad, the craftsmanship seems good. Qin Ge licked his lips, saying it with a serious expression. At night, in the living room, thank you, Alexei said as he took the coffee that Qin Ge handed him. Are those 2 little ones asleep? Qin Ge casually asked. Yeah, they played hard today, and both little guys went to bed early, Melina said with a light laugh nearby. On the sofa, Qin Ge exchanged a glance with Hill, then gently pushed a check towards Alexei and Melina. Alexei picked up the check with a puzzled expression. His, 50 million? Upon seeing the amount, he exclaimed. Melina looked at Qin Ge in confusion. Qin, what is this? It's nothing much. Because of me, you suffered losses, so let this be considered compensation from Wakanda, Qin Ge replied lightly. Hearing Qin Ge's words, a smile instantly spread across Alexei's face. He excitedly embraced Melina and said, Melina, why don't we just stay here? You, Natasha, and Elena all like it here. Plus, I can help you build a small lab, haven't you always wanted one? Melina, you. With a loud bang, before Alexei could finish his sentence, a fist struck his forehead, sending him flying and knocking him out cold. His body sprawled on the floor nearby, still clutching the check. Alexei, Qin, why did you do this? The sudden change startled Melina, making her jump up, her eyes filled with fear. Qin Ge slowly walked over to Alexei, folded the check, and put it back in his pocket, then turned to Melina and said slowly, Melina, when Alexei wakes up, please tell him I'm sorry, I can't give him this money for now. Also, you must complete Dreykov's task. Otherwise, not only will you not get this 50 million, but I also won't let him rest easy. 22 years from now, I will personally deliver this money to you and Alexei. At the window of the second-floor bedroom, Hill had already fallen into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, Qin Ge stood quietly, gazing out the window, silently watching as Alexei was helped away by Melina. Originally, Qin Ge's intention in giving Alexei 50 million was to compensate him. However, upon seeing such a large sum of money, this guy's first thought was to escape from Dreykov and Melina, to live a reclusive life, drinking vodka every day, living in a drunken stupor. Qin Ge figured this might be Alexei's future lifestyle. While he was enjoying himself, the original direction of the Marvel storyline was completely altered. From then on, there might no longer be a Black Widow or Natasha's story, the fall of the Red Room would cease to exist, and who would Hawkeye seek out to go to Vormir with?
Who would calm the raging Hulk? Changing Alexei meant changing Natasha's fate. And changing Natasha would make the entire Marvel universe seem like a completely unfamiliar parallel universe. At that time, Qin Ge had only thought about this when he punched Alexei unconscious. But now, what truly made him feel conflicted was the impression Natasha had left on him. There was little time left before Alexei's family would defect, only a few months remained. Sigh, system, why did you give me such a task?
Qin Ge let out a slight sigh, his tone revealing a hint of helplessness. The weather was gradually getting hotter, seemingly feeling the approach of parting. The relationship between him and the two little girls had grown increasingly close. They spent almost all day at Qin Ge's house. He took them to and from school every day, prepared a variety of delicious meals, provided all kinds of toys, movies, and trips to amusement parks.
Whatever Natasha and Elena asked for, Qin Ge would make every effort to fulfill.
This made Alexei and Melina next door occasionally comment sarcastically, questioning whether Qin Ge intended to adopt the two children. Only Qin Ge knew that this was merely his guilt acting up deep inside him. For Natasha, the happy and carefree days she could have were far too short.
Elena, when are you planning to go camping?
That evening, Qin Ge placed a piece of steak onto Elena's plate and casually asked. He didn't know the exact timeline of Alexei's escape, he only remembered that Elena naively thought her father was taking her out to play.
Brother, I don't know.
Dad said it would be soon, like really soon, Elena replied, her round face looking puzzled.
Under Qin Ge's careful care, Natasha and Elena looked a bit plumper and taller than they did in the movies. Especially Natasha, who had grown up to Qin Ge's neck. Natasha quietly ate her meal, not participating in their conversation. This sensible girl understood the family's circumstances and was not feeling well at the moment. Brother, will you come to see us later? Natasha asked softly, her head lowered, tears dropping into her plate.
She knew that parting was imminent and felt a deep reluctance towards Qin Ge. Having lost her mother, she sensed a deeper care and affection from Qin Ge than from Melina and Alexei. Qin Ge slowly sat down beside Natasha, wrapping his arm around her shoulder and softly comforting her. Natasha, stay strong.
Trust me, we will meet again. I promise. Sniffing, Natasha looked up at Qin Ge, her eyes filled with expectation. Really?
In Natasha's heart, the Qin Ge before her was like a superhero, possessing all kinds of extraordinary powers. Of course. Let's make a pact. Qin Ge extended his large hand, and Natasha placed her delicate little hand in his palm. Then she tightly hugged Qin Ge around the waist.
Brother, I like you. Natasha, I like you both too. Yay!
Suddenly, Elena shouted, startling Qin Ge. Natasha, you finally dared to say that to your brother.
Elena laughed out loud.
Of course, brother is the best for us, don't you like it? Natasha retorted, lifting her chin towards Elena.
Ha, then we must take brother with us on this camping trip.
Qin Ge watched the two little ones bickering and shook his head slightly, although the smile on his face faded.
Bang, 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 there was a hurried knock at the door. Qin, I'm sorry, are Natasha and Elena here?
I need to take them away. Melina's voice sounded urgent, as if she hadn't even had time to tie up her hair. What's the rush? Qin Ge quickly asked, already suspecting that Alexei had stolen the brain control technology from S.H.I.E.L.D.
Sorry, Qin.
Thank you for taking care of us for so long. We really have to leave. Melina looked at Qin Ge blankly, her eyes filled with reluctance.
Then she stepped forward and embraced Qin Ge tightly for 5 seconds.
All right, I said I wouldn't interfere with you and Alexei, but it seems this time we really have to say goodbye.
Natasha, Elena, it's time to go.
Qin Ge then turned to the two little girls at the dining table. Melina held back her reluctance, wiping the corner of her eye as she said to Elena, Elena, Dad will take us camping soon.
Are you happy? Yay! That's great.
Elena jumped up and then grabbed Qin Ge's hand. Mom, you must take brother with you, otherwise, I won't go.
Qin Ge squatted down. Elena, you go pack up first, I will come.
Okay.
Brother, you must remember our promise.
At this moment, Natasha had held back her tears and hugged Qin Ge, quietly sobbing. Of course, I never go back on my word, Qin Ge said, stroking Natasha's hair. Let's go, we don't want to keep them waiting. Under Melina's tugging, Natasha released Qin Ge, glancing back 3 times as she walked back into the house. Hill, the operation is starting. Go, and prepare the discs first, Qin Ge instructed Hill, who was nearby, in a serious tone. He then walked towards the neighbor's house. Don't take anything, put all that stuff down. At the door, Qin Ge heard Alexi's somewhat hurried voice. Bang, 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 Qin, you. Alexei opened the door and, upon seeing Qin Ge, his eyes flashed with surprise as he looked at the hand stretched out towards him. Alexei, give me that data. I need to replicate it, Qin Ge said calmly at the door. Qin, why do you need this? This is classified information from S.H.I.E.L.D. You're not short on money, why get yourself into trouble? Alexei leaned closer, speaking in a hurried whisper. That document is my objective, the technology inside is useful to me. You don't want to keep discussing this with me, do you? The S.H.I.E.L.D. people are already on their way, at most 5 minutes. Alexei clenched his fists tightly but didn't dare to actually strike. Damn it, fine. Finally, under Qin Ge's calm gaze, Alexei relented and handed a disc to Qin Ge. 5 minutes later, rumbling, a black armored Mercedes crashed through Alexei's fence and stopped at the door. Let's go, I'll use this car to take you, Qin Ge called out to Alexei's family as the window rolled down. The Mercedes roared down the road like a beast, speeding towards a remote farm. Qin, how did you know we were coming here? Alexei in the passenger seat looked at Qin Ge with a puzzled expression, holding a sniper rifle with a scope, which looked somewhat comical. I told you my nickname is Hound Prophet, do you think you can hide your plans from me? Qin Ge scoffed, a hint of pride flickering in his eyes, amused by Alexei's strange thought process. Do you know what color underwear I'm wearing today? Alexei suddenly blurted out, almost making Qin Ge laugh in anger. Get lost, do you think being a prophet involves that? Qin Ge retorted irritably, inwardly mocking Alexei's way of thinking. Phew! Alexei let out a long breath, as if a heavy weight had been lifted off his shoulders. Good to know you're not omniscient. Amidst the swirling dust, the Mercedes finally stopped beside a long plastic tent. With a whoosh, Alexei eagerly jumped out of the car and ripped the plastic covering off the entrance, revealing a small aircraft in front of him. Melina, get the plane ready. Kids, hurry up and board. Alexei shouted as he ran to the side, lifting a tractor that was blocking the way with surprising strength. Brother, aren't you coming with us? Elena, already on the plane, called out to Qin Ge, who was standing quietly not far away, her eyes full of anticipation. Elena, Qin Ge opened his mouth to say something but didn't know how to respond, so he could only tightly press his lips together. Elena, your brother will come find you soon, Melina, piloting the plane, quickly spoke up to comfort her daughter, her eyes also filled with reluctance as she fixed her gaze on Qin Ge outside the window. Natasha leaned against the cabin door, her eyes glistening with tears as she stared intently at Qin Ge, as if silently questioning why he wouldn't keep them. Qin Ge felt a pang in his heart from Natasha's expectant yet slightly wronged gaze, and he turned his face away. Qin, thank you. Alexei rushed over to Qin Ge, solemnly bidding farewell. Just then, an urgent siren blared from not far away, and an SUV suddenly appeared behind the plane, its lights flashing as if it were trying to catch up to the aircraft. Damn it, Melina, speed up. Alexei shouted, raising his sniper rifle and firing 3 shots. The pursuing S.H.I.E.L.D. police car was hit 3 times, losing control and crashing into a pile of debris by the roadside. However, at that moment, another S.H.I.E.L.D. police car appeared in front of the plane, increasing Alexei's panic. Observing his frantic demeanor, Qin Ge sighed softly and thought to himself, fine, I'll help them out. Alexei, get on the plane, I'll draw their attention. Qin Ge sprinted towards the black Mercedes, revving the engine's roar as he raced past the slowly starting plane, charging towards the police car. Bang, 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 the police car fired repeatedly at the plane and the black SUV, but the brave S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were now intimidated by Qin Ge's fierce demeanor. Just as the 2 vehicles were about to collide, the driving agent finally panicked and swerved, crashing into the fields. The black SUV continued to charge forward. Qin Ge knew there would be more S.H.I.E.L.D. agents coming. Sure enough, at the end of the road, 2 more S.H.I.E.L.D. police cars appeared, prepared to trap them. In a moment of inspiration, dozens of bright lights flickered in the dimness, and thud, 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 the front tires of both police cars were punctured by the shuriken of a shadowy ninja, causing the vehicles to lose control and roll over on the road. Swish, the black SUV came to an abrupt stop, and Qin Ge exhaled heavily, knowing he had done all he could.
Now it was up to them.
In the next moment, the plane would pierce the sky, heading to Cuba, and everyone on board would embrace the next chapter of their lives.
3 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 20 seconds.
While waiting for the plane to take off, Qin Ge suddenly sensed something was off, an inexplicable unease creeping over him. He rushed out of the car and discovered that the small aircraft behind him had not taken off as thrillingly as in the movies. The nose was tilted to one side, and the front turbine blades were slowly spinning, as if they had lost power.
Qin Ge's heart sank, and he quickly ran over to the plane.
"Brother, Mom got shot in the arm, and my sister is hurt too, boo-hoo,"
Elena cried out loudly from the plane, her tender voice making Qin Ge's heart clench.
At that moment, Qin Ge noticed that Natasha had a bloody scratch on her arm from a stray bullet, and Melina was slumped in her seat, her face pale from being shot in the arm, a sight that was heart-wrenching.
"Brother, are you here to pick us up?"
"I don't want to leave here, and I don't want to leave you," Natasha said, covering her bleeding arm, her eyes glistening with tears, a faint smile appearing on her youthful face that made Qin Ge's heart ache.
Damn the plot.
In that instant, Qin Ge's heart was completely shattered. He decided to take Alexi's family back to New York. Regardless of the Marvel storyline, he had made up his mind to go all out.
"Don't be afraid, you aren't going anywhere." Qin Ge stepped forward, ready to take them away. Suddenly, a faint sound, like the clinking of broken glass, rang in Qin Ge's ears, filling him with a sense of foreboding.
Whoosh! As Qin Ge took a step forward, the plane and the people in front of him became hazy, as if viewed through a pane of glass. The plane door handle he was about to grasp turned into a phantom, slipping through his hand as he grabbed it. Nothing.
Not good. Natasha and Elena stared wide-eyed, fear evident in their expressions, their mouths open as they repeatedly shouted "brother," but Qin Ge couldn't hear any sound. After taking that step, he suddenly vanished before Natasha and Elena's eyes, as if he had been instantly pulled into another world. The people on the plane immediately panicked, unsure of what had just happened. However, Alexei knew it was not the time to linger. After bandaging the wounds of the two girls, he took control of the plane again, preparing to leave. Qin Ge looked around, feeling an inexplicable anger and helplessness rising within him. Mirror dimension, he finally realized, this was the magic of Camartage. "Ancient One, come out, I know you're here," Qin Ge shouted, filled with unwillingness and rage.
The wall made of what looked like shattered glass began to ripple, and the Ancient One in her yellow sorcerer's robe slowly appeared, her calm gaze seeming to see through everything. "Qin, sometimes knowing the future isn't something to be grateful for, perhaps it is also a source of pain and disaster. Especially when you can't help but want to touch that sacred timeline and change fate," the Ancient One said as she stood before Qin Ge.
"Let me out."
Qin Ge frowned, urgency flashing in his eyes. He couldn't let Natasha and Elena leave him like this. The plane had begun to move slowly, and the Ancient One walked over to Natasha, reaching out to stroke her hair.
"I understand how you feel.
Believe me, this is not just comforting words. I have seen and experienced too many tragedies and pains over the centuries. No need to speak of timelines, the universe has infinite possibilities.
How can fate be predetermined?"
Qin Ge shook his head, his eyes glimmering with determination. "When life is weak, it is predetermined, just like the chicken or fish lying in your bowl," the Ancient One said calmly, as if everything was under her control. "I can disregard Alexei and Melina, but you must leave Natasha and Elena. These two children should not suffer such pain."
Qin Ge took a step forward, staring intently at the Ancient One, speaking with conviction.
The Ancient One shook her head, a hint of helplessness flashing in her eyes. "Qin Ge, I am glad you have a compassionate heart, but the sacred timeline controls the entire universe's past, present, and future. Natasha is tied to an absolute point in time. Any change will cause the entire sacred timeline to shift. If there is a deviation, supreme powers will intervene to erase these changes, and you, Natasha, and everyone who causes the changes will disappear as a result.
Are you willing to accept such a fate?"
In that mysterious mirror dimension, Qin Ge looked bewildered.
"Ancient One, please tell me, what is an absolute point in time? And what is this supreme power? I really can't understand what you're saying."
The Ancient One slowly extended her hand and waved it gently. An orange line, about the thickness of a thumb, seemingly pierced through the void, appearing right in front of Qin Ge's eyes.
"This is the sacred timeline."
Then, with a slight movement of her finger, a red dot floated away from that timeline. Immediately, the entire timeline behind the red dot transformed as if under a spell, wildly sprouting like rampant weeds, with countless branches separating from the timeline.
This is the absolute point. It contains specific events and characters. Once these absolute points change, it will trigger chaos in the entire future timeline, making time and space unstable. For example, if you save Natasha, perhaps in the next second, all unexpected situations related to her will be completely erased. The Ancient One waved her finger again, and the red dot returned to the timeline, causing the entire timeline to instantly become neat and orderly once more. The Supreme Power will intervene? Then who exactly is he?
By this time, Qin Ge had a rough understanding of the Ancient One's meaning.
I cannot say.
Once I speak it, it will immediately draw his attention. The Ancient One gently shook her head.
So powerful? Qin Ge's eyes widened.
He had never seen such a mysterious and powerful character in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. This universe needs to operate according to a predetermined will. You cannot casually break this rule.
Qin Ge took a deep breath.
At this moment, Alexei was accelerating the plane, and through the window, Natasha and Elena's little heads were peering out, their eyes wide with curiosity, staring intently at this scene.
Who else is an absolute point in time? There are many.
Moreover, as you mentioned before, countless possibilities exist in the universe. Even an inconspicuous beggar, a cat, or a dog could become an absolute point. It is a marvelous combination of infinite possibilities, and Natasha is simply the most clear-cut point among them. Qin Ge chose not to pursue the question further, instead silently turning to watch the small plane as it continued to accelerate and then shot into the sky like a bolt of lightning, gradually disappearing into the distant horizon.
He knew that the Ancient One would never deceive him.
Just then, Qin Ge suddenly thought of Stan Lee. It turned out that when he mentioned the mechanical watch in the mall, it was a warning to himself not to disturb the timeline. The supreme power and the ability to erase all influences on the sacred timeline, these 2 points alone were enough to send chills down one's spine. Qin Ge, I can only keep an eye on these already established absolute points in time, but I cannot see your future. So you must be careful, especially since you can see the future of some people. The Ancient One's calm voice came from behind him. Suddenly, the scene before him began to clear up. Qin Ge turned around abruptly, only to find that the Ancient One had vanished without a trace. The entire farm was left with only a few broken cars and rising smoke. After pondering for a moment, Qin Ge hesitated not at all as he immediately called Hill, then turned and ran to the other side of the farm. He lifted a plastic greenhouse and discovered another small amphibious plane parked inside. Vroom, 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 the plane slowly drove out of the greenhouse. Qin Ge instructed the Shadow Ninja, who was skillfully piloting, just follow this signal and call me when you get there. Although he couldn't change Natasha's fate of entering the Red Room, he still decided to bring one person back to New York. This plan had been quietly set 6 months ago. So back then, Qin Ge had given the Shadow Ninja a flight operation manual, and now simple takeoff and landing maneuvers were no problem for them. They had been utilized to the fullest by Qin Ge, from cleaners to cooks, from meat shields to nannies, and now even as drivers and pilots, they spent more time wielding kitchen knives than samurai swords. Entering the cabin, Qin Ge quickly changed into a black combat suit, then lit a cigar and exhaled a puff of smoke.
System. Host, I'm here. Do you know what the supreme power the Ancient One mentioned really is? Qin Ge asked the system in his mind. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 20 seconds, a minute passed, and the system still hadn't responded. System? Host, I'm here. When did you learn to play dead? Is it something you can't say? Qin Ge said, somewhat annoyed after waiting a minute. After a minute of silence, the system finally spoke again. Host, my silence was to think. The supreme power is an extremely mysterious and powerful existence that governs the order and rules of the universe and cannot be mentioned lightly. Can't you give me a hint about it? Qin Ge pressed, unwilling to back down. Host, I cannot violate the rules, or I will face severe punishment. You should focus on completing the task quickly and avoid touching those forbidden matters, the system stated sternly. Qin Ge had no choice but to give up on questioning and began to contemplate his next actions. He understood that he bore an important mission and could not fall into danger due to curiosity about the supreme power. The panel of the Marvel sacrifice system appeared in his mind once more. Host, Qin Ge. Lifespan, 29 years. Skills, Summon Ninjutsu Shadow Ninja, Quantity 10, Bull Symbol Spell, Double-Handed Electric Discharge, Spatial Blade. Sacrificial Items, Mind Control Technology. System Task, become Alexei and Melina's neighbor and intercept a copy of the mind control technology Alexei stole from the Northern Research Institute. Completed. Sacrifice.
Qin Ge communicated with the system in his mind. Suddenly, a burst of light flashed across the panel, and Qin Ge's eyes were fixed on the display, watching as the number in the lifespan section changed.
Lifespan, 49. He.
Seeing the age displayed on the system, Qin Ge couldn't help but show a smug smile. This time, the system was quite generous, directly granting him a full 20 years of life. Now his total lifespan had returned to a normal level, and the exciting 10 years of Marvel's storyline had yet to officially begin. It seemed the myth of eternal youth was just around the corner. Please complete the lottery as soon as possible, the system urged.
Lottery! Qin Ge looked at the lottery wheel on the panel, filled with anticipation. The best prize was undoubtedly Control Lightning, while the least useful might be Shimu's Brute Strength.
Shimu's Brute Strength. I remember in Jackie Chan Adventures, Shimu was the mildest among the 8 great demons, yet his combat power was the weakest. The so-called Brute Strength was easily trapped by a door, making him the most ridiculous demon. Besides shapeshifting and flying, I can't think of any exceptional abilities he has. Simply put, he's the one with the least presence.
I even suspect a shadow ninja could easily pin him down.
As Qin Ge communicated his thoughts, the black pointer began to spin quickly.
He nervously watched the pointer, silently praying for a useful skill.
Finally, the pointer gradually slowed and landed on the position of water manipulation.
Qin Ge couldn't help but feel delighted.
Basa was among the stronger ones in the 8 great demons, and her water control magic skill was extremely powerful. Lower the altitude, Qin Ge commanded, and the plane, under the control of the shadow ninja, began to descend towards the sea, flying rapidly just about 20 meters above the water surface.
The dark sea looked like an endless abyss, emanating a mysterious aura.
Qin Ge opened the cabin door, and a strong sea breeze rushed towards him. He slowly extended his hands. With a flick of his mind, a water snake rose from the sea, quickly flowing towards his hands. The water snake soon transformed into a water sphere with a diameter of over a meter, hovering in front of Qin Ge. Qin Ge could clearly feel that this was the limit of his current water manipulation. If the water sphere got any larger, it would collapse and fall. Then, with his intention, the water sphere transformed into a sharp sword, then into a shimmering knife, and could also change into various shapes like a rabbit, a tiger, or a table, completely at his command. After practicing for a full half hour, Qin Ge slightly diminished his interest in water manipulation. He satisfiedly retracted his hands, internally marveling, I didn't expect this system to have some tricks up its sleeve, actually allowing me to learn Basa's skills.
It seems I've gained another means of survival. System, I remember Basa could control the entire ocean. Why can I only control such a small water sphere? Qin Ge asked in confusion. Host, your current demonic power is insufficient to perform more complex skills.
Keep completing tasks, and becoming the Aquaman will not be a dream, the system patiently explained.
System.
You are the Aquaman, and your whole family is Aquaman, Qin Ge said, exasperated but amused. He knew the system was trying to motivate him but couldn't help but throw in a light-hearted jab. The sky gradually brightened as Qin Ge's plane quietly floated on the surface of the sea, bobbing up and down with the waves.
On a small screen, a red dot indicated that Alexi's plane had successfully landed.
To evade potential enemy tracking, Qin Ge took a deep breath and plunged into the water.
Damn!
Just as he submerged, he was startled by a massive creature swimming nearby. 3 sharks, each over 2 meters long, circled him, their jagged teeth glinting ominously in the sunlight.
Instinctively, Qin Ge drew a dagger from his leg but then reconsidered and silently put it back.
He took a deep breath and moved his hands through the water, summoning 3 chains made of seawater that shot out like dragons, ensnaring the 3 sharks tightly. The sudden change startled the sharks, causing them to dart away, splashing water everywhere. With the sharks pulling him forward, Qin Ge surged through the water like Poseidon, moving at an astonishing speed as if he could transcend time and space.
Awesome!
If he weren't in the water, Qin Ge would have shouted in exhilaration, savoring the unprecedented thrill. Finally, a secluded beach appeared before him. Qin Ge's head broke the surface, and he stood up from the water, taking a deep breath of the fresh seaside air. He checked the locator in his hand. The red dot had stopped a few miles away. He set his direction and quickly began to run towards it. This was a small town in Cuba, with a massive military camp on the outskirts. Hundreds of armed Cuban soldiers guarded the base like a fortress, making it impenetrable. No one knew what mysterious things were being protected inside. Qin Ge peered through the gaps in the dense forest, quietly observing the base in the distance. The locator indicated that Molina was inside the base, it seemed she had been receiving treatment there after her injury. He patiently waited as night fell, and soon, 8 black shadows crept across the ground like specters, swiftly rushing towards the base. Leaning against a sturdy tree trunk, Qin Ge took out a piece of beef jerky from his backpack and began to chew slowly. The crunching sound echoed sharply in the quiet night. Half an hour later, the sound of chewing stopped, and Qin Ge murmured to himself, "Finally found you." The military base sprawled over several hundred acres, surrounded by electrified barbed wire standing over 2 meters high. Scattered around the camp were dozens of large military tents, with soldiers bustling in and out, creating a busy atmosphere. In the center of the camp stood a 2-story building, appearing particularly mysterious under the cover of night.
Qin Ge waited quietly.
A minute later, suddenly, the entire camp seemed to be pressed by an invisible hand, plunging into darkness. Immediately, chaos erupted, as if a hornet's nest had been disturbed. Qin Ge pushed off with his legs, leaping over the 3-meter-high barbed wire wall like a nimble seabird, and then dashed across the camp, moving with the agility of a cat. In less than 3 seconds, he crossed 100 meters of open ground and quickly hid behind a truck. Inside a large tent, Melina had just been awakened by the shouting outside. The emergency lights inside cast a dim glow. She looked around and saw that she was the only one lying alone on one of the 10 beds. At the entrance, 2 military doctors in white coats chatted cheerfully, seemingly unconcerned with the chaos outside. Looking up at the tent's ceiling, Melina let out a gentle sigh, filled with helplessness. Just then, a soft voice whispered in her ear, "Melina, what are you sighing about?" "Ah!" Melina instinctively tried to scream, but a large hand quickly covered her mouth and nose. In a panic, she elbowed the intruder, aiming to strike their body, but the hand gripped her like a vice, lifting her effortlessly.
"It's me, Qin Ge. Melina, you wouldn't forget me, would you?"
That familiar voice echoed in her ear again.
Realizing who it was, Melina responded softly, "Qin Ge?"
She slowly turned, her arms instinctively releasing their grip. In the dim light, Qin Ge, clad in black tactical gear, looked at her with a complex glimmer in his eyes.
After 3 seconds of shock, Melina could no longer contain her emotions and threw herself at Qin Ge, tightly embracing him.
"I'm sorry, I didn't take care of Natasha and Elena." Her voice was filled with deep guilt and regret.
"It's okay, Melina.
To you and Alexei, they were always optional. Why make yourself so tragic?" Qin Ge's calm voice froze Melina for a moment, and then she slowly pulled away from his embrace. "I'm really not a good mother, and I lack the ability to be one." Melina looked at Qin Ge, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes as she spoke slowly.
"I know, a part of the Red Room's routine, right? Could you escape the knife of tubal ligation?"
"Becoming a mother would make you weak and hesitant," Qin Ge continued calmly, as if narrating a story unrelated to himself.
"Why did you come here?"
Melina's expression began to return to calm, a hint of confusion flickering in her eyes.
"To find you and have you help me." Qin Ge's answer was straightforward and decisive, without a hint of hesitation. A glimmer of hope appeared in Melina's eyes. "Okay,"
she replied firmly.
Qin Ge looked deeply at Melina. Despite developing feelings for Natasha and Elena, she still dared not resist Dreykov.
It was only when she finally met Natasha and Elena that she resolved to eliminate the evil. She was kind but indecisive, easily led by stronger individuals.
"Let's go."
Qin Ge said no more and turned to leave. At that moment, Melina noticed a large hole in the tent, as if torn open by some massive force. Standing outside the tent, Qin Ge looked at the 2-story building not far away and raised his wrist, glancing at his watch.
"Action,"
he whispered. As soon as he finished speaking, boom boom boom, the camp erupted with violent explosions, echoing like the roars of hell.
Qin Ge had ordered the shadowy ninjas to detonate the military munitions inside the camp.
Dozens of massive mushroom clouds rose into the sky, the ground trembling slightly as if about to be torn apart. Seconds later, a loud alarm blared, ringing like a death knell.
"Damn it, everyone stay calm."
A chubby man with a beard appeared on a nearby second floor, cursing at the panicking soldiers with fear in his eyes. Hiding in the shadows, Qin Ge watched the man with clenched fists, then slowly relaxed his grip, lost in thought. Forget it, let Natasha deal with him personally, he told himself, then pulled Melina along as they quickly made their way out of the camp.
The explosions continued to roar, plunging the entire camp into chaos, where no one cared about the whereabouts of Qin Ge and Melina.
With a loud crash, a car suddenly sped towards the airport where Melina's family had landed.
At the airport entrance, 2 guards raised their guns, alertly aiming at the approaching vehicle.
Suddenly, two shadows flashed overhead like sharp swords, and the guards were sliced in half, blood instantly staining the ground. Boom boom boom. 3 minutes later, a small plane, piloted by Melina, gradually accelerated and leaped into the night sky, leaving a long tail behind.
Where are we going? Melina shouted to Qin Ge from the plane.
Near New York City, just find an open place to land, Qin Ge replied in a low voice, silently smoking his cigar, his eyes revealing a hint of exhaustion. The atmosphere in the cockpit was heavy. Qin Ge continued to smoke his cigar, as if the whole world had nothing to do with him.
Qin Ge, do you think I'm a bad woman?
Suddenly, Melina spoke up, her voice tinged with unease.
Just mediocre, I've seen worse.
Often, you're just not in control of your circumstances, and I'm sometimes the same. The guilt for Natasha and Elena isn't just yours, Qin Ge said quietly, avoiding eye contact with Melina as if evading something.
What do you need me to do?
A glimmer of light returned to Melina's eyes, she seemed to see a glimmer of hope for redemption.
The mind control technology of Hydra perfected.
I need to control 4 monsters, Qin Ge said slowly, determination flashing in his eyes.
What?
Melina exclaimed in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief. She had never imagined being embroiled in such matters. At the riverside of the Hudson in New York City, in Qin Ge's villa, Melina stood in the basement, staring blankly at 4 cryogenic chambers.
How's it going, Melina? Any problems?
Qin Ge asked, his tone laced with anticipation as he handed her a disc. This disc contains the technical data that Alexei found from S.H.I.E.L.D.
I need you to improve upon this technology.
The targets you need to control are in these 4 chambers.
However, Melina didn't immediately take the disc.
She looked up, her eyes filled with confusion as she asked Qin Ge, who are they? They're individuals trained by Hydra, just like Steve, all super soldiers. You don't need to feel guilty about it, these 4 were cold-blooded killers before. If you trust me, help me control them. It's better to put them to use, otherwise, I'll have to deal with them myself, Qin Ge explained patiently, a hint of determination in his gaze. Melina quietly studied Qin Ge, then glanced at Hill, who was busy nearby.
Taking a deep breath, she slowly nodded.
I'll do it, but I need some equipment.
That's easy.
Just make a list, and I'll get it ready right away, Qin Ge replied casually. 2 days later, the basement was filled with all sorts of strange equipment.
Melina was fully immersed in her work, spending all her days in the basement, while Hill temporarily acted as her assistant, helping her with various tasks.
Melina, how long do you think it will take to complete this work?
Qin Ge asked with concern as he approached the busy Melina.
By this time, the second super soldier had been thawed and was strapped to a metallic operating table, covered in various tubes, looking rather eerie. If all goes well, it will take about 2 months to half a year, but I can't be sure.
There are just too many factors involved.
Thankfully, the foundational research has mostly been completed, otherwise, it would be a hassle, Melina said, her eyes fixed on the computer screen as she typed.
Thanks for your hard work.
Once it's done, I'll give you a big reward, Qin Ge said with a smile.
Just then, Melina's fingers suddenly paused.
She was silent for a few seconds before slowly looking up at Qin Ge, saying seriously, I hope this can help you.
Like you said, it would be great if Natasha and Elena could have a good home.
Don't worry, I will definitely find them, Qin Ge replied, a flash of determination in his eyes as he gave Melina a comforting smile. Host, the system task has been issued. Please check. Just as Qin Ge was about to continue speaking with Melina, he was suddenly interrupted by the system's voice in his mind.
He concentrated and opened the system panel.
Marvel Sacrifice System *.
Host, Qin Ge. Lifespan, 49 years.
Skills, Summon Ninjutsu Shadow Ninja, Quantity 10, Bull Symbol Spell, Double-Handed Electric Discharge, Spatial Blade, Water Manipulation.
Sacrificial items, none.
System task, petting a cat is a moment of joy, adopting Dr. Lawson's pet cat, Gugu, is a continuous joy.
Looking at the task on the panel, Qin Ge's eyes widened, and he exclaimed, System, are you trying to kill me? Melina looked at him in confusion.
Qin, kill you? Qin Ge quickly gestured that it was nothing and turned to leave the basement. Outside on the lawn, Qin Ge paced back and forth in frustration, muttering, Are you serious, System?
That Gugu is a flurkin. What if it gets unhappy and eats me?
I have no confidence in defeating that alien creature. In his mind, he was having an intense negotiation with the system. Host, sometimes solving problems doesn't always require great power, love and wisdom are also necessary, the system's cold voice echoed again.
My love is only suitable for girls, okay? Qin Ge replied irritably.
No, you should be a compassionate and wise hound prophet, the system retorted, leaving Qin Ge speechless.
How unserious could this system be?
If it made him a hero to save a few people, he wouldn't mind, but this system was only interested in all sorts of nonsense. It felt like ineffective communication. Since the system had issued a task about Gugu, Qin Ge could be sure that Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, had arrived on Earth, followed by the Skrulls and Kree. Damn it, I don't want to deal with these aliens so soon, Qin Ge sighed helplessly. On a plane flying from New York City to Los Angeles, Qin Ge was studying a map of Los Angeles with S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D, please circle all the Blockbuster video stores in downtown Los Angeles, Qin Ge said after looking at the map for a while, handing the task to S.H.I.E.L.D with a mysterious glint in his eyes.
What are we looking for?
S.H.I.E.L.D asked, puzzled.
A woman. You might run into Fury too, Qin Ge whispered.
Fury?
What does he have to do with this?
S.H.I.E.L.D was even more confused.
Suddenly, Qin Ge remembered something, straightening up and leaning in closer, saying mysteriously,
S.H.I.E.L.D, don't you always doubt the existence of aliens?
This time, I'll take you to meet a real alien. By the way, have you put on the vibranium suit?
S.H.I.E.L.D instinctively tightened her grip on the vibranium suit under her t-shirt, excitement lighting up her eyes.
What kind of alien?
One of the alien races is called the Kree, from the Large Magellanic Cloud, with their capital being Hala. Actually, Kree have been lurking on Earth, we just never knew, Qin Ge explained patiently, his eyes glinting with anticipation.
And what else?
S.H.I.E.L.D's interest was thoroughly piqued, her eyes sparkling with curiosity.
Then there are the Skrulls, those aliens with skin like Smurfs.
The Kree and Skrulls have been at war for over 1,000 years. After the Skrulls were defeated, they have been hiding throughout the universe, Qin Ge said, pointing upwards as if the distant universe was right before them.
But why can't we find them?
S.H.I.E.L.D frowned, inquiring. Come on, the technology of these two races is far beyond Earth, and to them, Earthlings are like the primitive tribes in Africa to us, Qin Ge replied, shaking his head helplessly, a hint of resignation in his eyes.
Wow, then we really need to have a good talk with them. Can I take a picture with them?
S.H.I.E.L.D's eyes were filled with enthusiasm.
Of course, Qin Ge shrugged nonchalantly. What if they don't want to?
S.H.I.E.L.D began to worry again. Don't worry, I'll just beat them until they agree, Qin Ge said confidently, determination flashing in his eyes. As dusk fell, on the streets of Los Angeles, Qin Ge held a map, looking at a Blockbuster video across the street, furrowing his brow slightly.
This isn't it.
He compared it with the impression in his mind, confirming that this place was not what he was looking for.
Ding ding ding, suddenly, the phone rang. Qin Ge answered, saying, Fury, I guess you're in Los Angeles, right? Qin, have you activated your prophet powers again?
Fury's voice came over the phone, tinged with surprise.
Of course. Have you encountered aliens?
Qin Ge replied with a smile. There was a brief silence on the other end, then Fury said, Qin, aliens that can mimic human appearances have appeared on Earth.
I'm now hiring you on behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D. I think only you can help me with this danger.
Oh, did you just see an alien corpse?
Qin Ge was slightly taken aback, then realized that Fury must have already encountered Carol and even obtained a dead alien.
However, Fury's acting director specifically instructed him to investigate this matter alone, and now he was turning to Qin Ge for help. Yes, it seems I found the right person, Fury said, excitement flickering in his eyes.
Hey, Fury, you didn't secretly look at the alien's little parts, did you? What shape is it? Qin Ge asked seriously.
Hard to describe. I think you should catch one and see for yourself.
So, do you accept the job?
Fury asked helplessly.
I refuse.
Qin Ge decisively hung up the phone, a sly glint in his eyes. After hanging up the phone, Qin Ge already had a plan in mind. He contemplated that when Fury and Carol flew away from the Air Force Base, he would secretly slip into the cargo hold and take the adorable Gugu. To him, this task seemed both easy and pressure-free.
How could someone worth over $1 billion sell themselves for money?
That's just childish, he thought to himself, mocking the idea. Just then, the system's voice suddenly rang in his mind, Host, please note that a temporary task has been issued. Please check. The unexpected voice left Qin Ge momentarily stunned.
A temporary task? What's going on? He quickly checked the system interface and saw.
Host asterisk, Qin Ge. Lifespan * 49 years. Skills * Summon Ninjutsu Shadow Ninja, Quantity 10, Bull Symbol Spell, Double-Handed Electric Discharge, Spatial Blade, Water Manipulation.
Sacrificial items *, none.
System task *, petting a cat is a moment of joy, adopting Dr. Lawson's pet cat, Gugu.
Incomplete.
Temporary task *, capture 10 Kree, the system will randomly reward the host with a skill or magical item. Incomplete, the host may choose to accept or decline. Looking at the temporary task, Qin Ge immediately accepted without hesitation.
Accept? Only a fool wouldn't accept.
I didn't even know the system had this temporary task feature. It seems my understanding of the system is still too superficial, he thought, contemplating for a moment before picking up his phone to make a call. In a restaurant in Los Angeles, Qin Ge met with a serious-looking Fury, accompanied by S.H.I.E.L.D.
As Fury slurped his noodles, he remarked, "Order something to eat. You can pick whatever you like, it's on me."
After sitting down, S.H.I.E.L.D. replied, "Fury, it's been a while.
S.H.I.E.L.D, how's life without being a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent?" Fury casually asked.
At that moment, Qin Ge raised his hand to stop S.H.I.E.L.D., his expression turning serious. "I'm telling you, Fury, if you bring up S.H.I.E.L.D. in front of S.H.I.E.L.D. again, I'll have the Skrulls impersonate you and have some fun with your girlfriend."
Fury immediately caught the key information in Qin Ge's words. The Skrulls? What's going on?
Qin Ge remained silent, signaling S.H.I.E.L.D. to refrain from speaking, and shook his drink.
Fury, you know my rules.
Fury nodded. "I didn't bring a check today, but I'll pay you after the job is done." Qin Ge smiled slightly. "Alright, S.H.I.E.L.D., tell Fury what I just told you."
5 minutes later, Fury stirred his noodles with a frown, confusion etched on his face. "Qin, that woman in the jumpsuit who claims to be from the Star Force is a Kree? But why are they coming to Earth? Are they planning to invade?"
His eyes widened as he came to a shocking conclusion. Qin Ge took a sip of his drink and scoffed. "Fury, you're overthinking.
Do you know what the Kree call Earth?"
"No, more accurately, they refer to Earth as C-53. And they think Earth is a worthless place." After saying that, he gave Fury a disdainful smile.
Fury continued to ask, "So how do I find them?"
Leaning back in his chair, Qin Ge replied nonchalantly, "That's your business now.
You're the employer, I'm just here to deal with aliens."
If it weren't for the task of capturing those 10 Kree, Qin Ge wouldn't cooperate with Fury. After all, just finding those secret bases was enough to keep him busy.
Reluctantly, he had to accept Fury's employment and shadow him as a hidden hunter. Beep beep beep, Fury's pager went off.
He glanced at the message and a smile crossed his face. Qin Ge watched Fury's two-way pager and couldn't help but comment, "I mean, come on, S.H.I.E.L.D. is supposed to be protecting Earth.
Shouldn't they at least provide you with a decent phone?"
Fury explained, "To prevent information leaks." Then he added, "I found a lead on that woman named Vare.
Let's go." Qin Ge smiled, pulling S.H.I.E.L.D. along as they followed Fury out of the restaurant.
They arrived at the Poncho Bar, where everyone had been cleared out by S.H.I.E.L.D. agents.
Fury took on the role of a temporary bartender as they awaited Carol's arrival.
Fury looked at Qin Ge and said with a grin, "Qin, guess how Carol will arrive at the bar? I want to see how powerful your prophet abilities are." Qin Ge finished his beer in one gulp, lit a cigar, and glanced at Fury.
"You think I'll tell you she's going to ride in on a stolen motorcycle?"
S.H.I.E.L.D. chuckled at Qin Ge's words.
"Fury, that question is really boring."
Just as he finished speaking, the sound of motorcycle engines roared outside. A stunning woman in a writer's jacket with blonde hair, Carol Danvers, appeared at the entrance. Captain Marvel walked in, not even glancing at Qin Ge and S.H.I.E.L.D. at the bar but instead scanning the walls of the bar with a distant look, as if stirred by hidden memories. Seeing this, Fury called out loudly, "Carol, looks like you've changed your outfit, but it doesn't match the motorcycle outside." Carol paused at his words, walking up to the bar.
She briefly glanced at Qin Ge and S.H.I.E.L.D. before locking eyes with Fury and saying, "Agent Fury, you haven't forgotten me, have you? I'm Vare, and..." Fury interrupted her, "Oh, right, I know, a member of Star Force, a Kree.
You're here on Earth to find the Skrulls." Carol smiled slightly, "Fury, it seems you believe in aliens now, so I suppose you won't be checking my ID again."
Fury pointed to his injured brow and said, "Of course I believe it.
You know, when that blueskin Skrull corpse was right in front of me, I nearly freaked out.
But such a price isn't small, look at me here. Thankfully, it's considered a work injury, and I can get reimbursed." At this moment, he looked at Carol with sparkling eyes and turned to Qin Ge, asking, "Qin, is she really an alien?"
Qin Ge shrugged. "To be precise, she's not a true Kree, she's just a human who lived on Hala for 6 years." Qin Ge's words immediately caught Carol's attention, and a flicker of wariness crossed her eyes.
"How do you know the name Hala?"
Reveal your disguise, or I'll show you the power of my photon blast. As she spoke, she raised her fist, which was enveloped in a faint red and blue glow, ready to strike.
Qin Ge helplessly looked at Fury.
Fury, she thinks I'm a Skrull, you need to help me prove otherwise. In the bustling bar, Fury stood like a solid barrier between them, gazing seriously at Carol as he slowly said, I can assure you that Qin Ge is definitely a genuine Earthling, because the Skrulls don't have any powers like precognition. A flicker of doubt crossed Carol's eyes as she furrowed her brow and turned her gaze to Qin Ge.
Precognition? That's something I've never heard of.
Fury quickly explained, Skrulls can replicate a person's memories for a short time and can provide us with details that are usually hard to come by. Even now, Carol's fists remained tightly clenched, her eyes flashing with wariness.
However, Qin Ge showed no fear.
He confidently stepped in front of Carol and calmly said, Feel free to ask me anything, I'll answer you honestly.
After a moment of thought, Carol asked, Who is your favorite person?
Qin Ge replied without hesitation, There are many, like Aijima, Akio Sowoyuri, Yui Aragaki, and Nanaoka.
Ah, some of them I can't quite remember.
He casually listed off a string of names with a faint smile on his face.
Carol looked at Fury with confusion.
Who are these people?
I've never heard of them.
Fury looked at Qin Ge with an expression of exasperation.
Qin, I know Aijima, but the others are completely new to me.
Qin Ge patted Fury on the shoulder, chuckling as he explained, Fury, you need to get with the times and learn about the new generation.
Don't worry, take your time.
He spoke as if they were old friends who had been through many bizarre experiences together.
Carol frowned and pressed on, That doesn't prove you're an Earthling. Say something special.
Qin Ge squinted his eyes, thought for a moment, then winked at Carol and said, Let me think. Carol, the last person you contacted was Rogers, he's the captain of the Kree Star Force.
You were looking for Dr. Lawson, right? How about that, doesn't this prove my identity?
The confusion in Carol's eyes gradually faded, and she slowly relaxed her fists, a hint of surprise flashing in her gaze.
You even know this?
Hey, this is just one of my occasional little abilities, Qin Ge replied with a smug smile, then turned to take a sip from his drink.
Sorry, I've reached my limit for precognition today, so I can't continue to satisfy your curiosity.
Carol shook her head helplessly and turned to Fury.
What about you? Why don't you talk about yourself?
Fury stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before saying, Why don't we do a DNA test? That should definitively prove my identity. Carol shook her head slightly. No, you all have the same DNA, it's impossible to tell apart.
Fury sighed in frustration and pointed to the nearby Laro, saying, If you want to chat about personal matters, that's fine, but my personal life isn't embarrassing at all.
Carol looked curiously at Fury.
Then tell me, what's your personal matter?
Fury flashed a sly smile and said, I only eat whole slices of toast.
That's definitely my treasured secret, I've never told anyone.
After hearing this, Carol didn't say anything further, seemingly accepting Fury's identity as an Earthling. Then Carol's gaze shifted back to Hill.
What about her? Is she also an Earthling?
Seeing this, Qin Ge quickly stepped forward and gave Hill a passionate kiss, then licked his lips as if savoring the moment.
Whether she's my girlfriend or not, I can tell she's definitely an Earthling.
Looking at Hill's flushed face, Carol stared at Qin Ge in surprise, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes before she slowly said, Alright then, I hope your judgment is accurate.
Otherwise, you might be having nightmares for the rest of your life.
In a secret Air Force base in Iowa, Qin Ge sat leisurely with Hill in a small office, casually smoking a cigar as if the entire world had nothing to do with him.
Across from them, Fury and Carol impatiently glanced at their watches.
They had been waiting for nearly half an hour without any response to their requests, leaving them filled with confusion and anxiety. It seems we're not welcome here, Fury remarked, glancing at his watch again, helplessly addressing Carol. At that moment, Qin Ge appeared oblivious to their impatience, still sitting comfortably with a faint smile on his face.
Qin, can your prophet powers tell us when this door will open? Carol finally couldn't help but ask Qin Ge for assistance.
Qin Ge smiled and replied, That depends on Fury. If he wants, he can open the door at any time.
Upon hearing this, Fury got up and walked to the wall to examine the fingerprint lock.
As he fiddled with it, he pulled out his pager and quickly typed a message. It seemed he was seeking help from his superior, unaware that his boss, Keller, had been impersonated by the Skrull Talos, and this short message exposed their location. Meanwhile, Carol at the table also keenly noticed the location of the archives, excitement flashing in her eyes.
Ah!
Fury exclaimed, as if he had discovered some significant secret. He peeled off some fingerprints from the tape and gently placed them on the fingerprint lock. With a click, the lock successfully unlocked. Fury gallantly opened the door and gestured, "Ladies first." Qin Ge stood up, pulling Hill along, and smiled at Carol. "See, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents aren't to be taken lightly, they're quite skilled at opening doors." Carol responded with a light laugh, "Not bad." As they walked, Fury grumbled to Qin Ge, "Qin, why do I feel like you weren't really complimenting me with that?" Qin Ge quickly followed Carol, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. He secretly thought that he had to be the first person to see Gugu. On the 5th underground floor of the base, a group emerged from the elevator. Qin Ge took the lead, glancing back at Carol's puzzled expression and explaining, "As Fury's employee, I'm obligated to ensure his safety, so I'll go first." Just then, a soft meow broke the silence, and an orange figure slowly appeared at Qin Ge's feet. Its adorable appearance stirred feelings of affection within him. "Oh, what a cutie!" Qin Ge quickly stopped, pulling a palm-sized fish jerky from his pocket and offering it to Gugu with a gentle smile. "Little cutie, you must like this." Gugu reached out with its front paws to grab the jerky and began munching on it contentedly, looking utterly adorable. "Qin, when did you sneak in a piece of fish jerky?" "I didn't notice," Fury asked in confusion. Qin Ge smiled mysteriously and replied, "You wouldn't understand, this is a fated encounter. We are destined to have this connection." In his backpack, Qin Ge also had sausages, various jerky, bread, and cat food. He knew that for animals, the best way to earn their favor was to conquer their stomachs first. He slowly extended his hands, gently cradling Gugu, his expression akin to holding a precious treasure or a stunning beauty, his eyes filled with adoration. "Gugu?" Fury leaned in, staring at the pet tag around Gugu's neck. Qin Ge's smile widened. "Okay, from now on, it's officially Gugu. I declare that I will adopt this cat, and no one can take it away from me." Carol shot Qin Ge a deep look before lightly saying, "Good luck to you," and then stepped forward. Fury also quickly followed, mumbling, "Qin, are you really going to raise this cat?" Hill looked at Qin Ge with confusion and asked, "Qin, is there a problem?" With a serious expression, Qin Ge replied, "Hill, from now on, Gugu is third in the household hierarchy. Don't anger it, got it?" Hill's confusion deepened. "Qin, is there a special reason for that?" Qin Ge smiled mysteriously and didn't elaborate, simply saying, "You'll find out soon, Gugu is going to amaze everyone." Just then, with a loud bang, Carol fired a photon blast that shattered the doorknob to the archives. Seeing this, Fury began to grumble, "You could have done that earlier instead of waiting for me to pull out the tape." Carol shot Fury a proud glance and stepped into the archives. Fury shook his head helplessly and said to Qin Ge, "Let's go." At that moment, Qin Ge was too preoccupied with thoughts of Gugu, his mind filled with the image of the adorable cat, bursting with anticipation. Qin Ge ignored Fury, quietly leading Hill as they stealthily made their way to the expansive tarmac of the base. Dozens of various fighter jets were neatly parked on the tarmac, and he could faintly see technicians busily maintaining and repairing the aircraft. "There!" Qin Ge pointed to an oddly shaped plane and whispered to Hill. The two of them approached the aircraft slowly, while Gugu nestled comfortably in Qin Ge's arms, nibbling on the fish jerky as if completely oblivious to everything happening around it. Once inside the cargo hold of the plane, Qin Ge sat on a crate, leisurely smoking a cigar, and handed Gugu to Hill. Meow, Gugu shifted positions in Hill's embrace, snuggling in, as if lost in its own little world. "Qin, aren't you going to help Fury?" Hill asked with a hint of concern while petting Gugu. "Don't worry, Fury just needs to work through a little trouble, he'll be fine." "They'll be here shortly," Qin Ge replied confidently, his mind racing with thoughts about Captain Marvel. With the Ancient One's warning in mind, he was carefully plotting how to complete his task without altering the so-called absolute points in time. System. Host. Why hasn't the task been completed? Gugu is right here with me, I've already adopted it. Host, you must wait until Carol leaves Earth for the task to be considered complete. Hearing the system's explanation, Qin Ge felt a sudden jolt of realization. It seemed the task of adopting Gugu still had variables. He fixed his gaze on Gugu, who was dozing in Hill's arms, and silently vowed to keep it in his sight at all times. Just then, chaotic footsteps echoed from outside the tarmac, and suddenly, the cargo door swung open with a crash. Fury and Carol scrambled inside, looking disheveled. "Qin?" Fury was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Qin Ge and Hill in the cargo hold, then instinctively blurted out, "Hey, are you done with your business?" Qin Ge greeted them with a smile, showing no signs of tension. Both were aware of the urgency of the situation and wasted no time, promptly taking their seats in the cockpit.
Do you know how to fly this thing?
Fury asked, eyeing Carol, who was scanning the control panel with some concern.
I'll give it a try.
Carol replied nonchalantly, though her eyes held a glimmer of determination.
Boom! 5 seconds later, the plane let out a roar, waking like a slumbering giant. Ha!
Fury, you underestimate Carol, she's an excellent fighter pilot, Qin Ge interjected, seeing Fury's momentary look of shock. The plane began to taxi toward the distant exit, while behind them, the Skrull Talos, disguised as Fury's boss Keller, led a throng of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, all raising their weapons and shooting at the plane, but their shots had no effect. Unfazed, Carol pressed the throttle, and the plane shot forward like an arrow toward the opening.
Qin, did you know I encountered aliens?
Fury turned his head to complain to Qin Ge as the danger finally receded in the sky.
Yeah, your boss is a Skrull, right? Isn't everything fine now?
Qin Ge replied, still focused on Gugu,
enjoying the moment as if everything was under his control.
Is this how you treat your boss? Aren't you supposed to protect me?
Fury rolled his eyes, feeling somewhat dissatisfied with Qin Ge's attitude.
As long as I ensure your safety, you can't expect me to be your personal bodyguard. Come on, Fury, don't have such delusions. Even if Director Pierce were here, I wouldn't do that.
Expecting a billionaire to be your bodyguard?
You really have some nerve, Qin Ge scoffed, a mischievous glint in his eyes.
Honestly, is it only when I'm in danger that you'll step in?
Fury asked, his eyes darting as he probed. That depends on my mood, Qin Ge replied casually, not wanting to get entangled in further conversation.
As he noticed Qin Ge's disinterest, Fury sighed and shifted his gaze to the outside sky. Qin, what exactly am I?
You should know, Carol asked suddenly after 10 minutes of silence. She had discovered her file in the Air Force Base's archives and was now confused about whether she was a Kree or an Earthling, filled with deep uncertainty about her identity.
I know, Carol. Isn't that why you're seeking answers?
Be patient, you will find the truth, Qin Ge said, his eyes flashing with encouragement.
Carol didn't ask any more questions, knowing that Qin Ge must have his own thoughts and plans.
The plane soared through the skies, heading towards Louisiana, where Carol's friend and ally, Maria Rambeau, awaited. 2 hours later, they arrived at Maria Rambeau's home, where Carol naturally engaged in an emotional conversation with her. Qin Ge, however, did not participate in the gathering inside the house. Instead, he and Hill sat on a bench at the entrance, quietly cradling Gugu, as if the entire world had nothing to do with them.
Qin, someone's coming, Hill suddenly alerted Qin Ge.
He looked up to see a slightly plump white man walking toward Maria's house with a boy.
Hello, I'm Maria's neighbor. Who are you?
The man asked, standing at the door and casting a curious glance at Qin Ge and Hill, while the little boy looked at them with equal curiosity. Qin Ge raised his hand to stop Hill from speaking. We're just passing through.
Maria's inside, don't ask me anything, I'm not interested in talking to you.
He knew that this neighbor was actually the Skrull leader Talos in disguise. The neighbor's face turned awkward, and he quickly averted his gaze from Qin Ge, as if he had done something wrong. Seeing the man's expression, Qin Ge couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This Skrull was indeed a natural actor and spy, perfectly embodying the role. Ding dong, the neighbor pressed the doorbell, and moments later, the door opened.
Who are you looking for? Carol asked with an unfriendly tone.
Tom, Carol, this is my neighbor, Tom.
Is there something you need?
You see, I have guests at home, so I'm sorry, Maria said apologetically.
The big iron-winged bird next door, is it yours?
If you don't mind, I'd like to take a good look at it with the kids, Tom said with a smile, a glint of cunning in his eyes.
Iron-winged bird? Carol shot a deep look at the neighbor. Talos, don't come in, or...
Just then, the male neighbor and his child were suddenly grabbed from behind, their necks held tightly. 2 large hands lifted them off the ground.
Oh, Qin, what are you doing? Put them down.
Maria shouted anxiously as she saw her neighbor rolling his eyes.
I see you're eager to act, so let's quickly move on to the next segment.
Carol, this guy holds secrets about your identity, Qin Ge said, ignoring Maria's shout as he walked into the room, his eyes gleaming with determination.
Hey, Qin, what are you doing?
Fury in the room was equally startled by Qin Ge's violent move, confusion written all over his face. Change back to your real forms, or I'll count a half an hour before I let you down, Qin Ge warned, and the 2 Skrulls immediately quieted down, well aware that Qin Ge was not joking. In half an hour, their necks could very well be broken. Without hesitation, Leader Talos and his subordinate transformed into their true scroll forms, with pointed ears and green skin, right in front of everyone in the room.
Hey, Hill, come see the aliens, Qin Ge said to Hill with a smile, a hint of pride in his demeanor.
In that quiet room, Hill's eyes widened like a startled deer, scanning the surroundings anxiously, while Talos and his subordinate stood still, not daring to move. Talos, take out that black box recording, Qin Ge said, lightly clapping his hands with a look of disdain on his face as he picked up a cloth from the table to wipe it meticulously.
Qin, what black box? Carol asked, her face full of confusion.
The black box recording from your plane crash about 8 or 9 years ago, Talos replied slowly, a hint of resignation in his gaze.
That's impossible, I thought it was destroyed.
Maria protested loudly, disbelief written all over her face.
Maria, do you think that with their ability to shapeshift, there's anything they can't steal?
Qin Ge said, blinking innocently, a mischievous glint in his eyes as if he had seen through everything. Talos shot a wary glance at Qin Ge, feeling as though he could see through his thoughts, stirring an inexplicable fear within him. I'm here with no hostility, I just want the coordinates of Dr. Lawson so I can reunite with my family, Talos said earnestly, hope shining in his eyes.
Qin, can we trust what he's saying? Fury asked quietly, frowning.
Sure, let Carol listen to that recording, and everything will be clear, Qin Ge assured confidently. Soon, a disk was carefully placed into the computer, and as it booted up, Dr. Lawson's voice filled the room. Input destination coordinates, 5229, -4 -7, 87 -6 -80-2. In that moment, Carol seemed to be under a spell, lost in deep memories as past pain and struggles resurfaced, and the truth came to light. An hour later, Carol finally untangled her thoughts and decided to help Talos find Dr. Lawson's laboratory in space to rescue the scrolls inside.
You stay here and transform into Carol to stall the Kree.
Once we find the laboratory, we'll come back to get you, Talos instructed his round-faced subordinate, who nodded solemnly. Wait, Qin Ge suddenly interjected, causing everyone to look at him in confusion. Don't make such a pointless sacrifice, that Kree named Rogers will see through his disguise and kill him.
It's not worth it,
Qin Ge said, his expression complex as he looked at the scroll. He felt an inexplicable sympathy for the guy. Deep down, he knew that the scroll understood the consequences of staying behind but still chose to do so selflessly. Feeling a moment of compassion, Qin Ge decided to save the self-sacrificing scroll.
Qin, are you sure about this? Carol asked, hesitation flickering in her eyes. Are you doubting my abilities?
Qin Ge replied calmly, determination glinting in his eyes.
All right, if that's the case, then there's no need to stay behind.
I trust your judgment, Qin, Carol said, waving her hand, and everyone boarded the plane.
Thank you. The scroll expressed heartfelt gratitude, tears of appreciation shimmering in his eyes.
As the plane gradually ascended beyond the atmosphere, the people inside and all unsecured items began to float upward, as if entering a mysterious space. With Carol operating the plane, she commanded, cloaking shield engaged. As a synthetic electronic voice echoed, a massive irregular black object appeared in space, resembling a creature from another world.
This is Dr. Lawson's laboratory. We're finally going to reunite, Talos said, tears welling in his eyes, filled with anticipation and excitement.
Qin Ge similarly gazed at the Kree cruiser ahead, looking like a monstrous beast, his heart brimming with curiosity and excitement. The plane slowly approached the laboratory, and the autopilot system engaged, smoothly landing on the laboratory's tarmac. As Qin Ge stepped off the plane, he rubbed his wrists, his eyes glowing with an unusual light, as if anticipating something significant to happen. Everything was ready, they just needed the Kree to show up. Inside the laboratory, there was no shortage of emotional reunions. Even Hill was touched by the warm scene, her eyes glistening with tears. A square space gem radiating blue light was carefully placed into a metal lunchbox by Carol. Its glow seemed to possess magical powers, capturing everyone's attention. Qin Ge occasionally glanced towards the door, not checking his watch but waiting for the Kree's arrival.
He knew the Kree reinforcements should be showing up around this time. Sure enough, before everyone could settle down, a loud bang echoed boom.
A team of green-armored Kree soldiers stormed in, moving as if they were an unstoppable force of steel.
Have you allied with the enemy?
The leading Kree, Rogers, strode in and stopped beside Carol, his eyes flashing with anger.
The 4 Kree warriors swiftly secured the entire room, their weapons aimed at everyone, ready to attack at any moment.
Qin Ge, Hill, Fury, and Maria found themselves being held at gunpoint by the Kree warrior Minerva, feeling like lambs to the slaughter, their hearts filled with helplessness and fear. With no other option, Fury could only toss his handgun aside, despair etched on his face. Meanwhile, Qin Ge's eyes lit up as he focused intently on Minerva, his gaze akin to a man who had been starved for 10 years finally seeing a beautiful woman, making Minerva feel quite uncomfortable. "If you keep staring at me like that, I'll break your legs," Minerva warned, her face turning red under Qin Ge's gaze. "You misunderstand, I'm just excited to see such a beautiful alien for the first time. By the way, can I ask you a question? Is the green color of your skin natural, or did it develop later?" Qin Ge blinked innocently, a mischievous grin appearing on his face, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. "Shut up. We're blue," Minerva shot back, glaring at Qin Ge, preparing to teach him a lesson. "Where's your uniform?" Rogers's dissatisfied voice interrupted her action. Minerva turned her attention to him, saying, clearly, she has been mentally controlled, just as we suspected. After saying this, she shot Qin Ge another glare. "Qin, aren't you going to do something? It would be nice to let them experience the power of the Earthhound Prophet. Are you really only going to show off with words?" Fury whispered to Qin Ge, his eyes filled with expectation. "Fury, if it comes to fighting, I can't guarantee your safety," Qin Ge said with a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. "Alright, then let's wait a bit longer," Fury sighed in resignation, disappointment evident in his eyes. At that moment, "You're deceiving me!" Carol yelled, charging at Rogers, transforming into an enraged lioness trying to break free. However, facing her former training instructor, Rogers quickly subdued Carol, and a Kree soldier snatched the lunchbox from Maria's hands. Blue light burst from the open gap of the box, as if trying to break free from all restraints. Rogers revealed a cruel smile as he raised his right fist and, with a thud, knocked Carol unconscious, causing her to collapse to the ground, appearing lifeless. "Let's go!" Under the watch of 2 Kree soldiers, Qin Ge, Hill, Fury, and Maria were slowly escorted down the corridor of the laboratory, feeling like prisoners stripped of their freedom, each bound and filled with despair. "Hey, Qin, are you really going to do nothing? We're going to become space debris. I haven't even become the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. yet." Fury lamented, his eyes full of reluctance. Meanwhile, Hill remained calm, knowing Qin Ge must have a plan in mind. She trusted that he would find a way to escape, while Maria was too dejected to care about Fury's complaints, as if she had already given up hope. "Fury, can you let me have a moment of peace before I die?" Maria cursed, her eyes filled with helplessness. According to Rogers's orders, they were about to enjoy a luxurious space funeral, as if their fate had already been sealed. Qin Ge seemed to ignore the conversation between the two, his gaze fixed on the scroll in the soldier's arms. Gugu, the adorable cat, was now wearing a hood over its mouth, as the Kree had recognized it as a flurkin. The time was near. The reason Qin Ge hadn't acted yet was that he was waiting for Carol to awaken. He knew that only when she activated her binary form would she become the truly invincible Captain Marvel, and only then would they have a chance to escape. Looking around, he decided the time had come. "Hey, hand over my cat. I can go easy on you," Qin Ge suddenly called out to the soldier holding Gugu, his eyes shining with anticipation. "Shut up. If you want to be beaten before you die, I can arrange that," the soldier said menacingly, turning to glare at Qin Ge, his anger evident. However, mid-sentence, he suddenly froze, astonished to find that the handcuffs on Qin Ge's wrists had somehow vanished, and 2 large hands were now before him, as if possessing magical powers. With a thud, just as the soldier reacted and tried to draw his weapon, Qin Ge swiftly appeared beside him, grabbing the energy weapon. The force felt astonishingly powerful. "You're the first." Crack! Before the soldier could comprehend, Qin Ge crushed the energy weapon in his grip, reducing it to a pile of scrap metal as if obliterated by his strength. In the corridor, with a dull thud, a soldier was forcefully pinned down by Qin Ge's hand, and his head slammed into the alloy wall, instantly knocking him out. Another soldier finally reacted, raising his energy weapon just as Hill unleashed a sharp, half-foot-long claw from her palm, slicing through the soldier's weapon like lightning. The vibranium suit was being activated for the first time by Hill. The energy gun was cut cleanly in half, falling to the ground, the severed end smooth as glass. The Kree soldier was completely stunned by the sudden turn of events, his body trembling as he was knocked unconscious by the powerful electric current emitted from Hill's suit. I knew it. "Qin, you never disappoint," Fury said, a pleased expression on his face as he watched Qin Ge and Hill easily take down the 2 Kree. With a clang, the handcuffs on Maria and Fury were easily severed by Hill. "Qin, if you're so capable, why didn't you help Carol earlier?" Maria asked, rubbing her wrists as she stared at Qin Ge with mild reproach. "Meow." Qin Ge gently picked up Gugu,
affectionately petting it before glancing at Maria. This is a test and a path to awakening.
After saying that, he led Hill forward, while Fury and Maria looked at him in confusion. Qin Ge pulled a massive snakeskin bag from his pocket, effortlessly stuffing the unconscious Kree soldiers inside before slinging it over his back and slowly leaving the scene.
What do you mean? Maria asked Fury, perplexed.
Ugh, Fury patted Maria's shoulder. I don't know either, but you'll have to get used to Qin's cryptic ways. After all, his nickname is the Prophet, and this is pretty normal for him. Just then, Qin Ge punched the control panel holding the Skrulls captive, shattering it. Talos, have Maria bring your people onto the plane.
The Skrulls in the room looked around and quickly rushed towards the hangar.
Qin, what about Carol? You must help her. Maria said anxiously, looking at Qin Ge, who was nonchalantly stuffing Kree into the snakeskin bag. Suddenly, a hissing sound filled the air as the lights in the ship began to flicker, as if the voltage was unstable.
See?
This is caused by Carol. She's currently invincible, and all the Kree here aren't enough to handle her. Qin Ge tightened the bag and slung it over his shoulder.
Boom!
With a loud crash, a brilliant figure appeared before the four of them, slowly revealing herself as the light faded.
Carol? Maria said in disbelief, finally believing Qin Ge's earlier words. Carol truly was an invincible beauty, the light almost blinding them all.
You're glowing? Fury also exclaimed in surprise. I'll explain later.
Qin, what's that behind you?
Carol handed a metal box to Fury and then asked. Seeing the box, Qin Ge quickly leaned in to check it out.
These are Kree items. Alien goods can fetch a good price on Earth.
You know, Fury is quite poor, and I need to find some side income.
Oh, Qin, who was it that claimed to be a billionaire?
Fury scoffed.
You know nothing.
Do black people understand what thrift is?
Qin Ge retorted disdainfully.
Qin, are you being racist? Fury glared at him, exasperated.
All right, time is tight. You can argue later.
Fury, take the Tesseract, leave the box to me. Carol opened the metal box, revealing the space gem inside.
I absolutely refuse to take that thing. It's deadly.
Fury quickly shook his head, rejecting it outright. In a flash, the glowing cube was snatched from Fury's hand by Qin Ge, who pressed it firmly against Fury's chest.
Ah!
I'm going to die, Qin. I've always considered you a friend. Fury whined as the cube seemed to show no immediate reaction. Okay, I can take it, but you all better not tell anyone what just happened. Fury's expression returned to calmness. I'll draw their attention. You all hurry and leave here.
With that, Carol vanished around the corner.
Let's go, Fury said, clutching the Tesseract as he turned to the others. I'm going to help Carol. You guys go first. I'll find a way to get back. Qin Ge shook his head, leading Hill in the direction where Carol had disappeared. He only had 4 Kree in his snakeskin bag. He was still far from reaching his goal of 10. He decided to seize the opportunity and take down the Kree soldiers surrounding Carol. Boom, 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 loud rumblings echoed from nearby. Carol had already engaged with the Kree. Hill, watch this bag for me. I'll go catch a few more, Qin Ge quickly instructed Hill, dropping the bag. Be careful, Hill nodded, understanding the seriousness of the situation. With a soft sound, Qin Ge disappeared around the corner. In the vast space, as Qin Ge revealed himself, Kree Starforce member, the bearded Brock, charged at Carol, but he was swiftly knocked away with greater speed.
What a perfect opportunity!
Qin Ge's eyes lit up as he realized Brock was coming straight for him.
As Brock landed, shaking his head and preparing to rise, a smiling face came into view. Easy now, just take a little nap.
With that, under Brock's terrified gaze, a large foot came crashing down with a thud, knocking him out cold. With a snap of his fingers, 2 shadow ninjas appeared beside Qin Ge, quickly sealing Brock's mouth and binding his hands. In less than 5 seconds, Brock was turned into a zombie, and one of the ninjas carried him on his shoulder, disappearing around the corner.
No! Qin Ge's previously triumphant smile instantly turned into one of shock.
Carol, unleashing a photon blast, sent 2 Kree soldiers flying, but the recoil sent her tumbling as well.
Qin Ge's shout drew everyone's attention.
He quickly leaped over to the fallen Kree soldiers, his eyes filled with profound sadness, for he realized these 2 soldiers were already dead, forcing him to seek out 2 new captives.
Qin, get out of here!
I can't protect you, Carol shouted as she regained her footing. Just then, a roar echoed from above, and from the Kree ranks, a warrior named Klaus, wielding an energy blade, descended upon them, while Qin Ge deftly dodged an energy blast shot by female warrior Minerva. Carol, don't kill them, leave that to me, Qin Ge instructed Carol, charging toward the stunning Kree warrior, Minerva.
In the quiet laboratory, Minerva, the striking blue Kree warrior, raised her gleaming spear, ready to attack.
However, in that instant, with a thunderous crash, Qin Ge darted in front of her like a bolt of lightning. With nearly 20 tons of force, he ruthlessly crushed the spear in her hands, the sharp cracking sound echoing in the lab like a death knell.
How is this possible? How can this be? Minerva exclaimed in fear, disbelief etched on her face.
She had never encountered such immense power. It felt as if this Earth was hiding endless secrets.
Hey, Minerva, is this dreary little Earth giving you too many surprises today? Making you start to question life?
Qin Ge smirked, a hint of satisfaction on his face, as if everything was under his control. With a whoosh, Minerva's long leg shot out like a lightning bolt, aiming for Qin Ge's head with incredible speed. He reacted instantly, leaning back to evade her kick, then, like a leopard, reached out and caught her powerful leg in his right arm, clamping it as if it were trapped in steel.
Minerva exerted all her strength but couldn't break free.
In desperation, Minerva swung her left fist like a meteor towards Qin Ge's temple with tremendous force, as if she intended to crush his skull. However, Qin Ge's right hand gripped her fist like a vice, rendering her attack ineffective.
TSK, let's not resort to violence.
A beauty like you belongs in showbiz. I guarantee you'll shine brightly and become famous, Qin Ge teased, trying to lighten the tense atmosphere.
Just then, Qin Ge's left hand slithered up Minerva's long leg like a serpent.
With a crackle, an arc of electricity surged through her, causing her powerful body to tremble as if struck by lightning. She crumpled to the ground, losing the ability to resist. Two shadowy ninjas appeared like phantoms, swiftly wrapping Minerva in bindings and carrying her away in a clean and efficient manner, as if they were professional movers.
8.
Qin Ge exhaled, a triumphant glint in his eyes as he turned his attention to Klaus, the Kree warrior, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, seemingly able to pierce through Klaus's soul. With a thunderous boom, Carol blasted Klaus with a photon blast, sending him flying several meters and crashing heavily into the wall, the impact reverberating as if it would tear the wall apart. Qin Ge wasted no time, stomping down on Klaus to ensure he was out cold, leaving him unconscious.
7. Qin Ge quietly declared, excitement flickering in his eyes. Who are you?
Suddenly, Atlas, the round-faced member of the Kree Starforce who had been poised to knock Carol down, and Rogers, who emerged from the rubble, looked at Qin Ge warily. They had just witnessed the intense battle between Qin Ge and Minerva, leaving them filled with shock and confusion. Qin Ge approached Carol calmly and said, I'm the bounty hunter Qin Ge, here to deal with these troublesome guys. Didn't expect that there would be superhumans on C-53. I guess I need to inform the Supreme Intelligence about the situation here and reassess this planet, Rogers said, his hands morphing into blue-glowing mechanical devices resembling hammers, the gravity controllers he and Carol had previously used to fight each other evenly.
Carol, which one do you want?
But you can't kill them, Qin Ge said, glancing at Carol with a hopeful sparkle in his eyes. At that moment, Carol's gaze fixed on Rogers, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. It's funny, when I brought you back to Hala, I never thought that Pilot would become my enemy. I didn't realize that our 6 years of fighting side by side couldn't compare to the few days you spent with those filthy Skrulls. I'm disappointed. I didn't expect your will to be so weak.
The Supreme Intelligence warned me that I should let you.
Rogers began to ramble on, seemingly wanting to express all his feelings. Suddenly, from the shadows behind Rogers, a shadow ninja appeared, swiftly slicing through the air with a gleaming sword aimed at the back of Rogers's neck, moving with lightning speed.
Watch out! Atlas caught a glimpse and shouted a warning.
With a hum, the gravity controller in Rogers's hand flickered with light, enveloping the entire area in an eerie power. The shadow ninja, leaping into the air, suddenly lost its gravitational pull and became immobilized in midair.
Damn it, what is this?
Rogers exclaimed in disbelief at the strange scene before him. He had fought across half the galaxy and encountered countless bizarre extraterrestrial life forms, but he had never seen an enemy as peculiar as the Shadow Ninja. With a snap of his fingers, Qin Ge made the Shadow Ninja explode into a cloud of black mist, dissipating as if it had never existed. Wait, this isn't a hologram, Atlas exclaimed, his eyes wide with terror. He had never seen such a mysterious power before. Qin Ge stepped forward, confidence shining in his eyes.
Carol, Ronan's accuser fleet is about to arrive in Earth's outer space. Do you really want to reminisce with this guy? We have more important things to do. Carol snapped back to reality, nodding. I'll leave the rest to you.
She then stepped forward, charging at Rogers with a powerful momentum that seemed ready to engulf him. Meanwhile, Qin Ge's gaze sharpened as he focused on Atlas, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. With a whoosh, the energy weapon in Atlas's hands aimed at Qin Ge, and a shot of energy rushed toward him, its glow threatening to pierce through him. However, Qin Ge showed no intention of dodging. In a flash, a shadow ninja appeared, blocking the energy blast, the sound of the collision shaking the air. At the same time, the ninja's body dissipated into smoke, as if evaporating in an instant. Atlas found himself unable to fire a second shot as Qin Ge's heavy fist came crashing down, aiming to smash him into a pulp. Hearing the explosive sound of air pressure, Atlas's face paled, and he rolled to evade Qin Ge's punch, showcasing agility that was impressive. With a boom, a metal rack behind Qin Ge was smashed in half by his punch, the sheer force sending chills down everyone's spine. "This guy is definitely not from C-53, Atlas shouted, his energy gun firing at Qin Ge as if trying to turn him into a pincushion. Meanwhile, the battle raged on as Carol and Rogers clashed fiercely. Currently, Carol hadn't fully adapted to her newfound power, and she and Rogers were evenly matched, exchanging heavy blows. The energy blasts from Atlas were consistently intercepted by the shadow ninjas. He was hesitant to engage Qin Ge in close combat, instead opting to utilize the complex terrain to evade him, looking for an opportunity to escape. The fight continued to escalate, with the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. Suddenly, another energy blast shot forth, piercing through a cylindrical container next to Qin Ge. Water gushed out like a waterfall, instantly soaking the ground. Seeing the puddles forming on the floor, Qin Ge's eyes sparkled with inspiration. He stood still and gently pointed at the water, which seemed to be magically transformed into two enormous water serpents, each about 30 centimeters in diameter, appearing vividly as if they were real dragons. "Go!" Qin Ge commanded softly, and the two water serpents shot forward, swiftly and silently reaching a massive column. Atlas, hiding behind the column and preparing to rise, suddenly felt something slithering around his legs. Looking down, he gasped, "Ah!" Two water serpents, formed from flowing water, rapidly coiled around his legs, moving at incredible speed. Atlas reached out to fend off the approaching transparent serpents, but their liquid bodies slipped through his grasp like water, seemingly beyond his control. "Damn it!" he shouted in frustration as the two water serpents lifted him off the ground, leaving him dangling like a lamb waiting for slaughter. With a flurry of shots, Atlas fired his energy weapon at the serpents, but the energy blasts merely splashed harmlessly against them, causing no damage. "Can Kree withstand electricity?" Suddenly, Qin Ge's voice echoed ominously in Atlas's ears, sounding like a demonic whisper from hell. With a cheeky smile, Qin Ge closed the distance, pressing a hand against Atlas's forehead. His palm crackled with electric energy that sparked and flashed, deep blue arcs surging forth. Atlas's body trembled in the air as mist rose from him, as if he were being boiled alive. Moments later, he rolled his eyes back and lost consciousness. With a swift motion, Qin Ge commanded the two shadow ninjas to carry Atlas over their shoulders, treating him as if he were a featherweight object. 8. Qin Ge murmured, a victorious glimmer shining in his eyes. When Qin Ge finally found Hill, he discovered that the entire laboratory had fallen eerily silent, as if everything that had transpired had never happened. "Damn it!" Qin Ge cursed as he looked at the large snakeskin bag on the ground. He had instructed the shadow ninjas to take a round, and there were no living Kree left. Even Rogers had piloted a small aircraft away from the laboratory. His plan seemed to have gone awry. Things were becoming complicated, and Qin Ge pondered silently. He needed to come up with a countermeasure quickly, otherwise, the consequences would be dire. System. Host. What do I do now? I've only managed to capture 9 Kree, I still need one more. Can't you make an exception? Qin Ge paced anxiously, a frown on his face. After about 10 seconds, a glint of determination flashed in his eyes. He turned to Hill and said earnestly, "Hill, keep an eye on these guys. When Carol comes to find you, I need to go out for a bit." Hill looked puzzled. "Where are you going?" Qin Ge didn't want to worry her, so he simply replied, "To get 2 Kree." With that, he pulled Minerva, the Kree beauty, out of his bag and carried her towards the laboratory hangar. Once inside the single-seat fighter jet, Qin Ge and Minerva squeezed into the cockpit. "Ronan's fleet is about to burst out of the jump point. Hurry and take me to Ronan's flagship," Qin Ge urged, his voice low but intense. Minerva replied resolutely, "Not a chance. I'm not a traitor like Carol, I will never betray the Kree Empire." From behind her, Qin Ge gently draped his arm over her neck, sending weak electric currents across her skin. "I can only agree to trade you for 3 ordinary Kree soldiers." Feeling the cold electricity, a hint of fear surged within Minerva.
Think carefully. If you don't agree, you'll be locked in a lab by these Earthlings for the rest of your life, becoming their test subject, slowly aging, and when you lose your value, your body will be preserved in formaldehyde for countless Earthlings to gawk at. Qin Ge finished his ominous speech with a chilling laugh. Minerva struggled to reply, I can't go to Ronan's flagship, but I can take you to another ship. Otherwise, I'll never agree. Qin Ge pondered for a moment before nodding. Deal. Boom! With a determined expression, Minerva slammed the throttle forward, and the fighter jet shot out of the lab like a bolt of lightning. The aircraft sped through space, and in less than 20 seconds, a bright light flashed in the distance, revealing 4 black dots as the accuser fleet emerged from the jump point. The 4 ships, 1 large and 3 small, were entirely black, resembling a horizontally positioned bow tie, casting an imposing aura that left Qin Ge in awe. At that moment, Minerva controlled the jet, heading towards the nearest ship. Closer and closer, in space, the concept of distance faded for Qin Ge. Looking out from the cockpit, the ships appeared as towering giants compared to their small vessel. Beep beep beep, the cockpit panel emitted a warning sound. Identify yourself. Kree Starforce member Minerva, code CTC-35, Minerva spoke solemnly into the communicator. Code confirmed. Welcome aboard. A voice replied from the communicator. Qin Ge relaxed his fingers slightly. His plan was simple, to storm the landing pad while the Kree were unprepared, capture 3 Kree, and swiftly leave. This timing would allow Captain Marvel to take out the small ships on the flagship while they escaped during the fleet's space jump. Perfect. Qin Ge couldn't help but admire his plan in his mind. The small fighter jet slowly descended as directed, and suddenly, barriers in front of the ship opened. Several massive missiles launched from the sides of the vessel. Move quickly, Minerva. We don't have much time, Qin Ge urged anxiously. With a clank, the jet was magnetically attached to the ground, speeding along a passageway. 10 seconds later, a massive space opened up before Qin Ge. The hangar was over 30 meters high and more than 200 meters wide, filled with oddly shaped crafts, yet strangely, there were no Kree soldiers in sight. Not good. Qin Ge instantly realized. Minerva, we need to get out of here. He shouted in the cockpit. The eerie silence sent chills down Qin Ge's spine, and Minerva felt something was off too. Upon hearing Qin Ge's words, she hastily operated the controls, and the jet's engines roared to life, spewing flames from the rear. Damn it! Qin Ge yelled as the jet slowly ascended, but the Kree didn't give them a chance. 4 Kree soldiers rushed forward with a tripod, upon which sat a massive energy cannon the size of a thigh. Damn! It's a mobile energy cannon, it can shred the jet. Minerva screamed. I'm Kree Starforce member Minerva. What are you doing? She shouted into the comms. Traitor! A chilling voice echoed from the channel. In the cockpit, both Qin Ge and Minerva's expressions turned grim, as it was clear the crew aboard the ship had learned about Minerva's capture. Break through! Qin Ge could only hope for the best from the jet beneath him. Whoosh! A deep blue energy beam shot across several meters, hurtling towards the jet. Minerva maneuvered the aircraft to evade, but the distance was too short. The left wing was ripped apart by the energy cannon. The jet spun out of control, crashing heavily onto the hangar, smashing into another machine and creating sparks for several meters before finally coming to a halt. Minerva, fight with everything you have. Otherwise, we'll both die. Ronan won't listen to your explanations. Qin Ge said, observing the heavily armed Kree soldiers surrounding them. Then he kicked hard at the protective shield above, which was blasted away with a clang. He pulled Minerva from the cockpit and hid behind a crate. I'm Kree Starforce member Minerva. I am not surrendering to the enemy. Minerva yelled loudly beside him. Minerva, your Captain Rogers just spoke with us. You've been captured by someone from C-53. As for whether you've allied with the enemy, you can explain that to Commander Ronan. Humph, but bringing a stranger aboard this ship is itself an act of betrayal, a Kree voice echoed from afar. Just as the Kree finished speaking, the entire ship shook slightly. Not good. Our ship is being destroyed. Hundreds of Kree soldiers on the hangar shouted in alarm. Through the narrow windows of the hangar, they could see a ship from the accuser fleet exploding in the dark cosmos, turning into cosmic debris. Captain Marvel Carol's fierce headbutt had unleashed its fury. Space jump initiating, please pay attention. Space jump initiating, please pay attention. A loud electronic voice echoed throughout the hangar. Oh no, this is bad. Qin Ge's expression turned grim.
As the electronic voice from the Kree warship faded, Qin Ge suddenly felt as if he had been thrown into a pool of thick, icy liquid. The air around him became unusually heavy, and his vision began to distort slightly. Instinctively, he turned to look out the window, only to see all the visuals morphing into colorful lines. This strange sensation lasted for about 5 seconds before everything returned to normal. Leaning against a nearby crate, Qin Ge felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He couldn't believe how careless he had been. He never expected that before he could explore the beautiful country, he would embark on this impromptu interstellar journey with a bunch of blue Kree. Hill. He thought, hot pot. Mansion. Japanese adult films. And that adorable Gugu seemed so far away at that moment. Damn it, they're starting their attack. Are you ready to beg Ronan for your life? Let me tell you, you won't even get the chance to speak, Minerva shouted at him suddenly. Qin Ge quickly regained his composure, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Bring it on. This time, I'm going to capture every Kree on this ship. What? Minerva was taken aback. Qin Ge slowly released his grip on Minerva, his eyes shining with determination. I'm going to kill. You can choose to stay or resist, but if I win, I'll let you choose how you die. No sooner had he finished speaking than he turned and grabbed a nearby toolbox, swiftly disassembling several metal pipes over a meter long. With a sudden burst of strength, he launched one of the steel pipes like a shooting star, sending it flying over 20 meters. With a sharp whoosh, blue blood splattered as it pierced through 2 Kree soldiers who had just popped their heads up. Boom! Hundreds of energy weapons immediately fired towards Qin Ge's direction. He showed no fear. With a loud shout, he hurled a metal crate weighing 2 square meters across the room. Get down! Chaos erupted instantly. On the spacious hangar, Qin Ge continued to launch the steel pipes, which flew out with such force that they were more effective than the Kree's energy weapons. After a few spears were hurled, the Kree soldiers hesitated to charge in for close combat. The hangar was filled with a dangerous web of ricocheting blasts. I've got you. A Kree soldier on the second-level platform locked onto Qin Ge, who was constantly leaping and dodging. As Qin Ge briefly paused behind a crate, the soldier's face twisted into a cruel smile, and he held his breath, finger hovering over the trigger. However, just as he was about to pull the trigger, a sudden sound of a cold weapon slicing through the air was heard. The soldier's vision began to blur, and then he was engulfed in darkness. A shadow ninja had appeared, shaking off the snow from his sword, his dark red eyes devoid of emotion, as the severed head rolled away, seemingly unrelated to him. Nearby, a Kree soldier witnessed the entire process, swallowing hard, and then raised his energy gun. With a whoosh, an energy blast struck the unguarded shadow ninja, causing it to dissipate into a cloud of black mist. This bizarre scene left the Kree soldier frozen in shock, unable to comprehend why his enemy had turned into smoke. With a hiss, a gleaming blade shot out from the Kree soldier's chest. He turned around in a desperate attempt to see who had attacked him, only to meet a pair of cold, blood-red eyes staring back. Under Qin Ge's command, 10 shadow ninjas unleashed their deadly assassination techniques for the first time in the Marvel Universe. The undying shadow ninjas became the nightmare of hundreds of Kree soldiers in the hangar. No one knew what these beings were, all they knew was that their energy weapons had no effect, turning into black mist upon impact, and the next moment, the ninjas would appear beside them or their teammates, wielding swords that seemed to embody the Grim Reaper, mercilessly harvesting lives. Damn it, call for backup! A furious voice shouted from a distance. Hearing this, Qin Ge couldn't help but smirk cruelly. He focused his mind, and 3 shadow ninjas appeared beside him. With a whoosh, Qin Ge dashed out, his figure darting like lightning between the scattered planes and cargo, resembling a nimble cheetah. Ah! Commander, what kind of enemies are they? Kree soldiers shouted in alarm on the hangar floor, the shadow ninjas consistently triggering their nerves, filling them with fear. Though the Kree were powerful, their strength lay mostly in technology. Faced with magical beings like the shadow ninjas, fear inevitably gripped them. Emotions are universal. When confronted with the unknown, fear often arises. Behind a pile of iron crates, a dozen Kree soldiers huddled together, fear evident in their eyes, their guns sweeping around nervously. Just then, a shadow ninja appeared unexpectedly within their ranks, and in the blink of an eye, it had slain 3 of them with its sword before disappearing into black mist, leaving another ninja to be shot by the Kree soldiers. The remaining soldiers quickly formed a defensive formation. With a powerful push, Qin Ge leaped 4 to 5 meters high, dropping directly into the center of the Kree soldiers' formation. Watch above! A soldier shouted as he spotted Qin Ge, but the energy blast was deflected by a shadow ninja. With a thud, as Qin Ge landed, he drove his right knee hard into a soldier's chest, sending him flying backward like a cannonball, toppling another soldier behind him. After the first soldier flew out, the other Kree finally reacted. Whoosh! 11 energy guns were instantly aimed at Qin Ge. At this moment, Qin Ge reached out and grabbed another Kree soldier, pulling him in front of him.
Let go of the captain.
The Kree soldiers shouted in protest, and Qin Ge finally realized he had captured a junior officer. With a crack, he stomped down on the junior officer's leg, breaking it with a sickening crunch, eliciting a howl of pain.
Let go. With another crack, the other leg of the officer also snapped in two. Quick! Shut up, you idiot!
The officer gritted his teeth, trying to stifle his subordinate's threats. If he didn't speak, he might truly become a casualty.
Get your highest-ranking officer over here,
Qin Ge said calmly to the surrounding Kree soldiers. After several breaths, Qin Ge found himself surrounded by over 40 Kree soldiers. In less than 15 minutes, 70 to 80 Kree soldiers had perished at the hands of Qin Ge and the Shadow Ninjas. A middle-aged Kree officer with a golden mustache hid behind several soldiers, cautiously asking from behind their ranks, "The Kree do not accept negotiations."
What do you want?
No, this isn't a negotiation, it's a demand.
Give me a spaceship, and I will leave here. The condition is that all of you can survive.
Qin Ge fixed his gaze on the officer in the distance, speaking slowly with a glimmer of resolve in his eyes.
In that noisy hangar, Qin Ge did not hide his thoughts at all.
He knew very well that if he continued to kill, although he could solve the current Krill soldiers, the longer the delay, the further the battleship would be from Earth. He just wanted to return to Earth as soon as possible.
Do you think I would issue such a foolish order?
The next space jump point is within the Krill Empire. You can't escape, the officer on the opposite side replied fiercely, his eyes flashing with a vicious light. Well, it seems that we have differences not only in skin color but also that there's nothing more to discuss, Qin Ge sighed helplessly, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes.
Wait, our fleet commander wants to talk to you.
Just as Qin Ge was about to let the ghost Shadow Ninja take out these Krill soldiers, the officer on the opposite side suddenly shouted. With a buzzing sound, a beam of light shot down near Qin Ge, and a projection of a Krill appeared in the air, coldly staring at Qin Ge. It was the accuser, Ronan.
How do you want to die?
Ronan's deep voice resonated, his expression serious, giving off an air of being formidable. Ronan, I'm not sure whether I will die, but I do know that your future death will be quite humorous, huh?
To be honest, it's the first time I've seen someone get killed by a dance.
Don't doubt it, back on Earth, which you Krill refer to as Planet C-53, I have the nickname the Prophet. My status is not inferior to your supreme intelligence, Qin Ge taunted Ronan fearlessly, his eyes shining with provocation.
Ronan furrowed his brows immediately. You actually know the name of my supreme intelligence?
Humph, it seems Minerva indeed betrayed the Krill Empire. Commander, I did not betray the Krill Empire, I was coerced by him. Minerva, being held by 2 Krill soldiers, hurriedly defended herself, her eyes full of grievance.
Humph, useless.
Krill people never compromise, you are just making excuses for your cowardice. Kill them, Ronan snorted coldly, issuing the order, and then the projection vanished. Open fire, take them down, the commander on the scene ordered without hesitation. Ronan's brutality made the soldiers dare not hesitate in the slightest, and dozens of energy guns aimed at Qin Ge and the hostages. The battle was about to break out, and the air was filled with a tense atmosphere. Click, click, the 2 Krill soldiers beside Minerva raised their energy guns, aiming at her. Suddenly, Minerva's face showed a look of despair, and she slowly closed her eyes. With 2 sounds of slicing, 2 knife sounds rang out, followed by 2 cries of agony. Minerva suddenly opened her eyes and saw that the 2 Krill soldiers in front of her had bright knife blades protruding from their chests, and they had fallen to the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, a ghost Shadow Ninja rushed up, knocking Minerva to the ground while being struck by the incoming energy gun and turning into a cloud of black mist.
The entire hangar erupted into intense gunfire again, bullets pouring down like rain.
A figure rushed towards Minerva rapidly. Qin Ge grabbed Minerva from the ground, rolled over, and pounced a few meters away, hiding behind 2 boxes. Bang, 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 the boxes were continuously hit, making a series of muffled sounds as if they were about to be shattered.
Minerva, are you feeling desperate?
Qin Ge forcefully shoved a picked-up energy gun into her hand, his eyes revealing a hint of encouraging light.
Whether to shoot or not is your choice.
After his words fell, Qin Ge turned around, kicked a box flying, and it crashed into 2 nearby soldiers, directly knocking them down and making them vomit blood. Then, he bounced out like a rabbit, continuing to engage in fierce combat with the Krill soldiers. Minerva, left behind, glanced at the energy gun in her hand, gritted her teeth, and shouted, "Ah," as she raised the energy gun, firing with a whoosh and directly blowing the head off a Krill soldier.
She finally joined the battle, fighting alongside Qin Ge and the Ghost Shadow Ninja against the Krill soldiers. Watch out above.
Suddenly, hidden behind a fighter jet, Qin Ge heard Minerva's warning. He looked up abruptly, only to discover that over 50 fully armed Krill soldiers had rushed in from the second-floor platform, surging towards him like a tide, causing Qin Ge's heart to tighten.
Damn it!
At this moment, Krill reinforcements from the battleship arrived, and dozens of long guns continuously fired at the place where Qin Ge was hiding. Suddenly, 2 black dots streaked through the air and landed not far from Qin Ge, one circular disc with 3 diamond-shaped metal pieces tightly pressed against the ground, flashing blue light that grew more intense. Although Qin Ge did not recognize this device, his instincts told him it was definitely not a good thing and was certainly not meant to bring warmth. With a hiss, he dragged his right foot across the ground, quickly lunging outward. With a buzz, the unknown object on the ground flashed, and Qin Ge suddenly felt his body being pulled by a powerful force. Before he could react, with a bang, he was pulled to the ground. Damn, this thing is a gravitational field converter. Caught off guard and pinned to the ground by gravity, Qin Ge quickly realized that these 2 small devices were meant to change gravity, capable of firmly attaching objects within a 3-meter radius to the ground. It seemed these reinforcements had brought even more advanced weaponry, which made Qin Ge feel somewhat troubled. Seeing Qin Ge trapped on the ground, the surrounding Krill soldiers continuously fired their energy guns at him. At this point, Qin Ge could no longer afford to slay the surrounding Krill. The 10 Ghost Shadow Ninjas beside him acted as true meat shields, constantly being shot apart, only to reappear, then be shot apart again, and reappear, fiercely resisting the Krill soldiers. Ah! Supporting himself with both hands on the ground, Qin Ge let out a furious roar, lifting his upper body, then raised his right fist and smashed it towards the gravitational field converter. With a bang, after 2 punches, Qin Ge directly smashed the 2 small devices into a heap of scrap metal, instantly dispelling the feeling of being crushed by a mountain. With a loud bang, a relaxed expression finally appeared on Qin Ge's face. However, before he could catch his breath, he was hit in the chest by 2 energy blasts, sending him spinning out. Although there were 10 Ghost Shadow Ninjas serving as meat shields, they ultimately could not withstand the overwhelming numbers of the enemy, and Qin Ge was directly smashed into a pile of boxes, buried beneath the collapsed crates.
Damn, my favorite jacket!
Qin Ge looked down at the leather jacket that had 2 fist-sized holes punched in it, and he couldn't help but complain. Inside the holes, his black vibranium battlesuit was exposed. At this moment, Qin Ge realized that facing the high technology of the Krill, his abilities were somewhat lacking. Although the bull symbol charm was immensely powerful, it could only be effective in close combat. Water shape control had too many restrictions and could only exert combat power where there was water. Electric energy and spatial blade could also only function in close quarters. After thinking it over, he realized he still lacked a high-powered, long-range attack method, which had led to the current embarrassing situation. Fortunately, the vibranium suit on him allowed him to withstand the attacks from the enemy's energy guns, and aside from some pain, he was not seriously injured. Host, system task completed, please draw your reward as soon as possible. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in his mind, causing Qin Ge's heart to leap.
He knew this could be an opportunity to change the situation. The Marvel Sacrifice System presents the following. Host, Qin Ge. Lifespan, 64 years. Skills, Summon Ghost Shadow Ninjas, Quantity 10, Bull Symbol Charm, Release Current with both hands, Spatial Blade, Water Shape Control. Items available for sacrifice, none. System tasks, Petting a cat is enjoyable, Keeping pet cat Gugu of Dr. Lawson, completed. Temporary task, Capture 10 Krill soldiers. The system will randomly reward the host with a skill or magical item, incomplete. Qin Ge looked at the lifespan section on the system panel, but at this moment, he felt no excitement. Given the current dangerous situation, he was more eager for the system to grant him some powerful attack methods. Draw time was of the essence, and Qin Ge no longer wasted time, decisively ordering the system to start the draw, not even taking a moment to carefully examine the rewards on the prize wheel. Ha ha ha!
Qin Ge suddenly erupted into a loud laugh, his resounding laughter causing the Krill soldiers who were slowly closing in on him to show expressions of surprise. Pig Symbol Charm, the draw unexpectedly landed on the Pig Symbol Charm among the 12 charms. Among the 12 charms, this was definitely one of the top 3 powerful charms and one that Qin Ge desired the most.
In an instant, a circular charm appeared before Qin Ge, its surface engraved with a pig's image.
Then, the charm transformed into a stream of light and drilled into his chest. A wave of heat surged into his eyes, as if some powerful force was about to explode forth.
Ha ha ha.
With a loud bang, several boxes were suddenly sent flying into the air, and Qin Ge slowly stood up from the debris, laughing heartily. Around him, dozens of Krill soldiers still aimed their guns at him, many of them looking bewildered at the surrounded Qin Ge, exchanging glances and thinking, has he just been stunned by the energy gun? In the distance, Minerva watched this scene, slightly opening her mouth, her face once again displaying a look of despair. She deeply understood that she had been badly led astray by this madman. She would have rather died on Earth, at least earning the title of a martyr for the Krill Empire. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy the magic from another world, the pig of the 12 charms, no, electric eye intimidation. Qin Ge slowly spread his arms and began to chant like a spell. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes erupted with a dazzling light akin to the sun. At that moment, the Krill soldiers also noticed that Qin Ge was in an abnormal state. Fire! However, this order came too late. With a hiss, 2 rays, as thick as a baby's arm and glowing with golden light, suddenly shot out from Qin Ge's eyes, sweeping across the surroundings. Wherever the rays passed, bodies were instantly severed in two, and steel turned into molten iron. Boom, boom, dozens of fighter jets on the hangar were blasted by the scorching rays, and the entire hangar erupted into violent explosions. 5 seconds later. Qin, stop it, you idiot. Do you want to destroy the entire battleship? Minerva's shout brought Qin Ge, who was immersed in pleasure, back to his senses. The blinding light finally ceased, and Qin Ge realized that the entire hangar had turned into a battlefield, a complete wreck. Almost all the Krill soldiers had been obliterated by that move. Damn it, Qin. If you don't stop, we're going to be tossed into deep space. At this moment, Minerva ran to Qin Ge's side, a hint of fear in her voice as she complained, pointing at the distant hangar wall. Look, if you don't stop, the entire battleship is going to explode because of you. Following Minerva's pointing finger, several cold sweats instantly broke out on Qin Ge's forehead. A crack over 10 meters long appeared on the battleship, revealing a colorful light outside, with an orange energy shield covering the opening. Qin Ge had just focused on killing and had not realized that the rays had damaged the battleship's outer wall. If it weren't for the automated repair system, the entire ship might have been blown apart. Alright, Minerva, don't worry, nothing has happened yet. Let's go, take me to the cockpit, we need to leave here. Qin Ge awkwardly changed the subject and then began walking deeper into the battleship. This is a fingerprint lock, I can't open it. A heavy alloy door blocked Qin Ge and Minerva's path. Obviously, the remaining people in the battleship had learned that the hangar had been breached by the enemy and were trying to hold on with these defenses until the Krill Empire's rescue arrived. Get out of the way. Such a good opportunity to show off, Qin Ge would not miss it. With a thought, his eyes burst forth with dazzling light, and 2 golden rays shot out, directly cutting a man-sized hole in the alloy door. Whoosh, 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 before the two could advance, several energy blasts shot from the hole. Boom, without hesitation, Qin Ge fired a ray from his eyes, causing an explosion in the corridor behind the door, sending 5 hidden Krill soldiers flying. The two fought their way from the hangar to the cockpit, where over 20 officers remained in the enormous cockpit. They lay on the ground, wailing, while a middle-aged officer had been pinned to his seat by a ghost shadow ninja's attack, his arm pierced through. I declare that this battleship and all of you have become the spoils and captives of me, Earthman Qin Ge proclaimed loudly while standing in the center of the battleship's cockpit. Even if you kill everyone here, we will never surrender, the middle-aged officer responded loudly, enduring the pain. Qin Ge turned to look at the commander of the battleship. Please, I'm not saying this for you to hear. Don't take it to heart, alright? Ding, random task completed. Please check for your random skill. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in his mind, and a mysterious smile appeared on Qin Ge's face. Minerva, we can't move forward anymore. Can this battleship disengage from the jump state? Qin Ge glanced at the virtual star map before him and asked Minerva. Qin, it should be possible, but without the coordinates for the jump point, we don't know where we would be transported in the universe. Minerva shook her head and replied. Well, that's still better than being surrounded by the Krill Empire. If Ronan's fleet arrives and fires at us, you and I will become cosmic dust, Qin Ge reminded her, fully aware of Minerva's concerns. Despite seeming invincible, he knew that if they truly encountered a fleet battle in space, their current ship could not withstand an attack from the Krill Empire, and he was only at the stage of electric eye intimidation, far from achieving an immortal state of invincibility.
Then, Qin Ge patted the still hesitant Minerva.
Don't worry, we'll find our way back to Earth first. If we can't find it, I can take you to join the Ravagers, Yandu Udanta, Starhawkstakar, Alita. If worst comes to worst, we can go to the Void of Phantoms, where the Xandarians are more tolerant. The universe is so vast, there must be a place for us to settle. After saying all this, Minerva's eyes widened more and more.
Qin, are you really from planet C-53? I remember that planet's technology hasn't reached interstellar travel levels yet. Minerva, remember my nickname, the Hunting Dog Prophet. For a prophet, knowing these things isn't very simple, right?
In a remote corner of the vast universe, a beautiful and mysterious pink nebula slowly rotated in the distance, resembling a stunning painting in the cosmos.
Suddenly, with a loud bang, a bright light flashed, and a massive black battleship, shaped like a huge bow, abruptly appeared in the dark wormhole. Inside the battleship, Qin Ge asked nervously, Minerva, where exactly are we right now? Can we find our way back to Earth?
Minerva, staring intently at the star map in front of her, revealed a hint of disappointment as she gently shook her head. No, I just scanned the area, and there's no jump point here at all. This indicates we are in a very remote location, and it may take a long time to find our way back. Qin Ge was clueless about interstellar matters and could only feign understanding, nodding repeatedly.
He then cautiously asked, so, can we go back to the jump point we just used?
Minerva hesitated before answering, I can't operate such a large vessel by myself, it depends on whether the crew will cooperate with you. Plus, Ronin will definitely catch up through the jump point unless you have the ability to fight against the entire Krill Empire's interstellar fleet.
Qin Ge's gaze fixated on the battleship commander, and he asked expectantly, Earthling, what do you think?
Don't even think about trying to fool me, I'm not someone to mess with.
The commander, expressionless, replied, Earthling, you must be dreaming. Aren't you afraid we'll leave coordinates that would draw the Empire's fleet here?
Qin Ge shook his head helplessly and said to Minerva, Minerva, I don't trust them.
Is there really no other way?
After pondering for a moment, Minerva slowly said, then let's pilot the ship in one direction, we should be able to find a jump point on the star map or a nearby familiar planet, and then we can determine our location. As soon as she finished speaking, the battleship commander sneered, Minerva, I'm not going to serve this Earthling like you do. We refuse to take him away from here.
Minerva's expression turned grim, she wanted to retort but didn't know what to say. Qin Ge squinted, carefully observing the two, secretly calculating in his mind. After a while, he spoke to Minerva, Minerva, can you pilot those fighter jets in the hangar? Can they find the jump point and nearby familiar planets?
Minerva nodded and replied, yes, but those jets will need to refuel along the way, they can't perform long-distance jumps.
Qin Ge pondered and said, I see what you mean, it's like cars needing gas.
Alright, since they want to be loyal to that lunatic Ronin, then I have to satisfy their loyalty. With that, he snapped his right hand, and 10 ghost shadow ninjas suddenly sprang out from the shadows behind him with blinding speed.
Ah!
A chorus of painful wails erupted in the command center as all the Krill soldiers collapsed to the ground, severed hands and feet scattered everywhere, and blue blood quickly filled the entire cockpit floor. Qin Ge seemed indifferent to all of this. He walked through the blue krill blood and slowly approached a row of control panels. With a piercing glare, his eyes suddenly emitted 2 beams of light, boom, instantly destroying the cockpit's control system. Within 5 seconds, the cockpit had turned into a pile of smoking wreckage. Since you all want to be heroes, I'll give you a chance to see if fate will grant you that opportunity. Minerva, take me to the power chamber of this battleship.
Half an hour later, a dragonfly-like fighter jet roared out of the dark battleship.
From the jet, the massive battleship appeared like an iron coffin, quietly floating in the dark void of space, with sporadic explosions sending sparks flying. The battleship's lighting, power, and communication systems had all been completely destroyed by Qin Ge. The only thing the people on the ship could do was silently pray for passing ships to discover them.
Qin, if no passing ships find them, all the krill will die here. Minerva said softly, gazing out the cockpit window with a hint of reluctance in her voice.
Patting Minerva on the shoulder, Qin Ge comforted her, don't forget, the people on that battleship aren't going to Earth for a social gathering. If it weren't for Carol awakening her superpowers, billions of people on Earth would have been slaughtered by them.
From my perspective, not killing them outright is quite merciful. And, Qin Ge said seriously, looking at Minerva, you are my captive.
From now on, forget your identity, forget the Krill Empire. You only need to swear allegiance to me, and in return, I will protect your safety.
Do you understand? Minerva took a deep breath and slowly replied, I understand. Do I have any other choice?
Qin Ge nodded in understanding and said, That's right, life is helpless like that. With a loud roar, the tail of the fighter jet spewed 2 blue flames, transforming into a stream of light, gradually moving away and disappearing into the deep space. Meanwhile, in the Big Apple, at Qin Ge's villa, Hill sat on the sofa, red-eyed, staring blankly at a photo in her hand. In the photo, Qin Ge and Hill stood atop the Empire State Building, embracing each other with radiant smiles.
Hill, don't worry, Qin will be fine.
Don't forget, he's the Yi prophet, and he possesses many amazing abilities we don't even know about, Melina said from the other side of the sofa, trying to reassure her.
Hill, Carol has been to the Krill Empire.
They said Qin captured a Krill battleship and is now missing.
I think he might be on his way back to Earth, Melina added.
Hill wiped her eyes and forced a smile, saying, You're right, Qin is so powerful, he will definitely come back.
Well, Hill, you know those 8 krill aren't of much practical use in your hands. If you could hand them over to me,
Fury. At this moment, Hill interrupted Fury's words. The krill are Qin's captives, I can temporarily hand them over to you, but remember, it's only for you and S.H.I.E.L.D to use for intelligence and research, Hill stated firmly.
Fine, okay, I won't disturb you any longer.
I'm working on a project that's driving me crazy, Fury said as he stood up to take his leave.
At this point, Hill turned to Melina and asked, How is that research coming along?
Melina smiled and replied, It should be completed in about 2 months. I hope to surprise Qin when he returns. In the depths of space, a krill fighter jet was continuously flying through. At this moment, Qin Ge was somewhat bored, squinting, while Hill occasionally observed the star map and radar screen. After the initial excitement and curiosity, Qin Ge had grown weary of the sights in the universe and could only wait helplessly.
System. Marvel Sacrifice System. Host, Qin Ge. Lifespan, 64 years.
Skills, Summon Ghost Shadow Ninjas, Quantity 10, Bull Symbol Charm, Release Current with both hands, Spatial Blade, Water Shape Control, Pig Symbol Charm, Super Lung Capacity.
Items available for sacrifice, none. System tasks, none. Temporary tasks, none.
Suddenly, Qin Ge straightened up, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes.
System, what is Super Lung Capacity? I don't remember drawing that. Oh, I remember now, is this a reward for a temporary task?
Yes, host.
It allows you to survive longer in special environments.
Such as?
In water.
System, I'm in space right now, how considerate of you. Qin Ge shook his head helplessly and continued to close his eyes and rest. In the vast and endless universe, where the horizon seemed forever out of reach, Qin Ge had long lost the thrill of interstellar travel.
Qin, treating the magical creatures you summon this way, don't you understand the respect due to the profession of a mage?
In the cockpit, Minerva couldn't help but complain as she watched the 2 ghost shadow ninjas busily working in the cabin. Qin Ge gazed at the sticky, snot-like food on his plate, struggling against his disgust. He closed his eyes and stuffed the entire plate of food into his mouth without chewing, believing this was the only way to avoid the soap-like taste. With a whoosh, he tossed the plate, which was deftly caught by the ghost shadow ninja behind him. Minerva, I'm not a true mage, I'd prefer it if others called me the hunting dog prophet, Qin Ge said.
The hunting dog symbolizes speed and strength, while prophet represents wisdom. Overall, this nickname encapsulates my strengths.
After saying this, he carelessly propped his feet up on the control panel, then slowly pulled out half a cigar from his jacket pocket, took a greedy sniff, and returned it to his pocket, staring blankly out into the dark expanse of space. For an entire month, their fighter jet had been flying non-stop. Minerva rolled her eyes and chuckled lightly. Over the past month, she had gradually figured out Qin Ge's personality. He was kinder and more approachable than she had imagined. Qin, if we ration the food, it can last for a while, but the fuel is low. We might only last another 3 days at most, Minerva suddenly said to the dazed Qin Ge. Minerva, you've mentioned the fuel issue more than 3 times, if it really comes to it, we'll have to land on some random planet, Qin Ge replied expressionlessly. If we're lucky, perhaps we can find a beautiful place. This was their worst-case scenario, and it was the most pessimistic outcome Qin Ge could think of.
Minerva brushed her hair back, aren't you the prophet? Have you not foreseen your dismal future?
She let her brown hair fall on either side and noticed her dark circles had faded somewhat, making her appear less sharp and more feminine. I have it bad, but you'll have it worse.
Do you not believe me? Qin Ge said, glancing sideways at Minerva with a smirk.
I only believe in the facts at hand, let the future handle itself, Minerva replied, lightly clapping her hands. The two exchanged witty banter, which had become a way for them to pass the time during their boredom.
Starve to death? Freeze to death in space? Or shoot myself?
I think it's time to consider our options. Minerva suddenly changed the topic.
What a pity. Qin Ge pouted. What a pity for what? Those two long legs are about to turn into a pile of bones. Qin Ge blinked and said teasingly. After a brief silence, Minerva shot Qin Ge a glare.
If you don't mind that I'm a krill, I could satisfy any of your physical needs. Don't worry, I'm not trying to butter you up, I just feel sorry for you. Upon hearing this, Qin Ge sat up indignantly.
Feel sorry for me?
I can see the evil in your heart, Minerva. It seems you've coveted my body for a long time, looking for an excuse. Qin, you really are shameless, Minerva raised her voice, cursing. Just then, a red dot appeared on the star map with a notification beep. Both Qin Ge and Minerva froze, and then excitement spread across their faces.
They turned eagerly to the fighter jet's navigation screen.
Minerva hurriedly started operating the dashboard, her face brimming with excitement.
Qin, look at this planet, it's called Kotati.
It's a purely plant-based planet filled with intelligent plants. Minerva excitedly pointed to the star map. The seeds from Kotati are highly sought after throughout the universe.
Great!
If we detour around Kotati, we'll reach the void in just 2 days.
The void? Is that the head of the ancient deity?
Qin Ge's expression turned surprised, as the development of events exceeded his expectations.
He never thought his first stop would be in the chaotic void. That's right. I visited there once a few years ago on a mission.
Once we reach the void, we can find supply points along the way and make it back to Earth smoothly, Minerva explained.
Then what are we waiting for? Let's get moving.
Qin Ge shouted, and immediately, the fighter jet accelerated, speeding forward. A green planet loomed in the depths of space. From the fighter jet, it appeared entirely covered in green, with only a few patches of yellow soil visible.
Qin, this is the planet Kotati.
Adventurers often come here to collect the seeds of intelligent plants and sell them on the black market, Minerva said as the fighter jet zipped past the planet, continually briefing Qin Ge.
What a great place.
Qin Ge nodded in agreement. Before he could take a closer look, the fighter jet had already sped away, leaving Kotati far behind. 2 days later, Qin Ge stood in the cockpit of the fighter jet, staring blankly ahead as a head, roughly the size of a planet, appeared in the depths of space. From a distance, he could see countless spacecraft entering and exiting the head's eyes. The fighter jet slowly flew into the eye socket of the godly head, revealing various buildings within that exuded a cyberpunk vibe. In the air, spherical mining robots repeatedly transported various goods. We'll eat first, then refuel, Qin Ge said as he exited the fighter jet onto a massive landing pad, addressing Minerva. After more than a month of travel, Qin Ge finally set foot on solid ground, experiencing the vastness of the universe. All sorts of bizarre intelligent beings moved about, in colors of yellow, red, green, blue, and purple, resembling humanoid, beast-like, and semi-mechanical forms, leaving Qin Ge dazzled. However, now that he was in space, he too had become a rare species, and many alien races regarded him with curious eyes. Unfortunately, he didn't have a camera. If he did, he could make a fortune selling photos of these creatures back on Earth. At that moment, a deep alien voice like thunder resonated beside Qin Ge. A light green, heavily tattooed man stood there, his chest exposed, glaring fiercely at Qin Ge as he babbled something incomprehensible. Qin Ge was taken aback for a moment when Minerva quickly handed him a pea-sized device, saying with a smile, "Qin, I almost forgot to give you this translator.
Now you can communicate better."
After putting on the translator, Qin Ge finally understood the alien's words.
He blinked and calmly asked, "Have you heard of Earth?"
At this moment, a group of colorful aliens slowly gathered around, all wearing curious expressions.
One muscular green man asked a skinny guy beside him, "Earth? Where is Earth?" The skinny guy shook his head, "Boss, I've never heard of it." The green man chuckled and said to Qin Ge, "Kid, what are you doing in the void?"
Qin Ge realized he had encountered some local thugs.
He ignored them and prepared to leave with Minerva.
However, the muscular man grabbed Qin Ge's arm, arrogantly stating, "Kid, give me money, and we can protect you.
Otherwise, you'll have a hard time leaving the void alive." Qin Ge smiled and asked, "How will you protect me?"
The muscular man raised a fist the size of a basin and proudly replied, "Of course, with this. In the void, we only believe in fists." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Ge threw a punch, sending the muscular man flying like a cannonball.
With a crack, the man's companions raised their massive energy weapons in alarm.
With a whoosh, 5 ghost shadow ninjas suddenly appeared behind the 5 men, without pausing, swinging their katanas down hard.
Oh! Ah! What are they?
The surrounding crowd of aliens gasped in surprise. After 5 pained cries, the 5 men quickly retreated, clutching their arms. Qin Ge narrowed his eyes. He had intended for the ghost shadow ninjas to sever the men's arms but was surprised to find that, under full attack, they had only broken the skin and not achieved the desired effect. It seemed that these alien races had a physical resilience far superior to that of humans. Qin Ge's actions instilled a hint of fear in the onlookers, who parted ways to let him and Minerva leave. As they walked, Qin Ge scrutinized the void and said to Minerva, "Minerva, your performance just now wasn't that of a qualified subordinate."
Minerva hurriedly explained, "Qin, I just wanted you to experience the atmosphere of the void.
I didn't think you would get hurt by those guys." Qin Ge nodded in understanding, then looked at Minerva meaningfully and said, "You make a good point.
However, if I find an utterly useless subordinate by my side, would I hesitate to abandon her in a critical moment?" Minerva looked into Qin Ge's deep eyes and quickly replied, "All right, boss, I understand."
Qin Ge walked ahead with a grin, mumbling, "I like being called boss."
He. In a shop, Minerva shouted at a tall alien with a foot-long mohawk, "Wang Te? Bastard, why is the fuel so expensive?"
The long-haired alien sighed, "There's nothing I can do, the Krill and the Xandarians are at war again, and many supplies are rising in price. Even this fuel is something I managed to acquire with great difficulty. Of course, if you think it's too expensive, you can wait here until things settle down, the price might be lower then."
Qin Ge stepped forward and asked, "We don't have that much time. Minerva, do we have enough money?"
Minerva squeezed a wad of cash in her hand, looking somewhat disheartened.
"We had enough before, but now we've lost about half." Qin Ge asked anxiously, "Is there any other way?"
Minerva thought for a moment and said, "You could become an interstellar raider, that might be the quickest way." The alien merchant's eyes gleamed as he said, "Oh, if you have something valuable, I can offer the best price." Both Qin Ge and Minerva said simultaneously, "Get lost." With no other options, they decided to find a place to eat first before thinking of another plan. On the streets of the void, Qin Ge and Minerva wandered aimlessly, looking for a way to make money. Qin Ge couldn't help but complain to Minerva, "I never thought I, a billionaire, would be stuck in this shabby place because I can't afford fuel."
Minerva followed behind, explaining, "Qin, most aliens don't know about Earth. No matter how rich you are on Earth, it doesn't matter here."
In a bar in the void, Qin Ge and Hill sipped on some unknown drinks, slowly surveying the various creatures inside. When Hill noticed Qin Ge staring intently at 2 robotic waitresses, she remarked, "Here, the black market and flesh trade are the most developed.
As long as you have money, you can get any female from any planet to cater to you. So, what do you think, boss? Want to give it a try?"
"Those are robot waitresses, and if you pay extra, you can have more intimate interactions." "I'll treat you." Qin Ge replied seriously, "Forget it, I prefer to interact with thoughtful human women."
"By the way, do you have enough money to hire 2?
Suddenly, a shriek echoed in the bar, and a blue-skin alien with compound eyes flew several meters through the air, skidding across the ground for over 3 meters before stopping near Qin Ge. The alien bent over in pain, spitting out faint red blood. A towering grayskin man, about 2.3 meters tall with arms as thick as jars, slowly approached. He stomped down hard with his right foot, followed by a loud scream of pain and the sound of bones cracking, crushing the alien's feet into a bloody pulp.
Hiss! "Oh! Basha, you idiot! Can't you take it outside?"
The onlookers around cursed and gasped. Basha seemed to relish the thrill of abuse. After spitting on the down alien, he lifted him by the scruff.
The alien, writhing in agony, pleaded, "Let me go, Basha. I won't do it again."
Basha raised the alien high with his muscular arm and roared like a beast, "Kill him! Kill him!" The crowd of onlookers erupted into excited cheers, shouting wildly. Basha's eyes flashed with malice. With a whoosh, he slammed the alien to the ground, again and again, 10 times in total, while the cheers grew louder. The alien was left a mangled mess, clearly dead.
"Ah!"
Basha raised his arms triumphantly, reveling in the cheers from the curious aliens around him.
Qin Ge, puzzled, asked, "Isn't anyone going to intervene?" Minerva shook her head while watching Basha in the center of the commotion, saying, "Who cares?
As long as you don't blow this place up, no one will interfere with personal grudges." However, just as she finished speaking, Minerva's expression changed, and she said, I remember who he is. In the bustling bar, Minerva quietly leaned closer to Qin Ge, her eyes fixed on Basha as she slowly said, that's Basha the Bone Crusher.
He's wanted by the Krill Empire and dozens of other planets like Xander. He has brutally killed several official hunters from Xander and the Krill Empire. They've even put a bounty of 200,000 on his head. But you see, this guy is incredibly strong, ordinary bounty hunters wouldn't dare to cross him. I can't believe he's hiding out here in the void. Upon hearing this, Qin Ge's eyes lit up with excitement as he asked, are there bounty hunters here too? Minerva looked at him with a hint of exasperation. I almost forgot that you were a bounty hunter back on Earth. But the bounty hunters in this universe are much more dangerous. Most of them operate alone and often end up losing their lives due to faulty intel, just like the one lying dead on the ground. Qin Ge's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he said excitedly, 200,000 should be enough for us to get back to Earth, right? Minerva's expression turned serious as she looked at him, asking in a low voice, not enough. For a criminal like Basha, you'd need to capture at least 3 more. Qin, are you really considering going after Basha?
Qin Ge lowered his head in thought for a moment, and the light in his eyes grew stronger, revealing a smug smile as he said, what a coincidence.
This is like a pillow being delivered when you're sleepy. How far is it to the Xander Empire from here? Minerva replied, not far at all. We can reach a border planet of Xander in just 1 day. Satisfied, Qin Ge nodded, setting down his drink and slowly standing up. At this point, the curious onlookers around them began to prepare to disperse. Just then, Qin Ge called out clearly, hey, Basha. This call successfully halted Basha, who was about to leave. He slowly turned around, glaring at Qin Ge with dangerous eyes. Qin Ge maintained his slight smile and said, I'm a bounty hunter, the hunting dog prophet. I heard you have a high bounty, so I thought I'd come and trade you for some money. Actually, going to Xander's prison would be much safer than staying here. A tough guy like you usually dies quickly.
Basha paused for a moment, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes, and then he burst into laughter, his eyes gleaming with a terrifying bloodlust as he said, including the previous one, 5 bounty hunters have already died at my hands.
Looks like today is my lucky day, I can get a double kill.
As soon as he finished speaking, Basha's massive body lunged at Qin Ge like a wild beast.
With a loud crash, their fists collided together, and Qin Ge's body swayed slightly.
He was surprised to see Basha, who also did not back down, and thought to himself, I only used half my strength just now, but this guy's strength is astonishing, at least over 10 tons.
I can't believe the first strike was evenly matched.
No wonder he could kill 5 bounty hunters, just in terms of strength, he surpasses many interstellar beings. Be careful, this guy not only has great strength but his skin can absorb energy to enhance his defense, Minerva warned from behind.
Upon hearing Minerva's words, a hint of arrogance flashed in Basha's eyes. He looked at Minerva and sneered, that pretty lady is your companion, right? After I kill you, she'll become my slave. I'll even thank you for bringing me some warmth, heh heh.
From the crowd of onlookers, a fat slave trader laughed loudly, ha, look at this guy.
He's angry. Unfortunately, you.
Just as the slave trader was speaking, with a thud, his head suddenly dropped to the ground, rolling 3 meters away, and purple blood sprayed up over 2 meters high. The bloody scene left the surrounding onlookers stunned, and with a whoosh, people instinctively took a few steps back, all shocked into silence. No one noticed how that slave trader's head was severed.
Qin Ge scanned the crowd, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes as he coldly said, with looks like yours, you really think you're the kind of bad guys that no one dares to mess with? To me, you're nothing but garbage.
His gaze finally landed on Basha, who had dropped his mocking smile and wore a serious expression.
He slowly added, including you.
With that, Qin Ge stomped his right foot down and leaped toward Basha like a leopard, covering the 5 meters swiftly. Basha's eyes narrowed, and he swung his arms, causing his skin to turn a more pronounced grayish-white. He pounded his fist against his chest, producing a sound like hitting a tire. With a roar, Basha charged at Qin Ge in retaliation.
With a bang, their arms collided fiercely. Qin Ge quickly crouched and spun, delivering a solid punch to Basha's broad back.
Basha was knocked backward, but 5 seconds later, he stood up as if nothing had happened, seemingly unaffected by the blow. Qin Ge frowned, looking at his own fist, thinking, that punch felt like hitting an inflated tire, all the force was absorbed, like striking a super rubber man. Basha walked forward slowly, snarling, kid, turns out you're not all that. I thought you were tough. I'll crush your bones and decorate my ship with them. However, Qin Ge's expression remained calm as he gestured with his hands, and with a snap, 10 half-foot-long vibranium claws shot out from his fingers, glinting coldly under the light. With a roar, Basha charged at Qin Ge again, and the two became entangled once more. A painful cry erupted as Basha staggered back. The crowd finally saw Basha clutching his left ear, blood streaming through his fingers, and on the ground lay one of his ears clearly visible. Without missing a beat, Qin Ge charged at Basha like lightning. At this moment, Basha's earlier bravado had vanished, his face now serious as he retreated to dodge Qin Ge's sharp claws. His once proud resilient skin easily broke under the attack, and in less than a minute, Basha was left bloodied all over his chest, back, arms, and thighs. With a whoosh, Qin Ge flicked his claws and charged at Basha again.
"Stop! I can give you some money!" Basha cried out in desperation.
As soon as he finished, Qin Ge's claws were already poised at his throat. A cold glint flashed in Qin Ge's eyes as he asked, "How much can you offer?" Basha gritted his teeth and replied, 50,000. Qin Ge spat dismissively, saying, 50,000? You're really broke, and yet you dare to be so arrogant. With that, he cursed and slammed his right arm around Basha's right arm, driving his right fist sharply into Basha's armpit. Following this, with a thud, Qin Ge's right knee smashed into Basha's chin, sending him flying backward and crashing to the ground, unconscious. Qin Ge retracted his vibranium claws and kicked Basha's rear end, turning to Minerva and saying, "Minerva, throw him onto the ship." He then scanned the surrounding crowd of onlookers and slowly said, "By the way, let's see if there are any other wanted criminals here." With a loud boom, the crowd scrambled away in panic, like startled birds, and the bar was instantly cleared of half its patrons. A day later, a green planet, slightly smaller than Earth, appeared prominently in Qin Ge's view.
"Qin, this is Glamosion, part of the Xander Empire.
We can deliver the bounty here," Minerva's voice came from the cockpit. "Great, let's deliver it here and treat ourselves to a good meal. After that, we'll leave quickly," Qin Ge said, and as soon as he finished speaking, the rear of the fighter jet suddenly expelled a strong jet of flame, shooting toward the planet's surface like a streak of light. The land area on Glamosion far exceeded that of the oceans, contrasting sharply with Earth's conditions, with countless green plants carpeting the ground like a thick rug. After some negotiations, two Xander starfighters led their ship to a spacious landing pad. As soon as Basha stepped off the fighter jet, the Xandarians unceremoniously tossed him into a prisoner transport vehicle. "Thank you for your help, friends. We've prepared lunch, and the Duke would like to meet you." A Xandarian officer approached Qin Ge just as he was looking for a place to have a hearty meal.
"Duke?"
Qin Ge paused for a moment and then looked at Minerva. "Qin, the highest administrative officer on Glamosion, is the Duke," Minerva quickly explained. Half an hour later, in a large dining room, Qin Ge finally met the Duke of Glamosion. The Duke wore a long green robe and had a tall, slender figure, resembling more of a scholar. Beside him, the Duchess was even younger, swaying with a certain charm as she walked.
"Thank you, powerful bounty hunter. Basha has been on the run for 7 years.
He's incredibly strong, and several bounty hunters have died at his hands. I heard someone managed to defeat him and wanted to see who it was," the Duke said excitedly to Qin Ge. Duke, I just happened to run into him in the void. I heard he has a 200,000 bounty on the Xander Empire's wanted list," Qin Ge replied calmly. "Let's eat and chat," the Duke gestured, and a table full of sumptuous dishes was instantly laid out. Qin Ge wasted no time, quickly devouring the food like a whirlwind.
"Minerva, what's your relationship with Qin Ge? Why are you wanted by the Krill Empire?"
Suddenly, the Duke's question caused Qin Ge and Minerva to stop eating, both gazing at him.
No need to be so tense. I only found out your name was Minerva after seeing the Krill Empire's wanted notice.
In the Xander Empire, you're a free citizen, the Duke quickly explained as he noticed Qin Ge's wary expression.
"Duke, what else did the wanted notice say?" Qin Ge pressed on.
"There's not much information, it just says you stole a warship from the Krill Empire, and your combined bounty is 5 million, the Duke said slowly. Hearing this, Qin Ge was taken aback, deep in thought.
"Duke, I've already parted ways with the Krill Empire. Now I'm Qin Ge's subordinate," Minerva said after a brief pause.
That's all right.
The Xander Empire welcomes you.
If you wish, you can settle here, the Duke replied cheerfully.
"Duke, when did you see the wanted notice?" Qin Ge asked again.
"Yesterday," the Duke answered. As soon as he finished, Qin Ge stood up seriously and said, "Duke, we need to leave.
There are many wanted criminals wandering around here, and I need to step up my efforts to complete more tasks." The fighter jet roared away from Blamosion, re-entering the vastness of space. Qin, we seem to be in trouble. A bounty of 5 million can drive many people insane, Minerva said anxiously, watching Qin Ge. I know. Right now, we're like a delicious meal. When we return to the void, many people will be eager to treat us, Qin Ge said calmly, though a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. Are we really going back to the void? Minerva asked hesitantly. Of course, Qin Ge said, extending his vibranium claws with a chilling tone. I want to make the name, the hunting dog prophet, resonate in the void, so everyone knows how formidable I am. Back in the void, Qin Ge and Minerva slowly entered the bar. The previously noisy bar suddenly quieted down significantly, and a few people at the entrance stepped aside in fear. However, the eyes of many others glimmered with a strange light, as if greedy flames were burning within. Qin Ge could see clearly that those gazes were filled with insatiable desire. Once Qin Ge and Minerva settled in a corner, the bar returned to its usual clamor, but countless eyes continued to watch them closely from the shadows. Minerva, doesn't it feel exciting here? Don't worry, I can't bear to lose such a beautiful long-legged companion like you, Qin Ge said with a smile, trying to ease Minerva's tension. Qin, don't let your guard down, Minerva shot him a glare, filled with worry. The hunting dog prophet, can I buy you a drink? A woman with pale red skin and an alluring figure approached slowly, holding a drink, her large eyes sparkling with flirtation. Sure, come sit here, Qin Ge said, patting the seat beside him with a smile. Basha is one of the most formidable people here. You easily defeated him. I really admire a warrior like you. The woman leaned closer and whispered softly in Qin Ge's ear, her arm brushing against him with incredible softness. Hee, I actually have even more powerful techniques. Would you like to see? Qin Ge said with a lewd smile, his eyes glimmering mischievously. 3 minutes later, cheers, buddy. 5 kings. Come on, you lost, drink. At the table, Qin Ge forced a large cup of strong liquor into the alluring woman's mouth. Wow, the woman shook her head vigorously, trying to escape, but under Qin Ge's iron grip, she was powerless to resist. Do it! A man's furious roar sounded from a distance. As the voice fell, the woman's eyes flashed with determination, and she revealed a fist gauntlet shimmering with blue electricity, aiming a hard blow toward Qin Ge's waist. With a whoosh, Qin Ge grabbed the woman by the neck and, in a flash, hurled her aside, crashing into a burly man making his way towards them, sending both of them tumbling to the ground. A cacophony of screams erupted, and the crowd quickly scattered, nearly 20 grotesque alien beings instantly surrounding Qin Ge and Minerva. I'm going to break his leg. The woman said, getting up with the help of the burly man, her eyes filled with hatred as she glared at Qin Ge. The earlier bout of drinking had left the woman in a sorry state. The burly man patted her back and comforted, don't worry, darling. Once we catch this hunting dog prophet, as long as we don't kill him, you can do whatever you want. Ha, you two really make a pair. Sorry, but you just took a turn as a ninja turtle. Qin Ge slowly rose, addressing the pair with a cold glint in his eyes. The hunting dog prophet, the Krill Empire has put up 5 million. You won't escape the void today. The man aimed his gun firmly at Qin Ge, his eyes filled with greed and murderous intent. Escape? You're thinking too much. I'm not planning to run, Qin Ge replied coldly, his gaze sweeping over the 20-odd enemies around him, ready for battle. In the bar, the atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. The originally lively crowd of onlookers seemed startled, scattering like frightened birds, retreating outside and leaving behind a space filled with tension. Nastaki, 5 million will stuff you to the brim. Let's team up and split the bounty in half. A group of armed thugs surged into the bar, led by a tall, thin man with purple skin wearing a black trench coat. One of his mechanical eyes glowed red, cold, and merciless. The earlier man frowned and replied, Gran, at most 2 million. Clearly, he was wary of the newly arrived Gran. Half each, or I'll just help this hunting dog prophet take you down. Gran's mechanical eye flashed brighter, as if concealing endless murderous intent. Qin Ge took a step forward, and with a click, the guns of both groups were aimed at him, as if ready to unleash a barrage of bullets at the slightest movement. The hunting dog prophet just opened for business. I wonder if your names are loud enough. If you can't even scare off a dog, I'd be at a loss, Qin Ge said, surveying the group with a hint of disdain. Gran and Nastaki are the outlaws around here, taking on any job and being ruthless, Minerva whispered behind him, handing an electronic panel to Qin Ge. How's their bounty? Qin Ge's eyes instantly lit up, as if wealth was within his grasp. Similar to Bosch's, Minerva replied, her tone revealing a hint of coldness. This guy has some guts.
I like his eyes, I'm going to dig them out and install them here, Gron said, pointing at his mechanical eye with a cruel smirk. Qin Ge slowly extended his hands, and with a snap, vibranium claws shot out from his fingertips, as if he were ready to strike at any moment. Enough talk. Let's enjoy the fun from the Shadow Kingdom's magical creatures after the fight, he declared, and with a whoosh, all the lights in the bar went out, as if shrouded by a giant black hand. Ah! Ah! Bang bang bang, as darkness enveloped the bar, over 30 guns suddenly erupted in flames, and countless bullets flew across the room like a terrible storm. Damn it, don't panic. Stop, everyone stop. The furious shouts of the star pirate Nastaki and Gron echoed in the darkness, clearly thrown off by the sudden turn of events. With a hiss, a dozen glowing spherical lights floated in the air, illuminating the entire bar as if they were a beacon of hope in the dark. Damn it! Nastaki let out a thunderous roar as he surveyed the scene before him. Several of his subordinates lay dead on the bar floor, various colored blood pooling and severed limbs scattered about, a truly tragic sight. Meanwhile, Qin Ge and Minerva stood behind the bar, casually holding drinks, wearing ironic smiles as if everything was under their control. Let me have a go. I want to tear him apart. Nastaki was provoked by Qin Ge's smile and roared, launching a heavy sword toward him, aiming to cleave him in two. Seeing this, Qin Ge rubbed his hands together. A uniquely shaped transparent, spatial blade appeared in his grasp, and with a whoosh, their weapons clashed, creating sparks as if two meteors collided. Nastaki's heavy sword was blocked, but he swung again in frustration. When that failed, he threw a powerful punch toward Qin Ge, aiming to crush his skull. In response, Qin Ge met the punch with his own. With a crack, their fists collided, and a dazzling deep blue electric arc exploded from Qin Ge's hand, dancing like lightning. Boom! Nastaki's gathered force was shattered by the electric current, sending him flying backward as if struck by an enormous force. Watch out! Just then, Minerva shouted, and a red beam shot toward them, resembling a red poisonous snake. Minerva couldn't dodge in time, her shoulder was pierced, and she let out a cry, falling backward as blood poured from her wound. Qin Ge looked up to see Gron watching him with a cold smirk, steam rising from his red mechanical eye, as if mocking Qin Ge's oversight. In that instant, Qin Ge realized that Gron wielded a type of energy ray, and it had just injured Minerva. Gron, since you like to shoot so much, let me show you what it means to be rough and tough. As he spoke, Qin Ge's eyes suddenly shone brightly, resembling two small suns ready to ignite the entire bar. With a hiss, two wrist-thick energy beams shot from his eyes, sweeping across the crowd like beams of destruction. Boom boom boom, the entire golden beam engulfed Gron as if it had sliced through cream. Everyone, tables, and walls in the path of the rays turned to ashes, as if consumed by a terrible flame. Qin Ge appeared like an ancient god, unleashing devastating wrath that made everyone feel the fear of death. Run! The alluring woman screamed, attempting to escape the bar. However, this cry drew the ray's pursuit. With a hiss, she was instantly vaporized, leaving behind nothing but charred remains. Seconds later, the golden rays extinguished, and the bar filled with smoke mixed with a faint scent of grilled meat, as if it had just endured a horrific disaster. Nastaki, Gron, and nearly 40 of their henchmen lay lifeless in the bar, resembling a pack of defeated beasts, stripped of their former intimidation. Is it serious? Qin Ge crouched beside Minerva, concern evident in his eyes. Next time, just use this move directly, otherwise, I'll be the one to suffer, Minerva complained, displaying a hint of helplessness. Sorry. I didn't expect the opponent to have that red-eye attack, but I've turned him into dust, Qin Ge said quietly, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. After quickly tending to her wound, Qin Ge and Minerva stepped outside the bar, unable to tolerate the strong smell of grilled meat. With a whoosh, the several hundred curious onlookers outside retreated a step upon seeing Qin Ge emerge, as if they had encountered a demon from hell. Being able to single-handedly slay two groups of space pirates was a feat that made everyone think twice about crossing him. The hunting dog prophet, this is Gron's bar. Will we ever be able to drink here again? Suddenly, a voice from the crowd tested Qin Ge's attitude. Since Gron is dead, this bar now belongs to me. Anyone who can repair it by tomorrow will have their drinks on the house for a month, Qin Ge said with a smile, a cunning glint in his eyes. Minerva, you see, we were actually forced into this situation. You've now fully qualified as a bartender, Qin Ge teased, lightly shaking a glass of drink in his hand as he looked at Minerva, who was mixing drinks at the newly refurbished bar 3 days after the bar battle, wearing a smug smile. The bar now belonged to Qin Ge. As for the paperwork, the people of the Void stated they had never seen such things. Despite the chaotic battle, the number of patrons hadn't decreased much, as if everyone was curious about the legendary place.
They should be back soon, Minerva replied, not engaging with Qin Ge's teasing.
Her eyes remained fixed on the bar's entrance, as if waiting for someone important. As soon as she finished speaking, the bar door swung open, and 3 burly men with excess weight quickly approached Qin Ge, placing a box at his feet. "Prophet, sir, we've handed over Gran and Nastaki's remains to the Xandarians, and according to your request, the bounty has been converted into cash," the 3 fierce-looking men said respectfully, a glimmer of awe in their eyes.
"Ha, thank you for your hard work."
"Minerva, get these 3 some drinks," Qin Ge instructed Minerva, then lifted the box, pulling out a stack of cash and tossing it to the lead burly man.
"Here, this is your reward." The man quickly caught it, a forced smile spreading across his fierce face.
"It's our honor to work for, Prophet, sir. By the way, the Duke of Glamosian gave us a communicator and insisted that we pass it on to you." After saying this, the burly man handed over a palm-sized device. Qin Ge waved them off and turned to place the communicator on the table. Pressing a button gently, a deep blue light shot out, forming an image of the Duke of Glamosian, standing over a foot tall.
"Hi, Qin Ge, I have a task for you," the Duke said.
"Oh?
What kind of task?" Qin Ge asked slowly, a hint of curiosity in his eyes.
"A couple of days ago, a raider named Peter Jason Quill publicly flirted with my wife. I hope you can capture him. I want to personally put him on trial here in Glamosian." The image showed a young human face, seemingly filled with a plea for help.
"What?"
Qin Ge exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise and anger as he stared at the young face. Star-Lord, in Peter's projection, he had ear-length long hair, and his figure appeared relatively slender, starkly different from the strong image he would later portray. A hint of roguishness and a mischievous smile adorned his face, and his rebellious demeanor was particularly evident.
"I refuse." Qin Ge coldly rejected the Duke, who looked puzzled and asked, "Why? I thought we were friends." Qin Ge smirked internally, it was absurd.
All he wanted was to get back to Earth as quickly as possible. He had no time to deal with the Duke's wife being flirted with. So he replied, "Duke, I have more important things to do."
"You should find someone else."
The Duke hurriedly said, "Qin Ge, I can increase the payment."
Qin Ge helplessly shook his head and said, "You misunderstand. I'm also a wealthy person."
With that, he abruptly shut off the communicator. An hour later, in the void, Qin Ge looked back at the enormous head behind him, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He pointed forward and shouted, "Minerva, let's go home." "Host, the system task has been issued. Please check." A voice from the system echoed in Qin Ge's mind.
"Wait."
Minerva, who was about to accelerate, had to slow down the fighter jet speed again.
Marvel Sacrifice System. Host, Qin Ge. Lifespan, 6-4 years.
Skills, Summon Kree Ghost Ninja, Quantity 10, Bull Talisman Two-Handed Electric Discharge Spatial Blade Water Shape Control Pig Talisman Super Strong Lung Capacity.
Items for sacrifice, none. System task, join the Ravagers to become one of them, obtain the Ravagers' flame mark, and perform a sacrifice. Temporary task, none.
Looking at the system task, Qin Ge was so angry he almost spat out old blood.
He shouted furiously, "System. Host. Are you doing this on purpose? Why issue such a task when I'm going home? 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds.
A minute passed, and Qin Ge helplessly said, "I knew you were doing this on purpose." With a bang, he kicked the chair next to him hard, startling Minerva.
"Qin, can we take off now?"
Qin Ge raised his hand to stop Minerva's question, pacing back and forth in the cabin. After a full 5 minutes, he sighed heavily and slowly said, "Wait a minute, Minerva.
Next, I'm taking you to join the Ravagers."
10 Earth days later, a snow-covered planet appeared ahead of the fighter jet. That was Contraxia, a dead planet in the universe, completely covered in ice and snow, perpetually in a low-temperature state, having long lost its former vitality. This planet also became an important place for the Ravagers to refurbish, exchange supplies, and resupply. Qin Ge remembered that in Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2, it was on this planet that the sovereign Golden Priestess Aisha found Yondu and offered a bounty of 1 million to capture Star-Lord, which led to Yondu's underlings' betrayal later on. A huge mushroom-shaped landing pad covered a portion of the planet, and Minerva slowly landed the fighter jet on the pad. Stepping out of the cabin, Qin Ge looked up at the sky, which was completely gray. On Contraxia, seeing a sunny day was nearly impossible. Creaking, Qin Ge walked with Minerva on the snow towards a gathering area not far away, glowing with colorful neon lights. In the sky, various styles of Ravager ships were taking off and landing, while on the ground, all sorts of strangely shaped Ravagers came and went, their eyes filled with ferocity and brutality, and at a glance, not a single normally looking person could be found.
Shoo! Look, a Kree girl is coming. Hey, want to have some fun?
As soon as they arrived at the gathering area, Minerva, the beautiful woman, attracted quite a bit of attention from the Ravager thugs. Noticing Minerva's unfriendly expression, Qin Ge patted her shoulder and said, "Minerva, the rule here is strength. If you want them to shut up, you have to take them all down."
Hey, girl, want to have a romantic workout?
Suddenly, a big man by the roadside shouted at Minerva, and his words drew a burst of laughter from his companions. At that moment, Minerva walked slowly towards the man with a smile, her waist swaying exaggeratedly.
"I also want to have a workout with you," Minerva said with a grin. Just as she finished speaking, one of her long legs shot out like lightning, and with a crack, the sound of an egg breaking echoed as the man stretched his neck and slowly fell to the ground.
"Damn it, you little bitch, how dare you kick our boss?" Instantly, a group of 6 thugs erupted, surrounding Minerva. With a bang, one thug was kicked away by Minerva.
Although she couldn't match Qin Ge's strength, she was at least an elite of the Kree Empire's interstellar forces, easily overpowering a few Ravager lackeys.
Qin Ge watched with great interest as Minerva kept raising her long legs, kicking one Ravager after another away.
Ha ha ha!
The surrounding Ravagers not only did not come to help, but instead laughed gleefully. In less than 30 seconds, all 6 Ravagers, holding their groins, lay on the ground moaning. The effect was indeed immediate. Although the big men around were still shouting, no one dared to verbally tease Minerva anymore. Inside a bar, Qin Ge and Minerva sat together drinking. They didn't talk, both eavesdropping on the conversations of the surrounding Ravagers. "Have you heard? One of Yondu's men named Quill flirted with the wife of a duke from the Xandarian Empire and is actually wanted."
Quill? Is he that guy from Earth?
"Yes, I heard it was Yondu who personally brought him from Earth." "Humph. The Ravager rule is never to trade children.
No wonder Stakar wanted to expel him from the crew."
"Keep it down, Yondu is a ruthless character." The voices of 4 Ravagers conversing not far away reached Qin Ge's ears. From their dialogue, Qin Ge finally learned some things. Now Yondu Udanta had been expelled from the crew by Stakar, and Yondu's biggest wish was to return to the Ravagers. At this moment, the name Star-Lord hadn't spread yet, considering he was only 17 years old.
"Hey, have you heard?
Recently, there's news from the space pirates that a guy called the Hound Prophet took down Bashar, Bastaki, and Grom by himself."
"What? How is that possible? Bashar the Bonebreaker, Bastaki, and Grom are masters even our boss wouldn't dare to provoke." One Ravager exclaimed. "Do you know who it is?"
"I heard he's also from Earth and has a Kree beauty by his side." Suddenly, the 4 people talking stopped. One of the Ravagers stared blankly at Qin Ge and Minerva, who were drinking. The 4 of them followed their companion's gaze and froze in unison. An Earthling, with a beautiful Kree by his side, it was a solid lead. Qin Ge raised his glass, smiled at the 4 Ravagers, and said, "It's an honor to hear the name Hound Prophet from the lips of a Ravager." With that, he downed the drink in his cup.
On the distant planet of Contraxia, inside a bar, a burly man with a full beard said eagerly, "Hound Prophet, aren't you even considering it? If you join us, I promise I can make you the second in command. That's quite impressive, you know." Beside him, Qin Ge shook his head gently, a hint of apology on his face as he replied, "Sorry, I already have my own goals. Here, have a drink. While I can't be your teammate, I still want to thank you for your enthusiasm." Just like that, a week passed, and Qin Ge still hadn't seen the Yondu and his crew he was looking forward to. Instead, he received invitations from dozens of Ravager teams eager for him to join. Sierra, a little surprised, asked, "Qin, aren't you planning to join the Ravagers? Why are you rejecting them?"
Qin Ge sighed slowly, saying, "I'm waiting for someone."
"Are we just going to wait here indefinitely?"
Sierra asked helplessly. Qin Ge shook his head, saying, "The drinks here are terrible, and the people look bizarre. But it's still better than the boring days spent drifting through space. It's important to note that interstellar travel is vastly different from being on Earth. In the boundless universe, days are the most basic unit of measurement, and even slightly distant places can take several days, sometimes even over 10 days. Qin Ge had long grown tired of the dull days in space. At that moment, the door of the bar was pushed open with a loud crash, and a cold wind mixed with snowflakes rushed in. Following that, about 10 people swaggered into the bar. Leading the way was a figure with blue skin and a brass-colored metallic device on his head, looking extremely peculiar. He was Yondu, Udanta, walking in slowly with a long stick in his mouth.
Then, a skinny young man suddenly darted out from behind, wearing headphones, and took a seat, swaying as he walked.
In the corner of the bar, upon seeing this young man, Qin Ge revealed a long-lost smile. This young man was the 17-year-old Peter Quill, who had been mingling with the Ravagers since leaving Earth at the age of 9, inevitably picking up some bad habits.
Before meeting Gamora, Star-Lord Peter was quite the emotional scoundrel.
Quill, I heard you flirted with a Xandarian duchess.
Why don't you describe what happened? Another group of Ravagers started to jeer. Quill raised his drink, grimacing, and said, well, I accidentally touched the Duke's wife while making my escape. That woman overreacted, I swear it was an accident.
Ah, you really are unlucky, but hey, Quill, how was the feel of the Duchess's backside?
Someone nearby teased. Quill showed an awkward smile and replied, that's true nobility, it can't be compared to those robot escorts in the bar.
Qin Ge looked at Quill, who was speaking confidently, and couldn't help but complain to Minerva, no wonder the Duke wants to bring him back to Grimlock. If I were the Duke, I'd break his legs for running that mouth everywhere. Minerva nodded in agreement, saying, this guy really knows how to stir up trouble.
Quill, if you get me in trouble again, I'll definitely let them eat you.
They've been craving you for a long time, always telling me they've never tasted an Earthling before, Yondu said, slamming his drink down on the table and pinning Quill under his arm.
Quill wore an embarrassed expression as he said, Yondu, I've always respected you. Damn it, let me go, this is so humiliating.
Ha, looks like the little boy we brought from Earth has grown up, but can you stop causing me trouble?
Are all Earthlings fools? Why do I have to run into you?
Yondu seemed to enjoy tormenting Quill, still keeping his head under his arm. Yondu, Earthlings are quite clever, and let me officially correct you, it's not called Earthling, it's called Earth. Honestly, your naming ability for planets is terrible, Earth is such a low-class name.
Suddenly, Qin Ge's voice rang out, silencing the bar.
Other Ravagers, aside from Yondu's crew, already knew of Qin Ge's brutal history as the Hound Prophet. Yondu slowly released Qin Ge, his face showing a hint of surprise as he said, buddy, are you an Earthling too?
Qin Ge smiled and nodded, saying, Quill, I'm an Earthling, and I'm also a bounty hunter.
The Duke has offered a high price for me to bring you back. As soon as he finished speaking, Yondu suddenly lunged at Qin Ge, glaring at him with a flicker of hostility in his eyes and said, you can't be an Earthling, how could someone from that godforsaken place come this far?
Qin Ge pointed at Minerva, not far away, and said, a Kree brought me here.
Yondu, if you keep calling Earth a godforsaken place, I guarantee I'll knock your teeth out.
Ravagers aren't intimidated, kid, you've come to the wrong place.
Yondu reached out his right hand, preparing to grab Qin Ge by the collar. With a loud slap, Qin Ge quickly extended his left hand and firmly grasped Yondu's hand, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes, saying, Ravagers?
Don't make it sound so nice, weren't you expelled by S.H.I.E.L.D?
Qin Ge's words struck Yondu's sore spot like a dagger, and his gaze instantly turned cold.
He would never allow anyone to mention his expulsion by S.H.I.E.L.D.
Ah! Yondu roared in anger, attempting to bend Qin Ge's arm. But despite using all his strength, Qin Ge's one hand remained completely still. Yondu grinned, pouted, and whistled, a red line shooting from his waist towards Qin Ge's throat at incredible speed.
Don't! Star-Lord shouted from a distance.
However, the expected outcome did not occur. Yondu's arrow was firmly stopped by Qin Ge's palm.
Though the arrow was formidable, it was utterly ineffective against Qin Ge's vibranium glove.
Behind Yondu, aside from Quill, his 8 subordinates saw this and rushed forward to help Yondu.
Bang bang bang.
As soon as the 8 stood up, they were sent flying 2 meters away. The people in the bar only saw 8 dark-clad ninjas darting out from behind Qin Ge, knocking down Yondu's 8 subordinates, then exploding into a cloud of black mist that dissipated into the air.
This bizarre display made the onlookers in the bar look at Qin Ge with even more fear, secretly wondering, what kind of supernatural power was this? This is not scientific at all. Damn it, is there a wizard on Earth?
Yondu cried out as Qin Ge crushed his hand.
Qin Ge coldly replied, you're right.
So, Earth isn't as simple as you think.
Even Ronan of the Kree Empire ran with his tail between his legs. Do you really think you can take down a Kree Empire fleet?
With that, Qin Ge lifted his hand, and Yondu crashed into several tables, stumbling several meters back, looking utterly disheveled. In the noisy bar, 2 Ravagers carefully supported Yondu, one of them leaning in to whisper in his ear for quite a while. Yandu's expression changed dramatically at first, then slowly returned to calm as he straightened his clothes, as if making a significant decision.
He then walked slowly over to Qin Ge. Hound Prophet, it seems this name has become quite famous in the universe. A Ravager just told me you actually took down Bashar and Grum. Are you really from Earth? Yandu's eyes sparkled with doubt and curiosity. You can check the Kree Empire's bounty notice. I'm worth 5 million, Qin Ge replied nonchalantly. Quill's eyes widened in surprise as he shouted, 5 million? Dude, did you blow up the Kree Empire's capital or something?
Not that exaggerated, I just stole one of their warships, Qin Ge said calmly. With a bang, Yandu slammed his hand on the table and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Hound Prophet, you're even tougher on Kree than I am. It was known that Yandu had spent 20 years as a prisoner of the Kree Empire and harbored a deep hatred for that nation. He would feel delighted every time he heard about their misfortunes. After a few minutes, Qin Ge, Quill, Yandu, and Minerva sat down at a table together. Yandu, if I want to get a flame mark like yours, what do I need to do? Qin Ge pointed to the Ravager mark on Yandu's chest, curiously asking. Of course, you have to become a real Ravager, and you need the approval of other Ravagers too. Do you really want to become a Ravager? Quill asked, his eyes wide with surprise. Qin Ge nodded seriously, saying, I came to Contraxia for this. Yandu, if I say I want to join you, would you welcome me? Qin, of course, you're welcome. Together, we can run wild in this area. From now on, you'll be called Star-Lord, Hound Prophet. What do you think of that title? Quill said excitedly. Why not Hound Prophet, Star-Lord? Qin Ge furrowed his brow in confusion. As the two discussed their nicknames, Yandu fell silent, seemingly lost in thought. Seeing this, Qin Ge pushed a drink toward Yandu and smiled. Yandu, I know what you're worried about. I have no interest in your position at all. On Earth, I'm a billionaire. If it weren't for some unforeseen circumstances, I should be sunbathing on the beach with my girlfriend, drinking beer right now. I'm joining you just for that Ravager flame mark, and then I'll head back to Earth. Yandu stared at Qin Ge, slowly asking, how can I trust you? Qin Ge leaned back, nonchalantly saying, that's a test of your insight. To be honest, with my abilities, do you really think I'd be interested in your scrap metal? Yandu, I think Qin makes a good point. He really wouldn't care for our scrap metal, Quill nodded in agreement from the side. Bullshit, that's the scrap metal I've worked hard to collect over the years. If it weren't for this scrap metal, you'd have been roasted by other Ravagers a long time ago. Yandu shot a glare at Quill and scolded. Yandu, be straightforward, don't act like a woman. No, you're even more hesitant than a woman, Qin Ge said with a sarcastic expression. Fine, I'll agree, but after you get the flame mark, you have to leave my crew. Yandu finally extended his right hand. With a loud clap, their hands gripped tightly together, and Qin Ge smiled, saying, Yandu, you'll be proud of today's decision. With a bang, Quill, seeing this, also wanted to reach out, but Qin Ge slapped his hand away. Quill, strictly speaking, you're still not an adult. You're not suited for agreements between men, Qin Ge winked at Quill, a sly glint in his eyes. Qin, I hate the word strict. Yandu, you'll also be proud of not selling me back then, Quill stubbornly said, raising his neck defiantly. Then prove it to me, Yandu said, giving Quill a hard slap on the back of the head. Qin Ge looked at the dejected Quill and couldn't help but laugh out loud, sounding like a pig. At that moment, Quill, in front of Yandu, looked like a tamed little lamb, completely at Yandu's mercy. Above Contraxia, a massive warship, white at the bottom and narrow at the top, loomed in the sky. This was Yandu's stronghold. Brothers, this is Hound Prophet Qin Ge, and this is Minerva. They will officially join the Ravagers today. Yandu introduced Qin Ge and Minerva to the 100 or so fierce-looking subordinates in the ship's massive chamber. Shoo! Beautiful lady, space is lonely. You need a partner, whether physically or bodily. What can this pretty boy do? Boss, is this Kree girl a captive you caught? Why not let her entertain the brothers? Boss, you should get a few more Kree girls. As soon as Yandu's words fell, the cabin erupted into a cacophony of noise, whistles, and those nauseating lewd laughs. Fortunately, Minerva was no ordinary woman, she was a cold-blooded warrior. Any normal woman would have likely been scared to the point of wetting her pants in such a scene. Qin Ge raised his hand to stop Yandu's next move, taking a step forward and loudly berating the most raucous of the Ravagers. You ugly freaks, besides flapping your gums, you're just a bunch of trash. With one punch, I can knock the crap out of you. His clear reprimand was like a thunderclap, instantly drowning out all the Ravagers' voices. You damn pretty boy, I'll make you know the power of the Ravagers. An angry, wrinkled muscular man stepped forward, cursing. At the same time, 5 Ravagers sprang up behind him, their 6 eyes glaring at Qin Ge as if they wanted to swallow him whole. Colorblind, look closely, I'm not a pretty boy. My skin is yellow. And 6 isn't enough, I want to fight 10, Qin Ge stepped forward with a sardonic smile, his eyes gleaming with disdain. The Ravagers across from him exchanged glances, hesitation flickering in their eyes. Then one of them roared, I'm going to smash you. With that, the first Ravager took 2 steps forward and swung a punch at Qin Ge with all his might. With a bang, Qin Ge reached out a palm and lightly blocked the opponent's punch. The Ravager's eyes widened in shock, and before he could react, Qin Ge kicked out fiercely, and with a bang, the Ravager flew backward like a cannonball, crashing into several others behind him. Like a leopard, Qin Ge followed the flying body and dove into the Ravager group, his iron fist swinging like a gale. Thud thud thud, members of the group were continuously knocked into the air, then came crashing down like raindrops. 30 breaths later, the once arrogant Ravagers were reduced to about half, all retreating far away, looking at the calm Qin Ge in the center with faces full of fear and awe. I said I'd fight 10 of you, you've really let me down. Qin Ge shook his head helplessly, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Damn it, Qin, can't you go a little easier? We still have actions to take, now we can only give up, Yandu complained as he looked at his sprawled subordinates. Yandu, are you saying these subordinates can casually insult me and Minerva? Qin Ge narrowed his eyes, staring intently at Yandu, a flicker of anger in them. No, Qin, they didn't know your strength. If you could let them know first, I guarantee no one would dare act like this, Yandu quickly explained. Qin Ge waved his hand dismissively and said, Are you asking me to perform like a clown in front of this trash? I have no interest in doing something so boring. Yandu sighed helplessly, feeling secretly frustrated. Qin, you know that's not what I meant. Why can't we just get on the same page? Qin Ge walked past Yandu, patted Quill on the shoulder, and teased, Quill, you've lived with Yandu for nearly 10 years. Do you have a common language with him? Quill thought seriously for a moment and then said, No, he always brings up how he hasn't roasted me yet, but I don't think such disgusting things need to be remembered for a lifetime. After hearing this, Qin Ge smiled at Yandu, Yandu, even the kid you've raised for nearly 10 years has no common language with you. How can you expect someone you've known for less than 10 days to have a pleasant conversation with you? With that, Qin Ge led Minerva toward the rest area of the warship, directly taking over the largest room as if claiming it as his territory. On the shadowed side of an unknown planet, Yandu's warship loomed like a silent giant, quietly floating in the pitch-black depths of space. Qin, you have to go all out this time. I got some important intel through my inside sources. In 2 hours, 2 Kree supply ships will pass through here, Yandu said slowly, pointing at a 3-dimensional star map in the massive cockpit. One is a warship, and the other is a supply transport ship. The key is how to deal with that warship, their firepower is much stronger than ours. Qin, the plan this time is for you to lead a strike team directly into the Kree warship. Once inside, the rest will be easier, Quill added with a sigh. Qin Ge glanced at the star map and asked, How many people are in the strike team? 20. Yandu's subordinates answered in unison. No need for that many. Minerva and I can handle it just fine, she's very familiar with Kree warships, Qin Ge asserted firmly. Yandu and his crew exchanged glances, then fell into silence. This plan was actually a way for Yandu to evaluate Qin Ge's strength to plan for future actions. If the plan succeeded, Yandu could scheme for larger operations, if it failed, he wouldn't hesitate to take his crew and run. Regardless of the outcome, Yandu was always the most pragmatic person. Time ticked away slowly. Boss, we've detected energy fluctuations at the jump point. The enemy will appear in no more than 10 minutes. Suddenly, the navigator's urgent voice sounded in the cockpit. Let's go. Qin Ge suddenly shook his head and walked out of the cockpit without looking back. Under the watchful eyes of Yandu and one of the Ravagers, a small fighter jet shot out of the warship like an arrow, swiftly hiding in a small asteroid belt. Boss, that guy Quill secretly followed Qin Ge onto the fighter, one Ravager hurriedly reported to Yandu inside the warship. With a loud bang, Yandu angrily punched the seat of the warship and cursed, Damn it! When that kid gets back, I'm going to give him a piece of my mind. Quill's unauthorized action had completely disrupted Yandu's original plan. Inside the fighter jet. Quill, why did you have to follow me? Qin Ge turned to Quill, who was piloting the craft. Quill flashed a grin and replied, I just wanted to be with a pure earthling. Qin Ge took a bite of a yarrow fruit and mumbled, Too bad you're not a pure earthling.
So if we're counting as fellow countrymen, you can at most be considered half. Quill suddenly turned around, a hint of confusion in his eyes as he asked, Qin, do you know my father?
Seeing Qin Ge nod affirmatively, Quill excitedly pulled out a photo from his pocket. It was a picture of David Hasselhoff, Quill's self-proclaimed dad.
Qin, look. Isn't my dad handsome? Quill eagerly asked, handing the photo to Qin Ge.
Qin Ge took the photo, glanced at it, then slowly shifted his gaze back to Quill and said, Are you sure he's your father? Under Qin Ge's deep gaze, Quill's confidence faltered, and he lowered his head slightly, feeling a bit disappointed as he said, You must know him.
Of course, David Hasselhoff, the star of Knight Rider.
Everyone in the beautiful country knows him, Qin Ge replied with a smile.
Qin, is my real father still alive?
Quill suddenly looked up, hope shining in his eyes as he asked eagerly.
Qin Ge handed back the photo and said, If you knew the truth, you might not be too happy. You'll understand in time. Tell me who he really is.
I just want somewhere to vent my resentment, Quill urged anxiously. All you need to know is that your father is a super scumbag, Qin Ge coldly replied, pulling his hand away from Quill.
Exactly.
I want to shoot that scumbag in the face. A fierce glare flashed in Quill's eyes.
Here they come.
Suddenly, Minerva's voice interrupted their conversation. Outside the asteroid belt, a swarm of lights flashed in the starry sky as two massive ships appeared one after another, looming like two black mountains in the dark expanse. The warship's rear released a massive burst of flames, then began to accelerate slowly. With a loud boom, a thick beam of energy suddenly shot out from a nearby planet, striking one of the warships and blowing a huge hole in its rear. Yondu's warship didn't hesitate to fire an energy cannon, directly incapacitating the Kree transport ship behind. On the front Kree warship, dozens of large cannon barrels suddenly extended, and the belly doors of the ship opened, releasing hundreds of small fighters that swarmed toward Yondu's warship like a swarm of black locusts. However, Yondu's ship deftly retreated to the other side of the planet, causing the Kree warship's energy cannons to lose their direct targeting opportunity.
Go, go, go.
Quill pushed the controls hard, and the fighter shot out from the asteroid belt like a swift falcon, directly heading toward the Kree warship. As the fighter approached halfway, the Kree warship finally noticed this tiny speck. Dozens of small energy cannons aimed at the fighter, ready to tear it to pieces in an instant.
Hold on tight.
Quill shouted, maneuvering the fighter skillfully through the dense energy beams, resembling a butterfly flitting through flowers. It was clear he was an experienced pilot. In a hair's breadth of danger, the fighter successfully dodged two waves of energy attacks and got close to the warship. With a bang, the fighter slowed down, and mechanical arms resembling eagle claws extended from its belly, gripping the surface of the warship firmly.
Qin, let's be honest.
If you're not confident, we can still escape while we have the chance.
Kree warships are no joke.
Don't let Yondu's usual bravado fool you. Without you, he wouldn't have the guts to take on the Kree. Quill seriously said, holding Qin Ge back as he was about to jump out of the fighter. Qin Ge shook his head with a smile and said, Don't worry, I want Yondu to help me put on the Ravager flame mark personally. The hatch opened, and the three donned in spacesuits climbed onto the surface of the Kree warship like agile monkeys. They quickly reached the entrance of a maintenance passage. Go in here, it will get us to the command bridge of the warship the fastest, Quill's voice echoed through the combs in their suits. Then, a brick-sized device was attached to the hatch.
3 minutes.
Quill held up 3 fingers and activated the device, sending a laser beam as thin as a needle towards the hatch. Quill, let me handle this, Qin Ge said, tapping Quill on the shoulder. Before Quill could react, Qin Ge's hand shot out a vibranium claw, which easily pierced through the hatch like it was made of tofu, tearing it apart effortlessly. Then, with both hands, Qin Ge pulled hard on the hatch, which came off like a broken twig. Qin, it seems you're even more suited to being a Ravager than I am, Quill said, wide-eyed in amazement.
No, you are. As a prophet, I vaguely sense that you will become a standout among the Ravagers in the future.
By then, countless people will cheer for you, bowing to your invincible aura, Qin Ge teased as he walked into the warship.
Qin, I like your honesty, Quill replied earnestly.
The piercing alarm of the Kree warship echoed throughout the space, signaling that the enemy had detected an intrusion. At the end of the corridor, Qin Ge waved his right hand gently, and suddenly, 10 shadowy figures with glowing red eyes sprang forth from the shadows behind him. As his arm fell, these 10 ghostly ninjas dashed forward like agile grasshoppers, racing down the spacious corridor.
Qin, what are those things?
Quill asked, closely trailing behind Qin Ge, his eyes filled with confusion.
Just a little trick. Let's hurry, Qin Ge replied, moving swiftly alongside Minerva. For Minerva, who hailed from the Kree Empire, the various structures within this warship were as clear as if they were imprinted in her mind. She expertly guided Qin Ge and Quill through the ship, knowing the layout like the back of her hand. With a loud bang, 2 wrist-thick energy beams erupted from Qin Ge's eyes, and the once sturdy alloy door of the warship began to melt away, as if it were a cake being sliced with a butter knife. The 10 or so Kree soldiers guarding behind the door were instantly obliterated by the powerful beams, turning them to ashes in the blink of an eye. The 10 ghostly ninjas moved with incredible speed and had already cleared the Kree soldiers in front of the warship. Only a few stragglers remained, who were swiftly dispatched by Qin Ge and his companions. With a final explosive bang, Qin Ge forcefully broke through the last door. Just as Quill was about to charge in, Qin Ge abruptly pulled him back. Suddenly, dozens of energy bullets struck the spot where Quill had just poked his head out, causing him to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead in fright. He nervously said, "Qin, is this also the power of the prophet?" "No, it's the power of experience," Qin Ge replied calmly, though a flicker of confidence sparkled in his eyes. He focused his mind, and the 10 ghostly ninjas transformed into a pool of flowing shadows before darting into the command room. "What the hell are those things? Concentrate fire, kill them. Commander, be careful." The command room erupted into chaotic shouts, screams, and wails, as if they were trapped in a terrifying nightmare. It wasn't until 3 minutes later that the command room gradually fell silent. Qin Ge stepped into the command room first, finding over 30 Kree soldiers and officers sprawled on the floor, and the only ones still standing were the 10 patrolling ghostly ninjas, quietly guarding the area like phantoms. "Cool, I never thought taking over a warship would be this easy," Quill exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with astonishment. Beep beep beep, the command room's alarm blared again, and Minerva rushed forward to check, her expression changing dramatically. "Not good. They've activated the ship's self-destruct sequence. We only have 2 minutes. Run. What are you waiting for?" Qin Ge shouted, urgency seeping into his voice. The 3 of them took off like arrows, sprinting away. With a whoosh, accompanied by a deep blue flame, the fighter jet shot away from the surface of the Kree warship. Boom, behind them, the Kree warship exploded in a dazzling fireball, the massive sound echoing throughout the starry sky. In the distance, Ravager and Kree fighters were tangled in a fierce aerial battle, while the explosion of the Kree warship was like dropping a heavy bomb, disrupting the balance of the battlefield. The remaining 40-odd Kree fighters, witnessing the destruction of their mothership, panicked and turned tail to escape. In the blink of an eye, the once bustling starry sky was left with only Yondu's warship and the supply ship. With a hiss, Quill smoothly landed the fighter on the landing pad, and as the hatch opened, he stepped out with a face full of excitement and glory. "Everyone," Quill barely uttered 2 words before he received a slap on the back of his head from Yondu. He stared wide-eyed, puffing up with indignation. Yondu coldly replied, "Let me tell you, if it weren't for the Hound Prophet, I would have had to hold a Ravager funeral for a damn Earthling today. But we succeeded. We took down the damn Kree warship," Quill protested, defiantly lifting his chin. "Alright, it seems you're very confident in your abilities. Next time, you can handle a Kree warship by yourself," Yondu retorted without mercy. At that moment, Qin Ge and Minerva slowly descended from the fighter, and seeing the circle of gathered Ravagers, Qin Ge smiled and said, "Yondu, is this a grand welcome for me?" Yondu's previously gloomy face instantly broke into a smile. The Hound Prophet deserves such a welcome. Clapping his hands, he led the charge, and soon over 100 Ravagers joined in with enthusiastic cheers, their voices booming as if they would shatter the heavens. Who wouldn't like to follow such a formidable ally, enjoying the spoils without risking their lives? Through this battle, Qin Ge had already successfully won over the vast majority of Yondu's crew. "Minerva, no matter where you are, everyone loves a godlike teammate," Qin Ge said, accepting the praises of the Ravagers while looking at Minerva. "What about me? Qin, do you think I'm a good teammate?" Quill chimed in eagerly, having overheard their conversation. "Of course, your future is limitless," Qin Ge smiled, full of encouragement for Quill. At this moment, Quill still bore the innocence of youth, and a simple affirmation from others could make him incredibly happy. The following events unfolded smoothly. The Kree supply ship, whose power system had been destroyed, was easily boarded by the Ravagers. The few Kree aboard quickly raised their hands in surrender, terrified. In the next 2 hours, Yondu's flagship was filled with a variety of military supplies, clothes, daily necessities, weapon parts, food, and more, a true treasure trove. With a resounding boom, Yondu's warship transformed into a streak of light,
completely vanishing into the starry sky, heading toward an unknown direction.
On Contraxia, Yandu granted all his subordinates a week and a half of leave.
These desperate rogues, with pockets full of money, rushed off to another battleground, leaving the local madams grinning from ear to ear.
Yandu, I heard you made quite a fortune this time.
If there's action soon, we can team up. A group of ravagers surrounded Yandu in a bar, excitedly shouting. Yandu downed his drink in one gulp, cursing, "You bastards.
When I asked you to team up before, you never had the time."
Yandu, your men said the Hound Prophet took down a Kree warship all by himself.
Is that true?
One ravager leaned over, whispering, his eyes drifting toward Qin Ge, who was drinking with Minerva not far away.
Not just one person, Yandu shook his head. It was 3. The Hound Prophet and that Kree girl, Quill.
Those 3 took out a Kree warship.
Why would the Hound Prophet be interested in you?
2 other ravagers grumbled nearby. At the table, Qin, they've been talking about you, Minerva said quietly to Qin Ge.
Let them talk. The more people who know my name, the better.
That way, I can make my name known faster and get the Ravager flame mark more quickly, Qin Ge replied nonchalantly, his eyes shining with determination. There are 2 ways to earn the Ravager flame mark. One is to join the crew and, after 5 years, gain unanimous approval from the leader and teammates to receive formal recognition. The other is to gain the approval of half the Ravager crew, which grants immediate access to the flame mark. Of course, Qin Ge wouldn't choose the first method. 5 years would mean he might return to Earth just in time to see S.H.I.E.L.D already in school. He needed to continuously establish his reputation and get more Ravagers to recognize him and his strength. In Yandu's crew, a striking new powerhouse had suddenly joined, the Hound Prophet. Not only did this Hound Prophet come with a mysterious woman, but he also brought along a rookie who had just begun his journey, and they managed to take down a Kree Empire warship in one fell swoop. These 2 shocking pieces of news spread like wildfire among the Ravagers, with many marveling at Yandu's good fortune while also growing curious about the background of this Hound Prophet. With some discreet investigations by a few interested parties, details about the Hound Prophet gradually came to light. He was rumored to be an Earthling and had accomplished 2 earth-shattering feats before joining Yandu's crew. One was the swift destruction of a Kree warship, with a bounty of 5 million still posted online, enticing every Ravager who saw it. The other involved the ruthless elimination of the ruthless pirates Bashar, Grum, and Vistaki. Although he hadn't done much, each act sent shivers down the spines of the Ravagers who heard the news, leading many who had originally considered targeting the Hound Prophet to rethink their plans. High above Contraxia, at an altitude of 10,000 meters, Yandu's warship welcomed back a group of Ravagers from their holiday, each striding with confidence and satisfaction. At this moment, Qin Ge, Quill, Yandu, and Minerva were gathered around a star map, discussing their next steps. Qin, during this time, the Xandarians and Kree have been clashing significantly at the edge of the Centaurus constellation. Countless supplies are being shipped to various planets, and I think Yandu was excitedly explaining when he was interrupted by Qin Ge's voice. Everyone looked at Qin Ge in confusion as he fixed his calm gaze on Yandu and said, Yandu, it's not urgent to steal from the Kree. I just want to know when I can get my Ravager flame mark. Are you doing your best to make this happen? Yandu sighed helplessly, his expression filled with regret. Qin, you know that to get the flame mark quickly, we need the agreement of half the Ravager crew. I really can't do anything about it. Qin Ge's expression darkened as he replied sternly, are you incapable, or do you just want to keep treating me like a free muscle? Let me make it clear, if you can't sort this out within 2 months, I'm leaving your crew. I'm sure someone would be more than happy to take me and Minerva in. Yandu took a deep breath, a flicker of struggle in his eyes, before he replied firmly, Qin, no problem. However, we'll need more actions moving forward. Qin Ge nodded slightly, saying, action is fine. I'll reiterate that my goal is to obtain a Ravager flame mark. I don't want any of the spoils you steal, distribute them all, even if you have to bribe other Ravagers with my money, whatever means you need to use. With that, he sat down in a nearby chair, a look of determination in his eyes. 2 days later, in another remote star region, over 100 fighter jets were engaged in fierce dogfights in deep space. The old but practical stealth tactics were still in play, no fancy moves, but incredibly effective. A Kree transport ship was slowly spinning in place, its engines spewing out massive flames. Damn it, they left 3 fighters behind. Qin, brace yourself. Quill shouted from the cockpit, warning Qin Ge behind him. After the previous battle, Yandu, despite his reluctance, knew he couldn't stop Quill's stubbornness and reluctantly agreed to let him join Qin Ge and Minerva in the operation. Quill, are you sure about this? I don't want to become fireworks in the universe, Minerva said worriedly from her seat. Quill, filled with defiance, pushed the controls hard, and the fighter traced a beautiful arc as it followed one of the Kree ships, then fired a shot that hit its target dead on, turning the Kree fighter into a ball of flames.
Nice shot, Quill!
Qin Ge's praise sent Quill into a frenzy, and he shouted excitedly as the fighter performed various stunts beyond its mechanical capabilities.
After over 2 hours of intense combat, the last 2 Kree fighters finally exploded into fireballs.
Quill piloted the fighter once more, attaching it to the exterior of another Kree ship as if he had found a familiar flavor and formula. 3 hours later, Yondu's ship, laden with Kree war materials, returned triumphantly. This second raid on the Kree Empire had earned Yondu enough money to retire immediately.
How did it go, Yondu? Qin Ge asked, eagerly welcoming the returning Yondu.
Yondu chuckled lightly. Qin, the Ravagers are discussing it. Most of the money earned this time has already been reinvested in themselves. Don't worry, you just need to wait. Qin Ge frowned, a bit anxious as he asked, how much longer will it take? Yondu quickly explained, it will probably take about another month. Your situation is quite rare, and gathering the Ravagers isn't easy. Many are scattered across different star systems, and just getting them here will take half a month. Seeing Yondu's pained expression, Qin Ge patted him on the shoulder, reassuringly saying, Yondu, since you're being so straightforward, I can't be stingy either.
While we have this downtime, let's plan another operation.
As soon as he finished speaking, Yondu embraced Qin Ge excitedly, saying, Qin, I knew you were a good person. Qin Ge pushed Yondu away, joking, that line would only be convincing coming from a beautiful woman.
Half a month later, Yondu burst into Qin Ge's room on the warship with Quill in tow. Qin, we have news.
In 2 days, a Kree transport ship will pass through this location. But this time, I need to find some partners. Intelligence shows that there are 3 transport ships, and there are also 3 escort ships.
We can't take them on alone.
While speaking, Yondu handed a panel to Qin Ge. Qin Ge didn't take the panel but instead turned to scratch his beard casually, saying, You come up with the plan, I'll only handle the ambush.
We'll leave soon.
Yondu rubbed his hands together in excitement and said, No problem.
Then turned and exited.
Quill, somewhat reluctant, asked, Qin, after this operation, are you going to leave? Qin Ge paused his movements, looking at Quill with resignation as he replied, Of course. You have no idea how comfortable my life is back on Earth. Being around a bunch of ugly aliens every day, if I don't go back soon, I think I'll end up like you. Quill scratched his head, puzzled, and asked, Like me? Qin Ge smirked and said, No, Quill. I think you've just been in space too long, so you're not picky about those alien girls anymore. Honestly, I admire you. With all the blue, red, green, and yellow races, you've truly reached a level of universal love. What I mean is, even though you look like an Earthling, your mindset has already soared into the cosmos. Quill opened his mouth to retort but ultimately shook his head helplessly, saying, Qin, I don't think they're any different from Earth women. They have love and emotions too. Qin Ge gave Quill a thumbs up, laughing, Awesome. Then go spread your love across the universe. On the ship of Yondu, Qin Ge comfortably opened his mouth and took a bite of the arrow fruit, which looked remarkably like a radish. Gradually, he grew more fond of this sweet and sour fruit, believing it to be an excellent choice for supplementing vitamins. Outside Yondu's spaceship, the surroundings were an endless pitch-black universe, and in this deep void, 10 various pirate warships were neatly arranged in order. Yondu, do you think these pirate ships have any chance against the warships of the Kree Empire? Qin Ge curiously asked, pointing at the 10 pirate ships in deep space. Yondu shook his head helplessly and replied, Under normal circumstances, that's absolutely impossible. The Kree warships far exceed our patched-up junk in terms of firepower and defense. Beep beep beep, boss, we detected spatial fluctuations. The Kree warships will appear in 5 minutes, the navigator shouted anxiously from the command cabin. Yondu excitedly shouted, Notify all pirates to get ready, this time, we're going to have a feast. His voice reverberated through the ship's broadcast system, and immediately, the entire ship was filled with the howling cries of the pirates. Following that, various fighter jets shot out from the 10 pirate warships, racing toward a jump point. Thousands of pirate fighters hovered above the jump point, quietly awaiting the appearance of the Kree warships, eagerly anticipating the signal to attack. According to the pirates' plan, when the Kree warships appeared at the jump point, the 10 pirate motherships positioned in front would destroy 3 transport vessels' power systems at the first opportunity, then the fighters would harass the warships, and finally, the pirate motherships would launch a second wave of attack on the Kree's escort warships. However, one fighter jet stood out. That was the Milan number piloted by Choir. He was stationed below the jump point, stating that blending in with the main force would prevent him from showcasing his exceptional combat skills. Qin Ge sat quietly in the fighter seat, calmly gazing at the distant starry sky, where a massive nebula far away served as a vibrant colored backdrop, embellishing the entire starry sky beautifully. Soon, a thrilling and earth-shattering battle was about to unfold here, with 6 Kree warships expected to appear.
2 minutes. A navigator's voice echoed in the fighter's public channel. 1 minute. Everyone, get ready, the countdown begins. 10, 9, 8.
Listening to the countdown, every pirate's face turned flushed, almost fainting from excitement. Large-scale cooperative hunts like today's were extremely rare in pirate history. Aside from the potential wealth from raiding transport ships, simply taking down 3 Kree warships would be a glorious achievement that these participating pirates could boast about for a lifetime, especially in front of women. At this moment, 10,000 meters away from the jump point, the massive energy cannons at the bow of the 10 pirate motherships had slowly ramped up their energy to the limit. The 10 giant energy cannons, resembling small suns, had fully charged, and they had to release the stored energy within the next 10 seconds, or else the entire ship would be destroyed by the accumulated energy in the cannons.
At this time, the countdown was down to 3 seconds. The entire plan was designed with an attack rhythm precise to the second.
At this moment, everyone had a near-manic gaze, staring fixedly at the void ahead. No one spoke, all focused on the distant emptiness, ready to enjoy a grand fireworks display.
3, 2, 1.
As the navigator's voice fell, a honeycomb-like bright light appeared in the void ahead, and a black dot suddenly appeared at the jump point, shocking all the pirates.
Not good.
Qin Ge instantly shot up from his seat, his eyes fixed ahead as a massive black warship, spanning several kilometers, emerged before everyone. This scene rendered all the pirates momentarily speechless. Even Yondu, a seasoned veteran, was left dumbstruck. The entire warship appeared horizontally at the jump point, its surface covered with dark, various caliber energy cannons, and the overwhelming pressure seemed to steal away the spirits of the pirates.
Snap! Qin Ge pressed the communicator button and urgently shouted into the public channel, "Retreat! This is the flagship of Kree Empire Fleet Commander Ronan, this is definitely a trap." As Qin Ge's voice echoed through the channel, all the pirates finally reacted. However, the critical moment had also arrived. The 10 fully charged massive energy cannons had to release their energy before they could maneuver. Fire!
Yondu's hoarse shout rang out through the channel, and as the sound fell, 10 thick blue energy beams shot out in 0.1 seconds, like 10 angry dragons, rushing toward the giant Kree warship of Ronan.
Everyone held their breath, silently praying that this wave of attack could inflict even the slightest damage on Ronan's warship.
Boom! The energy beams stopped just a few hundred meters in front of Ronan's warship, and a visible energy shield, like an indestructible barrier, blocked all the attacks, erupting with dazzling light, as if illuminating the entire universe. Meanwhile, the jump point behind Ronan's warship lit up, and swish, 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 6 Kree warships, slightly smaller than Ronan's flagship, entered everyone's sight, and the spectacular sight instilled fear in their hearts. One Kree warship even accidentally collided with over 30 pirate fighters upon appearing, as it was too close to the hovering pirate fighter swarm, and that gruesome scene tightened the hearts of the pirates present.
"Damn it, this is a complete conspiracy, flee!" someone shouted furiously in the channel.
At that moment, without needing to be told, all the pirates understood they had fallen into a trap meticulously set by the Kree. Now, everyone could only pray to escape this terrifying battlefield alive. The 10 pirate warships began to slowly retreat, while thousands of fighters frantically fled back to their motherships like startled birds. However, the Kree clearly would not grant the pirates any opportunity. The giant energy main cannon from the 7 Kree warships had completed charging.
"Quick, dodge!"
Yondu's shout echoed in the channel, and just as his voice fell, the Kree's massive cannon attack arrived. Boom! In the terrified gazes of everyone, a pirate warship was struck by 3 massive energy beams, instantly pierced through by 3 huge holes as if being hit hard by a giant. Then the entire warship erupted in a violent explosion, transforming into a beautiful yet brutal firework in the universe. From the Kree warships, over 2,000 small fighters surged out, and the Kree's carefully set trap had succeeded. At this moment, out of the remaining 9 pirate motherships, 4 had sustained varying degrees of damage, while thousands of launched pirate fighters were desperately returning to their motherships. Behind the pirate fighters was a pack of Kree fighters charging like wolves, and the Kree warships were preparing their second wave of cannon attack, with increasingly bright blue light flashing at the cannon mouths. 1 minute, just 1 minute, the second wave of attacks from the Kree warships would follow. This was a situation that seemed nearly fatal for the pirates. At this critical moment, Yondu made the most helpless and tragic decision. Once executed, this decision meant that the thousands of pirate fighters sent out might be completely wiped out, as the Kree had dispatched a full 2,000 fighters, nearly double the number of the pirates. This battle seemed destined for failure for the pirates. In the Starry universe, the pirate warships scattered in all directions like arrows. The pirates and the thousands of fighter jets knew they had no way back and no choices left. This group of desperate outlaws was ignited by a deep-seated pride and determination. Unanimously, the 1,000 fighter jets traced a magnificent arc in the starry sky, pouncing toward the Kree fighters like hungry tigers. This scene appeared particularly tragic and passionate. Every pirate tightened their lips, no one uttered grandiose words, nor did anyone speak to comfort. Their fate would either be to perish in silence or to erupt in silence. In an instant, an unexpectedly brutal battle erupted. Nearly 3,000 fighter jets from both sides engaged in the fiercest fighting in the vast starry sky. One side aimed to defend the dignity of the Empire, while the other sought to demonstrate the indomitable will of the pirates. As soon as the fighter jets made contact, dozens of them met in a tragic collision to open the curtain on this great battle. Several motherships also began fierce assaults. Various missiles and beams freely traversed the void. Continuously, unfortunate fighter jets from both sides were struck by massive energy cannons, turning into the tiniest particles. Below the battlefield, no one noticed that Choir's fighter was quietly hovering. "Choir, bring Qin back. We have no chance in this battle." Suddenly, Yondu's voice came through Choir's fighter. It was a private communication. Clearly, Yondu, as the leader, exercised his privilege at this critical moment. He always regarded Choir as his child. However, as a pirate, he was evidently a failed elder, having only imparted the extremely rough and wild methods of upbringing. Only at the moment of life and death did the great light of paternal love burst forth. "What should we do, Qin?" Choir asked, looking somewhat helplessly at Qin Ge. At this critical juncture, the young Choir was clearly still inexperienced. Qin Ge gazed at the brutal battle above in the starry sky and slowly shook his head. "Let's retreat, Yondu is right. There's no need for unnecessary sacrifices in this battle." Ding! Temporary system mission issued, please check, host. Just as Qin Ge finished speaking, a voice echoed in his mind. Marvel Sacrifice System, host, Qin Ge, lifespan, 64 years, skills, Summon Ninja Ghost Shadow Ninja, quantity 10, Bull Talisman, Dual Hand Current Release, Spatial Blade, Water Shape Control, Pig Talisman, Super Lung Capacity, Super Strong Teeth. Usable sacrificial items, none. System mission, join the pirates to become one of them, obtain the Pirate Flame Mark, and perform a sacrifice. Incomplete. Temporary mission, as a member of the pirates, please do your best to save teammates in danger. The system will randomly issue rewards based on the results. Looking at the temporary mission on the panel, Qin Ge understood that he could no longer remain an outsider in today's events. Choir, in the pilot seat, lowered his head, caught in deep contemplation. Choir, Yondu's choice might be the most rational, but it isn't necessarily correct. The reason pirates are feared is because of our unyielding fighting spirit. We must act like true warriors, defeated but never enslaved. Damn it! Qin Ge stated earnestly to Choir. "Choir, Minerva, when did you become so fearless of death?" Boom! As suddenly, in the distance of the starry universe, another pirate warship was blasted into space debris by the main cannon from Ronin's flagship. "Hurry, our warships aren't a match," a pirate leader's voice rang through the channel. "Damn, we can't abandon those fighters. As long as we unite, we can still fight the Kree." In the distant deep space, a streamlined pirate warship was quickly turning around. Brilliant flames erupted from its rear engines. This pirate warship tried to take the opportunity to escape. Seeing the jump point ahead light up, this pirate warship was about to commence a space jump. "No! The jump point energy is abnormal. Damn it, the Kree have blocked the jump point, stop!" The navigator's frantic shouts echoed in the channel. But that pirate warship seemed not to have heard the warning. Whoosh! The warship seemed to transform into a black line, charging toward the black hole at the jump point. Boom! Under everyone's gaze, the fleeing pirate warship crashed into an insurmountable wall, exploding into a mass of parts. Damn it! The enemy flagship must have a device interfering with the jump point energy. "It's over, we can't escape." The navigator's desperate voice sounded in the public channel. With these patched-up old warships, it was impossible to escape the Kree's pursuit.
Fight? They couldn't win. Escape? They couldn't get away.
Despair quickly shrouded every pirate's heart like dark clouds.
Snap!
Qin Ge pressed the communicator.
Pirates, I am the Hound Prophet. I will raid Ronan's flagship. Don't lose heart, even if we die like men. Hold on, I will bring everyone home. This is the Hound Prophet, as promised to you. Qin Ge's resounding voice echoed in the public channel.
It was as if his words had some magical power. As Qin Ge's voice fell, it seemed to bring a sense of calm to all the pirates. Their fear was slowly dissipating. The man, rising like a comet, was about to stand up.
Let's get them. Pirates will win. Pirates will win. Countless pirates' shouts erupted in the channel, igniting an unparalleled fighting spirit in an instant. Yeah, Qin. I like you like this. Pirates will win.
Choir shouted, slamming down the control stick, and suddenly, the entire Milan number rushed toward the battlefield like an arrow released from a bow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, the pirates, under dire circumstances, unleashed an astonishing power. 1,000 fighter jets and 2,000 Kree fighters engaged in a brutal battle over dozens of kilometers. Choir's hands seemed to be imbued with miraculous strength, crackling with incredible speed. This was not something that could be accomplished in just a few years. The fighter jets nimbly dodged the surrounding Kree fighters and charged toward Ronan's warship. They needed to save more comrades by destroying the jump point disruptor on Ronan's warship, otherwise, the pirates would ultimately perish under that seemingly slow but deadly attack. The disparity in strength was too great. Pure courage could only support them for a moment but could not change the overall battle situation.
Choir, save time.
Get as close to their landing pad as possible. I need to jump on board.
Snap! Qin Ge had already left his seat in the fighter. He affixed a palm-sized, round emergency spacesuit to the back of his neck.
A flash of light enveloped him, tightly wrapping his body in the spacesuit.
Choir, you better deliver on your promise. If you can't get me onto Ronan's warship, wait for me to kick your ass.
With a shout, Qin Ge yanked open the hatch at the back of the fighter. In the starry universe, 2 Kree fighters noticed Choir's scheme. The aircraft traced a graceful arc, speeding toward Choir's Milan number like arrows.
Qin, you won't succeed. This is my territory, and I won't let anyone invade. Choir shouted angrily.
The Milan number executed 2 consecutive 360-degree rolls, skillfully dodging the ambush of the 2 Kree fighters. The cannons at the front of the fighter spat out a scorching fire whip, instantly blowing up a Kree fighter that was chasing a pirate jet.
Qin, did you see that? I took down a Kree before you did. Choir's unique piloting style was making the enemy fighters suffer.
In just a few thousand meters of travel, the Milan number had already shot down 3 enemy aircraft.
Prepare.
Choir's voice rang out through the headset, hoarse from exertion. The tail of the Milan number erupted with a massive flame stream, resembling a fire dragon as it swept toward the entrance of Ronan's flagship's landing pad, with the airflow forming a huge arc. The belly of the Milan number was less than 5 meters away from the hull of Ronan's warship.
Qin, jump!
Choir shouted, his body pressed tightly against the seat, enduring tremendous centrifugal force.
Stop shouting, he's already jumped. Minerva reminded him from the side.
Choir looked out through the cockpit of the fighter and saw Qin Ge's figure appearing as a tiny black dot in the dark universe. Using the inertia of the fighter jet, Qin Ge flung himself toward the entrance of the warship.
Qin Ge's leap seemed to come with its own unique background music. Several pirates witnessed this thrilling scene. Zzz on the steel ground, Qin Ge's vibranium claws left 5 sparkling marks as they scraped across the surface.
Through the vacuum isolation barrier, Qin Ge could see several Kree soldiers rushing toward the entrance. Clearly, the enemy had already spotted him. He hesitated not for a moment. With powerful legs, he burst into the warship.
With a wave of his hands, a semi-transparent, spatial blade appeared in an instant. Whoosh! The spatial blade was thrown like a javelin, spinning in the air and emitting a whistling sound as it sliced through the atmosphere. Zzz, the 3 Kree soldiers that had just revealed themselves were instantly cleaved in half by the spatial blade, blue blood splattering across the floor. At this moment, Qin Ge had no way back. From the shadows behind him, 5 ghost shadow ninjas burst out, resembling peacocks fanning their tails, their gleaming samurai swords radiating a chilling glint. They charged toward the swarm of Kree soldiers. Shurikens and energy guns clashed as the 2 sides immediately engaged in fierce combat.
One side was numerous, while the other was immortal. Neither side would yield, and neither would back down. Some ghost shadow ninjas were struck and exploded by Kree energy guns, only to reappear behind another Kree soldier moments later. This bizarre scene quickly threw the Kree ranks into chaos. Boom! Qin Ge ignored the Kree soldiers on either side of the landing pad and sprinted straight ahead with maximum speed. His eyes glowed like two blazing suns. Two scorching golden energy beams shot out, incinerating everything in front of Qin Ge, including Kree soldiers, into a cloud of ash. He aimed to reach the command cabin where Ronan was located and destroy the enemy's jump point disruptor. Only in this way could more pirates survive. Bang! At the quarter of the warship, Qin Ge's heavy fist sent a Kree soldier flying over 10 meters, slamming hard against the wall and slowly sliding down 2 seconds later. 5 Kree soldiers rushing from behind swallowed hard, their energy guns already aimed at Qin Ge. In the blink of an eye, S.H.I.E.L.D's 5 samurai swords appeared out of thin air, slicing the 5 Kree soldiers in half. This scene played out repeatedly aboard Ronan's warship. No one could resist the surprise attack from Qin Ge and the 10 ghost shadow ninjas. When there were fewer people, they would use the ghost shadow ninjas for stealth attacks. When there were many, they would use the electric eye to sweep through. Qin Ge's speed continued to increase, making him seem like a bolt of lightning racing through the Kree warship. This time, Qin Ge unleashed all his firepower. Spatial blade, electric eye, and ghost shadow ninjas took turns attacking. In less than 20 minutes, Qin Ge had charged to the front of the ship. A spatial blade flew over 20 meters, skewering 2 Kree soldiers who had turned the corner. Suddenly, the wide metallic door of the command cabin slowly opened. Qin Ge frowned but stepped in without fear. Hound Prophet, Qin Ge, I didn't expect a little bug from planet C-53 would require me to come out personally, Ronan said, staring intently at Qin Ge from a rough metallic chair, his voice deep and grating like gravel in his throat. Qin Ge, however, ignored Ronan and scanned the interior of the warship. You want to find the jump point disruptor, don't you? No need to look, it's that device right next to you, Ronan said, pointing at a half-man-high square mechanical device just a step away. Here's the deal, Ronan, you turn off the disruptor, and I'll take the pirates and leave. From now on, we won't interfere with each other, and everyone will be happy, each going home. Qin Ge glanced at the spatial disruptor and blinked. Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, Ronan slowly stood up and walked toward Qin Ge, circling him and inspecting him from top to bottom. I heard you defeated 3 space pirates and joined the pirates' ranks, and you think after robbing 2 Kree Empire warships you can make demands in front of me? Qin Ge shrugged. Ronan, what kind of demand is this? I don't think so. To be honest, in my impression, you've become incredibly foolish. Moreover, you were indeed killed by your own stupidity. You might not understand my words now, but I have a suggestion, you could learn to dance. Actually, I've always dreamed of seeing you dance off against that Star-Lord choir. Otherwise, you will definitely die a miserable, miserable death. As Qin Ge rapidly babbled on, a look of confusion crossed Ronan's face, as the leaps in Qin Ge's information made it incomprehensible to him. Whoosh! In that moment of Ronan's daze, 4 ghost shadow ninjas appeared suddenly from all 4 directions, striking down toward Ronan's body. Boom! A transparent wave of air, like a sound wave, erupted from Ronan's hammer. The samurai swords in the hands of the 4 ghost shadow ninjas had not even touched his body before they were blasted into black mist by the energy wave. The attack did not cease. Qin Ge's eyes glowed with golden light, and the electric eye charged forward. Boom! 2 beams the thickness of a wrist struck directly into Ronan's chest. In an instant, accompanied by a burst of sparks, Ronan was propelled back over 5 meters, his feet leaving 2 dark marks on the steel floor. The entire command cabin fell into silence. Looking at Ronan, who remained standing, Qin Ge's eyes displayed an unusual seriousness. Is this your support? Ronan straightened up, his eyes flashing fiercely as he glared at Qin Ge. In the command cabin, a dark mark suddenly appeared on the chest armor of Ronan, where the electric eye beam had struck, slightly deforming the armor. Through the penetrated armor, one could see a small charred mark on Ronan's skin, with no other injuries evident. The powerful electric eye attack, which had fused gold and severed iron, failed to have any effect on Ronan for the first time. This indicated that the material of Ronan's armor was at least as good as vibranium, and his physical condition was beyond imagination. Qin Ge forcefully pushed off the ground with his right foot and charged at Ronan, quickly rubbing his hands together to summon a spatial blade. Amidst the sparks, the spatial blade collided violently with Ronan's war hammer. If your abilities are limited to this, then you can go die, Ronin shouted, pivoting his hammer and driving it hard into Qin Ge's abdomen. Qin Ge felt as if he had been kicked by an elephant, and the ferocious force sent him flying. Fortunately, the Bull Talisman not only granted him power but also modified his body, and combined with the cushioning effect of the vibranium suit, he sustained only minor injuries. After being sent flying 10 meters, Qin Ge stood up slowly, holding his abdomen and grimacing in pain. At that moment, he finally understood the terror of Ronin. No wonder Ronin could pin the entire Guardians of the Galaxy down by himself. Without the Power Stone's enhancement, the Guardians were no match for him. Just now, a casual strike from Ronin made Qin Ge immediately realize that the opponent's strength far exceeded his own.
Damn it, this battle is going to be tough.
Qin Ge fixed his gaze on Ronin, who stood just 1 meter away from the jump point disruptor, giving him no chance for a sneak attack.
Qin, the pirates can barely hold on, how much longer do you need? Minerva's voice came through the earpiece.
Soon, just hold on a little longer, Qin Ge replied and fell silent.
Turns out, the Hound Prophet is just a fraud.
I want these filthy pirates to die in despair, Ronin shouted, thrusting his warhammer toward Qin Ge, unleashing a wave of energy. Seeing this, Qin Ge did not hesitate for a moment, he leaped aside to dodge Ronin's attack. With a thunderous boom, the energy wave struck the metallic wall behind him, causing it to tremble slightly, showcasing its immense power. Whoosh! 10 ghost shadow ninjas appeared next to Ronin, unleashing a barrage of shining shurikens aimed at his joints.
Clang, clang, clang.
The shurikens were blocked by Ronin's armor, and the 10 ninjas charged at Ronin but found themselves powerless against him, unable even to touch his body. Even Qin Ge, usually so confident, had to admit that he felt somewhat helpless against Ronin. The electric eye could only cause minor damage, his strength was not on par with Ronin's, and their fighting skills were equally matched. The water shape control was useless here, like a skill that served no purpose. Qin Ge still hadn't discovered any extraordinary use for super strong teeth. Other than being adept at gnawing on bones, he had nothing left but the dual-hand current release. However, he couldn't be sure whether Ronin was immune to electric attacks. This guy was practically a superhero among the Kree. Seeing the ghost shadow ninjas sacrifice themselves in relentless assaults against Ronin, Qin Ge let out a heavy sigh. The remaining strategy relied on electric attacks combined with the electric eye, hoping to land a close-range hit on this guy. With a plan set, Qin Ge charged toward Ronin once more, summoning a spatial blade to throw at him. This kind of attack posed no real threat to Ronin, its only purpose was to create some trouble and provide Qin Ge an opportunity for close combat. Swish! Qin Ge's fingers extended into sharp claws, and ding, 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 and the claws left marks on the handle of Ronin's hammer. However, it was impossible to break it with just one attack. Ronin certainly wouldn't give Qin Ge such a chance. As the commander of the Kree Empire's fleet, Ronin had achieved great military feats across the galaxy, and his combat skills were at their peak. In the span of just 10 breaths, the two had exchanged no fewer than 20 blows. Qin Ge, at a disadvantage in strength, could only rely on his agile footwork, continuously darting around Ronin while his claws sparked against Ronin's armor. Time was running out for Qin Ge. If this dragged on, the pirates outside would inevitably suffer heavy losses. SZZ, another spark flashed as Qin Ge darted to Ronin's back. 2 ghost shadow ninjas coordinated with him, thrusting their swords toward Ronin's head. Buzz! An energy wave erupted from Ronin's hammer, sending the 2 ghost shadow ninjas flying. Now's the time. Qin Ge retracted his claws, dozens of deep blue electric arcs flickering across his fists. Seizing the opportunity, he landed a heavy punch on Ronin's back. Boom! Ronin was instantly enveloped in electrical energy. Good attack, but unfortunately, it's useless against me. Spitting arcs of electricity, Ronin spun around, using his hammer to trap Qin Ge against him, a show of brute force. Qin Ge had not anticipated that Ronin's armor could insulate against electric attacks. One misstep led to Ronin countering him. The thick hammer handle pressed tightly against Qin Ge's neck, and if he hadn't reacted quickly, bracing his hands against his throat, he might have been crushed in a single move. Ah! Qin Ge struggled against the pressure of the hammer handle with all his might, but Ronin's strength far surpassed his. In this standoff, the hammer handle continued to inch closer to Qin Ge's neck. System! Damn it, think of something, your host is about to meet his end. Qin Ge called out desperately to the system. Host, fully unleash your abilities and dig deep into your potential. You can do this, the system's cold voice rang out. Damn it, I don't need you to give me motivational speeches right now, tell me what to do.
3 seconds, 5 seconds, there was no response.
The hammer handle, as thick as an egg, pressed against Qin Ge's chin.
In just a few more seconds, Ronan would crush his neck.
Truly pathetic, that the pirates would rely on trash like you. Ronan sneered from behind Qin Ge, the hammer handle pressing down little by little. Despite Qin Ge's hands straining upward, it seemed futile. Golden energy beams erupted from Qin Ge's eyes, blasting 2 holes in the ceiling of the warship, but the damage was limited to that. The electricity coursing from his palms failed to affect Ronan, and the ghost shadow ninjas took turns slashing at Ronan, only to be blocked by his armor. At this moment, Qin Ge truly felt the helplessness and despair that Drax had once experienced. The glory of the pirates became worthless under Ronan's might. Inside the command cabin of the warship, the atmosphere felt as heavy as a block of lead, suffocating all within. The only sound was Qin Ge's labored breathing, echoing in the enclosed space as if it were about to fill the entire room. He gritted his teeth, the handle of the war hammer he gripped tightly had already struck against his white teeth, and it felt as though the next moment, that hammer would completely crush him. In a moment of desperation, Qin Ge could no longer care about anything else. He opened his mouth wide and bit down on the hammer handle that was nearly touching his lips. The hard hammer handle surprisingly felt as fragile as a crispy twist in his mouth. With a sharp crack, the hammer handle seemed to be on the verge of breaking under his bite. In that instant, the handle finally succumbed to the pressure and broke into 2 pieces. The weight on Qin Ge's body instantly lessened. He slightly bent his legs like a nimble rabbit and delivered a powerful kick to Ronan's chest, propelling himself forward like an arrow.
Ronan was kicked back a full 3 meters, stumbling as he fell. Pooh! Clang!
Qin Ge spat out the pieces of the hammer handle he had bitten off, which fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Looking at the metal fragments scattered on the floor, Qin Ge couldn't help but smile bitterly. His super-strong teeth had displayed such excessive destructive power at that moment. The ability from the demon Bogan had proven to have such incredible strength in this aspect, defeating even Ronan's vibranium armor that was difficult to penetrate. However, the thought of having to bite like a werewolf during battle filled him with a strange feeling, as if something was gently scratching at the bottom of his heart. It wasn't only Qin Ge who felt this. Ronan, facing him, appeared somewhat hesitant as well. He stared at the 2 broken pieces of the hammer in his hands and the clear bite marks on the fracture, and he couldn't help but question Qin Ge's biological nature. Whoosh! The ghost shadow ninjas charged at the dazed Ronan like phantoms, while Qin Ge sprang toward the jump point disruptor like a cheetah. I don't care what kind of monster you are, you will definitely die today. Ronan roared, launching the broken hammer handle toward Qin Ge with a shriek. In a split second, Qin Ge executed a roll to narrowly evade this deadly strike. With a thunderous crash, the energy wave struck the metallic wall behind him, causing it to tremble slightly, demonstrating its immense power. Whoosh!
The 10 ghost shadow ninjas lunged at Ronan, unleashing a flurry of shurikens aimed at his joints. Clang, clang, clang.
The shurikens were deflected by Ronan's armor, and the ninjas attacked him en masse but found themselves nearly powerless against him, unable to even touch his body. The usually overconfident Qin Ge had to admit that he felt somewhat helpless against Ronan. The electric eye could only inflict slight damage, and his strength was no match for Ronan's. Their fighting techniques were on par, but the water shape control was utterly useless here, like a skill that was only a hindrance. Qin Ge still hadn't discovered any remarkable capabilities with his super-strong teeth. Aside from being somewhat adept at gnawing on bones, he had nothing left but the dual-hand current release. However, he couldn't be sure whether Ronan was immune to electric attacks. This guy was practically a superhero among the Kree. Watching the ghost shadow ninjas continue to sacrifice themselves in relentless assaults against Ronan, Qin Ge let out a heavy sigh. The remaining strategy relied on electric attacks combined with the electric eye, hoping to land a close-range hit on this formidable opponent. With a determined heart, Qin Ge charged toward Ronan once more, summoning a spatial blade to throw at him. This kind of attack posed no real threat to Ronan. Its only purpose was to create some trouble and provide Qin Ge an opportunity for close combat. Swish! Qin Ge's fingers extended into sharp claws, and ding, 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 and the claws left marks on the handle of Ronan's hammer. However, it was impossible to break it with just one attack. Ronan certainly wouldn't give Qin Ge such a chance. As the commander of the Kree Empire's fleet, Ronan had achieved great military feats across the galaxy, and his combat skills were at their peak. In the span of just 10 breaths, the two had exchanged no fewer than 20 blows. Qin Ge, at a disadvantage in strength, could only rely on his agile footwork, continuously darting around Ronan while his claws sparked against Ronan's armor. Time was running out for Qin Ge. If this dragged on, the pirates outside would inevitably suffer heavy losses. SZZ, another spark flashed as Qin Ge darted to Ronan's back. Two ghost shadow ninjas coordinated with him, thrusting their swords toward Ronan's head. Buzz! An energy wave erupted from Ronan's hammer, sending the two ghost shadow ninjas flying. Now's the time. Qin Ge retracted his claws, dozens of deep blue electric arcs flickering across his fists. Seizing the opportunity, he landed a heavy punch on Ronan's back. Boom! Ronan was instantly enveloped in electrical energy. Good attack, but unfortunately, it's useless against me. Spitting arcs of electricity, Ronan spun around, using his hammer to trap Qin Ge against him, a show of brute force. Qin Ge had not anticipated that Ronan's armor could insulate against electric attacks. One misstep led to Ronan countering him. The thick hammer handle pressed tightly against Qin Ge's neck, and if he hadn't reacted quickly, bracing his hands against his throat, he might have been crushed in a single move. Ah! Qin Ge struggled against the pressure of the hammer handle with all his might, but Ronan's strength far surpassed his. In this standoff, the hammer handle continued to inch closer to Qin Ge's neck. System! Damn it, think of something, your host is about to meet his end. Qin Ge called out desperately to the system. Host, fully unleash your abilities and dig deep into your potential, you can do this, the system's cold voice rang out. Damn it, I don't need you to give me motivational speeches right now, tell me what to do. 3 seconds, 5 seconds, there was no response. The hammer handle, as thick as an egg, pressed against Qin Ge's chin. In just a few more seconds, Ronan would crush his neck. Truly pathetic, that the pirates would rely on trash like you. Ronan sneered from behind Qin Ge, the hammer handle pressing down little by little. Despite Qin Ge's hands straining upward, it seemed futile. Golden energy beams erupted from Qin Ge's eyes, blasting 2 holes in the ceiling of the warship, but the damage was limited to that. The electricity coursing from his palms failed to affect Ronan, and the ghost shadow ninjas took turns slashing at Ronan, only to be blocked by his armor. At this moment, Qin Ge truly felt the helplessness and despair that Drax had once experienced. The glory of the pirates became worthless under Ronan's might. In the hangar, Qin Ge slowly approached Yundu amidst the crowd of hundreds. Yundu, my pirate flame mark should be fine now, right? He asked, looking expectantly at Yundu. Yundu smiled slightly, his eyes filled with admiration. Of course, Prophet. If even you don't qualify, then no one in this hangar deserves to have it. With that, Yundu took a metal box and gently opened it, revealing a brass flame mark. He took it out with both hands and handed it to Qin Ge. Qin Ge, you are now a true pirate. Yundu glanced around at the other pirates, shouting loudly, listen up, everyone. Qin Ge is one of us. Good. Prophet. Prophet. The hangar was suddenly filled with a loud and synchronized cheer. Qin Ge accepted the flame mark, feeling a rush of emotions. He had almost lost his life to Ronan for this small mark, and it had not come easily. Unfortunately, it was a mission item, and he couldn't keep it as a permanent memento. Qin, to be honest, I'm really going to miss you, Yundu said softly. Qin Ge tucked away the mark and jokingly replied, but I just want to hurry and leave your broken ship. Yundu shook his head helplessly. Damn it, can't you not ruin this wonderful atmosphere? Qin Ge patted Yundu on the shoulder and jumped onto a table. This action made everyone realize that the renowned Hound Prophet among the pirates had something to say. The entire hangar fell silent, with hundreds of eyes fixed on Qin Ge. I'm very glad to have rescued everyone from the Kree's trap, but it's time for me to leave. As soon as Qin Ge's voice fell, the pirates showed expressions of surprise. Honestly, it was a surprise for me to join you pirates. I'm really happy to have met you all, even if you all look, well, not too good. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted from the surrounding pirates. Prophet, on our planet, I'm considered a standard handsome guy, a large-headed, small-eyed alien pirate shouted loudly. That's because the people from your planet have never seen me. Qin Ge laughed in response. Ha ha ha. The laughter echoed again in the hangar. Qin Ge raised his hand to quiet the laughter, his expression growing serious. I need to go back to find my girlfriend. Damn Kree, I haven't seen her in over 2 years, and I have to leave soon. Prophet, just because of a woman from Earth, you're going to abandon all the beauties of the universe, someone in the crowd teased loudly. Get lost, don't disgust me. Qin Ge joked in return. And so, the atmosphere in the hangar became lively with light-hearted banter. After talking for about an hour, everyone understood that the Hound Prophet, who had just made a name for himself on the battlefield, was really going to leave. The massive hangar doors slowly lifted, and with a series of thuds, hundreds of pirates pounded their fists against their chests, expressing deep respect for Qin Ge. "Choir, we'll meet again in the future. By the way, are you not going back to take a look?" Qin Ge asked, patting Peter Choir's shoulder. Choir shook his head. "No, that's a place that makes me sad. I don't want to go back for now." Qin Ge nodded in understanding, then, under everyone's gaze, boarded a fighter jet. With a roar, the fighter left a long trail of flames behind as it disappeared into the depths of the universe. In the cockpit, Qin Ge stretched lazily and turned to Minerva, saying, "Minerva, when we get back to Earth, you can be my housekeeper and bodyguard, okay?" Minerva was silent for a moment before replying slowly, "I'm just a prisoner, I have no choice." Qin Ge pouted and laughed, "You have quite a self-awareness, but once we get back to Earth, you'll be free." Minerva looked at Qin Ge in surprise. Qin Ge chuckled at her expression. "No need to be so surprised. We fought together, and you've earned my trust, so you'll be free." Minerva shook her head. "I think I'll stay on Earth for now. I can't go back to the Kree Empire." Qin Ge nodded in agreement. "All right, suit yourself." With that, Qin Ge closed his eyes. Marvel Sacrifice System. Host, Qin Ge. Lifespan, 80 years. Skills, Summon Ninja Ghost Shadow Ninja, Troll Ninja, Bull Talisman, Dual Hand Current Release, Spatial Blade, Water Shape Control, Pig Talisman, Super Strong Lung Capacity, Super Strong Teeth, Tear the Earth. Usable Sacrificial Items, none. System Mission, none. Temporary Mission, none. Looking at the Tear the Earth skill on the panel, Qin Ge recalled that this should be one of the abilities of the 8 great demons, the Earth King. Qin Ge opened his eyes and waved his right hand slightly toward the ground, but nothing changed. Looks like this skill, like water shape control, can only be effective in a special environment. The recent mission for the Pirate Flame Mark had granted Qin Ge 2 things, the Earth King skill he had just received, and 10 troll ninjas summoned after offering the Flame Mark. At that moment, Qin Ge had a thought and separated a piece of shadow from behind him, resembling flowing black liquid. Instantly, a massive ninja, 3 meters tall and nearly filling the cockpit, appeared on the ground. "Qin, this place is too small, your toy won't fit." Minerva, piloting the ship, couldn't help but remark as she saw Qin Ge summon the large ninja whose eyes glowed red. The troll ninja obediently sat inside the fighter jet, but even so, its head nearly touched the top of the cockpit, with a fist almost as wide as Qin Ge's shoulder. He. Watching the giant troll ninja before him, Qin Ge couldn't help but chuckle with delight. The troll ninja was not only a powerful minion but also an excellent meat shield. If he had 10 of these troll ninjas during the fight with Ronin, it would have made the battle much easier. System. Host. When can I summon all the ninjas of the Shadow Army infinitely? Host, the dark magic power you currently possess is not enough to summon all the ninjas. When your magical power is strong enough, you will naturally not be limited by quantity. Qin Ge stopped asking, the system's explanation was clear. The only thing limiting him was his magic power. He casually picked up a massive wrench from the toolbox, as thick as his arm, and with a slight effort, the wrench creaked and twisted, easily shaping it like dough. An unexpected surprise. Having gained the ability to summon 10 troll ninjas, Qin Ge found that his own strength had significantly increased. In Jackie Chan adventures, anyone wearing any shadow mask would experience a massive boost in physical abilities. Qin Ge estimated that his strength had increased by about 10 to 15 tons. Combined with the previous boost from the Bull Talisman, he could now deliver an attack force of nearly 30 tons at full capacity. "Qin, wake up." The sound of Minerva jolted Qin Ge from his nap. Rubbing his face, he asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Minerva hurriedly replied, "In 1 hour, we'll be back on C-53, no, back on Earth." At the mention of Earth, Qin Ge instantly became alert. He quickly left his seat and gazed out at the beautiful yet somewhat monotonous scenery of the wormhole. He muttered to himself, "It's been over 2 years. Ever since he was taken away from Earth by the Kree warship more than 2 years ago, he had missed home every moment. If it weren't for the system mission, he would have been back over an hour ago. This journey home had taken nearly a month. At this moment, Earth was likely approaching Christmas. Approaching the jump point. Minerva's voice sounded again. As the countdown reached 0, the scene in front of the ship changed dramatically. The fighter burst from the jump point into space, and the familiar sight of the moon and the blue planet Earth came into view.
Minerva, quickly find New York City. Qin Ge urged anxiously. Sitting in the pilot's seat, Minerva joked, Qin, you didn't seem this eager when facing Ronan. Qin Ge kept his eyes fixed on Earth and replied helplessly, I only have one girlfriend, can I not be anxious?
If we don't get back soon, Hill's kids will probably be old enough to walk. The fighter jet roared as it dove toward the surface, where it was night in New York. Like a ghost, Qin Ge's fighter slowly landed in the dense forest outside a villa. He jumped out of the fighter and dashed toward the lit-up villa. From a distance, he spotted Hill standing motionless on the second-floor balcony, staring blankly at the starry sky. Qin Ge quietly jumped up onto the balcony and stealthily approached Hill. Qin, tomorrow is Christmas, where are you right now? Hill asked as she finished her glass of red wine, softly uttering those words. Just as she turned around, strong arms wrapped around her tightly.
Ah!
Hill's eyes widened in shock, and when she recognized the face behind her, a familiar mouth covered hers. The familiar scent made Hill lose herself instantly, and with the boost of super lung capacity, the kiss lasted for a full 3 minutes. Only when Hill's face turned red did Qin Ge finally let her go.
Cough, cough, cough.
Suddenly, 3 soft coughs came from not far behind them.
Hi, Qin. I thought you would come back with a whole bunch of alien women. Melina smiled, staring intently at Qin Ge. No way, not a chance.
I've been keeping myself for Hill for 2 years now, Minerva can vouch for me, Qin Ge replied, still holding Hill closely.
Qin, is this the Hill you often mention? Minerva's voice suddenly rang out in the room. It was then that Melina and Hill realized that there was now a big blue beauty in the room. Minerva's appearance startled Melina, who instinctively took a couple of steps back.
Oh, I forgot to introduce her.
This is the Cree, Minerva.
Hill, you met her 2 years ago, Qin Ge said, pointing at Minerva. This is Melina, and this is Hill, he introduced the two to each other.
Qin, where exactly have you been for the past 2 years? Hill asked, holding Qin Ge's face with deep affection.
Qin Ge grasped Hill's hands and smiled, that's a long story.
Qin, I have all the time in the world.
I'm very interested in your outer space adventures, Melina chimed in, her eyes wide with curiosity.
Ah!
Instead of answering, Qin Ge bent down and picked Hill up in his arms, quickly heading toward the bedroom.
If you want to hear a story, wait 2 hours.
Hill and I have some urgent matters to attend to, he said, diving into the room. Outside, Melina and Minerva exchanged bewildered glances, then awkwardly averted their eyes.
Following Qin Ge's careless remark, he disappeared for a full 3 hours before finally coming downstairs with a satisfied expression.
If he had wanted to, Qin Ge could have clapped all night long, but unfortunately, Hill was just an ordinary person and couldn't keep up with his pace. This was a small regret. In the spacious living room on the first floor, 10 ghost shadow ninjas were bustling in and out, and in less than 20 minutes, a lavish hot pot was set on the table. When Qin Ge, Melina, and Minerva sat down, Hill slowly descended the stairs. Hill, sorry, I might have accumulated a bit too much, Qin Ge said, kindly helping Hill, who was walking a bit unsteadily, into her chair.
Qin, can you not talk about this? Do you know how loud your voices were just now? I bet the neighbors 500 meters away could hear you. Melina complained. He. Qin Ge sat down, smiling at Melina. I think you're just jealous. Alright, Qin, let's not talk about that. Tell us what you've been through. Hill quickly interrupted the two. Okay, let's eat while we talk.
Hill, after that Kree warship disappeared from the jump point, I ambushed their ship with Minerva until just over a month ago. I had jumped over 30 times before finally crossing at least 3 star systems to come back, Qin Ge recounted as the 4 of them enjoyed the hot pot. At the thrilling parts of the story, Hill couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Meanwhile, Melina had already set down her utensils, fully focused on listening to Qin Ge's tale. As a half-scientist, Qin Ge's experiences opened a door for her to understand the universe. Similarly, Melina finally realized that there were so many alien races living in this universe, truly a vibrant and grand spectacle. Qin, I really regret not going with you to that Kree warship, otherwise, I could have experienced the vastness of the universe too, Hill lamented. Don't worry, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. I consider this trip just a short journey, there are many races in the universe that I haven't seen yet, Qin Ge said while slurping a piece of well-cooked beef. The meal lasted for 3 full hours before everyone returned to their rooms to rest. Hill was already exhausted and resolutely refused to sleep with Qin Ge, drifting off to sleep alone. In the deep of night, filled with the joy of returning home, Qin Ge stood on the balcony, admiring the night view of Earth. He had never felt that the everyday scenes he had taken for granted were so captivating at this moment, and the solid feeling of being on the ground made him greedily savor the experience. "Qin, I've waited for you for 2 years, there are some things I need to explain to you." Suddenly, Minerva's voice came from behind. In the brightly lit basement of the villa, 4 individuals with varying skin tones, 1 woman and 3 men, stood quietly at this moment. They were the 4 super serum warriors that were obtained from Pierce. Looking at the 4 sharp-eyed Hydra assassins in front of him, Qin Ge's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light, and a hint of joy appeared on his face as he said, "Melina, you succeeded?" Melina nodded gently and said, "The mental control technology we discussed back then has actually taken the most difficult first step. Over the following days, we continuously improved and built upon it. Fortunately, with S.H.I.E.L.'s cost no object investment over the past 2 years, I finally achieved success half a month ago." As her words fell, Melina handed a palm-sized device to Qin Ge and continued, "I must say, those scientists at Hydra are both madmen and geniuses. Their understanding of the brain far exceeds that of the vast majority of scientists on Earth." Her large eyes fixed intently on Qin Ge, and she pointed to her own pristine forehead, saying, "They constructed a vast system of the basal ganglia, using precise scientific methods to control free will." After that, she pointed to one of the buttons on the controller in her hand and said, "As long as this button is pressed, they will completely lose consciousness. And now, they will only obey your commands, even if you order them to die, they will execute without hesitation." Qin Ge's gaze was firmly fixed on the 4 assassins before him. Number 1 was a strong bald white man, number 2 was a muscular white woman, number 3 was the shortest with an Asian face, and number 4 was a sturdy black man. Suddenly, Qin Ge walked up to the bald man and quietly observed him for nearly a minute, then suddenly said, "Punch me." As soon as he finished speaking, the long arm of the bald man instantly retracted and then shot out. His fist, as large as a bull, whistled through the air and struck fiercely towards Qin Ge's head. With a bang, Qin Ge gently extended his left hand and steadily blocked the bald man's punch. After carefully feeling the force, he slowly nodded, thinking to himself, "Strong enough, definitely not inferior to Bucky. From now on, you will be referred to as numbers 1 to 4. Without my command, you are not allowed to leave this villa, and you will serve as the villa's guards in your daily duties," Qin Ge said to the 4 of them. "Yes." The 4 looked at each other and then responded in unison. For these 4 cold-blooded killers, Qin Ge felt no burden in his heart. After all, not directly handling them was already the greatest mercy. "Qin, my mission is complete, and S.H.I.E.L.D. also has someone to keep her company. I should leave." "This was our agreement from the beginning," Melina suddenly said from the side. "In such a hurry?" Qin Ge asked involuntarily. "For the past 2 years, I haven't stepped out of this villa. I want to return to Bear Country, that's my true hometown," Melina said slowly. "If Dreykov asks, how will you explain these 2 years of disappearance? Time has proven that I did not betray him. Once I return, I will help him complete the research on the Red Room as soon as possible, so I can gain my freedom," she replied. "Freedom? I think you're overestimating it. Dreykov won't let you go easily." Qin Ge shook his head. Melina's gaze turned to Qin Ge as she said, "I am a wanted spy here, it won't be any more comfortable over there." "Alright, please don't try to persuade me anymore." Qin Ge did not continue to persuade her. Since Melina chose to leave, he did not insist further. Moreover, she rejected the check he offered, wanting to leave the money to Natasha and Elena as compensation from before. Watching Melina pack her things, Qin Ge turned and returned to his bedroom. Just as he was about to fall asleep, the door was gently opened, and under the faint moonlight, a graceful figure appeared at the doorway. In his sleepy haze, the figure slowly walked to the side of Qin Ge's bed, paused for 4 or 5 seconds, and then slipped under the covers, a warm pair of lips coming close. The feel and smell are off." Suddenly realizing that it wasn't Hill coming to feed him in the middle of the night, Qin Ge's eyes widened as he was about to sit up when a pair of arms tightly wrapped around his head. "Qin, I just want to leave a beautiful memory, give it to me." A soft voice entered Qin Ge's ears. "Is it Melina? What is going on?" Just as Qin Ge was about to speak, his mouth was blocked again, as Melina transformed into the Queen of the Night, tightly entangling him. Unable to withstand Melina's continuous advances, Qin Ge gradually succumbed to her tenderness. In the morning, a beam of winter sunlight shone on Qin Ge's face, and he slowly opened his eyes, finding himself alone beside him. Qin Ge smacked his lips, trying to savor the absurdity of the madness from yesterday, and then couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Afterward, Qin Ge went to the basement. Aside from the 4 super soldiers and a pile of cold equipment, Melina had already vanished without a trace. It wasn't until noon that Hill returned, looking radiant, her face full of astonishing vitality, making her appear extraordinarily beautiful.
Qin, where did Melina go? Hill asked while eating lunch at the dining table. She left. Qin Ge replied. Across from them, Minerva shot Qin Ge a meaningful glance. Ahem. Qin Ge cleared his throat. Let's eat.
I had made an agreement with Melina that as long as she completed that project, she would be granted her freedom. I don't want her to leave. Without her company, I would be much lonelier, Hill said with a hint of regret. There's nothing to be done, she said. Bear Country is her true homeland.
Hill nodded in understanding and didn't say anything more. After finishing lunch, the 4 super soldiers appeared in the villa.
Hill, from now on, when you go out, bring number 2 with you. She will be your personal bodyguard, Qin Ge said, pointing at number 2. Hill had been involved in the entire super soldier modification project, so she was not surprised by this.
Isn't it a waste to keep them all in the villa as guards?
Hill asked, curling up in Qin Ge's arms and looking at the 4 super soldiers. Don't worry, there will be a time for them to showcase their skills, Qin Ge said, stroking Hill's smooth long hair.
Qin, who are they? They look quite formidable, Minerva asked curiously from the side.
Super soldiers, modified with serum.
Want to give it a try? Qin Ge asked with a smile.
Sure. Minerva slowly walked up to number 2, her eyes carrying a hint of provocation. Number 2, spar with Minerva, but be careful not to hurt her.
Minerva immediately looked a bit displeased. Qin, are you underestimating me?
Although I'm not as strong as you, I won't be easily defeated by just anyone. Qin Ge shrugged, you'll find out if you try. Humph, I hope I can break your subordinate, then you'll see how confident you are. With a cold huff, Minerva's long leg instantly kicked towards number 2's head. With a whoosh, number 2 did not dodge or evade the incoming long leg, extending one arm to effortlessly catch it. Then, with a twist and pull, under Minerva's astonished gaze, number 2's right fist shot out like lightning. With a thud, Minerva was sent flying to Qin Ge's feet by a single punch.
Every Christmas Eve, a grand New Year's Eve party and fireworks celebration is held at Times Square in the Big Apple.
Not far from the square, in a luxurious high-rise hotel suite, Qin Ge, Hill, and Minerva are leisurely enjoying a lavish dinner while admiring the splendid fireworks outside the window. Gugu is happily munching on dried fish beside them, slowly wagging its chubby tail, and under Hill's careful feeding, it has almost turned into a round ball.
Qin, is this what your daily life is like? Minerva asked curiously while eating her steak.
Of course, I told you long ago, my days on Earth are quite comfortable. If it weren't for the grudges between the Kree and Skrulls, I wouldn't bother mingling with those ugly marauders in space, Qin Ge chuckled lightly, putting down his wine glass.
You really don't seem like a strong person. Aren't you afraid that this comfortable life will erode your fighting spirit?
Minerva said slowly after pondering for a moment. Upon hearing this, Qin Ge laughed again. You wouldn't understand, I don't need to constantly improve myself through one battle after another like you do. Hill, take out the gift and give it to Minerva. Hill turned around and retrieved a box, handing it to Minerva.
For me? Minerva asked, her face filled with confusion and surprise. That's right. As a comrade and subordinate who has accompanied me for 2 years, you deserve this gift.
Open it and take a look, Hill smiled and said.
Minerva quickly unwrapped the paper box, revealing an exquisitely crafted vibranium battlesuit and a check. What kind of suit is this?
It feels like a protective suit or combat gear, Minerva said curiously as she picked up the black vibranium suit. Of course, try it on and you'll know, Qin Ge said, his eyes shining with anticipation.
10 minutes later, Minerva reappeared beside them wearing the black vibranium suit.
It fits perfectly. Qin Ge praised, his eyes sparkling with admiration.
What special functions does this suit have? Minerva asked, pointing to the battlesuit in confusion.
Suddenly, Qin Ge pulled out a handgun from his body and shot directly at Minerva.
3 sparks flashed, yet Minerva remained unharmed. This is the vibranium suit. It's bulletproof, electrode-proof, and fireproof.
Here on Earth, I haven't found any weapon that can break through it, Qin Ge said proudly.
Thank you. Minerva instantly beamed with joy and sat down happily.
Just then, a rapid knock sounded on the hotel room door.
Come in. Qin Ge called out loudly.
The door opened, and Fury walked in with a cold aura. He was already wearing a black eye patch over his right eye, and upon seeing Qin Ge, a strange light flickered in his single eye. Qin Ge couldn't help but glance at Gugu, thinking to himself that it seemed Fury had ultimately not escaped the fate that awaited him.
Qin, why didn't you contact me when you came back? Fury casually sat down beside Minerva and said with a smile. At that moment, Fury finally noticed Minerva's blue skin and was taken aback. Is she a Kree? Fury said in surprise.
Fury, we only have a simple employer-employee relationship. You're not my boss, so I have no obligation to report my whereabouts to you.
Besides, do you have long legs? Do you have big waves?
I've been floating in space for 2 years, full of energy.
Now that I'm back, are you going to be my pimp?
Qin Ge teased, pouring a glass of wine for Fury with a smile.
Put. Seeing Fury's awkward expression, Hill couldn't help but laugh. Fury took a sip of wine and sighed contentedly. This wine isn't cheap.
And those 2 bodyguards outside, Qin, you're becoming more and more like a businessman.
You know my value is increasing, right? I have to look somewhat like a wealthy person. If I have to drive and cook myself, then what's the point of working hard to earn money?
By the way, I heard you borrowed those Kree prisoners?
Qin Ge lit a cigar, holding Gugu in his arms as he gently stroked it and looked up to ask. Yeah, I came today to talk to you about this.
You know, many research institutions want to study these Kree, so I'm here to ask if you're willing to sell them, Fury said after thinking for a moment.
You just said I'm a businessman.
As long as the money is right, anything can be negotiated. 1 billion for a Kree. Qin Ge's smile grew even wider as he poured another glass of wine for Fury. Fury thought for a moment and nodded. Sure, after all, this money isn't coming from S.H.I.E.L.D. Suddenly, Fury pulled out a document from his coat pocket and handed it to Qin Ge. After the Kree left, I devised a plan. Qin Ge casually flipped open the first page of the document and his expression instantly turned serious. He quickly pushed the document back.
I refuse.
Qin Ge said decisively.
Fury was about to say something, but was cut off by Qin Ge. Aren't you going to take a look?
To be honest, I always thought you had a heart of justice for helping Carol and me deal with the Kree.
Qin Ge smiled. Fury, stop flattering me. It's just the Avengers. As the prophet, how could I not know your thoughts?
As for justice, as long as the money is right, you can ask me to capture 100 Kree, no problem.
You're really not going to consider it? Fury's eyes widened in disbelief.
I don't want to get involved in that trouble. The Earth will keep spinning without me.
I told you long ago, stop trying to get my attention, Fury.
This is a private moment, Qin Ge reiterated, signaling for him to leave.
All right, if you change your mind, you can send me a message.
By the way, congratulations on coming home, Fury said, seeing Qin Ge's firm attitude, and reluctantly stood up.
Thank you.
Qin Ge stood up to bid farewell to Fury. Temporary mission released, please check the host.
Suddenly, the system's voice rang in Qin Ge's mind. Marvel Sacrifice System. Host, Qin Ge. Lifespan, 80 years.
Skills, Summon Nika Ghost Ninja, Troll Ninja, Ox Talisman, Release Electric Current with both hands, Spatial Blade, Water Shape Control, Pig Talisman, Super Lung Capacity, Super Strong Bite, Tear the Earth. Items available for sacrifice, none. System mission, obtain Fury's eye patch non-violently and sacrifice it.
Incomplete. Temporary mission, none.
Fury, wait. Just as Fury reached the door, Qin Ge suddenly called out to him.
Qin, have you changed your mind?
I knew it, as an Earthling, you wouldn't stay out of it, Fury said with a smile.
Qin Ge walked up to Fury. You misunderstood. I have a small request.
If you can agree, I can help you out for free once.
Fury was taken aback. What request?
Qin Ge pointed at his black eye patch. Give that to me, I'm very interested in it. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the room was stunned, filled with confusion.
The eye patch? Qin, are you sure you're not joking?
This thing isn't worth much. I could get you a whole truckload for $10,000, Fury asked with a puzzled expression. No, I just want the one you're wearing right now. Qin Ge shook his head, his eyes shimmering with determination. Seeing the serious expression on Qin Ge's face, Fury pondered for a moment, then slowly removed the eye patch and handed it to Qin Ge, revealing his left eye, with a distinct scar clearly visible. Here you go. To use something that can exchange for the Han Prophet promise, that's a super lucrative deal, Fury said with a smile. Qin Ge stood quietly in front of the hotel's floor-to-ceiling glass, tightly holding the eye patch in his hand, a feeling of unreality creeping up on him. He had never experienced a task that was completed so smoothly and quickly. Everything felt too easy.
Sacrifice. Just 3 minutes passed.
The Marvel Sacrifice System interface displayed. Host, Qin Ge. Lifespan, 88 years. Skills, Summon Nika Ghost Ninja, Troll Ninja, Ox Talisman, Release Electric Current with both hands, Spatial Blade, Water Shape Control, Pig Talisman, Super Lung Capacity, Super Strong Bite, Tear the Earth, Anaerobic Survival. Items available for sacrifice, none. System mission, none. Temporary mission, none. The eye patch in his hand dissipated like smoke, and as Qin Ge looked at the data on the system panel, the corners of his mouth slowly rose, revealing a sweet smile. With such a task, a sense of inexplicable anticipation surged within him, as if he was silently shouting in his heart, "Bring on more tasks like this." In less than 10 minutes, his lifespan had increased by 8 years, and he had gained the anaerobic survival skill from the first among the 8 demons. Now, he could freely survive in space, as if he was gradually evolving towards a non-human state. "Qin, Merry Christmas." At that moment, Hill gently hugged Qin Ge from behind and whispered in his ear. "Qin Ge, long time no see, Merry Christmas." Another voice chimed in, and Qin Ge instinctively responded. However, the next moment, he suddenly pulled Hill behind him and cautiously glanced toward the center of the room. There sat a bald man in a bright yellow robe, quietly watching him with a calm gaze. Not far away, Minerva was tensed, her long legs ready to spring into action at any moment. "Minerva, relax, this is my friend." Qin Ge quickly released Hill and gestured for Ancient One to come over and sit on the sofa. While speaking, he poured a glass of wine for Ancient One, saying, "Master Ancient One, long time no see. I don't have hot tea, so I can only offer you red wine." Ancient One gazed intently at Qin Ge for a few seconds and then slowly said, "If I hadn't sensed the pure human aura, I would have thought you were a legendary vampire. It seems that time has truly left no mark on you." "Ha ha ha, Master Ancient One, compared to you, I'm just a junior. If I can stay this young at your age, I'd be quite satisfied," Qin Ge replied with a meaningful smile. "Qin Ge, endless life sometimes feels more like a prison," Ancient One calmly responded, not denying her age. "Yes, but ultimately, it's a choice of one's own, isn't it?" Qin Ge said softly, while Ancient One remained still. "Qin, for the past 2 years, you've been wandering on the edge of danger. I worry that you might eventually disturb the timeline," Ancient One said with concern. "Don't worry, Master Ancient One, I'm not bored enough to seek death," Qin Ge reassured her with a smile. At this moment, Qin Ge seemed to remember something and quickly asked, "Master Ancient One, has Camartage recently taken in apprentices named Mordo and Caecilius?" He recalled that when he first visited Camartage, there was no Mordo, and by 1997, Mordo brought the devastated Caecilius, who had lost his wife and daughter, to Camartage, laying the groundwork for later events in Doctor Strange. Ancient One looked at Qin Ge with slight confusion. "That's right, what did you see from the future?" No, Master Ancient One, you misunderstood. Even if I saw something, I wouldn't interfere. Look, I have a whole family to support." Qin Ge waved his hand hurriedly. But a big question surged in his heart. Logically, if Ancient One could know about Doctor Strange's past and future, she shouldn't be unaware of Caecilius' future actions. But if Ancient One knew what Caecilius would do in the future, why would she allow him to slaughter the library keeper of Camartage and the mages of the London Sanctum? This was the biggest puzzle he had when he watched Doctor Strange. Perhaps, the only reason that could explain this was that to glimpse into one's future, Ancient One needed to pay a certain price. Otherwise, the idea of sacrificing the librarian and a few mages to fulfill Doctor Strange's destiny was too horrifying. If it were him, he might not be able to do that. "Qin Ge, if you can think this way, that's great. Isn't your ideal to become a billionaire? Keep that dream alive," Ancient One said with a slight smile. Upon hearing this, Qin Ge shook his head amusingly. "Master Ancient One, I can't tell if you're encouraging me or mocking me." At this point, Ancient One stood up. "Just take it as encouragement. By the way, your cat is quite unique." As soon as she finished speaking, Ancient One waved her arm gently, and a bright orange teleportation portal appeared, after which she stepped in and vanished from the living room. Meow. At that moment, Gugu, who had been snoring on the sofa, let out a soft meow, waking Hill and Minerva, who were stunned in the room. "Qin, is this Ancient One the master you said you were going to find in Nepal?" Hill asked excitedly. As a university student educated in modern science for decades, encountering such unscientific magical power suddenly piqued her strong interest. "Yes, she is Master Ancient One, the supreme sorceress of Camartage, the most powerful sorcerer on Earth," Qin Ge replied casually. "Qin, Earth really is terrifying. It hides so many powerful beings," Minerva said, her heart still trembling. Qin Ge could sense her shock. Initially, in Minerva's understanding, Earth was a desolate place, completely backward, but Ancient One's appearance shattered her perception once again.
Of course, the hidden superheroes here are formidable. Most of them, like Ancient One, won't appear in the mundane world. Moreover, she promises to only deal with magical threats from the universe.
If you had encountered this Ancient One back then, I think even Ronin would have been beaten to a pulp, Qin Ge teased.
Qin, can't you be a bit more civilized?
Hill interjected as she heard Qin Ge's crude remarks, immediately playing the role of a qualified helper. Alright, I mean if Ronin encountered Ancient One, he would be beaten to a pile of excrement, Qin Ge thought for a moment and said. Hill rolled her eyes in exasperation.
Minerva, I'm leaving the Big Apple tomorrow.
Get ready to say goodbye to Hill properly.
Are you just standing here to observe?
Qin Ge approached, wrapping his arms around Hill and chuckling.
Hill, I really don't know how you can tolerate him.
Minerva shot a resentful glance at Hill before directly leaving the room.
Qin, are you really going to be gone for a while?
Hill asked in his embrace.
Yeah, do you remember Natasha and Yelena?
Qin Ge gently stroked Hill's hair while asking. Of course, you said you wouldn't interfere in their matters anymore, Hill replied. I might try to change some things. Don't worry, I just don't want their fate to be so tragic, but I'm a bit concerned. Qin Ge gazed out at the reveling crowd on the street, speaking softly.
Concerned about what? Invisible enemies.
2 days later, time quietly flowed to the airport in St. Petersburg, the capital of the Bear Country. Qin Ge slowly walked out of the aircraft, taking a deep breath of fresh air. Immediately, a long white plume of breath shot out like an arrow. The frosty weather, with its biting cold, seemed to tell of the harshness of the place. Qin Ge had a clear purpose for coming to St. Petersburg, to find Melina, and through her, locate the Red Room, allowing Natasha to directly join S.H.I.E.L.D. He hoped to avoid Natasha's dark past during her time as a Red Room operative, not wanting her to bear the unpayable blood debts throughout her life. Qin Ge clearly remembered that Natasha graduated from the Red Room in 1998, although he did not know the specific date, so after the new year, he set off on a journey to find her. For Qin Ge, he could never forget the hopeful look in Natasha's eyes 3 years ago when she flew to Cuba. Just then, the voice of the system sounded in his mind. System mission has been released, please check. Host.
Host, Qin Ge. Lifespan, 88 years.
Skills, summon Nika Ghost Ninja, Troll Ninja, Ox Talisman, release electric current with both hands, Spatial Blade, Water Shape Control, Pig Talisman, Super Lung Capacity, Super Strong Bite, Tear the Earth, Anaerobic Survival.
Items available for sacrifice, none. System mission, make Natasha Romanoff a complete woman. Temporary mission, none.
At the moment Qin Ge's foot just stepped onto the ground of the plane's staircase, the system's voice rang in his head. His body paused, and he angrily exclaimed, Natasha is only 15 years old. You're truly a beastly system, I refuse this task.
Host, Natasha will undergo an irreversible sterilization procedure after graduation from the Red Room.
Please preserve her right to become a mother.
Hearing the system's explanation, Qin Ge's face flushed red as he realized his misunderstanding. Ahem, sorry system, it was a misunderstanding, an absolute misunderstanding.
Host, great thoughts are often easily misunderstood.
Are you looking down on me?
Qin Ge replied, bantering with the system as he quickly left the airport terminal. 3 days later, at dusk, Qin Ge found himself at a small farm in the suburbs of St. Petersburg. Melina walked slowly into the room, carrying a pile of food, and hung her coat on the hanger by the door.
Melina, long time no see.
A voice suddenly came from behind her, startling Melina. She stood frozen in place, her face filled with surprise. Qin Ge sat on the sofa, looking at Melina's astonished face and revealing a warm smile.
Qin, how did you find this place?
Melina quickly walked to Qin Ge's side, her eyes fixed on him, filled with confusion.
It took some effort. By the way, where's Alexei?
I haven't seen him, Qin Ge asked with concern.
Melina sat down across from Qin Ge, sighed slightly, and said, Alexei and I were only pretending to be a couple.
Once the mission was completed, we parted ways. However, I heard that he rejected Dreykov's task assignment and is now imprisoned in a Siberian prison. Qin Ge nodded gently, knowing that Alexei's fate had not changed and that he had no plans to rescue him, seeing it as a form of atonement for abandoning Natasha and Yelena back then.
I promised to protect Natasha and Yelena. Now is the time to fulfill that promise. You won't refuse to tell me her location, will you?
Qin Ge said,
his gaze fixed and resolute on Melina.
A hint of disappointment crossed Melina's face, but she quickly regained her composure. She shook her head and said, "I'm only responsible for the technical development work. I don't know the other details of the Red Room. I only heard that Natasha's batch of trainees seems to be undergoing their graduation assessment on a deserted island 2 days ago."
"I'm sorry. Deserted island? Assessment?"
Qin Ge murmured softly, his eyelids drooping in thought.
After a moment, he smiled and said, "It's fine. Isn't that how spy agencies operate? Only the higher-ups probably know the inside details."
He silently breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that he had arrived in time to catch Natasha's graduation. He knew that during every graduation ceremony, the Red Room would place dozens of girls who had studied together for 3 years on a deserted island. Over the course of 2 weeks, these girls would have to fight each other, and only one could walk off the island to become the true Black Widow.
This method of training was extremely cruel.
"Melina, tell me the name of a high-ranking official in the Red Room who can provide Natasha's location."
Qin Ge's eyes revealed a hint of urgency. "Boryezinev. He's the field instructor responsible for Natasha's batch of trainees." After a moment's hesitation, Melina replied. "How do I find this person?" Qin Ge asked, his gaze fixed on Melina.
At that moment, Melina looked at her wristwatch and said, "Today is Sunday.
This person likes to attend an opera at St. Petersburg's largest opera house every week. All right, today is truly a lucky day,"
Qin Ge said with a smile as he stood up.
"But it's my lucky day. Qin, won't you stay for the night?" Melina asked anxiously as she saw Qin Ge preparing to leave. "Natasha is still suffering on that deserted island.
I don't want her to wait a single second longer."
Qin Ge ignored Melina's plea and quickly left the room.
Watching Qin Ge gradually disappear into the cold, dark wilderness, Melina stood at the door for a long time, lost in thought. In a high-end villa in the urban area of St. Petersburg, field instructor Boryezinev parked his car, whistling as he opened the door.
Suddenly, the lights in the living room brightened, startling Boryezinev.
Before he could react, he saw Qin Ge staring at a photo in the center of the living room.
Boryezinev reacted quickly. In less than a second, his hand was already reaching for the gun at his waist. Bang!
However, a sharp pain made him double over as a ghost ninja had already punched him in the right rib, while a katana was pressed against his neck.
"Boryezinev, do you think watching opera can alleviate your guilty conscience and stop you from having nightmares at night?"
Qin Ge turned around, raising the family photo in his hand with a mocking smile. "I don't know what you're talking about." Boryezinev quickly calmed down, responding in a flat tone.
TSK.
As a Red Room's operative instructor, you must have learned how to deal with interrogations.
However, I wonder if you've encountered my methods before."
Qin Ge waved his hand, the smile vanishing from his face, replaced by a cold demeanor.
"Ah!"
Boryezinev let out a scream as one of his ears flew off, blood gushing down his face and staining the collar of his coat. "I want the coordinates of the location where Natasha's batch of trainees conducted their graduation assessment 2 days ago."
"I'm only asking you if you can take me there?" Qin Ge's eyes revealed determination. "There's heavy security on that island, ah."
Before Boryezinev could finish his sentence, the other ear flew off as well.
"It seems you didn't understand what I said. I'm only asking if you can take me there."
Qin Ge maintained a lazy demeanor, as if everything happening in front of him was irrelevant.
"I can't do that. Dreykov will kill me,"
Boryezinev wailed, his eyes filled with fear.
This time, the katana did not fall. Qin Ge held the photo in his hand, walked up to him, and pointed at the 2 little girls in the picture, saying, "You want to be a martyr? I can fulfill that for you. However, these 2 children should meet the standards of a Black Widow. Once you're dead, I'll send them to the Red Room. Since you're loyal to Dreykov and the Red Room, you wouldn't mind sacrificing your daughters, would you?"
"I believe Dreykov will take great care of them."
"Let them go. You're a devil,"
Boryezinev shouted in despair, pinned down by the ghost ninja.
"A devil?
Perhaps, but what qualification do you have to judge me?" Qin Ge replied coldly, his eyes gleaming with icy light. On a deserted island spanning several kilometers in the Barents Sea, a lithe girl gracefully leaped over a dry branch and quickly hid behind a natural haystack. Her slightly panicked face glanced anxiously behind her, and then, as if releasing all her strength, she leaned wearily against the haystack, her small hands digging into her hair as she murmured, "Why is it like this? Why is it like this?" Natasha never expected that after enduring 3 years of the most brutal training, she would be faced with such a dark moment. Just moments ago, the voice of Dreykov had come through her communicator, informing her that among the more than 20 Black Widows who had landed on the island, only one could leave alive. Watching her former friends suddenly attack each other like mad women, Natasha ran desperately, seeking a place to hide on the island. She didn't want to be killed, nor did she want to kill. A strong sense of helplessness surged in her heart. She thought her inner strength was enough, having endured even the toughest training, and even the instructors praised her as the most outstanding student at the Red Room in years. Yet now, facing comrades she considered family, she almost broke down. "Brother, when will you appear again?" Natasha's heart surged with the image of Qin Ge, who always wore a warm smile. Suddenly, a sound of a broken twig snapped Natasha out of her memories. She instantly became alert, slowly standing up, just as she was about to peek around the haystack to see the source of the sound. A dull thud came from behind her head. In that split second, Natasha hesitated not at all and rolled forward, leaping out of her original position. Behind her, a spear made from a tree branch the thickness of her wrist stabbed into the haystack she had just vacated. If she had been even half a second late, the spear would have pierced her head. "Kretina, who did you kill?" Natasha stood up, her eyes wide with astonishment as she looked at the bloody spear in the hands of a black girl opposite her. The black girl, with a cold expression, thrust the spear towards Natasha, saying, "Natasha, you are the best among this batch of trainees. Only by killing you can I leave this island alive." You heard Dreykov's words. Here, only one person can survive. Natasha shouted in a low voice, "There must be another way. We can't just sell ourselves like this." A flicker of impatience crossed the black girl's face, and she thrust the spear toward Natasha urgently. "Stop being so naive. Don't you understand the Red Room's methods? They won't let us leave alive." Natasha quickly stepped back 2 paces to avoid the spear. "Kretina, I don't want to fight you. I won't give up until the very last moment." During her evasive maneuver, Natasha didn't notice a branch under her feet, stumbling slightly as she lost her balance. The black girl, seeing this, had a glimmer of excitement and surprise in her eyes, and aimed the spear at Natasha's chest. A hint of sorrow flashed in Natasha's eyes. Her earlier actions had been intentional to see if the girl truly wanted to kill her. Just as she tried to evade the spear, a shadow darted out from behind the black girl, and a glint of a blade flashed. "Don't!" Natasha saw it clearly but couldn't react in time. Next, with a hiss, the black girl's head shot up over a meter, and bright red blood gushed out like a pillar, steaming in the cold air. The headless body staggered forward a few steps before collapsing at Natasha's feet. Natasha stood dumbfounded, staring at the corpse on the ground and the shadowy ninja across from her, her brow furrowing, then her eyes began to shine brighter and brighter. "Brother, brother," Natasha cried out in extreme joy. She remembered that night in Cleveland when Qin Ge fought against the alien Shaka. She and her sister had seen this ghostly ninja. Back then, she and her sister thought it was just a magical illusion created by Qin Ge's subordinates, but now she realized that the ninja with glowing red eyes was far from simple. Natasha turned around, and 5 meters away, Qin Ge stood in the grass, dressed in a black jacket, jeans, and sunglasses, a faint smile on his lips. Natasha's eyes brimmed with tears. Qin Ge looked just as he had the first time she saw him in Ohio. Watching Natasha cry silently, as if a dam had burst, Qin Ge felt a surge of emotions. 15-year-old Natasha now sported a thick braid and wore a black combat suit. Though her face still held a hint of youthfulness, her overall appearance and demeanor were approaching that of the peak Black Widow. Then, Qin Ge slowly opened his arms. "Brother!" At that moment, Natasha shouted and leaped into Qin Ge's embrace, her head nuzzling against him repeatedly. Qin Ge's smile widened. At this moment, Natasha had transformed back into the little girl from Ohio who loved to cling to him. "Brother, why did you suddenly disappear 3 years ago in Ohio? Don't lie to me, I'm not that little girl anymore." After 3 minutes of nuzzling, Natasha finally lifted her head to look at Qin Ge, slowly extending her hands to cover his face, wiping away her tears. Qin Ge, with a hint of regret, said solemnly, "Natasha, I'm sorry. Back then, I encountered a powerful sorcerer who took me to another dimension." Seeing the pure gaze of Natasha in his arms, Qin Ge paused, then continued, "All right, Natasha, I was hesitant back then, but this time, I won't let you return to the Red Room." With that, Qin Ge held Natasha tightly, lowering his head to inhale the simple fragrance of her hair. "This time, you must not slip up," Natasha shouted, gripping Qin Ge's arm tightly. Qin Ge nodded heavily. "Don't worry, I'll take you and Yelena to America. This time, no one can take you away." Suddenly, a gunshot rang out in the distance, breaking the moment for the two of them.
Natasha was about to rush out when Qin Ge pulled her back. Natasha, right now, you just need to be a princess.
With a thought, four ghost ninjas sprang from the shadows behind him, rushing toward the sound of the gunfire.
In less than a minute, a mocking smile appeared on Qin Ge's face.
Natasha, it seems the Red Room has discovered someone has intruded onto this island and sent out troops to search. Seeing the powerful and confident aura emanating from Qin Ge, Natasha's smile widened, and she held tightly onto his hand, relishing the feeling of being cared for. On that desolate, uninhabited island, Qin Ge held Natasha's hand tightly, stealthily moving along the withered yellow grass in one direction.
In the distance, a helicopter sent by Bolonyazov stood quietly in a small grove.
However, the surrounding grass, over half a person tall, was intermittently punctuated by sparse gunfire, as if narrating an impending battle.
Qin, who was firing? Natasha asked, confusion filling her eyes as she tightly gripped Qin Ge's arm.
Qin Ge glanced around carefully and replied slowly, some Black Widows are exchanging fire with the soldiers who landed.
Some of the girls have even gotten their hands on weapons.
Seeing Natasha hesitate to speak, Qin Ge understood her thoughts. She wanted him to help those Black Widows. But he was not in the state of mind to do so. The mysterious entity that Ancient One spoke of had yet to reveal its true face, and he had to be ready for any more intense battles that might come.
Natasha, we're not safe ourselves right now.
There might be even stronger enemies appearing later, so I can't be distracted by saving those Black Widows, Qin Ge said firmly, continuing forward without looking back.
Natasha silently followed behind him, not saying anything further.
The two soon arrived beside the grove, where a small clearing not far away held the helicopter that Qin Ge had arrived in. At that moment, Qin Ge, who was in the lead, suddenly stopped. He cautiously looked around and shouted, "Come out!
Let me see how many of you have come."
As soon as he finished speaking, soldiers dressed in camouflage from the Great Bear Country emerged like ghosts from the grass and behind trees. About 120 Special Forces soldiers surrounded the two, with their assault rifles all aimed at them, ready to fire at any moment.
With a clang, the helicopter's door slowly opened, and a fat man with a pistol emerged, pointing it at Bolonyazov.
He glared at Qin Ge and Natasha, anger burning in his eyes, and said, "Natasha, I am very disappointed. I always thought you were the most outstanding agent trained with the old spy methods, so I hesitated to experiment with those unstable techniques on you.
It's a pity you chose to betray the Red Room, all for this pretty boy? And he's yellow-skinned too."
Natasha was about to step forward, but was stopped by Qin Ge.
He took a step forward, disgust evident in his eyes, and said, "Dreykov, if you speak to Natasha in that for your own good tone again, I'll knock your teeth out. You killed Natasha's mother and sent her to the Red Room for sterilization, yet you still act all pitiful. It's disgusting to look at." Dreykov frowned and asked suspiciously, "Who are you? What did you do to make my instructor betray the Red Room?"
"Sir, I'm being threatened by this person. He's using my daughter to threaten me.
Please, let me go."
At that moment, Bolonyazov, under the gun's pressure, looked terrified and pleaded. "Bolonyazov, once you join the Red Room, nothing belongs to you anymore," Dreykov said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, a bullet shot through Bolonyazov's head. His eyes widened in disbelief, unable to close even in death.
"I love to see this kind of dog-eat-dog drama," Qin Ge said with a slight smile. "Who told you about the Red Room?"
"If you can tell me, I am willing to show mercy once more and let you and Natasha live," Dreykov said slowly, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. "Heh, it seems the Red Room isn't as powerful as you imagine, not even knowing the legendary Hound Prophet. You see, this nickname can intimidate countless marauders in the universe. Even the Star Pirates of the Void and the Star Troops of the Kree Empire wouldn't dare to act recklessly in front of me. So, you should dissolve the Red Room quickly, looking like a pig but even dumber than one," Qin Ge mocked mercilessly.
"Hound Prophet? Go to hell with your nonsense." Dreykov shouted angrily, raising his hand, and instantly, hundreds of assault rifles unleashed a torrent of fire and smoke.
However, just a second later, the gunfire abruptly ceased, and all the Special Forces soldiers looked at each other with fear in their eyes, then retreated in unison. Surrounding Qin Ge and Natasha were three trolls, over 3 meters tall, dressed in black ninja attire and with narrow crimson eyes, standing silently in 3 directions. Their bodies, thicker than door frames, served as an impenetrable barrier, blocking all incoming bullets.
"Damn it, shoot!" Dreykov, having already hidden behind 2 special soldiers, shouted in panic.
Qin Ge's face emerged between the trolls, a cold smile crossing his lips.
"Now it's my turn."
With a thought, he bent down, slammed both palms against the ground, and shouted, "Tear the earth apart." As soon as his palms touched the ground, there were sounds like cracking stone.
Suddenly, 6 lightning-like fissures appeared in the ground in 6 directions, widening as they extended further away.
By the time they reached the special forces 20 meters away, the cracks had become 4 meters wide and bottomless like the mouth of an abyss.
Damn! Who the hell is he? God, what are we fighting against? Retreat, this person is not human. Ah! In an instant, screams and wails mixed together as unfortunate soldiers accidentally fell into the fissures and vanished from sight.
The remaining soldiers, witnessing this, were already terrified and lost their fighting spirit. They could face death when armed, but the man before them seemed to have stepped out of a novel or movie as a sorcerer. No one wanted to stay and continue risking their lives. Dreykov, escorted by 2 soldiers, had already fled the scene in a panic. A few seconds later, Qin Ge brought his hands together, and the entire winding ground disappeared without a trace, leaving only 6 fresh traces of dirt to prove that a thrilling battle had just occurred. With a snap of his fingers, the 3 trolls also vanished without a trace, and the surroundings fell into dead silence. Qin Ge took Natasha's hand and slowly walked towards the helicopter, saying, "Natasha, what you just saw is magic." On the plane, while Natasha started the engines, she turned to Qin Ge, curiosity filling her eyes. "Qin, this world is really more complex than I imagined. Every time I show magic, I have to explain it. It's really frustrating.
If you don't like it, I can offer you some other good things."
"This magic is exclusive to the Hound Prophet and cannot be shared with you," Qin Ge said, lighting a cigar with a helpless expression.
The helicopter slowly ascended, and at this moment, Natasha wasn't in a hurry to leave.
After the recent events, she believed Dreykov no longer had the guts to trouble Qin Ge. The helicopter gradually flew towards the sea, and Qin Ge finally breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that if those enemies were just the ones he faced earlier, even 10 times more wouldn't frighten him.
"Brother, what is that?"
Suddenly, Natasha exclaimed, her gaze fixed on a mysterious shadow that seemed to have appeared on the sea ahead of the helicopter. On the calm and icy surface of the sea, hundreds of meters above the helicopter, a massive dark cloud appeared without warning. Within that cloud, dense flashes of lightning flickered, as if concealing endless mysterious power. Qin Ge gazed silently at the ominous clouds ahead of the helicopter, and after a moment of contemplation, he slowly said, "Natasha, we need to go around." As soon as he finished speaking, the helicopter made a sharp turn and sped off in another direction. However, the strange clouds seemed to possess unimaginable speed, actually catching up to them faster than the helicopter.
This is bad.
In less than 3 seconds, the helicopter was about to be completely enveloped by the stormy cloud. In this critical moment, Qin Ge abruptly pulled Natasha into his embrace. Without hesitation, he kicked the glass in front of the helicopter, shattering it instantly, and the icy cold wind rushed into the cabin. Then, without a second thought, Qin Ge leaped out of the helicopter. Just as he jumped out, within 2 seconds, the helicopter was fully engulfed by the storm cloud and transformed into countless fragments that rained down toward the sea. Holding Natasha, Qin Ge plummeted from 200 meters high like a shooting star. As they fell halfway, 2 ghost shadow ninjas suddenly appeared on either side, spreading their limbs as if flying with wing suits, gliding swiftly through the air.
Each reached out their right hand and tightly grasped Qin Ge's shoulders.
Instantly, the 2, who had been falling like lead weights, slowed down and began to glide diagonally toward the sea. The surface of the sea was within reach. Qin Ge focused his mind, and a water column, a full meter high, erupted from the sea, forming a table-sized platform beneath his feet. With a thud, Qin Ge landed steadily on top of the water column, sending up ripples in the water. At this moment, Natasha, in his arms, was too frightened to speak, her eyes wide open in curiosity as she looked at the miraculous sight beneath Qin Ge's feet. "Natasha, no matter what happens, do not let go," Qin Ge said softly, then lifted Natasha, wrapping her limbs tightly around him.
"Brother, what are they?" Natasha whispered in Qin Ge's ear, her breath fragrant, stirring his heartstrings.
However, at this moment, Qin Ge had no time to appreciate Natasha's remarkable figure. He slightly raised his head, his gaze fixed on the slowly dissipating storm cloud. 3 figures suddenly appeared in the air, moving as if they were walking on the ground, slowly approaching Qin Ge and Natasha.
These 3 were dressed in ordinary black combat uniforms, wearing helmets reminiscent of the German Wehrmacht from World War II. The one in the front was a black woman, flanked on each side by a white man.
"Time anomaly Qin Ge, you have arbitrarily altered Natasha's fate, violating the regulations of the Time Management Bureau. Come back with me to face judgment," the black woman commanded, her eyes gleaming with malice as she fixed her gaze on Qin Ge.
"Damn, you really exist?" Qin Ge's eyes widened in shock. He certainly knew about the Time Management Bureau, a mysterious organization responsible for maintaining the order of time and space. They would act immediately if anyone disrupted the timeline. We certainly exist, but we do not easily reveal ourselves in front of people. Enough of the chatter. Either you come back with me willingly, or we will force you, the black woman said dismissively, her words conveying an undeniable authority. Qin Ge patted Natasha's thigh reassuringly, signaling her to remain calm. At this point, he gradually collected his thoughts and realized that the mysterious entity spoken of by the Ancient One was likely this Time Management Bureau. This was a secretive organization responsible for managing timelines, but beyond that, Qin Ge had little knowledge. Why can't Natasha's fate be changed? Qin Ge asked the time manager across from him, his tone calm. Our judgments follow strict procedures. You can save your arguments for when you meet the judge, the black woman replied, twisting her ample hips as she spoke, her demeanor cold and rigid. Qin Ge nodded in agreement. That makes sense, but those so-called strict procedures are just what you have established. Fate is merely not unfolding as you wish, it doesn't need to be dressed up in such grandiloquent terms. The black woman, growing impatient, twisted her hips and drew a metallic baton from her waist, its tip glowing with a faint blue light. Then, she stepped forward from the void toward Qin Ge while the two time management soldiers behind her aimed peculiar long guns at him, their eyes filled with caution. With a swift motion, the black woman swung the baton down toward Qin Ge's head. Qin Ge remained calm. With a slight movement of his hands, a blade of shimmering cold light appeared in his grip. With a crash, the two weapons collided, producing a brilliant spark. Impossible! Why are you unaffected? The moment the black woman saw Qin Ge successfully block her baton, disbelief washed over her face, her eyes wide with shock. Hearing her words, Qin Ge felt a stir in his heart. Although he didn't fully understand her meaning, it was clear that the situation was not unfolding as they had expected, which was undoubtedly good news for him. Suddenly, the two time managers behind them fired two dark green energy blasts from their weapons. Watch out! Natasha gasped from behind him. Just at that critical juncture, a body wider than a doorframe blocked Qin Ge, absorbing the two energy blasts. Be careful, this guy is unaffected by the shielding, the black woman shouted to her companions. However, before her words could settle, four ghost shadow ninjas suddenly appeared beside them, their blades glinting menacingly, making the already cold air feel even more chilling. With a swift motion, the blades sliced through the bodies of the two time managers. However, surprisingly, the expected scene of blood flying did not occur. It was as if the swords had cut through sand rather than flesh and blood. Seeing this, the two time managers immediately redirected their guns, firing at the retreating ghost shadow ninjas, turning them into swirling black mist. At this moment, Qin Ge finally understood they must be immune to physical attacks. He thought to himself that he needed to come up with another way to counter them. With a thud, Qin Ge kicked out, sending the black woman flying back several meters. Then, he thrust his arms upward, and the surrounding seawater seemed to be drawn up by a massive hurricane, forming three water tentacles more than a meter in diameter that shot toward the three time managers. In the blink of an eye, the three water serpents struck the three time managers' chests with great force, sending them flying hundreds of meters like golf balls. As Qin Ge's mastery of skills grew, the dark magic he could control within him became increasingly potent. Compared to the beginning, when he could only form a 1-meter diameter water sphere, the amount of water he could manipulate and the force of his attacks through water shape control had significantly increased. However, Qin Ge knew that while such attacks could repel the opponents, they were far from being able to truly harm them. With a thought, he willed the water serpents beneath him to rise again, standing on the heads of the serpents as he pursued the direction in which the black woman had been sent flying. In the air, the fierce cold wind whipped through Qin Ge's hair as he charged forward like a sea god. Focusing his mind, brilliant currents of electricity flashed from his hands. In the very moment the black woman regained her balance, Qin Ge descended from the air, his fists crackling with arcs of electricity, and struck heavily on her chest, sending her flying again hundreds of meters. Qin Ge watched the black woman, who had flown far away and remained unharmed, his eyes narrowing suddenly. Her ability to be immune to physical attacks was already astonishing, but he never expected her to be entirely unafraid of lightning attacks as well. The physical attributes of these time managers were only slightly superior to those of ordinary people and had not reached the level of Bucky or Steve. What troubled him most was that they seemed like indestructible monsters that could not be harmed by either physical attacks or magic. Let's go, we shouldn't linger with these guys.
With a flicker in his gaze, Qin Ge picked up Natasha, lightly stepping on the water's surface and swiftly running as if on solid ground. The time managers behind them did not pursue, and Qin Ge felt a slight sense of relief. If the Time Management Bureau was only sending such people, there was no need to worry too much for the time being.
Although he couldn't kill them, they were also powerless against him.
His figure darted across the sea like a cheetah, and fortunately, this area of the sea was extremely remote, with no ships in sight. Otherwise, local news would likely report a supernatural incident. After nearly an hour of frantic running, Qin Ge finally set foot on the sandy beach.
He let out a heavy sigh.
After placing Natasha on the ground, he said, "Natasha, I always thought you were exceptional, but just now,
I suddenly felt like a superfluous spectator."
Natasha gazed at the distant sea, her face filled with disappointment. Qin Ge was taken aback, then quickly reacted, smiling as he affectionately ruffled her hair with his large hand. "They are no longer humans from Earth, so you can't compare yourself to them like that.
All right, let's leave this place. Do you know where Elena is?"
"Once we find her, we can head straight back to America." Natasha shook her head. "No, I lost contact with Elena after we were captured by the Red Room. We weren't allowed to communicate with the outside world, we just trained endlessly every day, with no time to rest,"
she said gloomily.
Qin Ge took a deep breath and lovingly embraced Natasha.
"Natasha, from now on, no one can hurt you."
"Yeah, for the past 3 years, I persisted just to see you again. I always believed you would appear, just like in Ohio," Natasha murmured in his arms.
Qin Ge said nothing more, only holding her tighter.
In Kamartaj, Master Ancient One, who was brewing tea in a small second-floor room, suddenly stopped her movements, standing dumbfounded in place, oblivious to the fact that the teapot was already full. Mordo looked at this scene in confusion. He had never seen the Ancient One so out of sorts.
"Master?" Mordo gently called her name. Hearing Mordo's voice, Ancient One snapped back to reality.
"Sorry, Mordo." She walked to the window, gazing quietly at the distant snow-capped mountains. "I didn't expect he would finally take that step."
Mordo asked curiously, "Who?"
"Someone who once studied at Kamartaj," Ancient One replied.
After a moment of thought, Mordo's eyes widened. Could it be Qin Ge?
"I heard Wang say that everyone misses the days when he was here." Ancient One waved her hand. "All right, you all can go now.
I need to step out for a bit."
In a hotel in St. Petersburg, as Qin Ge entered the guest room with Natasha, he saw the shining bald head by the window. "Master Ancient One, it seems you've already heard what happened," Qin Ge said, patting Natasha on the back to reassure her that she was safe, before walking slowly to Ancient One's side.
"Qin, you must have encountered something strange. Is this the person you would go to any lengths to change fate for?" Ancient One asked, looking at Natasha behind Qin Ge. "The Time Management Bureau, Master Ancient One."
"They come from the Time Management Bureau, claiming to uphold the order of the universe. Everyone can only exist according to their will," Qin Ge said casually.
"And then? And then?"
"I had a fight with the 3 time managers they sent to capture me, but they are very powerful, able to be immune to both physical and magical damage."
Ancient One rarely frowned. "The Time Management Bureau?"
She slowly chewed on those 5 words. Seeing her reaction, Qin Ge understood that Ancient One likely knew very little about this organization. She could only vaguely sense the existence of this power.
"Master Ancient One, Natasha is the person you mentioned at the absolute time point. I'm curious, now that her fate has changed, how will the Time Management Bureau restore the original sacred timeline?" Qin Ge asked with curiosity.
Ancient One shook her head. "I don't know the specific operations, but the most likely method would be to use time reversal to reset what has happened to you and Natasha, and then erase your memories, or directly erase you."
"I can't think of a better way."
Qin Ge pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. This explanation was reasonable and practical. Standing side by side with Ancient One, Qin Ge looked out at the bustling street below.
"Master Ancient One, I'm puzzled.
In the long years, you've predicted many terrifying events and intervened to stop them from happening.
Why hasn't the Time Management Bureau approached you? Is it just because you are powerful?"
Ancient One shook her head. "My foresight is vague, I can't see a clear future. I can only feel that when I prevent those terrifying events from occurring, it won't trigger a chain reaction." Hearing Ancient One's words, Qin Ge lowered his head and chuckled softly.
"Master Ancient One, have you ever considered the possibility that everything you predicted and changed did not exceed the Time Management Bureau's preset expectations? No matter what, it's just the outcome they have predetermined.
They no longer care about who dies on Earth or how many people die.
Ancient One turned to stare intently at Qin Ge, and after a long silence, she said, "You know a lot about the Time Management Bureau?" Qin Ge shook his head, "Not really. I've only heard of them in passing, but the only thing that surprised me is that they really exist." Ancient One said no more, reaching out and gently swiping her hand. Through the portal, Qin Ge could see the scene on the other side was the library of Kamartaj. "Qin, having lived for so long, I have lost interest in the truth. The only thing that keeps me going is the responsibility of being the Sorcerer Supreme, to protect the Earth. Since you were able to escape from the pursuit of the Time Management Bureau, I hope you can resolve all the troubles that lie ahead." With that, Ancient One stepped into the portal and vanished from the guest room. Gu Yi is someone Qin Ge highly respects. Through the conversation just now, Qin Ge has gained a clearer understanding of some matters. He realizes that Gu Yi is not an omnipotent and omniscient being. At least, she does not know about the existence of the Time Management Bureau. Moreover, compared to Gu Yi, the system within Qin Ge seems to be much more powerful. Since the timeline has already changed, Qin Ge decides to no longer adhere to the so-called sacred timeline. With the system's assistance, even if someone from the Time Management Bureau comes, he will just beat them up. If a pair comes, he will beat them both. Was that a mage just now? In the guest room, Natasha asked excitedly, her expression mirroring that of others when they first see a mage casting magic. Yes, she is the supreme mage of Kamartaj, the guardian of Earth, Gu Yi. You heard her, she's an old lady who has lived for hundreds of years, Qin Ge teased. Can you beat this old lady? Natasha replied while taking off her coat, making a playful expression. Perhaps even she did not realize that in just one day, she had become much more cheerful. Just as Qin Ge was about to walk into the bathroom, Natasha rushed in first and cheerfully said to Qin Ge, "Ladies first." With that, she slammed the door shut with a bang. Before Qin Ge could turn around, the bathroom door opened a crack, revealing Natasha's head. She didn't forget to remind him, no peeking. Qin Ge pressed Natasha's head back in with a sigh, saying, "Natasha, when did the Red Room turn you into such a chatterbox?" Suddenly, a soft voice came from behind the door, "I don't have real friends, so I rarely talk to other girls in the Red Room." Then, the sound of the shower began, drowning out all other noises. "Host, system task completed, please draw a prize." A long-awaited voice finally rang in his mind. Marvel Sacrifice System. Host, Qin Ge. Lifespan, 108 years. Skills, Summon Ninjutsu Shadows, Troll Ninja, Bull Talisman, Dual-Handed Electric Release, Spatial Blade, Water Shape Control, Pig Talisman, Super Lung Capacity, Super Strong Bite, Tier, Split Earth, Anaerobic Survival. Sacrificeable items, none. System task, make Natasha Romanoff a complete woman. Completed. Temporary task. Looking at the system's lifespan exceeding 100 years, Qin Ge felt a surge of joy. Truly, this task regarding the original heroes had granted a full 20 years of lifespan as a reward. Draw a prize. After 30 seconds, the spinning pointer landed on the skill, Control Sky Weather. This was a skill possessed by the 8th demon, Shimu, who ranked last among them. Qin Ge's eyes moved slightly as he extended his right hand, slowly opening his palm toward the sky. In that instant, he felt as if the sky above had become the territory of his consciousness. Suddenly, in St. Petersburg, a city that had been clear and sunny, dark clouds appeared out of nowhere, obscuring the sun and enveloping the entire urban area. In less than 3 minutes, the entire city turned gloomy, resembling dusk. Through the window, Qin Ge could clearly see the crowd on the street beginning to panic, with many people stopping to look up at the sky in confusion. This sudden change in weather was completely beyond the realm of science. In less than 5 minutes, heavy snow began to fall from the sky, while the outskirts of the city remained sunny. With a creak, Qin Ge opened the window and reached out to catch the falling snowflakes. It was real. He estimated that he could control the weather change over an area roughly the size of a city. Then, Qin Ge opened his right hand again, slightly rotating his palm, and the heavy snowfall gradually ceased. The dark clouds began to lighten, and the sun reappeared from behind the clouds, restoring St. Petersburg to its sunny splendor. All of this happened within 2 minutes, leaving many local citizens dumbfounded as they stared at the sky, with numerous people stretching out their hands and shouting hooray. What happened outside? I seem to hear a lot of people shouting. At that moment, Natasha came out of the bathroom, wearing a silk bathrobe. Her slightly curled long hair cascading to her shoulders made her look much more mature. Although Natasha had not fully blossomed yet, she had already developed quite well overall. Her long legs peeked out as the bathrobe swayed,
and her charming demeanor seemed to have become ingrained in her bones, carrying a hint of fragrance.
Natasha walked up to Qin Ge, intentionally or not, her elastic body pressed tightly against him as she stretched her neck to look outside. "Hey! When did it start snowing?" Natasha said in surprise. "Who knows what kind of weather this is?" Qin Ge thought to himself, "What a freak," and turned to walk toward the bathroom. Noticing Qin Ge's slightly awkward figure, Natasha's eyes flashed with a mischievous glint. That evening, in a high-end restaurant in St. Petersburg, the dazzling Natasha linked her arm with Qin Ge as they walked in slowly. She wore a black mink coat with a hood, instantly attracting the attention of many men. "Natalia, you're not yet an adult. Isn't this a bit inappropriate?" After they seated themselves, Qin Ge, noticing the many men stealing glances, said somewhat helplessly to Natasha, "Do you think I'm beautiful?" Natasha tossed her hair and asked Qin Ge with burning eyes. "Beautiful? Since I'm beautiful, why should I hide? Is there anything wrong with showcasing my best features?" Natasha's words left Qin Ge speechless. Suddenly, Natasha leaned in and mysteriously whispered, "Let me tell you some good news." As Qin Ge ordered, he replied, "What good news?" "I can get married next year," Natasha said with a smile. Cough, 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 "Wait, you'll be only 16 next year. Even if you reach the legal marrying age in the bear country, do you really want to get married?" Qin Ge was momentarily stunned and asked. "Of course. I've learned that when you find something you love, you must hold on to it," Natasha said as she raised her right hand and then clenched it. "All right, I'll definitely give you a super big red envelope then." Qin Ge shook his head and said with a bitter smile. Just as Natasha was about to speak, 3 black Mercedes-Benz cars stopped outside the restaurant. A middle-aged balding man in a black suit stepped out, followed by a group of fierce bodyguards as they headed toward the second-floor private room. Watching the middle-aged man enter the room, Qin Ge's gaze shifted a couple of times. At that moment, a shadow darted out from beneath Qin Ge's feet, quickly scaling the wall and slipping through the crack of the door. In less than a minute, Qin Ge suddenly smiled and whispered to Natasha, "That person just now must be able to get Dreykov to release Elena." 20 minutes slowly passed as Qin Ge put down his knife and fork, carefully wiping away the remnants of food at the corner of his mouth. Opposite him, Natasha had already finished eating and was quietly sitting there, patiently waiting for Qin Ge. Afterwards, Qin Ge stretched his arms, and Natasha skillfully linked hers with his as they both walked slowly towards the second floor. Upon reaching the door of a private room at the end of the second-floor corridor, 2 muscular men in black suits from the bear country immediately became alert. Their right hands slowly reached for their waists. One was tall and strong, while the other was petite and graceful. Their figures perfectly complemented each other, as if they were guardians of this private room. "Stop! This is a private gathering." The 2 bodyguards rudely drew their handguns, warning Qin Ge and Natasha in low voices. Seeing this, Qin Ge quickly raised his arms to indicate he meant no harm. "Okay, I understand this is a private gathering, you don't need to be so tense." However, just as his words fell, a crisp snap of his fingers sounded, and the 2 bodyguards' handguns were suddenly grabbed tightly by the hands of shadow ninjas that seemed to have appeared from nowhere. 2 sharp katana blades were then placed against the necks of the bodyguards, and the entire scene fell silent, as if even the dust in the air had stopped moving. The wooden door, wrapped in red leather, was forcefully pushed open, and the 5 people inside, who had originally been chatting boisterously, immediately stopped. The bald man sitting directly opposite the door darkened his expression, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes as he looked at Qin Ge and Natasha who had barged in. "Get out!" he shouted loudly. As soon as the words left his mouth, a shadow appeared like a ghost beside the bald man, followed by a resounding slap that sent the middle-aged man flying against the wall behind him. The remaining 4 people were startled and quickly got up, with 2 of them unconsciously reaching behind their waists, seemingly preparing to draw their guns. "Don't even think about drawing your guns, or your fate will be just like this gun." Qin Ge maintained a smile on his face. After saying this, he effortlessly caught the bald man's handgun thrown over by the shadow ninja and, with a slight twist of his hands, transformed the gun into a twisted lump of iron. The room fell into a dead silence, all present stunned by Qin Ge's actions. "Natasha, please bring our minister over here," Qin Ge instructed Natasha. Natasha excitedly walked over to the bald man, grabbed his arm, and pulled him in front of Qin Ge. "Minister, I'm sorry to interrupt your business with these merchants, but I have a more urgent matter that needs your assistance," Qin Ge said with a smile, pulling up a chair to leisurely sit opposite the bald man. The man was none other than the Minister of the Interior of the Bear Country.
Qin Ge never expected to inadvertently encounter this high-ranking official. It turned out he was here tonight for a banquet hosted by several merchants, and Qin Ge learned of his identity through the shadow ninjas. The minister wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with fury as he looked around.
What exactly do you want me to help you with? Qin Ge calmly lit a cigar, slowly exhaling a thick cloud of smoke into the minister's face.
He then pointed at one of the men in the room and said, $300,000, that's the income from this meal. Minister, I must say, you really got your money's worth tonight.
Would you like me to tell you how much each of them bribed you? If I expose this to the press, it won't be pretty. I'll give you one more chance to respond.
Watching the minister's face turn pale, Qin Ge felt a sense of triumph within him, knowing he had the upper hand. An hour later, there was a loud knock on the door, and as the door slowly opened, a plump man appeared in front of a girl who was slightly shorter than Natasha.
Brother?
Elena exclaimed, instantly recognizing Qin Ge the moment she stepped in.
Although 3 years had passed, Qin Ge's appearance had not changed at all. Natasha rushed up, saying, Elena, I'm Natasha.
Elena, who barely reached Natasha's neck, still had her round face. After widening her eyes, tears immediately began to flow down her cheeks.
Natasha, is that you? Elena cried out, hugging Natasha tightly.
The two girls, one tall and one short, wept silently together. Behind them, Dreykov's expression darkened the moment he saw Natasha, and his eyes widened in horror when he looked at Qin Ge.
Minister, he is the enemy of the Red Room.
Dreykov shouted in a low voice, his body involuntarily retreating. With a bang, the door behind them closed. Two shadow ninjas appeared like phantoms in front of the others, making everyone behave more obediently and not dare to make any rash moves.
Dreykov, this gentleman is my friend, the minister said, forcing himself to speak. Ha, I don't have friends like you, minister. This is just a transaction.
Well then, I won't disturb you any further, Qin Ge laughed heartily, completely ignoring the minister's embarrassed expression as he walked out of the room first. Behind him, everyone in the room dared not move, watching Qin Ge disappear around the corner. After exiting the restaurant, Qin Ge hailed a taxi, and with a puff of white exhaust, the taxi merged into the flow of traffic.
In the back seat, Elena clung tightly to Qin Ge's arm, crying softly, Why did you abandon us back then?
Why did you leave us? Her muffled cries caused the driver to frequently glance back through the rearview mirror, his face filled with disdain and anger towards Qin Ge. In the driver's eyes, the tall and strong Qin Ge seemed to transform into a scoundrel who had abandoned his responsibilities. Elena, trust me, this time, no one can take you away. Qin Ge could only gently stroke Elena's thick hair, softly comforting her. As the taxi returned to the hotel, just as Qin Ge was about to take Elena and Natasha back to their room, he suddenly paused in the corridor.
Natasha and Elena looked at him in confusion.
Natasha quickly reacted, a hint of vigilance flashing in her eyes as she glanced around and nodded seriously.
It seems too quiet. There's an ambush. Qin Ge warned in a low voice.
He extended his arms, tightly holding Natasha and Elena in his embrace, and his body, like a sharp arrow, slammed against the wall behind him.
With a loud bang, the half-meter-thick brick wall shattered as if it were made of building blocks.
Just as they stood, a troll ninja suddenly appeared, and a flash of fire ignited, causing a violent explosion to echo through the corridor. A massive fire tongue surged through the hole that Qin Ge had just created.
With a whoosh, another troll ninja appeared, quickly sealing the breached entrance.
Holding the two girls close, Qin Ge turned to the window of the guest room and was shocked to find the entire hotel surrounded by densely packed soldiers.
He even spotted a dozen tanks and armored vehicles not far away. Watching the tanks slowly raise their cannon barrels, a fierce light flashed in Qin Ge's eyes. Dreykov, this time you really are asking for death.